This young man was originally an invincible war god from the Mist organization, capable of personally defeating the Demon King, but Cyan always lived like a shadow working for his brother. However, he could never have imagined that the very brother he had been loyal to for 20 years would ruthlessly betray him. Lying in a pool of blood, filled with extreme resentment, Cyan used his last bit of strength to rush and punch that guy and, boom, he traveled back to the past when he was still just a child. Moreover, it dates back to March 1st, 985, the founding year, 20 years ago, when the clan's principality held combat training. This training is held once every year by the principality. Cyan's father, Duke Williams Verd, the great lord of Velius, a western territory of the Ushib kingdom, will also participate, making it a grand event. Cyan's rival is Grans Verd, his half-brother. His mother is Margarita Zad, the duke's wife. Because of that, Grans receives a lot of attention even though both Cyan and he are the youngest in the family. Emily, Cyan's personal maid, stood beside him whispering anxiously, "Maybe you should just give up." Even the maid looks down on me, thinking silently. Cyan forced a smile and replied, "It is okay. Winning is what matters." Slowly drawing the sword. He thought it was strange. Just a sword, but why is it so heavy? My strength is still the same as back then. This feeling, it is not a dream, nor an illusion before dying. I have never heard of any spell that can cause such strong hallucinations. Seeing Cyan standing dazed, Grans immediately sneered, "You did not run away. I really went back to the past, so can I change the future?" Cyan suddenly turned to look at his father. The Duke, not bothering to care about his son, coldly gestured and started walking. Hearing the shout, Grans smiled confidently and rushed at Cyan like a moth to a flame. "What is this? Is he a snail or something that slow?" Cyan glanced at Grans out of the corner of his eye, then slightly moved aside, easily dodging one of his moves. Grans was stunned for 5 seconds, then angrily shouted after realizing what had just happened. Avoiding the coward, Grans continued to swing his sword at Cyan, but Cyan knocked the sword out of his hand, then kicked his shin, causing him pain, and he immediately clutched his leg, crying out miserably, "Now I just need to stab the sword into his throat, and this duel will end." But it is not enough yet. When I was little, Grans always bullied me, making me his entertainment. And it was the same when I went to school, so I have to crush him, so he won't dare do that to me anymore. In this lifetime, I will draw my own path. Cyan stands above looking at Grans, his eyes gradually losing humanity. As a result, Grans lost the match. The order was for Cyan to visit him and let him rest for a few days. This surprised Cyan a bit. Could his victory really be that impressive? He even glanced at the tall uncle beside him, who was accompanied by a gentle senior knight, the right hand of the escort formula. On the way to Grans, Cyan ran into Margaret in the hallway. It seems she is about to talk about her son. "Ha! You look like you just stepped in dog poop." Smirking, Cyan asked, "Grans, are you okay?" "Madam," Margaret gritted his teeth and gums, beating his own brothers to this state. "And you still dare to ask that question? That is really shameless. A duel must be like this." "See you again," Cyan said as she casually brushed past the woman. This action made Margaret so angry that she dragged out Cyan's background and gritted her teeth, saying that bastards like you should not be treated like your own children. Like mother. Like son. It is all because of your dirty mother. You should have been begging on the streets. But you still dared to cause trouble. You should be grateful. Cyan stopped, turned to look at her, wondering if he should ask this woman right away or not. Not yet. More than anyone, I am the one who knows best how to torment her. I will let her slowly feel the pain. Thinking this, Cyan gave a sinister smile, then asked Margaret a suggestive question. "You know I will be going to the academy with Grange, right?" "What do you mean?" Margaret asked cautiously. "Surely you want your son to graduate intact, right? I guess you do not care that much about your son. Do you? Madam, you bastard. How dare you?" Margaret was about to physically attack Cyan when Eulkin intervened. The Duke called the young master urgently. "I do not think we can delay any longer. We have to leave immediately." Cyan stood aside, smiling smugly. The Duke's orders were supreme, and I was protected by the knight who received those orders. A knight would not even submit to the Duke's wife, a kind and trustworthy person. Eulkin stood before the Duke's door, letting Cyan enter alone. Seeing the dignified father standing behind the desk, Cyan felt a bit nostalgic. It has been nearly 15 years since the two of them met alone like this. Duke William Spurge, the great lord of Various, also known as the continent's guardian for his heroic defense against the demon invasion with his formidable magic and wise intellect. This man carries a responsibility on his shoulders that no one forced, fighting to his last breath against the Demon King's army. What he wants is peace for the entire continent. But Cyan's memory of him was different, a man who volunteered his whole life to serve others. A fool. After settling into his seat, the Duke asked directly without beating around the bush. Your eyes followed and precisely avoided the sword. At the moment Ranzong came, you looked straight at the swinging sword and turned to dodge the strike. When did you start learning to wield a sword? As always, he is really agile. Thinking this, Cyan carefully replied that it was not really learning. I have been practicing on my own every night. As far as I remember, you were never interested in swordsmanship, so why have you been hiding your abilities? Actually, I did not want to attract attention. Even so, I really tried my best to defeat Rans, but is not what I did afterward redundant? So Dad was asking to test me. He is trying to grasp my abilities. Silently guessing, Cyan quickly came up with a reason. I want to prove to myself that I am better than Rans. Although he and I share the same bloodline, that is also the meaning I derived from the duel. Hearing this, Kongthuk suddenly laughed out loud. Well done. The answer was clear, precise, showing his class. I did not expect you to be so talented. I am very happy. One day, you will definitely become Archer's right hand. What? How did I become his pawn? Thinking of Archer coldly impaling himself in a past life, Cyan clenched his fist tightly. As always, he only thought of Archer. Then I will destroy everything that bastard Archer wants to do. This is not a trophy, but I want to reward you for the recent match. If you want something, just say it, and what Cyan wants is beyond the ruler's expectations. That night, in Cyan's room, Emily's voice rang out. What? You want to go to the Asian battlefield? Right. Nothing is certain yet. Have you lost your mind? Do you know what kind of place that is? It is the terrifying range of demon beasts. Vilius, the western territory of the Yushib kingdom. This is the only place on the continent considered a battlefield. However, within this territory, only the Limi Valley is the front line. It is a brutal arena where the battle against demons has been going on for hundreds of years. Therefore, Cyan's father firmly opposed Cyan's request from the beginning. Finally, because of your determination, he set a condition. Cyan must prove he deserves to go to Limi Valley for a month. I do not know what he will base his decision on. Meanwhile, we must strengthen our physical power. Compared to peers, I am still weaker, but I was lucky enough to maintain my fighting spirit before regenerating, and again, the faint magical power I feel inside. If I use it to train my body, with my ability I will definitely make good use of it. Great, I must start training today. While Cyan was quietly calculating, his sister Alice stormed in, grabbed his collar, and questioned him angrily. Are you crazy? I heard you asked Dad to go to the battlefield. Right, seems like you defeated Rens, so you are feeling confident. That is not true, Cyan hurriedly explained, following her up the city wall quickly. Alice left a sentence behind and hurriedly left the room. Although Cyan did not understand what was going on, she still obediently followed her sister's instructions. As soon as Cyan arrived, he saw Alice holding a sword at her side, and upon seeing him, she declared that when he draws his sword, she will start, if he can withstand her attack for 3 minutes. She will let him go to battle. Cyan sighed. Do we really have to go this far? Elise, I do not need to know. Just answer me one thing. Are you targeting this family's position? Is that why she had to do that? I am not even interested in it at all. Cyan silently replied. Seeing Cyan not answer, Alice immediately grabbed her sword and said, So it is true. Draw your sword. We just had half a day off after the fight with Rens, and today has been chaotic. Very tired. Cyan, feeling distressed, drew his sword from its sheath, but before he could do anything, Alice rushed over like a gust of wind. Immediately, Cyan blocked Alice's attack, leaving Alice astonished. No way. The boy blocked the sword, and he is only 10 years old. Cyan was a bit resentful at this moment, thinking, is she really planning to use all her strength to fight her younger brother who is 7 years younger? Alice stepped back, seriously assessing her opponent. The swordsmanship was very strong, yet the boy still managed to block her longsword. These 2 times were lucky. Your intuition is better than I thought. Dear Cyan, seeing my dad's genuine smile, Cyan secretly felt uneasy. Oh no, it is all over. Sure enough, right after that, Alice immediately launched a fierce attack. Using much stronger force than before, Cyan continuously defended until Alice jumped up and swung a sword towards him. He raised his sword to block, then instinctively took the opportunity to slide his blade along the long sword to Alice's neck. Damn it. Cyan cursed silently and immediately redirected the sword in his hand. After the clash, both sides were pushed back. That move could have been really dangerous. If I had not twisted the sword to adjust its direction at that moment, I would have asked her. The skill set of the Mythal organization is full of attack skills and critical points used for instant assassination. It is very difficult to fight without aiming at the weak points to defeat the opponent because my strength is currently quite weak. How much time is left in those 3 minutes? I am compensating for my weak strength by enveloping the sword with magic, but I am reaching my limit. Cyan was lost in thought when she heard Alice start mumbling a spell. Earth, wind, water, come and strengthen the power of my sword. But what kind of star-level magic is this? Cyan was panicking when he saw the sword in Alice's hand covered with a layer of mana. And then she used the water sword technique to counter him, making his heart ache and tears stream down. Was she planning to double-cross me? I thought this was just a test of strength. Cyan looked at her sister with even more despair. It is over. She could see the murderous intent just from her sister's gaze. I will fall off the city wall even if I manage to block this moment. I can only believe that it will happen very soon. Cyan jumps down onto the stone platform, watching Alice prepare to strike, silently praying, please, stop this fight. Uljan, In this life or death moment, Uljan appears like a god, blocking Alice's sword on one side and pulling Cyan's neck to the side on the other. Unfortunately, he sternly lectured Alice, saying she was being too harsh on a much younger opponent, and Cyan finally breathed a sigh of relief, wondering when he would show up just in time. Alice seemed to have just come out of a trance, startled and panicked. Crying softly, apologizing to Cyan, "I must have lost my mind for a moment. I just wanted to stop you from going to the battlefield." She is too obsessed with that, so Cyan smiled warmly. This is very much like her. She always tries too hard with everything. Cyan's older sister was once a top student who achieved an SSS-Rank in all subjects at the Royal Academy, where all talented children with gifts in swordsmanship, magic, or other academic fields gather. Above all, Alice's beauty was so astonishing that people called her the child of the gods. Since she was little, she had been rigorously trained in swordsmanship. She was mentioned as the future Continental Guardian along with the eldest son Vet, but shortly after joining the Light Knights, she was murdered. "I miss you so much, Elise." Cyan stretched out her arms to hug her sister tightly, silently determined that this time she would protect her. Cyan's actions surprised Alice a little, but then she thought of something and turned to ask Uljan, "Isn't he the Count's guardian knight?" "But the Count has already left for the battlefield. I have been taking orders from the Count to protect the young master for a while, although I cannot tell you because I must keep it secret. I have sensed his presence since I left the Count's office. Would he appear if this battle took place? But why did Father secretly order Uljan to protect me?" Thinking this, Cyan hugged Alice tighter and rubbed her shoulder as if comforting her. Seeing this, Alice smiled affectionately. She was still just a child. The next day, Alice waited to return to the academy, perhaps just to see her father before the graduation ceremony. Cyan felt the need to become stronger, so he focused on strength training for the past 2 weeks. "But 10 push-ups have been your limit. You have been stuck at this limit for the past 2 weeks. I used to be quite confident in my strength before." The image of myself with a six-pack body appeared in Cyan's mind, making him regret it deeply. "I need a solution to boost my stamina." Just then, Emily walked in with a troubled look, holding a package Alice sent to Cyan, pinching her nose and saying, "What is this? Its scent is too strong. It is a bit of blood for the hellhound that I asked her to get. It is a rare item only found in the Lamai Valley. But I guess the rumor about it appearing on the black market is true. The blood of the demonic beasts is considered a deadly poison due to its terrible stench and burning sensation when used, but in fact, permanently increases the user's mana and strength the first time. Many think it is just a rumor, but I know it is true from personal experience." Cyan silently responded and poured the blood into a bowl. Emily asked from afar with concern, "Missing some? Are you really going to drink it?" "Yeah," he replied, thinking to himself, "Do not worry, Emily. I am the only one who can adapt to her cooking skills anyway." I still remember the first time was wild mushroom soup. My heart stopped beating after the first bite of it. Compared to that soup, Cyan gulped this down in one go. Looking excited, it was delicious. Feeling the boiling strength in his body, Cyan said a word to Emily and left the house heading to the nearby forest. "It has been a while since I last came here. I have been waiting for this moment for the past 2 weeks. The private moment Ulj needed did not come with me here because of regular reports to my father. I used to come here whenever I wanted to be alone. One day, Astiel received a revelation from the god of light, Lumendel, saying that an ancient temple was hidden somewhere in these mountains. Cyan did not fully believe it, but there really was a place where the mana flow was concentrated. The revelation from the god had come, and now only Cyan knew it. Cyan walked along the trail to an open field, touched the ground searching, and when he felt it, he smiled with satisfaction and used mana to go down. The ground shifted, and a tunnel gradually appeared before Cyan. "Astiel, I guess you can't imagine what I am doing right now." Thinking quietly, Cyan then goes down to the basement. As Cyan stepped inside, he thought it was completely different from the last time he was here. This place is the ancient temple of the god of light, Lumendel. Until the history of this land was erased by the war between gods and demons 300 years ago. Who could have imagined that this place existed right on the mountain throat behind Lode? Cyan continued to go deeper inside. When I saw the sword glowing on the stone pedestal, I smiled and said to myself, "I see it now." The owner of this Lue Tower, founded in 1999, on August 12th, humanity finally succeeded in driving the Demon King's army out of Velius. The Demon King's army is many times stronger than humans, but humans found an ancient relic called the Weapon of the Gods that helped them win. One of these relics, Durandiak, is a sword that carries the power of the god of light, Lumendel. This sword is probably the main reason humanity defeated the demons, and I will also die bitterly in the future under this sword, the one Atro possesses. Cyan stood before the sword, pondering, as if Durandiak was connected to his regression. To verify his suspicion, Cyan reached out and touched Durandiak, sensing, but as predicted, nothing happened. Cyan angrily kicked Durandiak, completely lost inspiration. "Damn sword. Finish the work and let us go." Cyan turned around and walked in a different direction, muttering under his breath, Once he stepped into the light, a strange shadow appeared, and then he saw a circle on the ground in a dark spot. Inside the circle was a sword-shaped shadow emitting red light, and Cyan happily shouted, "Found it." Looking through the water, you might think this is the shadow of a sword, but it is not. There is no shadow at all. Where there is light, there must be darkness. Saying that, Cyan placed his hand on the circle. Immediately, the ground cracked open, revealing a passage leading down below. This is also the passage leading to another room, a secret path hidden beneath the glowing light. Cyan walked to the door at the end of the hallway. When he opened the door, his eyes locked onto the sword emitting a red light on the pedestal. Here it is. My sword. Kneel before it, Cyan. Cyan happily walks over, grabs the sword, and smiles to greet. Good morning, Cyan. Seeing the sword had no reaction, Cyan kept swinging it and said, Haven't you awakened yet? This familiar feeling is the best. Suddenly I really want to slash something. Just then, a ghost appeared on the ground in front of Cyan. Laughing eerily, Kid, are not you afraid? Don't you know awakening me has consequences? Cyan calmly replied, I do not know, which means this sword is mine now. The awakened sword is already intoxicated. It is too late to regret now. Kid, your body belongs to me. Then, the ghost flew towards Cyan. As the ghost flew towards him, Cyan simply reached out and grabbed its neck. Calmly saying, You were not in such a hurry before. The ghost was restrained, revealing itself as a girl. The girl grabbed Cyan's arm desperately, her face filled with disbelief as she exclaimed, What are you? How could you touch me? Cyan smiled lightly and replied, I told you, this sword is mine. Get lost. The big girl attacked Cyan with her nails. Cyan dodged just in time, loosening her grip on the girl's neck. The girl immediately broke free, jumped back, stared at Cyan and questioned, Who are you? Could you be the successor? Why can I sense Errol's aura coming from you? Cyan smiled and admitted, Yes, I am Errol's successor. The master of the one has returned. Kneel down. Karam. Hearing this, anger immediately appeared on Karam's face. She could not accept that her master was just a kid, so she rushed forward, attacking Cyan frantically. Cyan was not angry because of that. He simply used the sword in his hand to simplify the spread. It is probably useless to say more. The ultimate goal of the sword kneeling is to seize the body of the sword user. I have no other choice but to compromise a little. Thinking of this, Cyan smiled softly and said, Chanin kneels with his sword. At this moment, Karam across seems to be forced to kneel down by an invisible force. Cyan speaks up, I only say this once. Why won't you accept me as your master when I am still kind? How did you get that position? You reckless brat. Karam shouted, still stubbornly trying to rush and attack Cyan. Cyan shouted again, commanding to kneel with the sword. Karam barely managed to lift himself up but was forced to kneel again. Kneel with the sword. Kneel with the sword. Kneel with the sword. After 3 calls, Cyan finally faced Karam, whose head was now buried deep in the ground, and asked, What now? Karam groaned and said, I accept you, master. In a moment, now that the work is done, let us go home. I have been out too long, Cyan thought as she returned to the old path to go outside. As you stepped out, the water on the ground closed up just like before. At this moment, Karam in Cyan's hand emitted a black aura, condensing into a face that exclaimed, It has been a long time since I breathed fresh air. Feeling great. Next, Karam glanced at Cyan and asked, Hey master, what is your name? Cyan replied, Cyan. Cyan Vought. Karam suspiciously questioned, Cyan, I have never heard that name before. Did Eru really choose a name for the kid like that woman? Yeah. From my previous life, Karam does not understand the question. What the hell is that person talking about? Cyan replied, I have died once before. What? Karam looked at Cyan in surprise, returning to the Duranga sword. As soon as Karam saw it, he asked, Is he still asleep? Cyan replied, He still has to wait another 20 years for the master. The speaker seemed to foresee the future. As soon as Karam finished speaking, he saw Sin slash with a sword, cutting off a part of the Durandia sword's sheath. Karam was startled and shouted, What are you trying to do? Cyan holds the broken sword piece in his hand and laughs. Who knows? Maybe this will make the future more interesting. 1 month later, a carriage carrying Cyan left the castle. When the carriage stopped, Cyan stepped down in light armor, full of emotion, unable to believe this day had finally come. Time passes quickly. Seeing his father approaching, Cyan bowed and greeted the Duke. Williams looked intently at his son and said, I ask you one last time. Are you determined to charge into the battlefield? If you want to retreat, I will not stop you. Cyan nodded seriously and said, Yes, father. My heart is on the battlefield. Williams gave no further advice. He turned to Uljan and quietly said, Open it. Yes, sir. Uljan responded with a word and then took out a scroll of magic. Cyan was secretly amazed. A spell scroll. Were they planning to summon a healing creature? Immediately after, Cyan saw Uljan open the scroll and summon a dog-like monster with a burning back. As soon as Cyan saw this monster, he had the answer in his heart. Demon Orb, a low-level beast from the Lion Mizzle Valley. His father and the counselors must have put effort into preparing this test. Cyan smiled confidently as he stepped towards the demon. while also noticing a few people with their hands already on their sword hilts. Will they rush in if the situation is dangerous? At this moment, Williams spoke up. You must take responsibility for your actions, so prove your ability, pass this test, and show us. Next to Williams, Uljan's eyes reflected silent contemplation. A test. He recalled the days before. At that time, Uljan asked, according to Jia, do you want to duel me? Cyan explained. There are only 3 days left for me to fulfill my promise to my father. I can't keep swinging my sword at the middle stage forever. Right, I have to learn how to fight in real combat. Please help me. At your age, according to the Grant family, this duel is crucial. Uljan wanted to advise, but Cyan said, I do not know why, but every time he meets me, he runs away. It is really troublesome. Sighing quietly, Uljan still agreed to Cyan's request, saying if you want, then fine. Instead, I will only use the sword sheath to fight you. I focus on defense. You just attack with all your might. Cyan opens his mouth to thank. Thank you, Uljan. Next, Cyan changed his voice again. I have one more thing to remind you. From now on, no matter what happens, do not say anything to Dad. This is an order. Although Uljan did not understand what Cyan meant, he said nothing and tacitly accepted it. The match begins. Cyan quickly rushes forward, drawing his sword to attack. Uljan raises his sword guard to block, thinking to himself, the sword is heavy. I can't believe that is the sword of a child only 10 years old. Besides, witnessing Cyan's speed, Uljan was once again amazed. He is too fast. Suddenly, Cyan's body vanished right before Uljan's eyes. In the blink of an eye, Cyan appeared above Uljan's head, startling him. Without giving Uljan time to wonder, Cyan struck down fiercely from above, and Uljan raised his sword's guard to block. Cyan did not stop. He continuously added a few more strikes, but Uljan was able to block them all. At this point, Cyan let out a breath, stepped back, sheathed his sword, and said, Indeed, I still can't defeat you. Well done, Uljan. Thank you for helping me. Uljan honestly gave an evaluation. Very good. Missing something. Remembering this, Uljan looked at the present Cyan and thought to himself that the once weak Cyan had improved so much. If his intuition was correct, the boy could now pass his test. At the same time, the match between the Demon Ball and Cyan also began. The Demon Ball took the lead in launching an attack towards Cyan. It is coming now. Silently, Cyan drew his sword, waited for the Demon Ball to approach, then swiftly struck one of its eyes with a series of sword slashes. The Demon Ball was hit, losing control and rolling several times on the ground before stopping. Despite that, the wound did not affect the Demon Ball much. It immediately jumped up, moved slowly, staring at Cyan, waiting for an opening to attack. With my current strength, fighting the monster is overwhelming. I have to end this battle as quickly as possible. I will finish it with just this move. Thinking quickly, Cyan charged at high speed, slashing the demon's neck, then jumped high and thrust a sword through its skull, ending the fight to the amazement of the watching knights. Williams remained serious but had to smile at Cyan's expression. Cyan stood looking at the demon's corpse bleeding on the ground, silently regretting the waste. This blood must belong to a few guys. In the end, Cyan still gave up. He drew his sword to think, if I did this here, they would think I am crazy. At this moment, Williams came over, clapped his hands in praise. Well done, Cyan. See you on the battlefield, son. Williams immediately withdrew his words, mounted his horse, and left. Cyan placed a hand on the back, bowed towards his father and spoke. Thank you, father. Wait until everyone is far away. Karam just appeared and questioned. Master, do you see me as just a fruit peeler? Cyan calmly replied, of course not. You are a demon swordsman, so why ask that? Karam said irritably. Then use me. Fate, I need to absorb your blood to become stronger. Please. Just let me take a sip, Cyan confidently said. Do not worry, because soon we will use people to do the work. Just wait and see. Karam kept praying. It should have been time to awaken me, so why awaken me so early? A quiet night at the camp was suddenly shattered by the screams of monsters. The command center was immediately alerted. Soldiers quickly assembled. Williams, wearing a helmet, also appeared and shouted loudly. Attention. In the northwest, create a defensive line and then eliminate them. Do not let any of them survive. The campaign to stop the monster begins. The knights all loudly obey orders, raising their swords high. The sword in their hands immediately shot out streams of light that combined to form a large magical circle in the sky, illuminating a wide area. 1 second later, similar magical circles appeared on the ground beneath the monsters, releasing strands of light that wrapped around them, restricting their movements. Attack. Williams gave the order and, along with his subordinates, rushed out of the camp to attack. Since the monster was restrained, this battle was one-sided with stabbing and slashing. On the ground, the number of monsters is continuously increasing. In a place on the battlefield, Emily saw a monster's head fall in front of her and fearfully hid behind Scene's horse, crying, Mom, why do you want to come to a place like this when it is so dangerous? Aren't you afraid? Soon did not even look at Emily. He felt emotional inside. Turning back made him hold back for too long. This place is still like hell. At this moment, Williams sends a horse to ask Scene how he feels on the front line. Scene replies, Just a little nervous, Williams reminds. You see, the battlefield is also a grave. I do not know when I will die, so do not let your guard down. Scene replies. Yes. I remember. Father, at the front line. This situation is very common. There have to be 3 or 4 battles a day, each with detailed opponents. Focusing on skilled senior knights to handle all the monsters trying to break through the front line. Back at the camp, Scene looked out from his tent. His tent was located at the very back, the safest spot. The guards are always on high alert, so Karam does not even get a chance to suck blood. We will really have to wait until dinner time. Wondering, Scene suddenly noticed Emily trembling under the blanket on the bed. He curiously asked, "What are you doing, Emily?" Emily poked her head out and said, "Is not it true that we won't know when we will die? So I am scared." Scene looked helpless and asked if she planned to pack up and go back to his house. Emily rebelled and screamed, "Do you think you can come back? When will you be able to be independent without me? Monsters are everywhere. If I run away, who will take care of me, Hathidi?" Then, Emily stormed out of the tent and ran. "Let us go. It is almost mealtime." Scene asked quickly, "Emily, what about the shirt I asked you to handle?" Without a response, Emily walked out, leaving Scene with a fierce look, silently wondering if he should fire her. This is how she treats Minu's lack of skin. At night, Scene makes a figure. You put it on your bed, cover your feet, and say contentedly, "That should be fine." Right, next to the bed, Emily suddenly speaks up. "Are you planning to go out and train even here?" Scene turned to ask, "Did I really wake you up?" Emily rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, "You really take care, the formula that is sure to be proud." Soon did not continue but put on his hat and went outside. Before leaving, "You did not forget to tell Emily." "Oh, I am off now. Just keep working as usual. I am still sleeping." "Remember," Emily responded. "Yes." After successfully sneaking out of the camp, Scene chose a direction and quickly ran. Because this is the front line, the soldiers' night guards are frequently reinforced and they are quite strict. So if I can't even leave the camp at this hour, it will be difficult to act freely. It did not take long for Scene to run to a cliff. Using his third thick fog move, the sunset mist, and skillfully jumped down below. He whispered, "If I remember correctly, there are a bunch of monsters here." Indeed, a horde of demon dogs appeared before Scene. Facing them, Scene took out the Karam weapon, his eyes gleaming with sharpness as he smiled and asked, "Perfect place to use Karam to absorb blood." "Right, Karam," Karam excitedly responded. The smell of blood is too strong. Master, I do not think I can hold back anymore. Get ready. Let me cut something." "All right, Karam, I will go along with you." Reciting the spell, Scene directly wipes and plays the demon summoning instrument. Sword dance, storm of mist, a skill unleashed by Scene. Your body moves swiftly. The Karam in your hand continuously draws deadly perfect curves, harvesting the lives of the demon flock. It only took a few minutes for Scene to deal with the demon ball. Scene approached a demon ball corpse. Use a tube-like tool to extract blood into a cup. Scene took a direct sip of blood and exclaimed joyfully, "This is from a person, absorbing fresh blood." Karam also happily said, After awakening, "This is the first time I have felt this refreshed." Scene said, "All right, let us keep practicing like this." Karam asked, "How long does it take for these bugs to get stronger when viewed?" Scene looked in a direction not far from him, where a pile of monsters of various kinds were approaching, smiled and said, "Do not worry, the night is still long, there are many monsters." Karam shouted, "Oh!" So excited. At the same time, 2 carriages guarded by a group of knights were moving through the night, with 2 girls sitting and talking in one of them. A girl spoke up, "I still think the front line is too dangerous. Let us go back." "Princess." The princess looked out the car window and said, "I already told you. Do not treat me like a child. I am the princess of this kingdom. I have the responsibility to help the king. How many times do you want me to say it? If you repeat it, I will really get angry." The girl replied, "Yes, princess." Then she said, "Oh, now that you mention it, there is news that the youngest son of the Vut family has also gone to battle. That day must have been about the same age as that day." The princess asked in surprise, "Did he bring his youngest son along?" The girl replied, "The formula did not intend to bring him. It was the young master who volunteered himself. They are the same age. Just try to get to know each other." The princess turned her head and said, "Huh, as if I care about such trivial matters. Forget it. I need to sleep a bit." The girl bowed and said, "Yes." After thinking for a month, the princess asked again, "What is his name?" The girl replied, "Oh, it is Saiyan. I am pretty sure his name is Saiyan." The princess muttered softly, Saiyan rescue." Another battle between the troops and the monsters ended. Williams shouted loudly, checking if anyone was injured. A soldier reports, "Everyone is fine." "Wounded." Williams orders, "Good. Return quickly." The soldiers responded, "Yes, sir." Williams suddenly paid attention to Saiyan. When he saw how the boy dealt with a monster, he curiously approached and asked, "How could you adjust to survive in this very first battle?" Saiyan bowed his head and replied, "I learn something new every day." "Father." Williams seems very satisfied. He smiled and said, "Is that all?" I thought you wanted to quickly return to the family. I have endured here for quite a long time. Father is very proud of what you have accomplished on this battlefield. Saiyan was secretly shocked. What? He was proud of himself. Tomorrow I have something to tell you. Please come to my running hut early in the morning. Having spoken, Williams turned and left. Saiyan responded, yes, sir. He watched his father's retreating figure, a bit dazed, thinking to himself, his father had never treated him this well before, not even the previous actor. At night, Saiyan continues hunting monsters. Currently, his opponent is a death worm, a monster that usually appears deep inside the barrel. After a long fight with no results, Karam spoke up with a suggestion. Master, it seems you are having trouble. Please switch places with me. Let me take the lead to fight. Saiyan glanced at the weapon in his hand and questioned. Switch places with me? You think I do not know what you want? Karam swears. I swear it will only take a moment and I will repay you. You see it. It immediately heals its wounds. Continuing to attack it will be useless. Saiyan cannot deny that what Karam said is true. If this continues, it will not be okay. It has been a month since you went to the front lines. You have drunk the blood of countless monsters. But that is not enough to deal with monsters like the death worm. Therefore, Saiyan had to accept Karam's offer. I agree to switch places with you, no matter what you are planning. Karam excitedly shouted. Alright, let us move forward. Immediately after, when Saiyan's body changed, a ninth awakening mist was used. The demon sword burst, causing the death worm to instantly show wounds that made it writhe in pain. The death worm opened its mouth full of teeth and lunged quickly at Saiyan. Saiyan was not afraid at all. He muttered quietly, I will tear your shoe layers into strong sauce. This time, Saiyan uses the mist-teasing sword, catching the poison flower, attacking from the air. When he lands, he only sees the head of the death worm split into many parts, fresh blood splattering everywhere, looking like a blood flower blooming in the night. A few hours later, Williams led his men to the place where Saiyan often went hunting. He sat down beside the corpse of a monster, touched some blood to examine it, and saw that it had been dead for a long time. Ulgen speculates that the amount of residual magic here seems very large. Maybe a demon did this, Williams said seriously. We cannot take this lightly if it involves demons. Immediately search the area and destroy these bodies. The subordinates responded. Obeying orders. Williams looked again at the condition of the bodies. These slash marks look very familiar. Or am I mistaken? While lost in thought, Williams was called by Ulgen. Sir, you should see this. Williams had to put aside his doubts and went to Ulgen's place. Based on the cast on Ulgen's hand, the scene gradually became clear. Seeing what it was, Williams gasped and exclaimed. This is... Ulgen continued. Yes, it is a death worm. Looking at the body covered in wounds, fresh blood splattered all over the ground, Williams could not help but wonder who could have done this. Then, a thought suddenly crossed Williams' mind. Maybe it was that organization, and Saiyan had no idea about what was happening here. Currently, you have returned to your running spot. Lying on the bed, Saiyan is deep in thought, embodying the demon sword, allowing Karam to control his body. And I can unleash my full power, but I can still control my body if she lets her guard down in battle. That is why I let her control me when fighting monsters. I drank all the blood of the monster after defeating it, and my strength has increased a bit. If it were a month ago, I would not have been able to endure it. Saiyan sat up. A sudden pain made him softly cry out. My body hurts so much. Karam suddenly spoke. I understand now. You may look like a kid, but you do not talk or behave like one. When acting with me, you appear very quick and skilled. You also have a deep understanding of the geography of the Limi Valley area. The person's test is like someone who has trained for at least 30 years. Moreover, the person said they have died once. Right? I am the one who was reincarnated. Right? Saiyan looked at Karam with strange eyes and said that I had died once before. It is so obvious. Karam hesitated for a few seconds then suddenly shouted. How clear is that? Someone explain it to me, Saiyan said calmly. I'm too lazy. Karam gritted his teeth and spoke. After all, killing someone like him is not easy. I guess the person was killed by the one who owns Durandi Axe. There are two possibilities. The person was killed in a duel or was betrayed. I feel it is very likely the latter. Saiyan curiously asked why people think that way, and Karam replied that people despise the holy sword. So, I guess you do not like it, so your goal is revenge. Then, Karam pressed close to Saiyan's face, grinning like a demon and whispered, no matter what. Always remember, if I find you failing or discouraged, I will devour you. Saiyan slapped Karam away and sneered. Absorb me. I am not stupid enough for you to do that. He smiled to himself. Unchanged, still the same personality as in his past life. The next day, as Saiyan ran out of the tent, he noticed the soldier's strange expressions and suspected something was wrong. It seems everything is chaotic. At this moment, Emily runs over and speaks up. Young master, you are awake? Saiyan asked. Emily replied, yes. Suddenly we discovered the body of a high-level monster at the entrance to the lower valley. Saiyan felt a bit nervous and thought to herself. She said the monster. Then what? Emily continued. It has been a long time since a monster like that appeared near the camp area. Cyan asked again, is there anything else? Emily replied in surprise, yes. Cyan saw Emily hesitating and felt a bit impatient to question her. Besides that, was there anything else, like discovering a suspect or something about me? Before Emily could answer, Oljan came to inform him that Master Cyan, the formula master, wanted to see him right now. Cyan thought to himself, this is bad. I can't deal with that huge monster's body right now. Because the patrol suddenly appeared, the chance to enjoy life before entering the academy. Carrying a nervous mood, Cyan entered William's fire run. Father, I am here. Williams said, come here. Cyan thought to himself as he approached, father won't recognize that it was me if he asks about yesterday. How should I explain it? Williams kept watching Cyan. He pointed to a chair and said, sit down. Williams sat down and said, I will be straightforward. What did you do last night? Cyan replied, I went to bed early because I was too tired. Hearing that, Williams pondered, going to bed early, but those cuts were clearly from Cyan's real sword. Was I overthinking? Williams did not say anything. Cyan asked, why did you ask that? It is hard to believe that a child like this could handle a deadly worm. Moreover, Williams still says nothing, and Cyan calls out, Dad, is something worrying you? At this moment, Williams spoke up, saying you must have heard about what happened near the camp last night. I still have to investigate, but it seems there are traces of activity from the secret assassin organization. Mist, Cyan looked suspicious and repeated. Mist, Williams explained that it is an organization that has existed for thousands of years. No one knows their true purpose, but they have assassinated countless nobles under the guise of cleansing. Wherever they went, there was a characteristic black mist, but one day, they completely disappeared. The last time they were active was 300 years ago, but last night, the death worm was covered by a black mist. The black mist is the trace left by the god Eru, the god of darkness, the god revered by the Mist organization and also the source of their power. If my guess is right, that death worm was destroyed by them and the monsters. Cyan thought to himself, truly amazing. Just from that, father could already figure out who was behind this, although that organization was last seen 300 years ago. Williams warned, we do not know why they reappeared, but you need to be careful. I will report this to the king and investigate further. Cyan replied, yes, father. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that maybe his father believed him. Meanwhile, Williams thought it was absurd for Cyan to be involved with this organization, especially since it is so small. Because of that thought, Williams ended the story right there. Just like that, then he changed the subject, and you said who visited today? Cyan replied, and I heard the king was supposed to visit. But it should have been today. Williams smiled and said, I also want to ask you for a favor. Cyan curiously asked, what is it? The next day, the sound of trumpets echoed throughout the camp as a soldier loudly announced the arrival of the king. Williams immediately led the soldiers to the camp gate, knelt down to greet. Your Majesty. Lord Velius, I respectfully salute you. Vilius, the king smiled softly and called out. He jumped off his horse, stepped forward to support William's shoulder and said, we have been friends for a long time, no need for too much formality. Williams hesitated, but said, Your Majesty. The king then noticed Cyan beside Williams and said, oh, is this the child? Knowing the king was asking me, Cyan took the initiative to speak. I am honored. Your Majesty, I am Cyan Wirtz, the youngest member of the Vatda family, the king praised, saying that even at such a young age, you have already gone out to fight. Your children are truly exceptional. In Cyan's heart, he wondered what his father wanted him to do. Never expecting he wanted him to introduce himself. I always have to hide in the house whenever the king comes. Being trusted by my father like this is really touching. At this moment, the king turned towards the carriage behind, and I also wanted to introduce another person. Upon hearing this, a servant immediately opened the carriage door. A white-haired girl in a red dress steps forward to introduce herself, the fifth princess of the kingdom of Ussip. Arian Severus. Hearing this name, Cyan thought silently. Arian Severus, the fifth tragic princess. You recalled your father's previous request. I need you to escort her. Princess Arian came that day. Cyan anxiously asked, what? How is it? Williams reassured, no need to worry, you just need to follow her closely. She is about your age. You will meet her again when you enter the academy. Cyan thought, I also remember meeting her in a past life, a few times in classes at the academy. Williams advised that getting close to royalty would not hurt and would not last long, but I want you to befriend them, back in the present. Looking at Arian right in front of him, Cyan sighed and thought, but I really do not want to. But I understand father's intention. Maybe he wants me to have a relationship like his with the king. But he chose the wrong person. She cannot be my friend. Although I can't say the reason because it is the future only I know. It is really annoying, but I will pretend to comply. The group entered the camp. Williams walked beside the king while Cyan walked next to Arian. Suddenly, Cyan noticed Arian stop and he suspiciously looked back at her. Arian looked in one direction and asked, "Why is that river red?" Cyan inquired, "Do you mean a blood river?" Arian softly said, "Blood river." Cyan explained, "This flow runs throughout the Limai Valley. There is no complicated reason why the river is red. Old or severely injured monsters that cannot survive will instinctively jump into the blood river. Then, their bodies decomposed along the river, transforming the mana and turning the river red." Arian asked, "Is it all really blood and flesh?" Cyan said that yes, they even drink and bathe in that river water. "It is disgusting. Do not go near that river." Arian frowned and exclaimed, "That is scary. So what is at the end of the river?" Cyan replied, "The demon world." Arian asked again, "The demon world? Where do the demons live?" Cyan laughed and teased, "That is right. If you follow this river, you might even meet the demon king." He thought to himself, who would be crazy enough to do that? Just scare her a little. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the sky. Arian asked, "What is that light?" Cyan's face became serious and replied, "That is the signal from the third plantation to the west. Yellow, a signal that a demon beast has appeared." Arian turned his head and looked around, asking if there were monsters here. At this moment, Williams loudly ordered the king's guards. "The night scouts followed me to the third plantation in the west." He was about to leave when the king called him back. "Don't be like that, Villiard," Williams said suspiciously, looking at the king. The king drew his weapon and said, "Do you think I came here just to sightsee? I am feeling very sad right now." Williams thought for a moment, then sighed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." The king turned back and spoke to the soldiers he brought. "We will join the raid against the demons and eliminate them all." The soldiers shout loudly, "Yes, Your Majesty." Williams told Sin that you will join too. Sin replied, "Yes, Father." Arin stood beside him and asked, "Can you fight the demon beasts?" Sin replied, "Yeah, but only support from behind. You should go to a hiding place." Before Sin could finish speaking, Arin already asked to take me along with him. Sin could not believe it. What did this girl just say? Sin's strange look. Arin shouted, saying he was the same age as me, so I also wanted to go. Sin warned, "It is really withered, not a place to play." Arin said, "Regardless, I do not care. I want to go. No one can stop me." Sin shouted. CTN. Uncan understood, went beside Arin to assure her, "Yes, young master." Uncan. Royal Knight, will escort the princess to safety. Then, Uncan said to Arin, "Let us go." Princess. Arin turned to look at Uncan, then turned back, pointing at Sin Mung. "The traitor. How dare you treat the princess so disrespectfully?" Sin's eyes became indifferent, his face expressionless. The assassin facing Arin whispered that many knights might die because of her stubbornness. Just one foolish moment can decide life or death on the battlefield. So, do you dare to take responsibility? Responsibility for those lives? Arin suddenly felt scared, her eyes blurry, unable to say a word. Seeing that, Sin stopped paying attention to Arin and turned away. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the soldiers were full of fighting spirit, defending against the enemy. Don't hesitate. Charge forward. Right now, Willius and the king's men are also rushing to the battlefield. He immediately shouted orders to form ranks, protect the king, and eliminate them, sparing no demon. During the fight, Sin tells a bit about Princess Arin Chakaram, hearing that Diane Severus, king of the Usup kingdom, has two wives. Diana Quizil is the first wife, but she has passed away. Cassandra Nipilos is the concubine, known as the powerful judge of the kingdom. The former queen gave birth to the eldest princess and the second princess, while the current queen is the mother of the third and fourth princes. However, sleeping Princess Arin Severus is the daughter of low birth with a commoner mother. People treat her like a puppet princess because of her foreign blood, but she does not care about others' opinions and always fulfills her duties as a royal family member, studying harder than anyone else. Yet she is labeled a traitor by jealous people and expelled by the royal family and kingdom. It is rumored that the princess died alone from an illness on the island, so people call her the tragic princess. Someone like her would have lived a happy life if she had not been so ambitious. Speaking of not being ambitious, Karam immediately felt it sounded familiar. Is not that what the constables always say to people? Cian swung his sword to cut a monster, replying with an unhappy expression. It is different. Politics in the royal family have always been like that. Saying that, he looked towards the king who was fighting fiercely among the monsters. He was definitely a talented man. Emperor Dian is famous as an 8th level mage. If he does not ascend the throne, he will become the head of the mage guild. A common monster level is nothing to him. Being king is probably just a hobby for him. After clearing the monsters, everyone returned to the hall. The king enthusiastically invited the officials to drink together and discuss state affairs. People have been asking me about the situation in the kingdom. Recently, there have been many noble assassinations. This is worrying. Do these assassinations have anything in common? The High King replied, "Oh, all the nobles killed were corrupt officials, and black fog appeared everywhere at the scene. What do you think?" After some thought, Kongtho replied that yesterday he found traces of them here. It seems the assassin group following the Mish gang, the Black Fog, is active again. That makes sense. But someone needs to investigate thoroughly. Thank you for handling the trash. But I can't just sit idly by while they live in fear. What is the matter that troubles me? The king confessed that the nobleman was constantly blaming the fifth princess. You mean they deliberately framed Princess Arin in that case? I dismissed that nonsense to silence. But it seems a faction is trying to exploit her. I want to ask you for a favor as a friend, not as a king, if I leave first. Please take care of the girl. The Duke placed his hand on the opposite response. God. Viliad threw the Emperor's order. At the same time, at Scene's tent, after hearing what he just told, Emily asked incredulously, is that all? What else are you waiting for? Emily just regrets that sharpening did not turn into steel. She said, she is a princess. He only escorted her here. With this group, it will be a long time before getting married. I did not even go on a date. Scene quietly objected and told Emily that while I was gone, she would handle the work. You are going to train again. It is raining heavily. Do not worry, and do not stay up waiting for me. Scene left a sentence and was about to leave when Irene came to ask to talk to him. How long have you been here? About a month. Why did you come here? Irene looked at the giant light bulb in the room and said hesitantly, let us have a private talk for a moment. She kept staring. Scene helplessly ordered, go outside. Emily immediately obeyed, and before leaving, she smiled shyly. All right. Have fun. You too. Scene is sad but Scene Hong says, being happy with a 10-year-old kid. No, you are already 40 years old. After Emily left, Irene finally relaxed and openly apologized to him for what happened earlier. I feel like I have not behaved properly as a princess. Scene rubbed his head and replied, you do not need to worry. I also apologize for being rude. No way. If I were you, I would say the same. You are recognized by many. Unlike me, and again, you have grown up a lot more. Oh. And you are planning to join the academy too. Right. Or rather, before Irene could finish speaking, Scene immediately interrupted, apologizing but saying he did not think he could help her. Before Irene could recover from her shock, Scene coldly told her to leave if she came to make friends. I just want us to have a good relationship. Are you being difficult? Or do you think I am just a princess facade? At this point, tears uncontrollably streamed down Irene's cheeks. I understand. Being friends with me must bring you no benefit at all. Sorry for wasting your time. I must be blind. I thought at least we could talk to each other. But it turns out you are completely different from Mayor Archer. Hearing his brother's name, Scene immediately grabbed Irene's hand and questioned him. Archer? No. How do you know my brother? Irene endured the sharp pain from her arm being squeezed and frowned, saying she met him last year while walking around the Royal Academy. He advised me not to care about what others think, just focus on being a princess. Advice. My foot. From the moment she met him, everything was already arranged, the plan to overthrow Princess Irene. Thinking of this, Soon kindly reminded, I warn you. You have not even finished your sentence before she interrupted. Emily ran in breathlessly to report, Sir. Quickly run. Just as Emily finished speaking, the roof above them vanished into thin air. Lin Kan saw the giant monster and immediately shouted, it is Theudai's boat. Hurry up, see if Theudai is in danger. Emily stared at the monster until she saw it holding a large branch and swinging it straight at where Scene was standing. Then she was terrified and speechless. At the same time, Kwok Fyong, upon receiving news that two high-level monsters ambushed the border camp where the princess was present, immediately deployed the entire royal army to the scene for rescue. Back to the main events, Scene is hiding behind a large rock, observing the monsters and silently wondering why. After the Grim Reaper in August, they only live in the deeper parts of the barrel but suddenly appeared here. Something must have changed. Is it because of me? Emily sat beside the maw cat and said, lack of skin. I thought you were really gone. Now I will never leave you again. Remembering the scene earlier when Scene dragged the princess away from the attack of the giant August still makes Emily unable to help herself. I used to defeat even the Demon King, as if those monsters could really beat me. At this moment, the princess worriedly asked, do you think the mages in the camp are okay running away? Princess, do not worry. The knights are very strong. Emily reassured, but regret welled up again, making Irene burst into tears. If I had not come here, things would not have turned out this way. All the mages who came with me, a knight escorting her quickly reassured her, saying, we are fine. Princess, protecting you as knights of the kingdom is our duty. The remaining knight also agreed, saying, he is right. Princess, we will risk our lives to protect you. Un looked at the soldier, then his face immediately turned pale and he stepped back. The soldier was still confused and did not understand what was happening when the monster grabbed him from behind and squeezed tightly. Step back, and's car stopped in front to protect the princess. The monster suddenly stopped moving, snorted, then threw the soldier away and slowly approached the armored vehicle. I knew it. It was targeting me. Thinking quickly, Sin immediately ordered Emily, I will distract the Tron demon. You take the princess and escape. Okay. Emily responded with a sound, then directly carried the princess like carrying a sack of rice and ran away, conveniently reminding the soldier who was still stunned. What was the knight doing? Let us go. And feels a bit hurt seeing this. Is she really in such a hurry? Meanwhile, Tron has identified the target, immediately lets out a shout, and raises both hands to strike down where Car is standing, but before it could act, and jumped up and gave it a few tattoos. Why do I attract these high-level monsters? It feels like they can sniff something from me. Like reading my thoughts. Karam then gave a strange smile and said he had drunk the blood of countless monsters to become stronger. That is why people with their smell do not target strangers. Cian immediately got angry after hearing this. People know this too. Why are you only telling me now? I do not want her. What I want is your body. Because of this sentence, Karam was immediately strangled by the Truck and transformed into a sword kneeling form, with a hot weapon in hand, and Q confidently showed off his personality, and just a few basic moves made Tron lose his head. Phew. Now that no one is watching, let us drink some high-level monster blood. Seeing the horde of monsters like an army in front of him, Karam became even more excited, like it was a grand feast. Wait. That is, Cian looked a bit unbelievable staring straight ahead, only to see a fierce dragon glaring coldly at Cian and then letting out a roar that shook the earth and sky. No, it is still small, probably smells the person too. Why the dragon is here does not matter. What matters is that we caught it, secretly thinking, and immediately lent his body to Karam and happily ordered that the person must catch the dragon. No, must eat it. In another development, the king and the formula also arrived at the place and were ambushed by monsters. After dealing with a worm, the king asked, "This is the last one, right, Violet?" "Yes, it seems so, but what about the princess and her son?" The messenger ran back but saw no trace at all. Hearing this, the king spoke to reassure, "It is okay, he must be very worried about his son too. The formula for the avocado face, the boy has nothing to worry about. The most important thing is the princess." The king, a bit rough in culture, asked with a face full of prejudice, "The person is too suspicious. Is the boy really your biological son? Your family must know how to protect themselves." At that moment, the soldiers came to report. "Your Majesty, we have found the princess." "Father," Arin shouted as he ran towards the king. As soon as he saw her, the king asked Han, "Are you hurt?" "Hurry up. Father, I have to save him." "Save Iker, Cyan. Because of you." The king felt a cold aura emanating from behind him, coming from the position of the formula. "Are you Cyan's servant?" The formula asks Emily, who is kneeling on the ground. "Yes, I love you. Tell me, what happened to Cyan? I am scared. I have never seen a formula this terrifying." Thinking silently, Emily quickly responded, acting as bait to buy us more time to escape. The knight protecting the princess quickly made a suggestion. "I remember where it was back then. Just give the order, and I will go with others to rescue the day." Seeing the formula silent, the king is too impatient. "What are you waiting for?" "Viliad," the color appears. "No need." The answer from the formula leaves everyone stunned. "Are you serious?" The king thought he misheard and asked again. "We need to resolve the situation first. If the dam breaks, the monsters will flood into the kingdom. I must rebuild this place immediately. This is the only way to prevent further casualties." "What about the missing skin?" the knight hesitantly asked. "It did its job by keeping the princess safe. That is how family members should be." Arin felt even more regretful upon hearing the harsh orders of the formula. Why? No, it is still my fault." At that very moment, a deafening sound rang out, and Arin instinctively looked up to the sky towards the source of the noise. Then she saw a dragon flying. The important thing was, Cian was clinging to the dragon's leg. Dragons are creatures closest to the divine creation. They are noble beings rarely seen in a lifetime, supreme beings that inferior species like humans can hardly approach. It is an honor to fight alongside such a noble species now. But why? Cian sadly looks down. Why does it keep flying back and forth to the person I can't see? It is unbelievable. That is a dragon. Viliad, why did your son climb onto that dragon? What are you still thinking about? Why do not you save it? Gongxi did not respond but kept staring at Cian, as if trying to probe something. Cian struggled not to fall and silently cursed. Damn it. I really want to drink its blood. I never expected something like this to happen. Going back a few minutes ago, after Cian lent his body to Karam excitedly prepared to take down the evil dragon, but was almost immediately blocked by a group of high-level monsters. "All of you get lost quickly. I have no time to entertain you." Taking back my words, Karam uses sword techniques. A storm of mist slashes a few basic moves that already made the monsters vanish. Unfortunately, Karam looked at the dragon with judgmental eyes. It was not an adult. Its size already showed that, right at this moment, the greedy evil dragon fired a powerful blast at Karam. Karam was too focused on fighting to react in time. Taking the full brunt of the dragon's attack, his whole body pushed back and slammed into a rock, shattering it to pieces. "You insolent fool. This is the first time we have met, and you dare to spit in my face. Then I will slash your face." True to his word, Karam sprang up from the rubble and flew straight to slash the demon dragon's eye. The demon dragon cried out in pain, but as Karam was falling freely, it aimed its sharp tail at him to finish him off. Karam was not afraid at all, even smiling happily as he unleashed the 8-flower swordless strike on the evil dragon. Phew. I thought I could not beat it. My shoulders are so sore, I won't fall for the trap a second time, Karam thought to himself, then got into a ready-to-fight stance. Little did he know, he had overestimated the demon. It just flew up, then curved its tail and ran away. That damn spirit ran off. Stop right there. Do not even think about running. Taking the opportunity, Karam jumped and successfully grabbed the evil dragon's leg, then returned the body to Saiyan, caught up with it. Luckily, Saiyan was about to deal with the evil dragon when he noticed a large crowd of spectators below watching them struggle. Now how do I deal with this situation? Saiyan is confused and does not know what to do when Karam appears. What is going on? Why are not you doing anything? What do you mean? Don't you see the people below are watching us? If you strain your neck to the limit. So what? If you have chosen me, then you should do something about it. You want me to use the demon sword to deal with everyone down there. If they see what I do, they will burn me alive. So what? Are you going to cling to the dragon forever? I was also thinking about what was here. At a tense moment, Saiyan saw his father standing under the transmission formation. Is that 8-star magic? Does he intend to use the heavenly secret sword knowing his son is about to be swept away? Don't disappoint Saiyan. Your father, the Duke, really used a brilliant move to save you, making you so happy you cried. Father is truly proud of the title of Continent's Guardian. Seeing this, Aklan immediately tried to dodge the Duke's sword rain, but in the end, he still could not avoid losing one leg. In the case of putting them back on the leg that Saiyan is clinging to, he immediately loses his support and falls freely in midair. I can't believe I missed the chance to enjoy that special meal. Saiyan looked at Aklan with silent regret. What are you doing? Fly up. Do you want to kiss the ground? Karam anxiously shouted. No way. If I use the fog technique, I will get burned. Karam shouted angrily, getting even more fired up. So just fall down like a pig then. I do not know anymore. Maybe we should think again. Saiyan replied, then looked around, and his eyes shone brightly, immediately adjusting his body to fall into the river not far away. At the same time, across the river, a silver-haired demon was surprised to see Aklan, an Aklan flying around here. It was truly a rare sight. It is quite small. It seems to have missed the scent due to a deceptive color, the red-haired old demon replied. It seems to be a fairly strong ghost beast. The red-haired demon shook his head. No, that is a human. There is no way an Aklan would let a person slip away. Saying this, the silver-haired demon suddenly turned his head and stared intently in one direction. What is going on? The silver-haired demon pointed in that direction and said, I feel a strange energy there. It is strange but also somewhat familiar. Then let us go check it out. But the red-haired demon reminded before the silver-haired demon took off flying. Please do not kill recklessly just because you are bored. Back to Cyan. After struggling underwater for a while, he finally managed to climb ashore. Cyan, are you alive? When Cyan asked with concern, Cyan was immediately threatened. Don't open your mouth to talk to me. I am thinking of a way to deal with you. Cyan did not care. Casually replied, do not be crazy. I have to go back there. So you really want to come back? Let us go together. This is the demon down there. No need to worry. There is no way to encounter a high-level demon in a place like that. Just as Cyan was about to speak, a voice rang out. I knew it. Cyan immediately fell silent. I remember this voice. It has been etched into my mind so deeply that no matter what happens, I cannot forget it. The Demon King Velkarian. In the past, everyone who met him said it felt like looking into the embodiment of evil itself. That is exactly who is standing before Cyan now. The Demon King frowned and asked, are you human? Damn. Why now? Cyan sighed silently, then raised his weapon into a battle-ready stance. I asked if you are human. Why did not you answer me? In the blink of an eye, the Demon King stood behind Cyan, his face darkening as he spoke. Kid, do you want to fight me? Cyan was a bit startled and immediately swung his sword behind him. The Demon King swiftly glided like a gentle breeze, evading Cyan's attack. Seeing his hair fall from being grazed by Cyan's sword, the Demon King not only did not get angry but also smiled with satisfaction. I have heard that humans have unlimited potential. It seems to be true, does not it? Cyan could not help but use a questioning tone, now asking if this question is a bit inappropriate. But who is that? It is the Demon King. Demon King, with your current condition, how can you possibly defeat him? It is impossible. I can only try to run away, Cyan answered, then wondered to himself if he could survive when his opponent was Velkarian. Thinking this, his hand holding the sword trembled. At that moment, the Demon King spoke up, saying, hey, relax. Seeing Cyan peek out, the Demon King awkwardly explained, what could I possibly do to a tiny kid like you? Calm down and watch. To increase credibility, the Demon King lay flat on the ground and said casually, look, I won't do anything to you. Seriously, if you are that scared, I can lie down and talk to you at the same time. Even if I were a scoundrel, I would not fight with a child. The Demon King's actions caught Cyan off guard, and he just stood there watching him, his body gradually relaxing. Let me ask again, are you human? The Demon King asked with a smile, and only then did Cyan respond, yes. And then came a series of questions from the Demon King. How did you get here? Following the flow of the river. Is this your first time coming to the underworld? There is something strange about you. Who are you? Just an ordinary person. An ordinary person. But it seems they know who I am. The Demon King's gaze scrutinized Cyan. Although Cyan felt a bit uneasy, he still tried to appear as natural as possible and replied, we have never met before. The Demon King changed his posture, clasped his hands behind his head, closed his eyes slightly, and said, that is right. This is also the first time I have seen a human who can meet me anytime. With that calm attitude, is he really the Demon King I know? Thinking this, Cyan began to ask why he was here. The Demon King honestly replied, I felt a strange energy while patrolling around. Patrolling, that is right, as the Demon King. Of course I must be in the territory I rule. Speaking of which, the Demon King suddenly sat up and asked back. Hey kid, what did I just say? As the Demon King, you must be in the territory you rule. Aren't you surprised? I am the Demon King, I knew it. You must have heard of me somewhere before. What kind of kid can react like an adult? Has your mother never threatened you that if you do not obey, the Demon King will take you away? As the Demon King shouted, looking so immature, Cyan could not help but doubt life. He could not believe this was the Demon King he once knew. If everything goes according to my fate, the demon invasion is about to break out. But this guy does not seem like the type to do that. If this is his true nature, then what caused him to change? The more Cyan thinks about it, the more doubtful he becomes, cautiously asking if you are truly the Demon King. What is the wish you want to fulfill? The Demon King was surprised by Cyan's question. After a moment of putting on a serious face, he burst out laughing and replied, who would ask the Demon King such a question? That is bold, but it is nothing much. I just want my people to eat well and live well. But if anyone dares to stand in my way, the Demon King will shift from a bright smile to a cruel one, and I will deal with them all. That is the duty of the Demon King. Cyan saw that expression on him and was briefly startled. In just a moment, she definitely felt the true ferocious face of Velkarian that she had known in her past life. Right now it is being suppressed, but something definitely happened that broke the chains binding his face. I need to stop that from happening. Silently guessing, Cyan took a chance and asked the Demon King, do you want to make a deal with me? Something is about to happen to you. It will threaten the people in your territory. What are you saying? I heard it but did not understand anything. I do not know what that matter is, but I am sure it will spark a great war between humans and demons. The Demon King replied with an unhappy expression, meaning do I want to take your land? Cyan did not answer but continued to propose. So I want to negotiate with you. Promise me that no matter what happens, you will not start a war. I do not know what nonsense you are talking about. Whatever, alright, let us just say I won't start a war. In return, what will you give me? I will help you. No matter what happens to you, I will do my best to assist you. The Demon King now approaches, pressing his face close to Cyan's. Do you know something? Being stared at by the Demon King made Cyan a bit uncomfortable. And just as his heart was pounding as if he were sitting on a raft, the Demon King gave his usual mocking smile and asked with interest, what is your name? Cyan scooped it up. Cyan answered without hesitation. Alright, Cyan. Take it, as the master of the demon world. I promise you that no matter what happens, I will not invade your land. The Demon King spread his wings and flew into the sky, while also reminding, but you should also take responsibility for your own promises. Anyway, we have already made a pact with each other. Cyan nodded. Alright, so the pact is considered complete. After saying that, the Demon King happily left. After making a pact with the Demon King, the investigation team easily found Cyan unconscious, and he successfully returned. Then, he learned that the boy had survived the cruel claws. Cyan was taken to a monastery on the valley's border, which was temporarily used by the army as a hospital for rest. But as soon as you woke up, a Rin came to visit and made a shocking statement. You will become mine. This sentence can be understood in two ways. Either become my subordinate or marry me. What is she saying? No matter how I interpret it, Cyan still feels uneasy, so you usually answer straight, no. Hearing that, a Rin was initially shocked, then teary-eyed, disappointedly saying, of course, I am an incompetent princess after all. Cyan glanced at Arin. The ritual is about to begin. I know she is incompetent, but that attitude makes her even worse. Clearly, that is what will happen in the future. But I can't stop thinking about that bastard being connected to her tragic end. Long Chakan rises. Cyan reluctantly tells Arin that she is right. She brings no benefit to me or anyone with her current uselessness. She has no influence or manners at all. If I get close to her, it will only be disadvantageous for me. Even so, I will continue to watch her from afar until she fully develops into a better person. Watch me closely. Okay, do not be disappointed about that. No, I understand now. Arin stands with legs apart. I just need to improve enough for you to acknowledge me. Right? Saying this, Rin pointed at Cyan with a lively expression and declared, just wait. I do not know when, but I will become so strong that you can't ignore me anymore. I am looking forward to it. Cyan replied, feeling somewhat relieved. She quickly cheered up again. In the end, everyone is just a kid. Having chatted enough, Arin knows not to disturb Cyan's rest anymore. One more thing. Thank you for still being alive. Really, Arin said before turning away. A few days later, behind the forest path, in the dark night, a figure stealthily looks around. After confirming no one is there, he pulls a cube out of his pocket. Not much left, the mysterious man muttered while activating the cube. At that moment, a youthful voice called out. It was Renan Crimson. At the same time, Renan immediately sensed something unusual. His body suddenly became immobile, as if bound by invisible chains. A small space box. Its magical aura has already spread, An artifact that can create a dimension and has enough mana with infinite capacity. It is a masterpiece of the Garam Kingdom's Mage Association, is not it? The mysterious person gradually approached Renan, then used magic to snatch the space box from Renan's hands. I have been watching it for a whole year because I felt someone from the Empire was smuggling it. So that is how they do it. I will take this. Renan Crimson, the 7-star Mage Knight of the Kingdom of Garam. He is a mysterious person who takes off his helmet. Scene picked up. Renan was completely amazed. How did you end up here? Scene did not respond immediately but emptied all the items from the space box to check. I believe the person extracted blood from the color of the demon beast and brought them onto the smuggling supply truck. Scene picked up a claw to examine it. It was still fresh. Thinking quietly, Scene immediately made an assessment. It seems that a spy helped the person in the supply department provide this box. What is the person saying? I do not understand anything. Renan panickedly denied the accusation. No need to pretend to be dumb. Their blood has already been sold on the black market. Scene said, recalling the last time he asked Alice to get the blood of the praying mantis. It seems Alice got its blood through Han. Scene glanced at all kinds of parts of the demon beast just taken out from the space box, ignoring their freshness. They are too big to eat. So who is the traitor? And I can't let him go either. I do not know how Han controlled me, but I can move a little now. Renan took advantage of Scene's focus on sealing the item to secretly break his control spell. Letting your guard down will only get you killed. Kid, taking the opportunity, Renan used the breath skill of the storm aiming straight at Scene. Lucky, it did not hit, so the rumors about it are true. Lost the precious space box. I did not expect this to happen during the transport. Renan was sitting angrily on one side when suddenly a flash of light streaked by, taking away Han's right hand. My hand. Renan stopped in pain. Then he cut off the injured arm and cautiously looked around. What is this black smoke? And when he saw Scene step out of the flames unharmed, surrounded by a black mist, Renan seemed to realize something. But before he could say anything, Scene approached, grabbed his throat, and threatened him to choose. Tell me the Bonlo Road and the spy's name. Whether they leave straightforwardly or want to leave painfully to the point that even monks must pity them. The next day, at the exchange point west of Villius, 2 Bonlo men were loading the newly received goods onto a horse cart. 2 priority boxes. We will get a little more this time. Then we were shocked to find Renan's severed head inside. Scene stood from afar watching the 2 smugglers. Are not you going to do anything to them? Karam asked. Yeah. A warning is enough. Scene responds. The 7-star Knight Mage of the Garam Kingdom. Renan Crimson. He has been smuggling the blood of demon beasts from the front lines behind the Uchip Empire. All Bonlo items are sourced from the Magic Association of the Kingdom of Garam, place where all mages obsessed with magic gather. They study the origins and foundations of magic as well as the art of creating new magic. They are an association aimed at surpassing human limits. Right now, they are creating artifacts like space boxes, making all kinds of crazy things with beast blood. That is why Scene has made it his mission to stop it. Did you just change your profession from a corpse handler to a problem solver? I thought you would live for yourself, but this is not even for you at all. Karam sarcastically spoke up. Be quiet. I just do not want anyone else to use demon beast blood. Meanwhile, news of Scene going to the front line with his father reached Astro, so he decided to meet you once. As for the purpose, only God knows. After some time at the front line, Scene finally had to return to prepare for going back to school. The happiest person was Emily. She happily packed her luggage while dreaming of a rosy life at the academy. I was so excited. The academy is definitely better than this terrible front line. Right, Scene smiled wryly and replied. Yeah. For me it will be the beginning of a new hell. The academy is nothing like what Emily expected. In reality, it is a place full of schemes with various political interests intertwined. It is a place for people to make connections. There, jealousy and envy spread like wildfire, and networking is considered more important than studying. I heard the academy has many handsome teachers. Oh my god, what should I do? Will I ever find new love? She plans to go with me to the academy. Scene looked at Emily's ridiculous expression and shook his head in frustration. A few days later, Scene returned to the Duke's mansion. Everything remains the same, except for everyone's attitude towards you. For example, when I happened to meet Scene on the street, before you could even ask, Grant was already scared and ran away for his life. The servants who used to never even glance at Scene now show utmost respect. Just like when the formula or that bastard arrived, so much has changed in just 1 year. The effort put in was definitely worth it. Scene thought to himself as he went back to his room. As soon as the door creaked open, a burst of energy hit Scene, leaving him stunned. I recognize this energy. The energy that makes me want to nurture so much. That is right, behind that door is that bastard. Seeing Scene, Acho smiled awkwardly. It has been a long time since they last met. Seeing Scene not respond but looking up at him, Acho laughed and said, You do not remember me? Well, it is understandable since the last time you saw me was before you entered the academy. I have to stay calm. Calm. How can I stay calm? Now I will. Just as Scene was silently pulling out the demon sword to think about Acho, Karam telepathically reminded him that if he did not want his head crushed, he should stay alert. Thinking about him does not help. Does it? Karam's words gradually brought Seen's reason back. You close your eyes, trying to hold back your emotions. Then bow to Achu, the youngest son of the family. Seen greets the eldest brother. So you still remember him as your younger brother. How could I forget your face? You were worried if I would remember you, but luckily I do. Acho rubbed Seen's head and walked over to the window frame. He heard that your swordsmanship has improved a lot. One day, I will be able to assist the house. No, I will be able to assist you and Tung Hone on the battlefield. Yes, I am also really looking forward to that day. Big brother. Seen tried to speak as naturally as possible, but he could not hide his gaze that seemed to want to devour Achu alive. Catching that look from his younger brother, Achu was silent for a moment. Then said, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease, because the only reason I came here was to see you. He is the kind of person who would not bother looking at others if he considers them useless to him. Now that I realize his intention, I become strangely calm and rational. Thinking to myself, Seen smiles and replies, I want to see you too. Big brother. Honestly, I did not have that much luggage back then. Was it really that hard for you to carry them? Yeah, I am so tired. Emily placed the luggage in front of Seen's door, standing there panting from exhaustion when the door suddenly opened. Missing out. How could you leave alone like that? Emily seemed to lead the criticism of Seen. When she saw the person pushing the door open was not Seen but Astro, she could not help but be scared. Young master, I heard you are very close to Seen and it seems your relationship is really good. Just continue with your work. I already said I will marry Astro and then leave. Yes. Emily hesitated. After Astro disappeared, she turned to blame Seen. I thought I was going to die from stress. If that day comes, you should have informed me in advance. Emily, can you step outside for a moment? What? But do not make me say it twice. Seeing Seen's scary face, Emily immediately obediently left the room. As soon as she left, Seen rushed into the bathroom to vomit violently. Bad luck. You turned to blame Karam. Why did you stop me? Shouldn't you be thanking me first? That was also an opportunity for you. The very moment I fell was the perfect chance for you to take over my body. Don't get it wrong. I just want your rage to grow even stronger. That way, it is even better. Seen smiled slightly. Well, that is more like it. Elsewhere, as soon as Ajo returned to his room, his subordinate came to report, I have followed your orders and located the position of the second young lady. Where is the girl? It has been confirmed that the young lady is in the northern part of the continent, the land of the white spirit Bruna. Bruna, I did not expect the girl to live with a race that hates outsiders. That shows how attractive she must be. If there are signs that the girl will return to the empire, report to me immediately. The subordinate acknowledged the order, then looking at Ajo's bright face, boldly asked, has something happened to make you so cheerful? Why do people think that, because you look much happier than usual, was the meeting with you that interesting? Haha. Interesting, that is right. It can be understood that way. Speaking of which, the smile on Ajo's lips vanished, his cold eyes staring at his subordinate as if he was the one at fault. Right now, my mood is very bad. The subordinate saw this and quickly bowed his head, nervously saying, please forgive me for not understanding your mood clearly. Recalling Sayan's gaze made Ajo a bit troubled. Those eyes. It was as if he had encountered a beast. Did I misunderstand? There really are many things to worry about the boy. I will watch him closely so he does not go astray. The subordinate understood and quickly replied, yes, I will send someone to follow the young master. Well, I will be going now. Saying that, he left immediately. In a moment, only Ajo remained in the room with questions in his heart. Sayan, what exactly is my dear little brother hiding? The next morning, you did that and think it is okay. Emily questioned Sayan with a bitter expression, and I was helpless too. Although I really want to, the academy does not allow bringing additional servants there, so I have no choice. You knew this but did not tell me. Waiting until the end to say it. How can I accept that? Sayan waved his hand. All right, let us keep it that way. You stay in the clan and do not cause any trouble. We will figure it out later. All right, do not worry. The one I am worried about is you. Don't cause trouble at the academy. Of course, I am not a child. Sayan smiled and gave orders to the entourage. All right, let us go everyone. Do not forget anything. It really was an accident. Just said it and then left immediately. Remember to be careful with everything at the academy. Young master, don't cause trouble or let anyone bully you. If there is, tell me. You must study well and then return to the family. Emily shouted while sniffling. Warning Sayan. Sayan felt a bit helpless, thinking luckily she agreed to stay in the family, or this would be troublesome. Feeling cramped, Sayan remembered the time when he was 8 years old. That day it rained heavily, he had a high fever, lying unconscious without knowing anything, and no one in the family cared to check on him. Only Emily, despite the stormy weather, carried him on her back all night, running around the city, knocking on every doctor's door to get him treated. If it were not for her during that difficult time, Sayan would probably have wasted away alone in his room without anyone knowing. That is why you do not see Emily as a maid but treat her like a family member. That is why Sayan always tolerates Emily's somewhat rude actions and words. Alright, do not worry. I promise to find a way to get you to the academy. Don't worry about anything in your family either. I will write to you if anything comes up. Saiyan stuck his head out the window and spoke to Emily. Emily waved. I smiled awkwardly. All right, missing you puts my mind at ease. I will stay here obediently waiting for your good news. Saiyan nodded and smiled, but as soon as he got back to the car, his attitude changed. Now one thing is done, but it is quite strange to think about. Why did the family send as many as 6 knights to escort me to the academy? Although I am a duke's child, I have no status in the family to warrant such treatment. Well, coming to this academy will be quite complicated. There are still many things I cannot predict. However, it is also very much worth looking forward to as the convoy continues to move. As dusk gradually falls, the knights signal each other and stop. One approaches Saiyan's carriage to report that it seems we will be staying here tonight. Sir, all right. Everyone, if you are tired, let us rest here. We have traveled quite a distance from the clan already. We have already traveled quite a distance, sir. In fact, we are nearly at the center of the Sapphire territory, and we expect to enter the city there by tomorrow afternoon. All right, let us do that. Everyone rest and recover. Report back to me if anything happens. Saiyan replied calmly, feeling even more cautious. Lying again, as far as I know, there is no forest near the Siren territory at all. They think I am young and have never been there, so they believe they have fooled me. Saiyan looked around and guessed that they seemed to have directed their forces slightly beyond the border. That is why there are so many dense forests like this. I do not understand why they brought me to this gloomy forest to rest and camp. There must be another purpose. A little later, the knight from earlier came to Saiyan and said, Sir, the camp is ready, the donkey has been grouped, and the rest can get off the car now. Saiyan replied and slowly got off the car, deliberately asking, It is really quiet and the air is fresh here in the forest, is not it? But I do not understand why you are surrounding my carriage like this. Who sent you to take me away like this? The knights fell silent. Then one of them laughed. Saiyan no longer pretended, his face almost dripping with bloodlust. I am asking who is behind ordering you to do this. It is a bit rude. But someone about to die like you does not need to know this. The knight sneered and began drawing his sword. No matter what you ask, we just follow orders from above. Whether we want to or not, we cannot decide anything ourselves. With the honor of a knight, we promise not to let you leave in pain but to guide you to the other world as quickly as possible. If you have any questions, please go to the other world to ask. Then the other knights chimed in and simultaneously drew their weapons, advancing towards Saiyan. All you need to do right now is stand still. Everything will pass quickly. That is enough said goodbye for now. Sir, the knight swung his weapon towards Saiyan's neck, but not only did he fail to grab Saiyan, he was beheaded by him to the admiration of everyone. You guys are done for. Now that you have a pig's name, you should be afraid and answer my question. Saiyan held the demon sword in his hand. Threatening, the knights were terrified by the earlier scene and Saiyan's current appearance, unable to speak for a moment. If they continued like this, the only outcome would be death. Saiyan said in disbelief that he could not believe a remaining kid could act so decisively and strongly. Brian, one of the knights escorting Saiyan, had been standing aside watching his teammates explore the battlefield. Feeling confused and thoughtful, at that moment, a knight suddenly attacked Saiyan from behind. But Saiyan easily dodged and then used his incredible speed to slash the knight a few times, sending him flying. The other knights saw this and immediately ran away, but all were dealt with by Saiyan. Only Brian survived. Impossible. A new kid is only 11 years old, but how can he be so strong and cold-blooded? He said that after the battle on the battlefield, he was able to survive after being taken by that dragon to the demon clan's territory. Taking on this case is surely going to fail. We were too complacent and did not think he would be so terrifying. From the start, things were never as smooth as I thought. Saiyan approached Brian, who was so scared he was about to cry, and threatened him, but Brian quickly confessed. Young master, this was the Duchess's doing. Madame Margaret ordered us to take him into the forest and quietly assassinate him. Saiyan silently watched Brian's terrified expression. This guy is truly the bravest, but it had to be. His teammates have all sacrificed. If they do not reveal it, they will have to follow them. And then, Brian reluctantly became the groom carrying Saiyan to the academy. On the way, he voluntarily told everything he knew about the lady's actions. From what I know, rumors have been spreading a lot in the family recently. Have you heard about it? After being too scared of you, young Master Grandford asked Margaret to do something. As I guess, this action of the madam is following the suggestion of young Master Grantford. The madam did it to prevent future troubles for the young master. So it was because of that guy. No wonder after that attempt he kept thinking I was running away, like dodging left and right. Next time I return to the clan and meet him, I will continue to punish him thoroughly. While Saiyan was lost in thought, Breen suddenly asked, Young master, what about me? How do you intend to handle it? Please spare my life. I have told you everything. I only did what I was ordered to do. Sheen glanced at him. You seem completely discouraged. But at least you still have a strong will to live. Anyway, it is hard for me to return to the clan without completing the mission. Now whatever the young master does, I have no choice but to accept it. Although I was ordered from above to harm the young master, it is still my fault. All right, let us leave that for later. Right now, I need a servant. Just keep driving, whether we live or die. We will deal with it later. We already know what the person does. We will see their attitude later and decide then. Xian calmly replied, feeling uneasy inside, wondering how someone so stubborn could become a knight, though they were quite good at driving a carriage. Breen wiped her tears and looked at Xian, thanking him for not punishing her. Young master. Xian nodded. It seemed they had arrived. Saffron City Center in another development. News about Xian finally reached Lady Margaret, making her both angry and fearful. What the hell? Has she failed? All the knights have betrayed her. How could this be? Is there still one person who has not been found, and has he also disappeared? Yes. Madam, young Master Xian arrived at Saffron Central City last week. The steward replied. How can we believe that 7 bodyguards failed to assassinate a kid? This is truly beyond my imagination. Margaret could not hide her fear and exclaimed. We seem to have underestimated young Master Xian. He is still young, but his strength is truly overwhelming. Margaret heard that and immediately blamed the person who told her to do so. That kid is still very young. How could he be that strong? 7 knights were sent to accompany him. The butler said it was the subordinate's fault, but he guessed that some foe force might have helped the young master. I beg you, madam, to give me one more chance. This time, I will not be negligent or careless. The task at the academy will surely succeed. Since it is already like this, let us just stop. If we keep trying and fail, things will spiral out of control. He might be pushed to the brink and do things we and young Master Gransford can't anticipate. If you want to mess with me, be careful about yourself and your child. What I do is beyond your imagination. Remembering Xian's threatening look and words that made Margaret use herself. This matter ends here. Do not make a fuss or it will be troublesome. Furthermore, this news must not be disclosed to anyone. Understood. This is quite important, so those involved should handle it properly. Margaret ordered the butler without knowing that their conversation was being eavesdropped on by Atro's henchmen outside. Returning to Xian, the day after leaving the central city of Sapphiron, Xian successfully arrived at the academy. This city of Samot reminds you of many past events with memories that once caused you much pain. But in this academy, many things have changed your life for the better. I am Xian, a member of the Fuik family. Here as scheduled, Xian spoke while presenting the family badge. The reception staff felt a bit intimidated. Then, as Loitan guided Xian. Yes. Young master, everything has been arranged properly. Sir, please follow me. Your next task is to go to the dormitory to register. You can rest there for now, and in a few days, there will be an opening ceremony and an entrance-level test for the students registering at the academy this term. The employee's unnatural gestures and attitude puzzled Xian a bit, but he did not bother to care. As Loitan handed Xian a box containing the room key and an envelope. Oh my god, it is so spacious. This room looks so luxurious. Brian gaped at the huge room in front of him. Is this room meant for royalty or what? What kind of dormitory is this? Before, no member who enrolled in the academy ever got to stay temporarily in a royal room like this. Not even my damn older brother. Someone must be behind this. Thinking silently, Xian turned to ask Brian, you have brought all my gear up here, right? Yes. Everything has been brought up. Don't worry. Day. Alright, finally I can enroll with peace of mind. Now it is just a matter of waiting for the entrance exam. So, thank you Brian. But your journey ends here, Xian said as he put his hands into his jacket pockets, as if preparing to pull something out. Brian was scared by this act of yours, hurriedly begging for mercy. Please do not kill me. Suddenly, a large bag of gold fell into Brian's hands, leaving him stunned. That is your payment. Take that money and run away. Do not ever come back to the family. With that money, you can live a different life in peace. Listen to me. Do not you dare come near the clan's territory again. If that witch finds you alive, you are done for. You understand what I mean? Right. Brian is silent. After a while, he knelt down, bowed his head in oath, and pledged allegiance to Brian Kenrick, a knight who had been stripped of his title. He hoped that thanks to the Lord's mercy, he could live until now, and if the Lord had compassion, he would show it to the end. Let Thuka serve Thiu Da. No matter what hardships come later, Thiu Da can command Thuka. Thuka will not refuse even if it means sacrifice. Scene looked at Brian with a judging eye and said, you talk big. What kind of knight are you? His inner self added that his strength was still too weak. Brian replied a bit shyly, being a knight is true, but due to lack of experience and low skill, the squire still only does tasks lower than other knights. But deep down, the squire always remembers his father's teachings. If in the future I meet a master who truly treats me well and I can trust them, I will resolutely follow them with all my heart, never regretting any sacrifice. This loyalty of the servant is directed towards the master, hoping to be allowed to serve. Do you really think I am sincere? It seems you still lack enough experience. Brian, this person's action will need to be carefully considered afterwards. Why? Do you think following me will lead to what you desire? If I take you to the gates of death someday, will you resent me? Brian was intimidated by Xian's cold glare but still firmly replied that once he was loyal to the young master, no matter what happened later, he would never regret it. Alright. Got it. Xian patted Brian on the shoulder, who was there listening to the situation outside the main hall. If there are any issues at the academy, report back to me. I am not interested in the academy's opening ceremony at all. Maybe I will wait until the entrance exam to appear. The entrance exam for the students has ended. Kunal Kuso, the academy principal, and lecturer Siri Kanakitty are discussing the test results together. It was truly a high-quality entrance exam. I did not expect so many talented students from across the empire to join the academy this time. Hopefully, the empire's future will be as bright as this generation. Kunal is satisfied looking at the results of one of the 2 students who love magic the most in this enrollment period. Arin Severos, 2-ring magic power, magic strength level B, 52% holy body aptitude with light and shadow. Sessa Hakan, 3-ring magic array, a level magical power, 53% saintly physique with earth energy. At first glance, these 2 students truly have extraordinary talents, but there is also another quite special student, Scene Wirtz. This kid, Kunal is a bit hesitant looking at Scene's results. Magic power levels, holy body quality 92% magic power. Siri agreed, truly not expecting him to have such a different talent. The best student to graduate from our academy before was Alice Wirtz, a person with exceptional talent and intelligence. Known as a prodigy when young, at graduation, the Eucharist level only reached 88%. This family always produces extraordinary talents. I thought no one could match Alice, but now a new talent has appeared. The girl's younger brother is truly a talent that needs attention and training. However, what needs to be noted about this kid is that his nature is of the dark system. That is right, with this talent, his strength and speed are unquestionable. But if he can't control this dark power, he might end up following my path. Do you know why this kid, who is so young, was sent to our Royal Academy? Well, there are many rumors. But as far as I know, he was assigned to this academy by the Emperor. After the battle at the border with the demon tribe, the Emperor has witnessed his power. Moreover, he saved the princess from the monsters, so the Emperor considered he had found a suitable match for his little princess and cared deeply for that boy. From this, we can see the future if the 5th princess, who was believed to have no chance of claiming the throne and was thought to have no talent, was betrothed to a rare talented person from the Duke's family. This will lead to unpredictable changes in the future for both the princess and our empire. Siri made a guess, which is understandable. A princess without real power is always seen as weak in the struggle for power, but if she becomes influential, the battle for the throne will become even more intense. This may cause our empire to be in constant turmoil, with the people and soldiers shedding blood endlessly. Since it has come to this, we just have to accept it. This is the Emperor's decision, and we cannot interfere. We cannot predict everything in the future. All we can do is observe the situation and let time prove whether this boy can join forces with the princess to create a new power or if they will perish in this fierce struggle for the throne. Elsewhere, the test result also surprised Cian with 92%. It was unexpected to have increased so much. Last time, after checking the input, I only had about 80% of the Eucharistic qualities. It seems this time is very different. The increase in aptitude is probably because I drank too much monster blood, so my physique has improved significantly. Right now, Cian spots Renz and his friend. Renz saw Cian and was terrified as if seeing a ghost. Screaming, "What the hell? This bastard must have thought he was dead in the forest." That is why he was so surprised. At this moment, the fat guy next to Renz asked, "Who is this kid in your family? You treated him like a servant and taught him many lessons in swordsmanship duels." Right, Renz went a bit overboard with the last drink, so now he has to keep lying. That is right, that kid is my younger brother, a weak kid named Cian. That kid, you seem to have just joined the academy. So there are still many things you do not know. Right, I heard you do not even know who my mother is. Right, Cian knows this fat guy. He is the son of Marquis Fenelon of the Duchy of Gam. Pope Fenelon, in his role, he is truly your nightmare. He and Renz have been tormenting me throughout my time at the academy, but this time, I am really lucky to run into both of those scumbags here, which Pope knows who he is dealing with but only believes Renz's lies and starts bullying. It seems like this kid is new to the academy. I need to teach him a lesson so he can behave a little better. Pope patted Renz on the shoulder and then approached San. Seeing this, Renz fearfully advised, "Hey Pope, wait, he is weak but you need to be careful." "Alright, leave it there, don't be afraid. Since we have met here, we should get to know each other a bit." Renz still does not dare to tell the truth and keeps trying to persuade. "I think we should go." What did he say to him later? "It is time to eat now." Just as he finished speaking, Pope was kicked painfully by Cian. After dealing with Pope, Cian turned to Renz and said, "Let us have a little talk." "Shall we, Renz?" Renz's eyes were now filled with tears, his face fearful, and he stammered, "So, what is going on?" Cian approached, placed a hand on Renz's shoulder, smiled wickedly, and whispered a stern warning into his ear. "I do not care what you are plotting, but I am very kind, as you have seen, but if you dare to touch me one more time, you won't graduate intact with a full spine." With that, Cian left proudly. In his heart, he silently hoped, it seems from now on life at the academy will be very interesting. Behind him, Renz seemed drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground. A little later, in a corner of the library, whether he becomes a disaster or a hero in the future, I should keep an eye on the student named Cian. In April, Sarika went to a bookshelf and reached out to grab something. It is not here. While Sarika was surprised not to find the book she needed, Sign was standing behind her, holding a book in her hand. She spoke up. Is she looking for this? Sarika was startled by Sian's sudden appearance. I can't feel her presence. However, she quickly hides her emotions, turns around and smiles, saying, how could you get in here? This is a restricted area. Then, Sarika pointed to the book in Sian's hand and asked, what is your name? Sian. Right. Can I return that book to you? Do you need that document for research? Sian smiled and replied, oh, you mean this book? Of course. I have to pay you. Then, you silently took a black object from the book and handed it to Sarika. Sarika reached out to receive it. Thanking you, Sian. Before Sarika finished speaking, she stopped abruptly when she saw what Sian handed over. Suddenly, Sian was startled, sensing impending danger. Something was rushing straight towards your head. Sian quickly retreated backward, successfully avoiding the attack. The book was destroyed, many pages flying in the air. Sian looked cautious, then smiled and said, aren't you the one looking for it? Lecturer Sarika. No, the head of the Misk assassins. Sarika Nikiti. Sarika held a weapon in one hand and raised a black item with the other, her sharp eyes staring at Sian. Questioning, who are you? Sarika is standing in front of me right now, and Sian suddenly remembers the image from before. Sarika was then smiling kindly, asking him with concern how his life at the academy was going. Sian remained silent then. Seeing this, Sarika smiled and said she knew he wanted to quickly end this boring conversation. But face-to-face interaction is very important for a student's development. Sian's face was full of gloom as she opened her mouth. She did not care, and Sarika did not give up because of that. She sat down opposite Sian and said, actually, she was quite interested in her, Sian. Sarika's words surprised Sian greatly, and the gloom on his face gradually faded as Sarika continued. An abnormal 84% amount of dark elements is quite rare. Sian hesitated to speak, but they said it was an element without any properties. Sarika laughed and explained that there are many aspects of the dark element that humanity still does not fully understand. On the contrary, I believe your potential for growth is limitless. I wish you success in the future, Sian. Back to the present. Sun once again looked at Sarika and silently said that his first impression of lecturer Sarika was quite ordinary. He hoped for growth from himself, but all he received was bullying from that damn older brother. Everything at the academy back then felt like a joke. I was enlightened with a mix of emotions. If she understood the dark attribute like that, could she lead me? I was mistaken then, but I was deceived. Never let the friendly smiling face behind those glasses fool you. The Royal Academy lecturer is just her disguise. Her true identity is an assassin. She is one of the leaders of the Miss Assassin Guild, mixing in the academy, where many noble children of the continent gather. At that moment, Sarika smiled and withdrew her weapon. Good. You will hear more details about this in the lab, according to you. Before that, go clean up all that messy stuff. Having said that, Sarika turned and walked away. Scene frowned, silently wondering how she could remain so calm after what he said. A little later, Scene also went to the laboratory. He looked around the room once, silently reflecting that this place was still the same. Then Scene went to the chair and sat opposite Sarika, naturally picking up the cup of tea she had prepared for him. After a sip, he smiled and asked, did you poison the tea? He thought to himself, no wonder she was so indifferent. Sarika smiled and replied, I can't support it, so do not worry, that should be enough to melt a little of your insides. Hearing that, Scene's face still showed no sign of fear. On the contrary, you even smirked slightly. But that won't work, because I have already tried drinking the blood of countless demons and poisons that Emily created. Silently, Scene's eyes sharpened as he looked at Sarika, suggesting he hoped she would increase the fire next time. Sarika withdrew her smile, opened her mouth to ask, so, can we start our conversation now? How do I know her identity? Moreover, I even know the exact location of the organization's misdirective placed under the little-known books in the library. Or do you want to tell her first that you are also part of the Mist Club? Scene asked back, do you need to prove anything else? Sarika sneered, thinking her dark prime value was high and bragging. Huh kid. Scene was not offended because of that. You calmly said that on the way to Sachin. Everyone asked if it was really okay for you to bring only one knight, even though he was just a driver the whole way. I heard that recently noble descendants have been dropping dead one after another on the way to school. Since when did the purification process take place? When the mark on Sarika suddenly erupted, her eyes filled with a sharp aura locking onto Scene. She said, purification process. I do not understand what you are talking about. Scene also refuses to back down, unleashing his spirit to confront Sarika and laughing. Usually is not that related to the Mist Assassination Organization. Sarika threatens. You will regret the things you just said. Scene laughed coldly in response. Is she threatening a student? Sarika said no more and kicked the table towards Scene. So she intends to play this way. While asking, Scene punched the table, breaking it into two halves. Meanwhile, Sarika took advantage of the moment the table blocked Scene's view to flip and appear above his head. In his hands, there were also two sharp weapons. Scene seemed to have anticipated Sarika's move. Your face did not change. You glanced at her and said, I thought I had proven my identity. Even if I really am a mist, I am one of the leaders of the organization, and she knows the faces of almost all the other mists. After speaking, Sarika swung down, crossing her arms to strike at Scene. Scene jumped back to avoid. Sarika immediately followed, smiling and saying, You can't escape. You are tough, Vu. No way out now. With a slight sigh, Scene decided to summon the demon sword Karam and swung a strike to block Sarika's attack. Sarika was startled looking at the weapon in Scene's hand. If she did not believe it, he would have to prove it. Scene retracted his words, his face serious, and took the initiative to attack. Sarika passively blocked a few of Scene's attacks, then quickly retreated, and then exclaimed, Wait, you... That sword. Could it be that the weapon can only be used by those chosen by Iru, Karam's demon sword? Scene asked, Have you finally admitted it? Right now, the organization is also searching for the heir to their power. Correct. Sarika raised her eyebrows, unbelieving as she looked at Scene and asked, How come? Scene smiled and requested, Look, the heir you all are looking for is here. Take me to meet Iru. Moment later, Sarika led Scene to a house in an alley in Luang and, after casting a spell to open the door, could not help but ask Scene, who was overwhelmed by what he was witnessing, Aren't you surprised that the base of the Mist Assassin organization is in a place like this? Seeing Scene did not respond, Sarika did not ask further and gave directions. This is the entrance to the chapel I want to go to. From now on, I will have to walk on my own. Scene did not hesitate to step through the door. This place is an independent space created by the power of the god of the storm, so it looks much bigger from the outside. 2 throwing knives at 4 of the clock and 3 throwing knives at 11 of the clock are attacking together. Thinking quietly, Scene just easily got past the first trap. I knew it would not be normal, but I did not expect it to be this extreme. Is not it a bit too much? Scene quickly jumped back to dodge the sudden attack from 4 assassins, then continuously avoided the blade of one approaching assassin. He even used them to counterattack, surprising the assassin who managed to block his strike in that brief moment. That is awesome. Immediately after, the assassins used secret techniques to attack, signaling death as they all rushed towards Scene from all directions. Scene did not hesitate and gathered mana to use a secret technique to attack. That technique. No kid like him could possibly use it. While the assassins were still panicking, Scene continued to use the blood tide technique, a high-level secret skill of the top assassins in the organization that allows the user to convert bloodlust into physical attacks. I can't breathe. One assassin tried to resist but eventually lay unconscious on the ground like his 2 teammates. They will be out for quite a while. There is still one assassin left undefeated, a top-tier assassin. Thinking quickly, Scene used his sword skills, but as he was deploying the invincible traps of the Great Tree, the assassin charged directly, disrupting Scene's trap deployment. At this moment, Scene raised his sword to block the assassin's sudden attack while wondering who he was. It seems he has mastered the assassin's skills. Then I won't intervene anymore. Scene caught the assassin's mask as it fell, revealing his face and leaving Scene stunned for 5 seconds. Because that assassin is none other than Lord Sarika himself. Show me your true power, Sarika said with an excited expression. Scene immediately uses the 8th Mist Shoe technique, a continuous strike, to meet Sarika's demand. Sarika quickly reacts and lightly blocks Scene's technique one after another. Then with a more serious expression says, You are skilled in both Mist Shoes and swordsmanship now. You keep making me more and more interested. Show me how great your potential is. Before Sarika could finish speaking, Scene grabbed his pants and ran away, fighting spirit intact. That is what stirred Sarika, making a lord of the palace drown in the desire to fight. She would want to fight until it was a matter of life and death with her opponent. Anyone who has fought her will understand. So I need to get out of here immediately. Come back here, Scene. Picking up the drink. If you do not want to drink the offered wine, do you want to drink the penalty wine? Sarika said as she ran after Scene. As soon as she caught up to you, she used sword techniques and a mist storm to attack Scene. Scene blocked Sarika's attack, thinking to himself, I have no desire to fight a freak like her. This space was created by Iru, so no one outside can detect your presence. No need to worry. That is right, I can unleash all my power here. I was strong enough to kill her. But Scene suddenly lost his power and was about to fight when he suddenly froze and collapsed to the ground in Sarika's confused eyes. I knew then. You could rest now. Karam escaped from Scene's grasp and slowly transformed into human form. She is, I do not want to say much. She knows who I am. Right. Sarika immediately knelt down to pay respects. Yes. You are the demon sword Karam. What is the current situation? You also worship Iru, but now you are attacking my master. I was just testing to see if he was as strong as rumored, to see if he was truly the chosen one. The answer did not satisfy Karam. She suddenly unleashed her power. So why did not you call your master right from the start? If someone takes the initiative to do this, I will see it as a challenge. Sarika laughed and replied, I think we should pay attention to that kid first. What? Karam immediately turned around to look at Saiyan and found him coughing up blood, lying in a heap on the ground. Hey, Why do you look like you are about to die? Sarika explained. You appeared in physical form, but it has a side effect. It will corrode the life of the host. Karam grabbed Sayen's collar arrogantly and said, Hey, how much does this effect really matter? He just drank a whole bunch of beast blood. At this moment, Sarika continued. Sarika Nikiti, the leader of the Mist Assassin organization, will never refuse any more battles. If you are my opponent, I definitely cannot refuse. Seeing Sarika's transformed appearance, Karam also had to use his strength. What the hell is wrong with me? I am starting to feel a bit scared. Let me go. Sayen pushed Karam by the collar and said, Oh, you are still alive. Sayen did not answer but asked irritably, Why did you suddenly appear? Step back so I can teach that girl a lesson. It is an honor to fight you. Karam got even more upset upon hearing that. Do not cry and beg just because I hit you. I also hope you can push me to that point. Just as the two big sisters were about to beat each other up, a voice echoed through the space. Enough. On Iru's day, a portal opened. Then Eru ordered to take the chosen one to the altar. Yes. Sarika knelt and replied. Sayen was thrilled inside. Finally I get to meet Eru, the Lord of Darkness. Everyone says the Dark God is very evil. The god of assassination skewered without hesitation and justified it as an act for the benefit of others. He replied that it was exactly what they wanted. Others cannot decide right or wrong for someone else. If death can help a person protect their own principles, then that is enough. Everyone says this way of thinking is crazy. But Sayen wants to tell them that this god only wants to protect the weak. He is a foolish god. Back to reality. Sayen steps through the space gate to meet the god of tasks, the Ru. Eru sat slouching on the chair. As soon as he saw Sayen enter, he asked, Do you know who I am? Of course. Uru's servant. Your name is Sayen Vat Zhao. I have never met you before. What proof do you have to claim that you are my heir? Surely you have felt the power of the mist inside me. There are two ways to become the heir. The first way is to give it to the person in charge ourselves. The second way is when the person in charge finds a qualified person on their own. I did not know who you were, so I assumed this was the second situation. Indeed. The stone case that was supposed to be in the hall suddenly disappeared last year. Above all, I never expected anyone could wake Karam. Even I could not find her anymore. You control the girl pretty well. Karam immediately argued. Who controls whom? Eru did not bother to respond but said it was a pity for Sayen and those eyes. The light shining from them did not suit his age at all. Eru looked at Sayen for a moment, then smiled with interest. So that is it. You are an alien from a timeline I do not know. You do not know about it. Thinking silently, Sayen asked with a skeptical look, I thought you were involved in why I am here. If you want to meet an omnipotent and all-knowing god, you have come to the wrong place. I am not strong at all. My status as a god was taken away long ago. He was right. I should not have expected anything. Sayen thought to himself, but this is quite beneficial for us. Sayen does not understand. What are you talking about? Eru explained that a perfect strategist came here by himself, so now I have less work to do and do not need to lift a finger anymore. Sayen looked at Eru with silent contempt, thinking he was still as lazy as ever. Hey, you brought something quite complicated. Eru saw the thin sword piercing through Sayen's shirt. You already have a demon sword and you are still not satisfied. Are you still planning to seize the power of the sword? For now, I do not intend to do anything yet. I just think, Sayen pulled out the sword, laughing fiercely, saying if the world does not know about this thing's existence, it might become useless. Your intense passion is really something. Fine, I won't ask anymore. Anyway, it does not concern me, but I will follow the rules. As the supreme god of humans, I will ask you this question. Eru raised his hand high, gathering accursed mana, then asked, Strategist who has received my power, what will you do with this power? In the previous life, Sayen was asked the same question. At that time, you answered that you would live for your brother. It was indeed a foolish answer, but they do not care about their past life's answer. Why is that? Don't I also have something I desire? Sayen recalled that Eru said at that time. Remember it. There is nothing more dangerous than blind faith. Perhaps Eru foresaw his tragic end. This time it must be different. Thinking of this, Sayen took another step forward and firmly replied, I do not have any grand plans. Like a noble purpose or a sacred belief, I will only use your power for my own personal purposes. Just for myself, right or wrong is up to each person to decide. Are you confident that you won't regret it? You would better answer carefully. Based on your answer, I can deal with you right here. Sayen is not afraid at all. I do not care about the consequences of my actions. I will not obey anyone's orders. Eru asked with excitement. It seems you already have a plan. Can you tell me? No. Sayen usually replies straightforwardly. It does not really matter. As long as you clear my name. Alright then, I won't ask you any more questions. You are quite boring. Now I will talk to my daughter. Taking back her words, Eru finally reached Karam, her voice gentle and soothing like talking to a child. You have changed quite a bit, have not you? Do you like your owner that much? Such a good kid. Karam is blushing. What the heck are you talking about? Seeing you like this makes me very happy. Eru said, then puckered up and moved closer to Karam. Karam got angry, stepped away, and stopped. Eru tried to control Karam, who was dodging him like dodging a spear, persistently pouted and said, Stand still. I am trying to treat you well because I have nothing to give your master. Hemph, this crazy old man. Hey master. Do something. Whoa. The father-son bond is truly touching. Cheyenne said a word and then turned away, leaving Karam to fend for himself. As Aru's seductive lips touched Karam's forehead, a seal appeared, and then Karam transformed into human form. Is this? I have a body now. At the same time, Cheyenne also felt that Karam was no longer using his mana. Did Eru use his own power to create that body? Very quickly, Cheyenne had an answer. At this moment, Karam angrily grabbed Eru's shirt and questioned him. What have you done to me? It is not much. I just gave you a bit of my vitality. After that, if you do not want it, you need to have a body to be useful to your master. Hearing that, Karam frantically shook Eru, who had just said something. Foolish mech. Eru did not resist but smiled gently. Cheyenne witnessed this scene and sighed softly, truly like father like son. The next day, at the academy dormitory, dear, Breen whispered into Cheyenne's hand. What is going on? Cheyenne reluctantly replied, I do not know either. Just ignore it, but it is lacking. Breen looked at Karam and Sarika with fiery eyes. I do not think this is something I can ignore. Karam twirled a lock of hair in his hand, smiling genuinely, and said, Oh, it is early and the instructor has already come to see the student. Didn't you think others would start gossiping about how special your relationship is? Sarika replied bluntly. Of course, I did that to guide him onto the right path. This is a completely normal relationship. A sect leader like you should be more careful. Whatever I do has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business. The master only needs me. Stay away from him. He is my student. Cheyenne, standing aside, could not bear their quarrel anymore and had to leave. Thigu Day, please do not leave me here with them. Brian just opened his mouth to beg when he heard the two sisters behind talking, and it made him sweat nervously. Hey you there, draw your weapon quickly. Flip the pancake. Oh, how could I refuse this offer? Leaving the academy, Cheyenne went into the city center. Standing on the rooftop, looking at the city from above, he felt relieved. Finally, he could relax. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood hit Cheyenne's nose. He looked in the direction the blood scent was coming from. At the street corner, Lesimus is being beaten up by three young men. At this moment, one of them suggests, Hey, let us try using that. It is your mouth. You really are. Then just do it quickly. The blonde young man smiled and rolled up his sleeves to create a mana sphere. Hey, look at this. Suddenly being called startled Lesimus. I brought you some snacks. The blonde walked up and squeezed Lesimus's jaw, forcing him to open his mouth. If your friend makes breakfast for you, you will eat it. Right? The blonde laughed awkwardly, raised his hand to cast a mana spell into Lesimus's mouth, but a shout from behind made him stop. The three bullies all turned to look at the girl who just shouted. How could you do such a cruel thing to a classmate? You should be ashamed to call yourselves nobility. The blonde with a cheap attitude. I am Barrett Louis Mean of the Kingdom of Garam. Who are you? I am Erin Severus, the princess of the Ushab Empire. When Barrett Louis Mean heard the name, her attitude immediately changed. She burst out laughing and said she thought it was someone else. But she was just the fifth princess. Nice to meet you. Then Barrett approached Erin and extended her hand to her. I feel like I do not want to shake your hand. You would better explain this situation. Maybe she is misunderstanding something here. Should I ask him? Barrett smiled and turned to Lesimus to urge him, telling her to speak up. Before Lesimus could understand Barrett's hint, he was grabbed by the collar and pulled up, then slung an arm around his shoulders, saying, Are we bullying you? Lesimus was silent for a moment, then replied, No, they did not bully me. You do not need to hide it. Just look at you. Arian had not finished speaking when Lesimus interrupted. It is okay. Please go ahead. We are just chatting among ourselves. Barrett now smirked and said to Aaron, Did you hear that? I am starting to feel dissatisfied. Whatever. But she will go with me. Aaron firmly replied and reached out to calculate Lesimus's sleep, but Barrett grabbed his wrist tightly and said, Do you have a problem? Understand. Aaron blinked and asked, What do you mean by that? Didn't you hear Lesimus telling you to go? If you do not let go of me right now, I will use my name to report this. Before Aaron could finish speaking, Barrett mocked her, saying she was nothing but a weak little kid. Just then, Cyan suddenly appeared, tripping Barrett and causing him to fall face first to the ground. Then he looked in shock at the girl they had been bullying. Lesimus, that girl is Lesimus Yu. Lesimus Klen, the first continent's top swordsman. She was born in the Klen Empire, but for some reason, after graduating from the academy, she joined the Klen Count family in the Garam Kingdom and even changed her nationality. In the previous episode, Cyan received an order from the Empire to assassinate her. However, after infiltrating Lodi, he ultimately decided to face Lesimus in a fair one-on-one duel. For no particular reason, you just do not want to secretly assassinate someone who has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship without mana. Someone who has earned the title of the continent's #1 swordsman. Back in reality, Barrett's friends saw him lying motionless and hurriedly ran over to help, but he pushed them away and stood up on his own. After today, there are so many bastards who like to poke their noses into other people's business. You are seen Vatra. I have heard people talk about you. You have returned from the front lines. Right. Do you want to join our little game? Scene secretly despised it. Games are ridiculous. Misusing mana crystals can destroy the mana in your body. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. Scene replied, a game that forces others to eat mana gems. Fine, let us play. As he spoke, a mana orb gathered in his hand. The sphere grew bigger and bigger until it reached a gigantic size. With Barrett and his comrades watching in horror, Scene said sharply, "What are you doing? Open your mouth quickly." Later at the Academy's infirmary, most of your wounds have been treated, but you need to rest in bed for your internal injuries to heal. So just rest for the whole day today. Lysimus gratefully said to Aaron, "Thank you so much. I do not know how to repay you." Aaron smiled smugly and replied, "I saw how those bastards ran away when our scene scared them. We only do what we should, so there is nothing to worry about." Our scene was a bit unhappy, but he did not bother and just looked at Lysi, water shock and mild concussion. Yet she endured it. Truly impressive, as expected of the top swordsman. Being stared at by Scene, Lysi must have felt a bit awkward and asked, "Could it be that you know me? I feel like you are staring at me." Scene shrugged and replied, "I thought I knew you, but I do not. Sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable." Lysi shyly replied, "It is nothing." Aaron looked at Scene and then at Lysi must. Seeing that there was no relationship between them, he felt relieved to ask, and Lysi must, where is your dorm? What if those bastards find you and bully you again, to retaliate or something?" Lysi hesitated and replied, "Civilian electricity." Aaron was surprised to hear that. "Civilian electricity. Are you a farmer?" "Yes. I was admitted to study thanks to the coach who signed my name. He promised to give me money for school, but suddenly the academy kicked him out. So in other words, no one here is supporting you." "Yes. So there is a chance you might have to drop out." Hearing Scene say that, Aaron turned to look at Lysi with a sympathetic gaze. "Poor you." At this moment, Scene suggested, "Why do not you make her your servant, princess, and learn swordsmanship from her as well?" Aaron points at Lysi must, looking confused, and asks, "What are you talking about? Is Lysi must a boy or a girl?" Scene fixed it. While Aaron was still being upset, Lysi must have explained, "I did not mean to deceive you, princess. It is just that having short hair and wearing boys' clothes is more comfortable. So many people mistake me for a boy." "No, I'm sorry." She still does not recognize the female agent. Even though Scene does, maybe she is not cut out to be a girl. Lysi must quickly wave her hand. "No. No way. You should be the one to apologize. Anyway, what do you think?" "I think Scene's idea is good. If you come under my protection, the bad guys won't bully you anymore. You can learn anything you want and have a comfortable life." Lysi had to lower her head, and after a while, she could not help but ask why it had to be her. "Actually, I do not really like being alone either. I can't just do nothing because after all, I am a princess." Lysi must be grateful and say thank you to you now. "I promise you I will become someone who can bring honor to you." "Thank you very much. No need to thank me. It is all thanks to Scene." At this point, Aaron turned around and suddenly realized Scene had slipped away from the eel restaurant without him noticing. Scene walked briskly outside the school grounds, thinking he had done enough. "I am sure Princess Aaron will handle the rest, but now I understand why Lysi had to leave the Yushif Empire. If it were not for Barrett Lua's mead at that time, she would never have lost mana. The top 6 swordsman who has never lost mana would be hard for even me to defeat. Anyway, now I am interested in something else. This morning I received an order from Lord Surika. That was my first assassination mission as a hitman for the Blind Sun organization. The first mission was a bit difficult. That was what Scene thought after reading the mission information. Remembering her sincere smile and words of belief in Surika's potential, he felt unhappy. No way. If she already intended to boss him around like this, he feared things would get even more troublesome in the future. With a thud, the front wall shattered into pieces, revealing through the smoke the image of a tall, strong young man who made Scene somewhat hesitant. Perhaps a monster in the academy. The person is Scene Wirt. "Where is the young man?" the other one asked. "Huh. Do you know me?" "Of course, the owner of 1-star magic and S-Rank physique, the youngest son of the Wirt family." Scene Wirt. The young man smiled arrogantly and introduced himself. "I am Setsuken, a new trainee like you." Scene heard it and immediately doubted life. How could such a giant be a new student? Was there anyone like this in his past life? At this moment, he flexed his muscles and said, "I have heard a lot about your achievements. You defeated the demon beast and even survived after being attacked by the horde. Right. Moreover, he possesses an S-class physique that even I cannot achieve. Fight me." Scene Wirt. Scene looked at the young man with fiery, passionate eyes, then suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now, the sign on his back is the symbol of Spania." So the rumor that the prince of the messenger had come to the academy was true. Spania, a nation founded in the desert, lies to the east of the continent. Thanks to a strong military force led by the Grand Prince, who has innate talent in magic and combat, even the Yushib Empire struggles to invade this country. But the once proud great power known for its strong unity quickly declined and was ultimately destroyed due to the sudden death of the crown prince, the sole heir. It is believed that the cause of his death was illness caused by the cold. The great prince valued physical training so much that he neglected his own health. Unexpectedly, I met the Sahakan Lightning Envoy Prince. If you see a Saiyan silently staring at you, it means they are upset but won't say it, so decide quickly. This encounter did not happen in my past life. The session is real, but from what I know, it is embarrassing. Thinking about it, Saiyan replied. Right now. That is right. We will decide who is stronger between you and me. I will not accept your refusal because I know you think the same as I do. No. The answer was unexpected, making Set stunned and asked, why? Because dueling is forbidden in the academy without permission. You have to make an official offer at the management office. Okay. Where is the management office located? The 3rd floor of the main building. Got it. I will be right back. Just wait there. Saiyan. Then turn around and run straight in the direction the Saiyan pointed. I heard that even his brain is all muscle, so the rumor is true. The management room is actually in the opposite direction. Although I do not know if there really is a challenge request, I probably won't see him again for now. For now, let us focus on the assassination mission. Thinking this, Saiyan quickly left the academy for Zickerman Anbaz's secret basement, his assassination target this time. Zickerman Anbaz is one of the 3 richest people on the continent. In the eyes of the public, he is a righteous and virtuous man, but behind that mask, he is a beastly slave owner and animal trafficker. Sir Zickerman, we have prepared the product. A soldier came to report to Zickerman. Hearing that, he shouted loudly, then do not just stand there. Quickly hand it over to the customer. Today I will exhibit my greatest work of art, everyone. Make sure you watch it closely, on my command. The subordinates received the order and acted immediately. Saiyan stood in a dark corner observing the situation, thinking to himself that he would finish much earlier than expected. Hearing Karam's voice, Saiyan curiously asked, what is going on? I sense a very complex energy. That target guy is hiding something very strange. Zickerman looked inside a prison cell and chuckled. Finally obeyed. Rest in peace, my golden egg-laying hen. At that moment, Zickerman saw a cloud of black fog approaching. Before he could understand what was happening, he saw the subordinate standing next to him fly headfirst. Someone, the scar-faced guy, immediately drew his sword pointing towards the dark corner. After regaining his composure, Zickerman started shouting in a condescending tone. What are you staring at? Catch that guy. Niña, make it worth the money I paid. Stop hiding and show your face. Just as the scarred face finished speaking, a shadow rushed over. Zickerman only managed to block once before the sword in his hand was knocked away. Then, Scene chopped the tendons in his leg, circled behind him, and slashed his neck with the sword, sending him off to meet his ancestors. Zickerman, knowing that all his subordinates have been dealt with by Scene, still boldly shouted, where have the rest disappeared to? You will find out soon because you are about to follow them. Scene taunts. He hires many soldiers but still is not liked at all. Zickerman now understands the situation. Seeing Scene slowly approach made him scared and fall down, dragging his feet back while trying to negotiate. What do you want? Money. If it is money, then I have a lot. So it. Zickerman's raised arm was chopped off, causing him to scream in pain. Zickerman conducted countless inhumane experiments and crossbreeding among many races. He even owns a slave market that has been strictly banned by law. Isn't that enough reason for him to pay with his life? Do you think? Now I will give you 1 minute. Repent for the sins you have committed. Then, the pain will disappear. It turns out you were the one trying to kill me. Zickerman cried and argued, saying he did all these things just to make a living. Didn't people see that he traded these products and slaves because there was demand for supply? The ones who buy them are the real bad guys. He said. What did I do wrong? Yeah. Bastard like you will never know what remorse is. Silently responding, Saiyan said coldly. 1 minute is up. I will send you off in the most painful way. Without hesitation, Saiyan still used the 8th close combat technique to slash Zickerman into pieces. Unlucky. He took a breath and started walking around Zickerman's secret basement. Stopping in front of a prison cell door, he turned to ask Karam if this was the place. That is right, we can feel the combination of 2 energy waves. Saiyan swung his sword, cutting through the guards and entering the prison, then was surprised by the scene before him. A girl behind. She is no longer moving, so has not she died. She is just a human. There is nothing left to see here. Karam immediately retorted, no, look at what she is holding in her arms. That is a dragon egg. A few hours later, at Saiyan's dormitory, Brian looked at the dragon egg on the table, confused, and asked, where did you get it from? On the way here, I picked it up. Of course, Brian's judging eyes immediately responded, who would pick up something like this? I am telling the truth. I picked it up while walking. Saiyan was not embarrassed to reply. Dragon eggs. He did not expect him to want to sell something so dangerous. Was he planning to move it somewhere else? While Saiyan was thinking, Brian anxiously asked, what if it blooms? That won't happen. So you do not need to worry. Each dragon is a mana block made from a different element. Even if one continuously transfers mana of the same element to it, it does not guarantee the egg will hatch in most cases. A dragon egg without its mother is just like a stone that cannot hatch. But as soon as those words were spoken, the eggshell cracked open, and a little girl with 2 small horns was born. It is bloomed. It is bloomed. What do we do now? Brian panicked and shouted. Saiyan was momentarily unsure how to handle it. This was neither dragon nor human. Could this be a dragon person, a hybrid between dragon and human? It turned out to be much more deceitful than I thought. The little dragon's eyes shone brightly as he rushed to Saiyan and called him Papa. Dad. Does it see me as its parent? Saiyan was still adjusting to the culture when he heard hearty laughter not far away. This Papa, only 11 years old and already a father. Karam laughed heartily, teasing Saiyan. Seeing her happy expression, Saiyan could not help but silently resent and blame her. It is all your fault. Karam, a few hours ago, when Saiyan was unsure what to do with this egg, Karam beside him suggested, why do not we just take it with us? If this thing falls into the hands of ordinary people, it would be dangerous. It makes sense, probably can't open by itself. Karam smiled confidently, saying he had never seen a dragon hatch without a mother. This thing is nothing but a dangerous rock. Because of that belief, Saiyan brought the egg back and the baby dragon was born. Yet Karam, at this moment, shirked all responsibility and said, living long really means witnessing many strange things. You just said you have never seen it before. That is why I said living long lets you witness many strange things. Karam nervously replied, then asked skeptically, so, a hybrid between a human and a dragon? What if its very existence is the danger? Saiyan was silent, his mind tangled with lies. Half human, half beast. Moreover, a dragonborn born from humans and dragons. This world is too dangerous for such a creature to exist. If discovered entering the academy, the principal will immediately worry about the external threat and seek to eliminate it. Purebred dragons, upon learning of this child's existence, will try to destroy everyone who knows about it. Such a danger. Do I really have to bear it? After all, its fate is to live in suffering, so it is better to act now. Seeing Saiyan's intention as he slowly reached his hands toward the little dragon's neck, Karam smiled and asked, so you finally decided on that? Thinking about it, maybe it is better for him that way. Yes. If it has to live in misery, then it is better to end it right now. Just as Saiyan was about to act, the little dragon slowly opened its eyes. The sleepy eyes immediately opened wide when they saw Saiyan, happily rushing over to hug him and repeatedly calling, Baba. Like, a warm, indescribable feeling rose in Saiyan's heart, softening him. The little boy has grown up and made a decision. It will be fine. Just keep raising him. Karam weakly replied. Are you planning to raise it to command it? So annoying. Meanwhile, at the Duke's castle of the Vat family, Marguerite Godette, after failing to assassinate Saiyan, could not eat or sleep well. She was just afraid that if Saiyan was left like that, her child would sooner or later be in danger. While she was anxiously pacing in the hall, she suddenly heard Echo's call, which startled her. Mom, your husband seems worried. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Thank you, Margaret replied confidently, then made an excuse and quickly left. I think I waved and smiled goodbye, but as soon as Margaret was out of sight, Han withdrew his smile and coldly ordered, pack up. Kellen. After the bodies of the knights from the territory were found in the Balayas Mountains, the remaining one was confirmed to have entered Luging with the youngest son. The person they love as you predicted is Lady Margaret, the royal stewardess. Is there anything else? After the news that he was assigned to the royal area of the academy, somehow all the spies disappeared. It is all old news. So in short, you could not find out anything about my younger brother. Looking at Acho's expression and wicked smile made Kellen shudder, feeling disappointed in him. I do not keep incompetent people by my side. Remembering Acho's words, Kellen silently resolved that someone who has climbed to this position cannot just fail like this. I will go in person. Trust me, I will definitely not let you down. Acho's face finally relaxed. He patted Kellen on the shoulder. I know Kellen's passion well. All right, let us start right away. My brother is definitely hiding something. Investigate thoroughly. Obey Lord Echo's orders. The next day, Surika hurried to meet Scene. As soon as he saw her face, Scene looked displeased and asked why she was here on a non-school day. Surika was surprised to see Scene feeding a baby, wondering why there was a baby in the dormitory. Scene sighed and replied, explaining would take too long. Just tell me your purpose directly. Well, let us talk about that later. There is something more urgent now. You have caused a big problem. Trainee Scene. Surika took out a piece of paper and placed it in front of you. It is a challenge letter. What are you thinking? You have not even had enough sleep. Are you trying to get attention like crazy? Scene started to feel a headache. That annoying guy, daring to send a challenge letter. Why are you so panicked? What is so interesting about 11-year-olds fighting? Karam said with a hateful look. This 11-year-old kid is not an ordinary student. Scene replied silently, then turned to ask Surika. So when is the fight? 2 hours later, Scene was immediately called to the arena. With a proud look, he greeted the audience and said to Scene, I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Scene replied, surely people are the same. Right, without waiting for Scene to respond. He continued, at first I wanted to fight martial arts, but here there is only sword fighting and magic dueling. If you intend to use magic, Scene replied indifferently, if you do not use it, then I won't either. Alright, I like that, so let me see your swordsmanship. Suddenly, like a flash, he jumps up high and swings his sword down, pretty fast for that body, but an attack that only focuses on strength is easy to counter. Dealing with someone like you requires finesse and sharpness, not just power. Scene silently assessed, then gently drew his sword, continuously deflecting all of Set's strikes. It was not that easy. Frustrated, Set said and added more force to swing a direct strike. But the result was still the thin sword in Scene's hand blocking it. He combined the downward strike with a spinning force, but still could not use that tiny sword to block my blade. Thinking quickly, Set changed his attack direction, using extreme speed to slip behind Scene. Before he could do anything, Scene had already sheathed his sword and accurately lunged to where Set was standing, grabbing his leg. The boy fell to the floor, making Set wonder if Scene had grown eyes after the break, but very quickly, just as the handsome face was about to kiss the floor, Set managed to use both hands to push down on the ground, using one leg as a pivot to spin and kick Scene. Scene leaned back to dodge, his eyes full of excitement as he looked at Set, amazed that he had already counterattacked in such a short time. The kid is surprisingly agile. Even the trainees watching the match from the stands are stunned by Set's performance. What was that move? Is he really human? After a moment of silence on the arena, he burst out laughing. In terms of swordsmanship, I have already lost. Scene wins. If things have come to this, I have to use any means to win. I will use all my strength, withdraw my words. He swings the sword in his hand and begins to unleash his power. Scene answered casually, inwardly thinking how troublesome the person was. Elsewhere, the principal watched from afar, understanding Set's intention and nodded, saying, now they intend to use magic to compete. They are indeed bold kids. Initially, they only used swordsmanship to fight, but later they relied solely on magic. Surika stood by and commented that during the swordsmanship duel, Scene clearly dominated him. Headmaster, I think so too. Surika, the principal replied, thinking to himself that Setsakan's physical condition is great while Scene Wirtz's grades. If we consider their physical level, this result is understandable. However, person's physique is only a basic condition for using magic at higher levels. Set's magic level is 3 stars, the highest among the new students. While the principal silently analyzes, Surika stands outside appearing calm but is furious inside. What will he do now? Why do not you just tell the whole world that you want attention? Scene. People should fight with all their might. Scene Wirt. Set's whole body was wrapped in golden light. The surrounding earth and rocks were stirred up and gradually formed into a giant fist. Following Set's swinging motion, the fist headed straight towards Scene's position. Death Fist. So now he is planning to use magic. Just as Scene thought, he jumped to the side to dodge Set's attack. But there is no way to escape. Without hesitation, Set created a powerful cutting whirl chasing after Scene. Seeing Scene refuse to counterattack and only use the worm card, Set was furious and immediately used the desert claw technique to form a claw cutting through the surrounding area around Scene. Then, the claw quickly slammed down, shattering the floor where Scene stood and creating a deep hole in an instant. Scene did not know when he had escaped outside, and now he had a general understanding of his opponent's abilities. Considering Sahakan, his magic level is 3 stars, but at this rate, won't he be able to use 4-star magic? You glanced at the mage machine outside the shield. The lecturer machine maintaining the shield might have trouble. Scene's refusal to fight properly made Set angrily condemn him, asking how long he planned to run away like a rat. Scene is taunting. So do you want me to stand still and take the hit? If you are a warrior, you must not dodge my attack. You brat. Scene looked 3 parts hateful and 7 parts scrutinizing. Do you know that both of us are just kids? Shut up. With a fierce roar, he gathered energy to unleash a powerful attack, a 4-star magic move creating a giant sand vortex rushing straight at Scene. This strike is hard to dodge, but Scene stopped running and smiled, saying, alright, this time I will take the hit head on. At the same time, in the dormitory, Brian happily called the kid to use after preparing the milk. Unexpectedly, when he saw the girl, he was stunned to see that she had just been born a few hours ago but now was as tall as a 3-year-old child. Back to the main event, the sand vortex created by Set's 4-star magic has covered the entire arena floor, preventing all students watching from knowing what is happening inside. While the instructors maintaining the shield are struggling to keep the barrier from breaking, a crack started to appear on the barrier, causing an instructor to panic and order, the protective shield is collapsing. Hurry and fix it. Hemph, what kind of trainees are these two? The lecturer gritted his teeth and endured, unable to hold back, saying, the situation has become very critical. What is the principal doing? Sir, we must stop this match immediately. Before Surika's proposal, the principal calmly replied, just wait a little longer. Something is happening. Seeing Saiyan activating the secret spell of the deer orb made Surika worry and silently say, stop it quickly. Of course, Saiyan did not hear Surika's inner voice and continued to use the secret technique to create a huge manosphere that sucked in all the orbs into it. The more I observe Saiyan, the more amazed I become. Ho ho. While the principal was delighted with Saiyan's performance, Surika was silently blaming him for using that technique here. On the battlefield, The vortex created by the examiner was swallowed by Saiyan's manosphere. Then Saiyan just clenched his fist, instantly causing the sphere to shrink and disappear. The crowd in the stands started whispering. His magic disappeared instantly. That black spell was a magic incantation. I have never heard of such magic before. So what exactly is he? Are you still planning to keep fighting? Saiyan asked Seth, who was now wide-eyed with astonishment at what had just happened. After a moment, he seemed to lose all strength and knelt on the ground, looking defeated and saying, "No, I have already lost. I never expected to be the loser. I was completely defeated in both swordsmanship and magic. I feel really discouraged and a bit sorry for him. I may have broken his trust a bit too much." Just as Saiyan was feeling uneasy, Seth suddenly punched the ground hard, laughing excitedly and saying, "Well done. Very good. I am tired of defeating the weak. My desire for training is rising." Seth stood up and extended his hand to Saiyan, saying he did not know when it would be, but he was sure he would challenge him again. "Would you accept my challenge then?" Saiyan picked up. Saiyan refused Seth's handshake and straightforwardly replied, "No, I refuse." The match ended. Saiyan returned to the dormitory. I know dragons mature faster than humans, but she already looks like a 6-year-old child. The growth rate of the dragon is quite fast too. At this rate, won't the kid quickly grow as big as me? Brian scratched his head and said to Saiyan, who was staring blankly at the little dragon, about this matter. "Well, I was not paying attention. The girl has grown up a lot. If she keeps growing at this rate, it will be hard to secretly raise her here." Saiyan asked about the crab flower when suddenly someone answered, "You can't hide it forever." "Right, Saiyan." Saiyan turned to look at the person who just arrived and spoke at the same time. "Sarika, I already let your sword slide, but I can't let this dragon off the hook, especially when you wash the dog like crazy today. What exactly are you thinking?" After Saiyan briefly explained the little dragon's background to Sarika, Sarika looked at the girl once and said, "She is growing incredibly fast. Just a moment away and she has grown this much already. You have to take responsibility for what you bring back during the mission. But something like this is hard to hide. Brian will take care of the girl, and there is a barrier set up in the dormitory, so the presence of Karam and the girl will, well, as long as you do not cause trouble." Sarika interrupted Saiyan and handed you an envelope. Saiyan read the content inside and forced a smile, saying, "This victory prize for a match like this is a bit disappointing." Sarika shrugged, showing indifference. "Before leaving, I reminded you to be careful during this time. Drawing too much attention won't bring anything good." Sarika left. Brian curiously asked, "What is that?" "Oh, a warning letter. It says we will be fired for improper behavior." Getting kicked out," Brian anxiously exclaimed. The little boy running around the house heard this and worriedly asked, "What should we do, Dad?" "We will live at the end of the street near the market." Where did the girl learn that word? Does the kid even understand what it means? But she is growing up so fast. Thinking quietly, Scene rubbed the boy's head to comfort him. "Not yet, kid. Do not worry. Are you sure you will be okay? If we go back to Vilius, I will. Do not worry. I will file a complaint." Scene looked at the last line of the letter. It did not come from the administrative office. The principal had sent the letter himself, meaning he wanted to speak with him privately. Remember last episode, when Scene said he wanted to join the Light Knights? The principal said, "Finally you have decided to dedicate your life to your brother." "Yes." Scene was very decisive. "That path does not seem to suit me much." Scene immediately cast a cold glare at the principal. "Haha, I am sure you know. So let me give you some advice. Choosing this path will lead to nothing good. No matter the challenges or harsh fate, you will gain nothing in return. It is like living as someone else's puppet. No matter the outcome, in the end, I will still blame my brother." That is what he told me in the previous scene. I wonder what he will say to me this time. Just as Scene was lost in thought, Brian hesitated and said, "Should not we give the girl a name later?" "Name? Right, we can't keep calling her kid forever." Almost immediately, Scene replied, "Nana, how about it, sir? You have not even thought about it yet." While Brian was still stunned, the little one excitedly shouted, "Awesome, Nana. Even when read backwards it is still Nana. I will be Nana's rescue." After saying that, the little girl happily ran around Scene's feet. How does this kid know my last name? Scene was still wondering when Brian next to him started crying loudly. It is over. The girl will be bullied by the other kids. That night, at the Royal Academy principal's office, the principal, while approving documents, suddenly recalled Scene's match. He knew that dog had great potential, but being able to absorb 4-star magic with a 1-star core was terrifyingly talented, though it seemed the dog was not struggling that much. "I want to know your limits," Scene said. At the same time, Scene was also on his way to the principal's office. Colonel Quaizel. He was the one who taught the current emperor, Diane Severus, and is also the father of the last queen, Diana Quaizel. Colonel, one of the few 9-ring mages on the continent, fully devoted himself to educating students at the academy after Diana Quaizel passed away. "There is one thing I want to know about him. I always thought he was a pacifist, but in this life, he suddenly intervened in the royal succession war." While Scene was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed something unusual that made him stop. It seems his lordship's personality has not changed at all. Scene reached out his hand forward, only to be immediately blocked by a barrier. He knew he would come, yet still set up a 9-star barrier. Alright, if this is a test, then I accept. Inside the office, Kunal also sensed the movement from the barrier. What am I gonna do now? Only a great mage can destroy that barrier. Just as the principal was waiting, bang. Scene made his entrance through the window, not the door. Principal Kunal, I am Scene, a new transfer student. I came to file a complaint. A complaint, the principal replied, feeling a bit disappointed inside. So he ignored the barrier and jumped in through the window. I lost. Yes. The letter was sent by you, but after seeing the barrier outside, I was certain of one thing. The warning letter is just an excuse to test your talent. Right, the principal honestly replied. Yes. Although it was a bit harsh. You have proven your talent, but I will not withdraw the warning. Or you can try to persuade me. So can I ask you something? Go ahead. Do you want to see the expansion of the empire or the fame of your family? The question is beyond the principal's data. His expression immediately changed. Then he became cautious and said to Saiyan, that is a brave question. Neither of you are. Huh. Is that so? Then after Emperor Dian's death, if the third or fourth prince had tried to seize the throne instead of the eldest prince, it would not have been approved. I am not brave, but arrogant. The principal's eyes gradually contained a guiding fire. Saiyan silently awaited the principal's wrath, secretly sympathizing as he had once been Ichio's pawn. And he believed the principal was not much different from him in matters of fate. In the war to reclaim his position in his past life, Kunal contributed greatly to helping Crown Prince Lunal Severus become emperor. Lunal was a ruthless and lustful man. He slaughtered all his brothers, and when Kunal opposed him, he accused Kunal of being a traitor to the empire and sentenced him to life imprisonment. He devoted himself to illuminating the future of others but was ultimately betrayed by that very person. Sure enough, just seconds later, Kunal angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Nonsense. Do you think the peace of the last century will be easily overturned like that? I thought he was a genius, but he is no different from a fool. Do you think so?" Shai analyzed that the mother of the eldest and second princes died of illness, while the third and fourth princes are on par with the eldest prince. The Nepala's family, from which Queen Cassandra comes, is famous for being obsessed with power. They will do anything to maintain it, in my opinion. The empire's peace is already hanging by a thread, and the day peace is shattered, this academy will fall. The principal was startled by these words. Is this the thought process of an 11-year-old? They know everything about the current political climate. After a moment of surprise, Kunal tried to stay calm and replied, "Why are you talking to me?" "To negotiate. I will help you for the peace of your family and the entire academy, so please withdraw your warning." The principal suddenly laughed. Then a huge magic array appeared above Sheen's head. "Do you have enough strength to do that? Feel the weight of your arrogance." After speaking, the principal used the thread judgment skill, causing threads to extend from the dazzling formation around Cian. Cian smiled at the principal, thinking to himself, "You really want to go all out." Principal, no matter how talented you are, it is not easy to escape from the confinement of a chessboard. Looking at the car being restrained by chains, the principal stroked his beard with a tilted expression. "It seems I have overestimated the dog's abilities. Then I will show you." Cian smiled lightly and used the combat magic skill, a level 1 magic ball, to test the principal's magic, making him start to feel confused about the true talent of this kid. The thread of judgment disappears. The car casually brushes the dust off its shoulder, and asks the principal if that is enough to make him think I am useful. "I admit it. I will withdraw the warning. Are you sure you do not want anything else?" The car smiled and replied, "Yes, I just want to study peacefully at the academy." The principal asked suspiciously, "Is that all?" "Yes, that is all." Feeling uneasy, "I do not want to witness the academy collapsing once again." Taking advantage of the time, Brian went to town to buy the items Sin asked for. They are mostly snacks that kids love. Just thinking about Nana eating happily makes me feel better. Brian was happily heading home when he suddenly sensed something was off. Why are the streets so unusually empty today? Or am I just being too sensitive? The sound from the dark alley caught Brian's attention. Something was coming. As soon as he saw the person, Brian exclaimed in surprise, then disappeared shortly after. Only the bag of items he bought was left scattered on the street. Returning to the main story, after talking with the principal, and agreed to try to attend all the classes. Today you only need to study for the whole afternoon, but for Xenid is not easy at all. Listening again to what was learned 30 years ago is truly like torture. Studying is boring, might as well go there to practice. Cian was about to skip class when Irene suddenly appeared behind him. "Where are you going?" "Then, class is not over yet. I am going to the bathroom." "Your Highness." "Lying." Irene exposed. "The bathroom is not that way." "Are you really going to the bathroom?" Lesma stood behind, feeling a bit shy, and said, "Irene." "Princess. What are you talking about?" Cian Doyley immediately changed the subject. "Did you allow him to call you that?" "Princess. What? You call it resisting a—" "Yes. I allow him to call it that when we are in private." Suddenly realizing something, Irene showed dissatisfaction and questioned, "So why do you still call me your Highness? We are friends. I am just a commoner, and you are the noble princess of the royal family. How can I casually call you by name?" You are indeed stubborn and old-fashioned. I accept that compliment. Your Highness. Wallen and Irene were socializing. Fabian and Neruvian, two princes and Irene's half-brothers, appeared and immediately started teasing Irene, going with a commoner, just grown up and already clinging to the servants. Sparrows flock with sparrows. The lowly stick together. The Nepelos family people, they did not hide their contempt for Irene. At this moment, the two princes finally noticed the presence of the carriage. That person's name is Cian Voth. Cian politely responded, very pleased to meet you. I am Cian Voth, the youngest son of the Voth family. The two princes immediately treated Irene like air passing through her to the car. How could I not know the son of Count Voth, my father's close friend? I was very impressed with your sparring just now. Next time we organize a tea party, I will definitely invite you. Then we can continue our conversation and become closer. This is not an opportunity you get easily. Their attitude towards Cian is completely different from Irene. Cian glanced at Irene still bowing in the distance, then quickly replied, yes. Thank you, sir. See you later. Neruvian approached and whispered to Irene, saying the trouble was not caused by just one person. After all, she is just a lowly princess, so do not be so arrogant. Irene, know your place a little. Understand. After saying that, he and Fabian left proudly. They are princes. Why are they so cruel? After all, we are family, bound by blood. Lazimos protested. Who knows? Cian said, in my opinion, they are even worse than strangers. Irene was a bit startled and looked up at Cian. Whether blood or water, standing before power is useless. Therefore, their coldness is actually a form of respect for you. If they already want to be cautious of you, then you do not need to worry about them. I will be going now. Irene was moved by Cian's disguised words of comfort, her face unexpectedly blushing like a ripe tomato. Cian returned to the dormitory and, not seeing Bryandaw, called out to Karam, here I am, the one disturbing my sleep. Why are you in spirit form? This form hides your aura better, but if you have something to ask me, go find Brian for me. Karam froze for 5 seconds, then shouted fiercely, am I a dog that you tell me to go find someone? What do you mean by that attitude? He knows his way back. Speaking of which, Karam suddenly paused, then sniffed and continued, the smell of blood. At the same time, in a small alley in town, Brian was being beaten up by Barrett Lewis Mean's men. I already told you nicely earlier. Why did not you obey? Now you have to face the big deception. Understand. The only guardian knight of the master is so weak, truly a half-hearted fool. Now I will cut each part of the human body and send it to its owner. This is the price to pay for daring to show off in this Barrett Lewis Mean life. Just thinking about that moment makes me feel nauseous. Suddenly, Brian muttered something that made Barrett stop and ask, what did you say? When someone is unreasonable, who is challenging whom? It is so funny. That sentence made Barrett furious. The madman got beaten badly. Brian was not afraid at all and even added fuel to the fire. I just feel sorry for you all. Barrett smiled wickedly and ordered his men to hold him. Just then, a familiar voice spoke up, asking what they were doing. Sayan jumped down from the house to get a clear look at the face of the person who dared to bully his servant. Barrett Lewis Mean turned out to be a person lacking something. Brian looked up at Sayan with a miserable face. It seems the person's vocal cords are also damaged. As soon as Barrett saw Sayan, he laughed excitedly. Anyone who dares to come here alone, Sayan will take care of. This is even better. I will tear you apart. I am really looking forward to it. Sayan laughed wickedly, then used the 8th killing technique. Chaotic strike, right before Barrett's stunned eyes, directly sending his subordinates to meet their ancestors. In the blink of an eye, he defeated my mercenaries. Is there really no way to beat him? What kind of monster is he? So terrifying I will destroy him myself. Barrett shouted and raised his hand forward. Before he could cast a fireball, Sayan kicked him flying backward. You have not changed at all. Torturing the weak like that, is it really fun? At Sayan's question, Barrett smirked and replied, do you want to poke your nose into someone else's pleasure? Are you trying to use this as an excuse to kill me? Barrett Lewis Min, the eldest son of the Lewis Min family, is considered the ruling faction of the Garam kingdom. Even in his past life, his habit of causing trouble was very well known. He was used to beating servants and even burning small animals alive for amusement. Later, he let his cruelty go too far and caused a murder. He brutally killed a female classmate. His excuse was that he wanted to test his magic. In the end, the mist gave the task to kill him, and when Scene arrived at his mansion after he was expelled, he witnessed that scene. Countless servant corpses lay scattered throughout the basement. When Scene was about to torture him slowly before killing him in the most painful way possible, he said a sentence that Scene still remembers clearly to this day. He sneered and said not to waste any more time and just deal with him now, because he had already played all the pranks he wanted. Looking back, maybe killing him that way was not such a harsh punishment, because in the end he still got to do everything his way, and the price he had to pay for completely changing someone else's life was still too little. Thinking this, Scene covered Barrett's mouth while creating a manosphere, realizing Scene's intention. Barrett panicked, quickly pulling back his hand. wondering what he was about to do. Barrett has arrived by now and still boldly threatens, thinking he can escape after doing this to me. I am Barrett Louismian, the pinnacle of power in the kingdom of Garam, and you talk too much. Scene forcefully shoved the mana orb into Barrett's mouth, silencing him. Some may despise me, some may not like me. I do not care what you say about me, but you should not have touched my subordinate. This has nothing to do with you, you damn scoundrel. Scene stood up, withdrawing his words, and looked at Barrett's painful expression with contempt. Kalen, Astro's subordinate who had been watching from afar, was shocked and decided to report this hidden strength to Lord Astro. Perhaps young Master Scene will be a major obstacle to his plan. Suddenly, from behind Kalen, Surika reached out to cover his mouth with one hand, while the other hand used a knife to stab his neck. So it turns out that person, a fan of Nat, has been tailing my student for days. After dealing with Barrett, Scene went to check on Brian's condition. Before I could say anything, Brian spoke up.
I'm sorry.
Young Master, I did not expect them to bring so many people to attack me like that. His face twisted. Thinking to himself, Scene said with some displeasure, "Are you really my subordinate? You do not know how to fight, so why do you keep resisting them?" Young Master, Brian was still trying to explain when Scene interrupted. "This is the loyalty you once spoke of." Scene sat down opposite Brian to teach him. "Why did not you run away? I can roughly understand what you want to do. But are you an idiot? No loyalty is worth sacrificing yourself for. Don't do anything stupid anymore, because it really annoys me. Honestly, I can't say anything else. Just remember that when you get home, you have to eat."
I'm sorry.
Brian seems to be eating and talking. At this moment, Scene shouted, "You can come out now." Surika, "Oh no. I have been discovered. Surika and a group of people are coming down from the plains. If you bring all the members like this, how could I not know? I have a gift for you." After speaking, Surika threw the dazzling Keelin forward. Scene glanced at Keelin. He was the one who had been tailing me recently. Surika was slightly surprised. "You know too, a little bit." Surika sighed in disappointment. "But first, I acknowledge your abilities. Your strength surpasses even the Mist Reaper. Your eloquence is enough to negotiate with the principal, and your wild spirit allows you to wield the kneeling sword perfectly. Your performance as his heir was excellent. Just like today." Scene thought for a moment and replied, "I will follow your advice, but I have no intention of being treated like a fool. If anyone dares to mess with the people around me like just now, I will find them and crush them all." He means he will protect those close to him himself. Thinking silently, Surika smiled and replied, "I understand. That is fine. The heir can do whatever they want. I am leaving now." Scene felt a bit uneasy when Surika did not object. Her reaction was really unexpected. Surika pointed at Colleen. "You remember to deal with that guy. I will clean up Barrett and his henchmen." "I know now." Surika can leave peacefully. Colleen struggles and asks, "What do you intend to do with me? Do you want to eliminate me?" "Eliminate someone? I think it is too easy for you, if you intend to interrogate me." "Forget it. I won't reveal anything." Scene smiled mockingly. "You are Colleen, Astro's closest subordinate." "Right. I know everything." Colleen's eyes widened in shock. "How did you know?" Scene silently replied, "How could I forget you? You have been by Astro's side all this time. He is the one who feels jealous of me and Astro in the previous episode. From another perspective, this guy might be quite dangerous. If I take action against him now, it would not matter. But he is a subordinate of that bastard Astro. At least he will be very useful for my plan." Thinking of this, Scene smiled fiercely and still used the skill of creating a dark personality on Colleen. Early one morning the following week, on the training ground, Lesimus looked serious, holding a wooden sword in both hands as he lunged at Aaron. Aaron raised his wooden sword, struggling to block Lesimus's attack, but it still seemed insignificant. Shouting loudly, Aaron immediately swung his sword towards Lesimus standing in front of him. Lesimus reacted quickly and lightly, dodging low and circling behind Aaron. Without giving Aaron time to react, Lesimus pointed the tip of his sword at her neck. "I won, Your Highness Princess." Aaron let out a soft sound, then smiled. "You can't possibly beat me." "Lesimus, didn't I tell you to just call me Aaron when it's just the two of us?" Lesimus shyly scratched his head and said,
I'm sorry.
"Your Highness." Aaron put on an unhappy face and emphasized each word. "Young Lady Aaron." Lesimus hurriedly corrected himself. "Ah yes. Miss Aaron." Suddenly, Brienne's pitiful scream rang out. Young Master." Aaron turned to look in the direction of the sound and whispered, "It seems they are also training intensely over there." Not far from the two, Cyan was sparring with Brienne. Actually, Cyan strikes, but Brienne takes the hit. At this moment, Cyan uses his elbow to thrust strongly into Brienne's stomach, causing him to slide backward. Through the battle just now, Cyan has developed something different for Brienne. He admits that he is just a worker who is surprisingly good at taking hits, and his physical strength is also remarkable. He will be quite useful later on. Thinking of this, Cyan asked, "Do you find it very difficult?" Brienne's face showed great determination. "Not at all, sir. I will endure until the end." No sooner had he spoken than a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Seeing this, Cyan could not bear to continue. Although this method is somewhat brutal, there is no other choice, because we cannot guarantee that something similar to what happened with Barrett will not happen again. At least Breen needs to be able to protect herself. While Cyan was pondering, Breen suddenly asked, "But sir, can we keep that guy named Kalin?" Cyan replied, "You do not need to worry about him. He has joined our side. In your mind, you recall what happened last night. After casting the creation spell, the dark persona took over Kalin, and Cyan weakly exhaled a breath. It has been a long time since I used this incantation, so it really is difficult. The dark singing system magic of 9 shadow personalities is a spell to create a new personality from darkness. It helps the caster control the target according to their will. In my previous life, I only used it once." Then, Cyan cut the cord for Kellen and asked, "Who are you now?" Kellen bowed, kneeling on one knee before Cyan, and replied, "I am Ikalindigo, the official guardian engineer of Velius. I came to Ruin after receiving orders to monitor the young master Cyan." Cyan smiled quietly and said, "He has become obedient." Then, he asked, "Who is your master?" Kellen replied, "Although I initially served Archer, now I want to become Cyan's subordinate. Please accept me." Cyan's mouth curled into a smile, revealing white teeth, and said, "All right. From now on listen carefully to what I am about to say. Go back to Archer and Velius and tell him everything, not missing a single word. Do you understand?" Kalin placed his fist up and said, "Kalin Daigo, will obey the orders of Lieutenant Cyan." Back to the present, Cyan remembers Kalin's gaze before leaving and hesitates, thinking that his trusting eyes put some pressure on him. That guy is definitely dangerous, but he should be fine. At this moment, Arin stepped forward, hands on hips, asking, "Are you training with your guardian knight? I did not expect to see you here." When Breen met the princess, she quickly bowed 90 degrees and said, "Your Highness." Arin smiled and replied, "That is right. Every week I come here to practice swordsmanship with Lezimus. Because of the recent incident, I think I should be prepared." Hearing that, Cyan guessed to himself that it seemed because of what happened a week ago. Barrett Lewis Mean was found unconscious in front of the medical room. Although his body was bruised, he still refused to reveal who the culprit was. Actually, it was not that he refused, but that he could not. He will never be able to use magic again. Then, Cyan glanced at Lezimus and whispered, "But Lezimus's reaction surprised me a bit. I thought at least she would feel a little satisfied." Suddenly, a loud call rang out above the 4 of them. 3 ladies. Everyone looked up and saw a little girl falling from above towards the 4 of them. Brian gasped and said, "Hey, over there." Cyan also gasped silently, "Nana. Didn't I already leave her at Karam's place?" Defender Karam is currently sleeping with his tongue out on the sofa. Returning to the spot of the 4 Cyan people, Nana falls from above right onto Aaron's position. She instinctively reached out to hug, her face surprised, asking, "Where did this little girl come from?" Nana sat on Aaron's lap, looking excited and called out to Cyan, "Dad." "Grandma." Nana found Grandpa. Aaron looked at Cyan with suspicion. "Grandpa? Since when and with whom? How could it be?" As time passed until dusk, Aaron propped up his chin with his hand, a relieved expression on his face, saying, "So that is how it is? This girl is not your daughter?" "Luckily. I misunderstood because she called you Dad. Who would have thought you had such a kind side?" Truly surprising. Unlike Aaron's relief, Cyan felt uneasy, thinking this was bad news. At this rate, the princess would discover his weakness. Sitting next to Cyan, Breen also looked stunned, worried that if the academy found out, she would be expelled that day, and that day they would also know that Nana is a dragon person. Looking at the 2 of them, Arin guessed what they were worried about, so she confidently assured, "Do not worry, Cyan. I won't tell anyone." Cyan asked in surprise, "Is not your highness enough?" Arin smiled at Lezimus and said, "Of course." "Right, Lezimus." Lezimus happily tugged Nana's cheek and turned to reply, "Yes. I do not have any friends, so there is no one to tell." Cyan looked intently at Aaron and asked, "What is your reason?" Aaron explained, "Why is that? I feel the girl is really pitiful. She is neither human nor spirit, so no one will accept her, but luckily, you are taking care of the little girl." Then, Aaron pointed at Cyan and asked, "Can I visit your room sometimes in return?" Cyan was surprised and pointed at himself. "My room." Aaron's face heated up. She hesitated a bit and said, "Do not misunderstand. I just want to see Nana." Before the atmosphere got awkward, Cyan was ready to agree. It does not really matter, so from now on, this will be our secret." "Okay." Aaron nodded in assurance. "Yeah, I will remember that." In her heart, it felt like blooming flowers because of our secret words. Cyan's. Everything is settled. Cyan stood up to take his leave. "So shall we go?" Lezimus bowed and said, "Be careful on the road, Cyan." After Cyan left, Lezimus noticed Aaron's unusual expression and quietly called out, "Miss Aaron." Aaron seemed not to hear, still lost in her own inner world, which means I have become a little closer to Cyan. Lezimus saw Aaron still not responding, so he called louder, "Miss Aaron, are you sick?" On the other side, Cyan had returned to her room. Cyan was also awake, And after learning what happened, I came to ask, what? Such a funny thing happened while I was sleeping. If this keeps up, won't people catch us living with a demon sword? Hearing that, Cyan suddenly shouted at Cyan, shut up and stay there to think about your mistakes. You are the one who fell asleep while babysitting, Cyan said with a sigh. The girl looks like her papa, always doing unpredictable things. Brian is holding Nana. Smile, Unia. Or shall we take her for a little walk? She has been inside all this time, so she must be feeling uncomfortable. Cyan pondered for a few seconds then praised. Oh, this idea is not bad, Brian shyly replied. Thank you, sir. Then we will go outside now. As night falls, two winged humanoid creatures fly swiftly across the sky. Suddenly sensing something, the male creature abruptly stops. The female biology student stopped and asked, what is going on? Lucian opened his mouth to ask, Catalina, I just smelled something very rotten. Where are we now? Catalina replied, it is a bit far from here, but it seems like we are in the suburbs of Ruin. Lucian showed discomfort and said, this smell comes from Ruin Academy. It seems I have to temporarily pause my journey back. I feel a surge of energy that I cannot endure. As a dragon, I cannot allow such energy to exist. At the same time, on the outskirts of Ruin City, Brian hurriedly chased after Nana flying high, shouting, Nana, wait a moment, it is very dangerous there. Nana did not listen. She was excited, flying and shouting, this place is too big. Nana feels really happy. Scene walks slowly behind them thinking that the girl's mood seems quite good. This anti-land area is 10 kilometers from Ruin, and here Nana can do whatever she wants. Karam hovered next to Scene, glancing at him teasingly. Whoa. You are already a dad. Why not find a mom for the kid while you are at it, for example, like the princess earlier? Suddenly, Soon and Karam's expressions changed at the same time. Karam quickly warned, wait, something is coming here. A second later, a voice like gnashing teeth suddenly echoed from above. Disgusting. Following, a beam of light shone down on Nana's position. Be careful, Nana. Brian shouted, quickly hugging Nana and stepping back fast, successfully avoiding the beam of light. However, he was still knocked backward by the aftershock. Soon anxiously asked Brian, what about Nana? Brian said quickly, the girl is still okay. Both of you hide behind me. Then Scene moved forward, staring at the area of the light pillar just now. Very quickly, the bright column disappeared. Lucian and Catalina stood in the large pit, appearing within the sight of Scene's group. Soon raised his eyebrows in surprise, wondering why the great leader was here, and why there were two great leaders this time. At this moment, Lucian saw Nana lying down and Brian spoke up. It turned out to be him, the source of that foul smell. It was indeed an extremely disgusting stench. Catalina glanced indifferently at Nana, then at Karam, and finally stopped at Scene, asking if it was out of kindness. How can such a perfumed chair exist? Is the person the owner of that miscellany? What about the person? It seems they also possess a demon sword. Karam asked irritably. What? Who do you think you are to dare see me as an object? Catalina is too great. Shut your mouth. You human lackey down there, Karam asked fiercely. Do you want to die? Catalina was also provoked. She gritted her teeth and cursed. How dare a lowly person like you? Lucian reached out to stop Catalina, then looked at Scene and said, do not worry. We have no ill intentions towards you. We do not intend to fight the inferior creatures. But you must hand over that hybrid to us, the half-human, half-plant being with blood from both races. It is very suitable as a specimen for research. If someone does that, we will open our hearts with compassion and spare their life. Scene held the demon sword and spoke. Be quiet. Lucian's face showed blue veins as he asked again. What did you just say? Scene replied bluntly. I said shut up, you annoying god. Lucian suddenly smiled and launched an attack past Scene's left shoulder. Brian worriedly shouted. Watch out. Scene's expression turned serious as he said. Both of you stay away from me. Yes, Brian said, then hugged Nana and moved away from Scene's position. Scene glanced down at the long trench on the ground, silently thinking how terrible it had just been. Across from him, Lucian held a long spear crackling with lightning, which is why lowly creatures like humans have no hope of salvation. Scene did not respond to Lucian and directly used the ninth killing technique. The demon sword manifested, feeling the energy radiating from Scene. Catalina startled and asked, Lord Lucian, could that power be? Today is truly full of surprises, but no matter how hard he tries, he is still just a lowly human. As Lucian spoke, Scene appeared right beside him, swinging his sword to attack. Lucian's eyes opened wide in shock, silently exclaiming, wondering since when he had. However, Lucian's reaction was not slow at all. He used the weapon in his hand to block Scene's attacks. Who was just a human? Angry, Lucian shouted and swept his spear forward, forcing Scene to retreat, then reached out with one hand to use the shockwave skill. Scene looked up and saw a large magic circle appear above him, extending down into a pillar of light. When Lucian thought Scene had been hit, he used his third assassination skill to escape the pillar of light. At the same time, he appeared behind him and immediately used the sword skill, the storm of frost and mist. Scene's series of moves happened in the blink of an eye, so Lucian could not react in time. But luckily for him, Catalina appeared just in time, using a fire barrier to block Scene's attack. I will stop him. Lucian recovered his spirit and hurriedly reminded. Retreat quickly. Catalina, she is no match for him. Catalina did not listen. A confident smile appeared on her face as she said, please do not worry. Lord Lucian, I will not lose. In her heart, she told herself, this is the barrier of a dragon that has accumulated mana for 1,000 years. An ordinary human could not even live 100 years. No way. However, Catalina's heart immediately fell silent when she saw Scene's next move. Scene on the opposite side changed his tactic, using sword skills to unleash hundreds of sword strikes towards the fire barrier. In less than a second, Catalina's fire barrier shattered, leaving her stunned as she thought he even dared to break it. Then she was slashed by a series of Scene's sword strikes. Catalina collapsed helplessly to the ground, her eyes fixed on Lucian. Sir Lucian, Catalina's voice faltered, her eyes slowly closing until she finally sank into eternal darkness. Lucian stared blankly as Catalina sacrificed herself right before his eyes. His reason was gradually replaced by intense rage. Who is the ignorant person? Isn't it the official who has no power? No one can possess so much power. Tell me, who exactly are you? Lucian kept shouting, but Scene just stood still, not wanting to communicate at all. Scene, if you do not intend to respond, fine. I acknowledge you as a worthy opponent. As he finished speaking, a formation suddenly appeared on Lucian's body, and his body began to transform. Scene calmly watches Lucian's transformation process. Transformation, a spell that allows beings to shed their human form and return to their original shape. Or in other words, he is currently in the most vulnerable state. Silently, Scene jumped up high, appearing in the air above Lucian, who had completely transformed. Seeing Scene's action, Lucian was startled and shouted, "What do you want to do?" He felt uneasy and speculated. Could it be he knows about the weakness of the incarnation, but he is just a lowly human? 1 second later, Scene proved Lucian's guess right. He kicked hard into the air, his whole body like a cannonball crashing between the man's eyes and slashing down with the orange demon sword. Lucian immediately stopped in pain, his body beginning to emit black energy similar to that on the demon's sword. The bastard shouted loudly, already thinking about running away, seemingly guessing Lucian's intention. Scene grinned and said softly, "Too late." Then, he used his sword skill, unshackable and unyielding, causing the black energy to invade Lucian's entire body. Lucian struggled in vain, his desperate screams echoing throughout the area. Not long after the noise stopped completely, Breen ran over holding Nana, shouting, "Missing. Are you okay?" But when she saw Scene, Breen was shocked and quickly covered Nana's eyes. Nana softly called out. Nana could not see anything. Scene was enjoying fresh meat, and when he saw the two running over, he handed a piece to Breen saying, "Hey Breen, eat this, the meat is fresh." Breen was still stunned and speechless when Nana spoke up, saying she wanted to eat more. Scene flatly refused, saying, "No, I did not say you could." In Akko's room, he just heard Colleen's report. After a moment, Acho asked, "Do you mean some kind of mysterious force standing behind my younger brother?" Colleen replied, "That is right. It seems the spies we infiltrated have also been eliminated by them. I want to ask again, is that all?" Colleen replied, "Yes, this information is not enough. I am very sorry." I slightly squinted to assess Colleen. Strange indeed. Colleen, where did the anxious look from earlier go? It is as if he is a different person. Well then, Acha spoke up, "That is right. So Colleen, I want to ask you a question." Then, Akko asked something that made Colleen's heart skip a beat. Acho said nothing, his eyes just staring at Colleen, waiting for an answer. This is a test, which means he has started to suspect. Silently, Colleen immediately raised a fist, leaned forward and said, "May the god Remendel bless you. I appreciate your smile and words. Thank you for your answer." Knight Colleen, please do not misunderstand. It is just a regular ritual. You can go now. So Colleen turned and left. It seems I need to be more careful. Once suspicion arises, it can no longer be saved. Nothing can obstruct Master Scene's path. Silently reminding herself, Colleen opened the door and was surprised to see Emily waiting. Emily smiled and said, Hello, I am the maid of Master Scene." Colleen asked, "Why are you here?" At this moment, Akko walked over, patted Colleen on the shoulder and said, "I called her here." Then, Akko looked at Emily and asked, "Is your name Emily?" Emily quickly replied, "Yes." "Young master." Acho smiled warmly and said, "Can you help me with something?" Emily blushed, full of anticipation, and asked, "How can I help you?" The scene shifts to a secret room where a large stone block sits in the center. Surrounding it are smaller rocks. All the rocks are currently glowing, except for two small ones that have broken and fallen to the ground. At this moment, through the rocks, many voices can be heard exchanging with each other. Lord Lucian and Lady Catalina are missing. After displaying their aura outside Oluan, the presence of the two completely vanished. The energy of 2 level 8 or higher dragons can disappear, but you see, these two magic stones have completely darkened. We searched all around Oluan's outskirts but found no signs of battle. Did the person who attacked those two maniacs use magic to erase all traces? If so, that person is very likely a magic user. In this world, only Kundal Quasel has enough power to destroy those two beasts, but he is not a sorcerer. Which means there is a third force we do not know about. Cian word of the Royal Academy is the only known sorcerer we know of. Rumor has it he survived an encounter with a demon dragon on the battlefield. If that is the case, it is possible that he is also connected to Renan Crimson and Zykerman and Baz's faction. They were the ones who supplied us with the experimental materials. Saying it is recombination suggests there might be some connection here. We need to monitor him closely. Lunup Rain River. Let my granddaughter approach Cian Wert. The voice from the large stone broke off, and the room fell silent once again. The next day, at the royal dormitory of the Royal Academy, Arin ran over to Cian's place, with Lezimus following behind, pulling a gift cart taller than her. As soon as Arin met Nana, she took out a piece of special strawberry cake, specially ordered from the royal palace. Delicious. Right, Nana? Nana's eyes sparkled as she looked at the cake, drooling and praising it. Nana said, eat a lot. There is still plenty left. Cian sat not far away watching this scene, thinking to herself, the two sisters are really having fun. For now, just live peacefully like this. The group can already feel Nana's presence. They could come back to attack at any time. I will not let anyone touch what I have, because in this life, I will live for myself. Then, the image of Archer appeared in Cian's mind, and we will destroy it. Your plan. Arin was playing with Nana when suddenly they heard Cian's laughter, so she turned back to him, curiously asking, Cian, is there something fun? You seem happy. Cian smiled and replied, oh, yes. I just thought of something funny. At the same time, in the garden of the mansion, Archer was sitting with Grand Prince Lunal. Lunal started the conversation. It has been a long time since we last met. Since graduation, you are doing well, Archer. Archer smiled. It is all thanks to today's blessings, Lunal asked. Besides, how long do you plan to stay in this remote place? I heard Alice has traveled all over the continent. Archer laughed and replied, if not, I would be very worried, not knowing what she is doing or where she is. Lunal smiled and asked, worried, or afraid that one day she might become a threat to you? Archer's eyes darkened as he looked at Lunal and asked, what did you say? Lunal ignored Archer's gaze. He handed the bottle to the servant to pour water and said, between us, there is nothing to hide. Your younger brother, his name is Cian. Right, the Emperor seems to care a lot about him. It looks like he is even considering betrothing him to Arin. I do not know why people love such a useless person, Archer said with a smile. Do not be impatient. Once he gets attention and support, he will become useful. Lunal took a sip of water, smiled, and said that talking with him was really comfortable. Lunal's attendant brought a bottle of water and asked Archer if he preferred tea. Archer only now noticed this person and said, a very strange guardian knight. Lunal turned to look at the person next to him and introduced him to Archer. Oh right, this is the gemstone I found while inspecting the nearby slum. Archer blinked and asked, you found a gemstone? Lunal responded, one of the finest among precious stones. The person nearby smiled and asked Archer, pleased to meet you, I am Boris Liam. And so, 2 years passed. When Cian had somewhat hidden himself and adapted to life at the academy, his sister Alice returned. In the principal's office, the door was gently pushed open by someone. Lunal is sitting at the desk and speaks up. It has been a long time since we last met. Alice enters from the door, smiling shyly after being noticed. Lunal asked, how was your trip? Alice smiled and replied, yes, I have arrived in Bryna. Lunal asked in surprise, Bryna, is not that place not very welcoming to people? Alice replied, yes, it took me a year to adapt to life there, but I want to understand the meaning of harmony that the principal mentioned. The principal was right. Wherever I am, that place will develop. So, you have to keep thinking about where you will go. Kuno looked at Alice and said, it seems you have already decided. Alice with a faint smile said, yes, I will join the Knights of Light. I want to continue the family tradition. Someone has to bear this responsibility, and I also worry about my younger brothers. Especially Cian. He is too shy. Hearing that, Cunel suddenly laughed loudly, making Alice feel uneasy, then laughed again the next day. Cunel stroked his beard and said, is he really shy? What are you joking about? At the same time, a young man appeared behind Alice and spoke, joking about something. You are exaggerating, sir. Alice turned her head to look at the young man. Then startled, asked uncertainly, Cian. Right. Cian smiled softly and said, I miss you so much, Sis. Leaving the principal's office, Cian and Alice walked arm in arm, chatting slowly. I have changed a lot. Now I am as tall as you. I will be taller than you soon, Alice said as she measured her head and Cian's. Cian laughed teasingly. Not because you got shorter. Alice pinched Cian's cheek, smiling threateningly. Enough, stop right there. Cian just smiled without saying anything. Seeing Alice happy in front of him, he recalled July 2nd, 1988. A day he remembered very clearly from his previous life. That was the last day my sister was alive. After walking a bit more, Alice asked again, are not you going home? Are you on vacation or what? Cian said with a smile. No one there except your sister welcomes you. Alice asked in surprise. No one at all. Is that why you have not gone home for 2 years? Cian remained silent. In his heart, he thought. There were actually a few more reasons. Either a Cho is there, or the Duke's wife will do everything to eliminate me. Father does not even bother. Going there is like self-destruction. I probably won't go home until I graduate. Alice tried asking. You are not close with Grand Sal. Cyan lowered his head and said, no way. Alice asked, why is that? Cyan suddenly looked up, his eyes coldly staring at Alice. Knowing well how he treated her, he had even tried to harm her before. Alice whispered, shaken by Cyan's words. At that moment, Brian, who was walking behind them, suddenly stepped forward and said, I can testify to that. Alice looked at Brian and asked, who are you? Cyan opened his mouth to introduce. That is my bodyguard, Brian Kendrick. Alice surprisedly covered her mouth and said, oh, a night escort. No wonder he was following us. Then, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. After a while, Alice blamed herself, wondering if it was true, but she was in Brianna. Completely unaware, Cyan comforted her. The villains were the Duchess and the Grands. It is not your fault. Cyan seems not to hear. A terrifying aura started emanating from her body. Cyan felt it and called, Sister Alice. Alice was startled and said, next. Alice quickly calmed down. She raised her thoughts and asked, have you told anyone about this yet? What is the use of talking about it? It is all in the past anyway. Grands does not even feel any remorse. Before Cyan could finish speaking, Alice suddenly stepped forward and hugged him, saying, you do not have to try to endure it, Cyan. Sometimes you can rely on someone, and from now on, I will protect you. Then, Alice let go of Cyan, placed her hands on his shoulders, and said she wanted to stay with him longer. But she had to leave. Please take care of yourself while I am away. Meanwhile, Brian, standing beside and moved by the scene, was suddenly hugged tightly around the waist by Alice, making him awkwardly exclaim, hey you. Alice smiled and said, please take care of little Cyan. At that moment, Brian unexpectedly saw Cyan giving him a dangerous look, accompanied by a chopping motion, causing him to laugh awkwardly and say, I did not do anything. In the late afternoon, Cyan and Brian saw Alice off as she left the academy by carriage. Cyan watched the carriage disappear, recalling Alice's angry face from earlier and quietly smiled, thinking it had been a long time since he saw her so upset. On the way back to the room, Cyan recalled the past when Grant swung a wooden sword hard towards him. Cyan struggled to raise the wooden sword to block and then fell backward. Sitting down on the ground, Grant sneered and said, huh, you already collapsed. Get up or I will smash you to pieces. Cyan quickly pleaded, stop it. You just last month. So, before Cyan could finish speaking, Grant hit Cyan's face with a wooden sword and said, damn, why do you bark so much? Then, Grant happily kept swinging the wooden sword at the defenseless Cyan. Just as Grant was excited, a cold shout came from behind. Grant, stop. Startled, Grant quickly stopped and turned around, saying, Sister Alice. Alice's cold, angry face said, what are you doing? Apologize to her immediately. Grant, back to the present. Cyan has returned to his room. He sits on the chair, faint smile on his lips, thinking that he only got to see that face once in the previous act. The Duke will probably cause a commotion soon. She needs to know the truth about her family so I can protect her from that dark future. At this moment, Grant brought 2 envelopes, black and red, in front of Cyan to report. There were letters inside. Some were missing. Cyan asked, whose letters are these? Grant replied, one was from the academy, the other from one of the gatekeepers. Cyan just took the black envelope and said, is that so? All right. Seeing that, Brian suspiciously asked, are not you going to look at this? Cyan speculated, maybe it came from the royal palace. Brian carefully looked at the seal on the envelope and said, you are right, it has the royal seal. Grant leaned in to listen. What is going on? Brian asked confusedly. Not knowing what they sent, they hold a party around this time every year. As he spoke, Cyan opened the black envelope and read it all. Then, he began to ponder, the remaining task being the assassination order. The assassination of Reunion Nephilis, the incident that happened during the royal palace party, was quite significant because he was the brother of the queen, so it was quite shocking. At this moment, Cyan asked if anyone was going, and Cyan replied, yes. I have something to do there. He guessed to himself, thinking that in the previous act, someone else had done this task. Maybe the master liked him, even though it was quite troublesome. Cyan took the red envelope from Brian's hand and said, oh, this is from Princess Erin. Cyan's expression did not change as she said, really? Cyan covers his mouth with his hand, glances at Cyan teasingly, thinking he was just a kid. But surprisingly, he has a love letter for this person. Cyan glances at Cyan and softly says, demon sword limit. Suddenly angry, Cyan shouted as an invisible force pressed him almost flat on the ground. Then, Cyan ordered Brian to prepare to go to the royal palace anyway. At that moment, Nana came over and said, Papa, I am so hungry. Brian stared at Nana and shouted, missing out. After that, while asking, Cyan turned towards Nana. Seeing that she now had the figure of a young lady, he widened his eyes and silently exclaimed, what? The girl has grown this much again. The next morning, Alice returned to the Vulture estate. The servants were all very surprised to see her come back. The steward spoke first. Miss Alice, You have returned, Alice asked angrily. Mother, no. Where is the Duchess? A moment later, Alice roughly opened Margaret's room door. Margaret startled and looked towards the door. Then she smiled and asked, Alice, it has been a while. How have you been? My daughter. In response to Margaret, Alice gave a slap that shook the sky. Quan, seeing Margaret being slapped, worriedly ran into the room shouting, Miss, where are the guards? What are you all doing? Margaret is sitting on the ground, holding her cheek, staring at Alice. Are you crazy? Alice glared at Margaret, gritting her teeth and said, You are the crazy one. Duchess Margaret, you tried to harm Siam, did not you? Margaret was startled and thought to herself, how did she know? On the outside, she still strongly denied trying to harm Siam. Do you have any evidence? Alice said. You just confirmed it to me, did not you? Because she demanded proof. This must be true. How dare you lay a hand on me without any evidence? After speaking, Margaret ordered the 4 newly arrived guards. What are you doing? Drag her outside. Upon hearing the order, the 4 guards each apologized to Alice before rushing towards her simultaneously. Alice glanced at the closest attacker and then jumped, causing them to miss. Next, Alice placed one hand on the person's head as a pivot to spin them around, while also using the elemental spirit Undyne skill to knock out all 4 guards. Margaret silently wondered, is that elemental magic? How could she take down the guards so easily? When she saw Alice approaching, Margaret immediately backed away cautiously and shouted, Stay close. What are you doing? Alice spoke up. The guards for Cyan have already confessed everything. He confessed that you were also behind the assassination plan against Cyan 2 years ago. Do you think you could get away with it if Cyan stayed silent? Margaret pointed at Alice accusingly, asking if she believed those scoundrels instead of me. Has she really lost her mind? I am leaving. Margaret alert. I will tell this story to Dad. You better be prepared. She was doomed. Alice turned and left immediately, but Alice did not know that as she gradually walked away, the look of confusion and fear disappeared from Margaret's face. Instead, with a smile, I whispered, You fool. After all that has happened, she still has not realized. Officer Williams did not care about anything except that child. After a while, Alice arrived at Sir William's room and explained the whole situation to him. Williams stood facing the window, glanced at Alice, and calmly said, I know she tried to harm Cyan. So what? Hearing that, Alice could not believe seeing her father questioned. What do you mean? Your son was almost murdered. And that is all you can say. Williams replied, I do not intend to fix anything. I think as long as Cyan is fine, everything will be okay. Alice angrily shouted that she had to fight 6 official knights by herself, without her brother's bodyguard. Brian Kendrick. She would have been sacrificed. Williams turned to look at Alice, smirking. You think that guy saved Cyan? That idiot was just a lackey for the knights. Alice asked in amazement, Do you mean Cyan defeated them all alone? I do not know anything about him. As he spoke, Williams walked over to Alice, handed her a red envelope, and said, Take this. Alice curiously asked, What is this? Williams replied, The invitation to the party is from the royal family. I can't go, so I want you to go instead and relax once you are there. You do not need to worry about Cyan. That kid is stronger than you think. I will return to the camp. After hearing the words, Williams immediately left the room, leaving Alice alone to ponder. Not long after, Alice also left Williams' room, walking slowly down the hallway, her mind filled with thoughts, realizing she did not need to worry about the boy. She was only 13. And just then a voice called, Miss Alice. Alice pulled herself together and looked toward the caller. Then, a clear smile appeared on her face as she shouted, Cecilia. Cecilia also smiled at Alice, welcoming her back. Miss Alice. And at this point, Cecilia suddenly rushed to hug Alice, crying, Where have you been all this time? You have not sent any letters at all. Alice smiled softly and said, I'm sorry. Cecilia Ryan, a senior knight of the Order of the Light. She is a maid, a teacher, and a friend of Alice. After hugging for a moment, Alice pushed Cecilia away and said, Okay, let us get undressed a little. Cecilia suspiciously asked, Going to undress? Alice took out a red envelope and smiled, saying yes. Let us go all the way. Somewhere else, in a carriage. Look, a deer. Nana shouted, her face flushed as she looked outside, her tail twitching back and forth. Scene helplessly opened his mouth to remind Nana to put away her tail. Hearing this, Nana closed her eyes and hummed for a few seconds. Then her tail and wings became transparent and completely disappeared. Scene silently marveled that he did not know the girl could hide parts of her body this way. Going outside now felt safer, but Scene still felt uneasy. So you asked, Nana, you have not forgotten what I taught you, right? Nana immediately sat properly and smiled gently. Of course, Scene. I am your maid. Saying this, the girl pointed her thumb at herself, her face lighting up as she shouted, Nana. Scene sighed quietly, thinking it was worrying, feeling like the girl would cause trouble. She was too excited, and at that moment, Scene suddenly felt the wild carriage. You turned to Brian and asked, What is going on? Brian replied. It is a band of robbers. At this moment, the scar-faced guy from the robbery gang grinned, licking his lips. Haha. Vomit everything out here. Soon glanced at the gang and immediately lost interest. It is nothing serious. Just get rid of them. At the command, Soon immediately closed the car door. In the car, Nana curiously asked, Dad, what is going on? Nothing at all. They are just bugs. Meanwhile, Brian outside has chopped off the scar-faced guy's head. A robber startled and shouted, Mercy. Then, the whole gang got angry, raised their weapons, and shouted at Brian, Die. This group is here to avenge Fernando. Facing the onslaught of the bandits, Brian calmly exhaled, grabbed his sword, patiently waited for them to approach, then swiftly used a series of rapid strikes, defeating them all in the blink of an eye. Sheathing his sword, Brian smiled widely. The weak Brian is no longer weak. I have become stronger. Brian was being narcissistic when he suddenly heard Scene's shout. Then they left. Yes. Young master, I am going right away. Responding with a word, Brian hurried back to the job of driving the carriage. Scene transition. A woman holding a stack of papers places them on Surika's desk and says, This is the list of people who will attend the banquet. Thank you. The woman opened her mouth to advise. This time there are more people than usual. Or should we cancel some plans? Surika immediately refused. No, this plan must be carried out immediately. The suspicious woman asked, Why does the assassination of Ryanian Nefili need to be expedited? Surika explains. He is sick, a specialist who uses his power to hunt married women. He has to die as quickly as possible. And this bastard, he is my fiancé. The woman exclaimed in surprise. What? Surika ignored her reaction and began reviewing each person's information sheet. When Surika saw the image of a person with blue hair and a flyer, her face immediately changed. What? Is this child involved too? Next, Surika's eyes slightly squinted as she wondered to herself about a rare genius with all prime stats at 20%. Even though she could not attend many classes due to her frail body. Hello Regan Rain River's girl. Lunap Rain River, the head of the Garam Sorcerers Association. This child has never appeared in public before. Why is she attending this party? The woman spoke up. I heard the chairman of the association asked her to attend. What? Startled, Surika looked down at Lunap's information sheet again. Thinking, what is he up to? I have a bad feeling about this. The party is definitely going to have trouble. Meanwhile, 3 Saiyans are currently walking down the street. Nana, out of curiosity, looked around and accidentally bumped into a young man walking the opposite way. The young man showed annoyance and shouted, Who are you? When walking, watch where you are going, since I am much shorter than the opponent. Nana had to look up, with an apologetic expression, saying, sorry, what can I do to make it up to you? The young man saw Nana's cute face and immediately changed his attitude 180 degrees. I smiled warmly and replied, Haha, it is okay. Miss, Nana looked at Saiyan, pointed at the young man and said, Dad, the people here are so kind. But Saiyan thought to himself, No, stay away from those guys. I forgot that the girl does not know anything about the outside world yet. She needs to be more cautious with everyone. This is bad. Just as Saiyan was feeling a headache, Brian suddenly spoke up to remind him. Missing out Nana's gaze. Upon hearing that, Saiyan also looked into Nana's eyes. Then, his eyes widened and he muttered angrily. Annoying, I just saw Nana's eyes change. Her weak and pitiful expression showing hunger. Her pupils have returned to normal. It is also emitting an aura. Everyone will notice. Secretly, Saiyan hurriedly ordered Brian. Brian took the girl to the restaurant quickly. Yes, sir. Brian responded immediately, quickly called Nana, and ran to find the nearest restaurant. If he is this hungry, this is not good at all. Saiyan sighed silently and followed the 2 people. After a while, in the restaurant, Nana rubbed her small belly contentedly and said softly, Finally alive again. Saiyan sat across, looking at the towering stacks of plates like buildings, thinking to himself, luckily I brought a lot of money. Kids really have a hard time. Suddenly, Saiyan's gaze changed. What is this strange source of magic power? Quietly speaking, Saiyan turned his head towards the edge of the table. At the edge of the table, a girl was standing, smiling and greeting Saiyan. Very happy to meet him. You are Saiyan Vought. Right. Does she know my name? Doubt arose inside, but Saiyan's expression remained the same. Admitting, that is right, but who is she? Can you sit here? As she spoke, Lunap sat down next to Saiyan even though he had not agreed. Saiyan ignored it and said, I still have not received an answer to my question. Lunap replies, I am Lunap. I study at the same academy as Senior Saiyan, in the 2nd year. Hearing that, Saiyan briefly murmurs, Lunap, the name sounds familiar. But wait, when did we meet for you to call me Senior? Then, Saiyan spoke up, probably because he did not pay attention to juniors and did not know who I was. Lunap smiled and said, It is okay, compared to Senior's reputation. I am just a nobody. Across from them, Nana curiously leaned close to Brian and quietly asked, Brian, is that person Papa's friend? Brian's tone was uncertain as he replied, Probably not quite. Lunap noticed the subtle gestures between the two and asked if the knight and the death clerk seemed close, even dining together. Then, Lunap turned to Saiyan and joked, Just looking at it, the young master of the two must be quite romantic. Right? If so, what is the problem? You are exaggerating a bit, Saiyan replied, thinking to himself, why did she suddenly approach me like this? What is her real purpose in approaching me? Lunap quickly changed the subject. Senior, are you going to the royal palace for the banquet? Yes. How did you know? Lunap replied, someone famous for never leaving the academy like you must have a good reason to come here. That is great. So we will see each other soon at the rest party. Actually, I was invited there too. Saiyan glanced at Lunap, guessing that if she was invited, then she must be nobility too. At that moment, Lunap suddenly stood up and said, that is all for today. I will take my leave now. Before leaving, Lunap turned to Saiyan and said, remember, my name is Lunap, Lunap Rain River. Right then, Saiyan suddenly realized, now I remember, Lunap Rain River, granddaughter of the old madman Regan Rain River, head of the Garam Council. Could it be that he sent her here? In her previous life, she died while studying at the academy. Was it due to a weak body or was she turned into an experiment by the Garam Council? More and more relationships unrelated to past lives are appearing, which means everything that happens next is a variable, and it happens on the very day of the party, the day known as the Bloody Party. In Aaron's room, she wore an outfit, blushed and asked Lezimus, how do I look? Do I look okay? Lezimus raised 2 thumbs. Constantly praising. Very beautiful. Princess. This is the first time I have seen someone so beautiful. Lezimus secretly glanced at the pile of tried-on clothes thrown on the bed and cried silently, still not satisfied with her. Princess. Please. Spare me. But Aaron still seemed unsatisfied. She picked another outfit and said, no. It is still a bit off. Seeing that, Lezimus quickly put on a serious face and said, it is okay. That was enough to make Xian fall deeply. Aaron blushed and turned away. Stammering, girl, what does that have to do with Xian? Lezimus turned his head and said softly, it was you who asked me to send the invitation to him. Aaron angrily stomped his foot and retorted, that was my idea back then. But now it is different. Just then, a maid brought a jewelry box and reported, Princess, Prince Lunal sent you a gift. He said it suits you very well. Aaron asked in surprise, Brother Lunal gave me a gift. What is it? Lezimus was curious and came over. When she saw the jewelry in the box, she immediately praised it, saying it was beautiful. Sign will definitely like it. Aaron said shyly, no, not like that. That night, at the party venue, Xian stood in a less noticed corner, observing quietly, thinking, it is really crowded. The target has not appeared yet. Then, he glanced towards the dark corner and asked, Kalen, your coming here means Aaron has arrived too. Right? Kalen replied, yes, he is currently with Prince Lunal. Moreover, I have something to report. What is going on? Please leave the party immediately. Xian asked suspiciously, is there any news about the cleansing work, or is something about to happen? Kalen replied, I have a bad feeling. I am afraid you and many others will be in danger. Aaron asked me to tell you to leave the royal palace before the banquet begins. He said there will be a little farce. Xian was startled, silently guessing that the bloody party might have been orchestrated by Aaron. Kalen continued, I cannot let you be in danger. Xian suddenly interrupted Kalen. All right, you can go. Kalen pondered for a few seconds then asked, are you okay? Xian replied, you are the one who should be careful. Go quickly. Yes. Please take care. Without a word, Kalen left. Xian stood there, grinding his teeth and smiling silently, thinking, what a little clown. That bastard Archer. He is even crazier than I thought. Karam appeared beside Xian, smiling and asked, what is wrong? Worried about the innocent people. Xian smiled silently and replied, no, I just find the way he works really interesting. Besides, today I have to postpone the purification work. Then, Xian looked in a direction, using telepathy to secretly communicate with Surika who had just arrived. Your bow is beautiful. President Xian. What is the matter? Today's cleansing work has to be postponed. Why? I just got the news. This party is about to turn into a bloodbath. What? Time is tight. I will explain later. First, we need to check if there are any monsters nearby. Only then can we consider other actions. Are you sure this information is reliable? The mastermind is someone very familiar to me. I suspected it before, but now I am sure. Don't worry. Target. Oh no. Your perverted Fianni will die in there too. That is good news. Right. How did you know he was my Fianni? Surika asked in surprise. Saiyan immediately dodged, saying, I will go do my work now. You have to explain clearly to me. The two just finished the duel when suddenly someone called from behind Surika. Oh. Surika priest. This voice, softly speaking, Surika turned around and gasped, Elise. Alice came over. I smiled and greeted. Long time no see. Teacher, why are you here? Alice replied, I just went outside to get some fresh air. The family's business too. Annoying. Alice also got caught up in this. Surika was still worried about Alice's appearance behind her. The hateful voice of Drainian echoed. Oh. Surika. What are you doing? Oh hey, Alice is here too. It is like I am looking at two beautiful flowers. Drainian Niphilis. Very pleased to meet you. Madam. Saying this, he also placed his hand on his chest and slightly bowed, but on his face was a perverted smile. Sarika looked at Drainian, angrily cursing in her heart. Hateful. Increasingly deceitful. It is really chaotic. The target has appeared. At the same time, Sin left the party and went to where Breen was waiting. Breen, it is time to work. Breen placed her hand on her chest and said seriously, yes. Young master. Knight Breen Kenrick is at your command. Sin interrupted. Never mind. It sounds weird anyway. He thought to himself, this Breen is way too confident. Surely after drinking vampire blood, he became aware of the responsibility of a guardian knight. Then, Scene ordered, go check the royal palace sewer area for me. That place is dark and scary. I take back my earlier suggestion. Sin angrily points at Breen, urging her to go. Just go. I have my reasons. Breen has not left yet. He pointed behind Scene, the young master. Behind, Sin suspiciously asked. Behind what? Is there a suspicious person watching us? At this moment, Sin suddenly felt a chill as if eyes were watching him. Furious, he said, let me handle him, and Breen immediately rushed towards the stalker. Sin realized the follower was Emily and wanted to stop her but was too late. Breen caught her and brought her down to the ground. Sin could only reluctantly speak up. It is okay. Breen, I know this person. Breen awkwardly released Emily and said, oh, really? Sorry for being rough. Elsewhere in the castle, a hooded figure holding a torch descended the stairs to a dark room. Upon arrival, the mysterious person grinned and said, the time has come. My followers, wake up immediately. In the dark room, pairs of eyes open, flickering with green light. Arin arrived at the farewell party and searched the entire room but saw no sign of Scene. What is this? I made the effort to come, but I do not see anyone. Tusk, really do whatever you want. Just as she was grumbling in annoyance, Lunup came over to greet, very pleased to meet Princess Arin. Arin exclaimed in surprise, you are Lunup River. Right, a second-year student at our academy, Lunup happily said. You still remember me. Thank you. Princess Arin smiled in response. How could I forget the genius of the kingdom and do otherwise? I warmly welcome the representative of the country to attend the banquet. The princess is truly kind-hearted. Senior Kian should also learn from your grace. Arin asked in surprise, are you familiar with Kian? Lunup admitted, yes, I even met the senior yesterday. Arin immediately asked, meeting like that, are you two that close? Then she quickly covered her mouth, silently thinking she had slipped up. Lunup smiled and looked at Arin, softly asking, indeed. Princess Arin, do you like Senior Kian? Arin's face suddenly blushed. She was momentarily dazed, wondering in her heart, Cyan, do I like him? At that moment, a loud scream from a girl suddenly rang out. Everyone looked suspiciously at the girl who just screamed. Then, they saw a terrifying scene. I just saw the girl trying to shout loudly. Who? Someone quickly call the guards. Behind her suddenly appeared a monster, quickly attacking and taking the girl's life. Arin exclaimed in disbelief, it can't be. Why? Why is the object moving? Entering the royal palace, monsters and guards. At the sound of someone scream, everyone began to panic and flee, creating a chaotic scene. The demon stood in the crowd, its red eyes looking towards Arin. Found you. Princess, the demon said, making Arin's heart skip a beat. At the same time, in another part of the royal palace, Nana smiled and introduced herself. Hello, I am Nana, the maid of young Master Scene, younger and more beautiful than me. Silently judging Nana, Emily seemed to be judged, knelt on the floor, crying and asking, is it because of this child that young master abandoned me? Scene said, no, but surely it was my brother Atch who brought you here. Right, Emily smiled and replied, yes, I was warmly welcomed. He even asked me to be a detective for him. Scene said seriously, detective, how about you become my maid this time? Since Scene came to the academy, I have been feeling a bit sad, have not I? After confirming its previous offer, Emily put on a super cool face and spoke up, of course I refused, because I have to stay by the young master's side. Scene asked, are you sure? Emily sighed, raised her hand to support her boredom and said, yes, but it seems he has not given up yet. The proof is that he brought me all the way here. Scene remained silent for a moment, then said, Brian, it is dangerous outside. Please protect Emily and Nana carefully. Brian replied, yes. Where do you intend to go? I have to go. Saying that, Scene left the room. At the same time, thoughts began to form in his mind. In the previous team's memories, Emily never appeared here. Since Kellen started following me to spy, I have known he was plotting something. In the end, Scene's expression became solemn, silently saying, do not you dare touch the people around me. Astro rescued. At this moment, Emily in the new room suddenly remembered something. She took out an object and shouted, young master, this tie was given to me by Astro. He said it was a gift and asked me to give it to you. There was no reply. The whole room was silent for a few seconds before Emily's crying suddenly echoed. I knew nothing. I really am an idiot. Coming all the way here and forgetting about this. Suddenly, Nana's pupils change. She stared at the object in Emily's hand and whispered, "Hung, what is that smell?" In another room, Louisnell felt someone approaching, so he placed his hand on the sword hilt, slightly drawing it out. At the back, Astro walked over, smiling and announcing, "It is starting, Prince Louisnell." Louisnell released his grip on the banana sword, turned to look at Astro and smiled. "Finally this day has come. You have worked hard, Astro." Astro replied, "Our gift has probably been delivered by now." "That Boris. He is very capable," Louisnell said with a sinister smile. "He will be very helpful to us in the future, for a new empire." Astro looked at Louisnell with a serious face and said, "Yes, it is time to show them who the empire really needs." Back at the party, Arin was loudly reminding the guests who were sneaking around to quickly run away. "Please hand this over to the guards," Luna urged quickly. "Princess, please evacuate immediately. Hurry, it is dangerous. Ivan, please prioritize everyone else first, then I will stay here too." Arin smiled and said, "Thank you, Lunep." At the same time, the knights are struggling to stop the monster's attack. Behind the formation, Captain Boris shouts orders to stop it at all costs. Suddenly, a terrible scream caught Boris's attention. He turned around and saw a demon grabbing the head of a blonde young man, with many more demons behind it. Boris worriedly whispered, "Are there other monsters too? Help! Help me!" The blonde youth's cries echoed, and all he got in return was death. "No!" Boris shouted in despair, but something even worse appeared. A knight suddenly shouted, "Captain," and Boris turned around to see a group of high-level mandragoras. "Why are those giant magical beasts here? We can't win. Everyone will die eventually." Just as Boris felt despair, Sarika appeared, used a spell to destroy the high-level mandragora, and shouted for everyone to scatter quickly. "Hurry up," Boris exclaimed in surprise. "That person is a professor from the academy." He stood stunned looking at Sarika, completely unaware of a ghostly creature approaching from behind. Fortunately, Alice used the flying sword technique to cut the monster and stood in front of Boris, telling it to leave this place for us. "Yes!" Responding with a sound, Boris regained his spirit and loudly ordered the knights, "All attention, we will escort the evacuees." The group of knights shouted in unison, "Yes!" At this moment, a mandragora stretched out a branch, stabbing towards Sarika and Alice who were standing there. It came, the two silently said, their faces fully focused. But suddenly, as the branch approached them, it immediately split into several branches, circling around them and continuing to thrust quickly. "Aren't we its target?" Behind. The two turned around and saw the direction where the branches were rushing was the location of the Aryan group. Sarika immediately stopped the warning. "Princess Aryan, the target is Princess Aryan." Just when everyone thought Aryan would be pierced by the branches, Morris suddenly appeared, cutting the branches and shouting to protect her. Princess Aryan. However, things were not that simple. The freshly cut branches quickly grew back and pierced Morris's body. Aryan stood stunned, tears streaming down her face as she softly whispered, "Captain Morris of the escort team, are you okay?" Aryan only regained consciousness when the branches withdrew from Morris's body, catching his falling form and singing, "Morris, please wake up." Lunup reacted as well, stepping forward and combining hydro and wind skills to destroy all the branches coming here. Aryan looked at Lunup, thinking she just used combined magic, and again, she is only a second-year student. "That is amazing." After Lunup finished dealing with the branch, he turned back to advise Aryan. "Your Highness, he has no way to save the word anymore. You must take this chance to escape to a safe place. It will be back soon." Indeed, more branches are growing this way. Immediately, a group of engineers gathered here. "We will take care of everything here. We will not let Captain Morris's sacrifice be in vain, no matter what it takes. We will stop these monsters." As they spoke, the knights tried to block the branches. Protecting Aryan, Lunup urges once again, "Your Highness, please leave here." "Yes." In response to a voice, Aryan slowly stood up, her hand clenched tightly as she looked at Morris and silently said, "I will not forget your sacrifice." Engineer Morris. When I look up again, determination appears on Aryan's face as he raises his hand towards the knights. Using shield magic to command, "I have used my magic to create a temporary shield. The mandragora plant contains deadly poison. Just a little touch and you will be done for, but our shield will protect you from that deadly poison, so you must survive. This is the order from your princess." The knights were overjoyed. "Yes, Your Highness." So, the group of knights surged forward to attack Mandragora. For the princess, since they did not need to worry about dodging, all the branches that shot out were cut off by the knights. The distance to the Mandragora gradually shortened, and of course, the Mandragora would not just sit and die. They let out a roar, growing thicker branches from their bodies, whipping towards the group of knights, blocking their advance and causing more casualties, forcing them to retreat quickly. Alice shouted loudly, using her freezing skill to create sharp ice blocks shooting out of the ground, forming a temporary barrier and eliminating the threat to the knights. Then, Alice ran to Arin and said, "Your Highness, this is the opportunity. Please get out of here. Arin asked. What about you? Alice replied seriously. Please remember that I am Alice Vought of the Vought family. Please go straight ahead. Hurry up. On Surika's side. She is currently holding 2 daggers fighting the mandragoras, her eyes anxiously assessing the situation around. I am an alchemy instructor at the academy. If I fight with a dagger, I might reveal that I am a member of the Mist organization. But now is not the time to worry about such things. Making a decision, Surika without hesitation used sword skills to quickly deal with the mandragora in front of him. The mandragora stopped moving, so quickly regroup and counterattack. A knight shouted joyfully, unaware that a monster had approached and was about to attack. Surika intervened in time, slicing the monster's head in 2. Then looked at the young knight and reminded him that there were still monsters here, so they must not let their guard down. She felt uneasy, thinking that while we hold off the monsters here, Alice must lead the princess to safety. But why do I have such a bad feeling? On Alice's side, she has successfully led Aaron and Lunab out of the banquet. Aaron ran while looking at Alice, silently worried, thinking, so Alice saved her. Does that mean she is Cyan's sister? Is Cyan still safe? Suddenly, a huge monster breaks through the ground, blocking the path of the 3 Alices. Alice startled and spoke up. Have the monsters already infiltrated this far? It is as if they know exactly where we are. She nervously wondered if she could defeat this ghost and the high-level knight assassin. Alice seemed to have forgotten that there were 2 people behind her, and neither of them were ordinary. Suddenly, Arin placed a hand on the ground, using the chain-sweeping skill to create chains that controlled the night demon. Following that, Lunab used the fire spear to create a fiery spear and shot it towards the night assassin. Alice turned around in surprise to look at the 2. Lunab spoke seriously. We will also lend her a hand, Arin said while maintaining his skill. Attack quickly while it is showing a weakness. Alice turned back, smiling to herself, saying, that is right, as long as my juniors from the academy are still here. I can't give up. I have to be brave. At this moment, the night marauder escaped the disturbance caused by Arin and Lunab. It wildly swung its hand towards the 3 of them. Seeing that, Lunab immediately used a shield to protect herself and Arin, while Alice jumped onto the roof to avoid it. Next, she immediately stomped hard on the man's foot, rushing towards the night assassin. I am a member of the V family, the protectors of the Empire. Those who dare to stand in my way will regret it. As she spoke, Alice used her water sword skill to strike down the night demon. Back at the banquet, Surika had just defeated the last monster. Was he really the last one? It seemed to be a monster from outside, but it emitted a strange energy. As she spoke, Surika sat down and removed the monster's mask. Then her expression changed to deep thought. This is a puppet. Forbidden magic can resurrect the dead and turn them into puppets. It is not only forbidden magic but also very difficult to use. If you want to create puppets, it takes a lot of time and a huge amount of magic. To prepare this many, the culprit can't be just one person. Someone must be trying to ignite a war. At the same time, in another part of the palace, Diane had just destroyed another group of undead. Are we done yet? I did not expect this to happen on the day of the banquet. Withdrawn, Diane warily leaned his sword against the ground. Father, Your Majesty. Louisnel and Arco both shouted and tried to help Diane, but he raised his hand to stop them, saying, I'm just a little tired. Then, Diane turned to look at the 2 of them, smiling and said, but in times like this, having you 2 by my side makes me feel very reassured. Louisnel, Arco, Your Majesty, let me help you up, said Arco as he took Diane's hand to help him up. Diane thanked him, and this action made Louisnel slightly raise his eyebrows. I wonder what he is thinking. As soon as he was helped up, Diane said, You should take care of the others first. Arco replied, the knights in the castle will take care of that. Your Majesty, you do not need to worry. We will stay right by your side to protect you. Meanwhile, on Alice's side, after defeating the night assassin, the 3 of them continued running outside. But as they reached the door, they saw a group of other creatures and knights who were no longer alive, lying in a pool of blood. Alice angrily asked, where exactly did they come from? They just keep appearing. In another development, Breen looked at the item in Emily's hand and suspiciously asked, did young Master Arco give this to young Master Shun? Strange. I have a bad feeling. Is something wrong? Emily asked about the worship profession. Oh no, but he has never given a gift to young Master Shine. Breen replied, thinking to herself that this was just her observation, but she always felt that young Master Shine disliked young Master Arco. Was there something even more serious than trivial family matters? Breen, you have to run fast. Danger is coming. Nana suddenly said something strange, her pupils gradually shrinking, making Emily a bit scared. What is wrong with her eyes? A moist sound. The wall behind Breen and Emily suddenly shattered. Breen immediately drew her weapon and shouted, get out of here. Emily. Emily looked at the giant creature ahead and asked, What is that? The high-level monster is because of you. In another development, Breen is now calm and the crowd is running towards the gate. Damn it. I am doomed. At this rate I will lose my life. I ran faster than everyone else, but I did not expect those bastards to block the door. I must survive and escape from here. Safe and sound to see my lovely maid Lily again. I cannot sacrifice myself in this place. Oh. Just thinking about her excites me. Now I want to see Surikanichidi suffer. Breen regained her composure, turned the car in another direction, and asked the knight behind if the back door was really safe. Yes. I think so. You think so? Are you joking with me? Do you know who I am? Before Drainian could finish speaking, he was cut down by the undead. Amid the screams of the noblewomen and the confusion of the soldiers, Ella's appeared like a deity, using her water skills to create a water elemental that tossed the undead into the air. Meanwhile, Lunab quickly coordinated to use freezing skills to create sharp ice pillars that pierced through the zombies, instantly wiping them out. Amazing, they killed all the monsters in no time. Who are they? My name is Alice Worth. It is not over yet. Please protect His Highness. The blonde engineer suddenly looked towards Aaron. Your Highness, are you alright? I've lied. But her, Aaron said worriedly as she supported Lunab. You do not need to worry about me. I will recover soon. How so? Sensing the cursed mana flow, Lunab immediately warned that they were about to attack again. Your Highness must leave here. We will protect the princess. Get into position, according to the blonde knight. Other royal knights also rushed to surround Aaron and Lunab, unknowingly forming a protective circle around the two girls inside. I will help everyone. Knights of the Guard, use your shields to protect the nobles. You must hold out until the battle is over. Royal Knights, please protect the princess and cover for me if I falter. I will do everything I can to stop them. Alice assigned the task, her cold eyes staring in one direction. Even if I defeat the monsters, they will still appear as if they always know where I am. Sure enough. Shortly after, the undead appeared once again, and Alice still had not realized that behind her, Aaron's necklace was silently emitting dark magic that attracted the undead. Elsewhere, Emily, now pale and bloodless, stood behind Brienne and said, "What are you doing? Stop hiding behind me." Brienne replied, her eyes fixed on the monster, silently guessing that a high-level monster appearing in the palace meant something had happened according to Thiu Day's words. I have always been protected by Thiu Da, but I must learn to defend myself too, and now I am the only one who can protect those two. But Brienne clung tightly to Emily's shirt, bit shy, standing too close. I believe in you. You can do it. As soon as Emily finished speaking, Vamut Rodin quickly rushed over, attacking them with sharp spikes. Fortunately, Breen swung her sword in time, successfully blocking Vmo's dangerous high strike. But before he could rejoice, Vamut made a comeback, attacking rapidly and forcing Breen to brace himself again. In a moment of distraction, Breen saw Vavino's sharp-toothed maw open wide as if ready to swallow him whole. In a life-or-death situation, someone suddenly flew in from nowhere, directly knocking the monster away. And when Breen saw that person, she was stunned to realize it was Nana. But unlike usual, her face was now filled with cruelty. Back to the main event. It was late at night, but the battle between the monsters and Alice's group showed no signs of stopping, making Alice worried. At this rate, it will never end. I do not know who is behind this, but they have it all planned. The knights are about to run out of strength. We need to find another way. Just as Alice was discouraged, she happened to see the true face of a monster whose mask fell off during the fight. Lu undead, they are puppets revived by dark magic. Think about it, what kind of magic opposes dark magic? In an instant, Alice had the answer. The light god Lumindal and his light magic. If someone can use light magic, we have a chance to win, so there is only one way. Thinking this, Alive called to Princess Erin, please transfer your mana to my sword. I can't. If I do that, the protective spell for the knights will be nullified. Your Highness, do not worry. The blonde knight spoke up. We can hold on for a while. Just trust us, Erin. Hearing that, no longer worried, immediately used the blessing light to transfer mana into the sword in Alice's hand. It worked, although it was difficult to combine two types of mana. Adding elemental magic would make everything chaotic. Father is not yet certain of victory, but taking this risk is fine. In another arena, after defeating a demon, Cyan has also reached an initial conclusion. The doppelganger and the mandrake species. It seems he has teamed up with Archer. So from now on Boris has become Archer's subordinate. As a necromancer, humans nowadays can use the great magic. Karam asked with some surprise. Yeah, this is a tactic often used by a guy, enhancing monsters with enchanted stones. The mana in the stone will attract the monsters. I can feel the mana coming from that stone over there, Karam said as he looked in a direction. This place has become a bloodbath. Let us go. Oh. But before that, Cyan looked at the body of the servant lying on the ground, needing to change the stone, turning back to Elise. After learning that Alice had just used Aaron's light mana system to temporarily revive the spirit Marianne, Lunup immediately felt worried because she knew mana could not be mixed, and Alice certainly could not maintain that state forever. We have to stop her, or her body will shatter. The spirit Marianne now telepathically asks Alice, Kid, Why are you sacrificing yourself like this? I have no other choice. It is a pity. Fate is cruel to the child blessed by Bryna, Marianne said, then looked at the swarm of monsters ready to attack Alice. Such a nuisance. Stay away from this child quickly. Following her words, Marianne flicked her hand to send the monsters flying, but soon after, they seemed to be revived, standing up again to prepare for a new attack. Seeing that, Arin turned to Alice and said, "That is enough. Stop it. I will sacrifice myself if you keep pushing yourself like this. No, if you stop, the situation will only get worse. You have to end this." Thinking silently, Alice immediately gathered her strength. Just as she was about to use the power of the Spirit King, a masked man grabbed her hand to stop her from continuing the fight. Who is that? Another puppet. But as soon as Alice thought of this, she immediately denied it. No, this aura is completely different from theirs. At the same time, Alice could feel a cursed power from the person wearing the mask gradually transferring to her arm. What is this black bone aura? I can't move. No, this black bone aura will swallow me whole. Just as Alice was confused, she heard Marianne say, "It is time to say goodbye. Alice, your journey ends here. Saying goodbye may be sad, but please be happy." Alice fell to the ground, wondering if it's because of this bone. She had exhausted herself. Remember, Alice, Rhino will always welcome you with open arms. And with that, Marianne disappeared. What is going on? Aaron asked confusedly. Lunup explained that he had blocked the mana source to cancel the fairy's healing. Whoa. I do not even know if that can be called him or even a human anymore. It is over. They are coming again. Alice said weakly as she stared at the horde of creatures slowly approaching the masked man. It is like having eyes on the back of your head. Just as the monster swung its sword to strike from behind, he turned around and swiftly slashed through the group of monsters. After a while, Keston deliberately held back to see how the monsters would react. Just as you predicted, as soon as you stepped back, they rushed towards the princess as if attracted by something. Can anyone sense any special mana from them? It isn't using telepathy to ask Harem. Besides that Lunup girl. No. She was already like that. I can sense the monster's mana from the princess's necklace. Alright. I will approach immediately. Help me. Keston spoke while placing a hand on the ground. The person only calls me at times like this. Karam said discontentedly but still transferred power to Keston to activate the spatial creation skill. The mist domain, creating a dense black mist covering a large area. A royal knight immediately warned everyone to be careful. We do not know what might appear inside the mist. It is as if we were somewhere else, the blonde engineer said. But just seconds later, they realized the masked person was trying to help them, as they could see the undead being swallowed by the black mist. After a while, the ghostly figures disappeared, and the space became so quiet as if nothing had ever happened. Hentuji killed all the liars. But who was the masked person? While Arin was talking, she suddenly heard heavy breathing. Then Lunab fainted. As Arin was about to check on Lunab, the masked person silently used magic to sneak behind Aaron and pressed a blade to her neck. Startling her, the royal knights were drawn by Arin's scream. Seeing Arin's current situation, they shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Let her go." In that situation, strangely, Arin did not feel afraid, only puzzled. Who is this? The feeling is so familiar. The masked man slashed straight at the chain on Arin's neck, but from an outsider's perspective, it looked like he was deliberately trying to stab Arin's neck but failed. The bastard, the blonde swordsman, got furious and rushed to slash at the masked man, but his sword only hit a black bone. Then, the black bone flew to Lunab, and the masked person appeared again, casting some magic on Lunab. No, stay away from Lunab. Arin immediately used a divine strike to shoot at the masked person, but it was the same as before. Just as the attack was about to hit its target, the masked person turned into a bone mist and disappeared. Don't worry, I do not intend to harm you. I just want to destroy the gem that attracts the monsters you are wearing, echoed the voice of the masked person in the space. You mean the necklace my brother gave me is the reason? The masked person does not answer but just guides me to leave the palace through the main gate. I have cleared the way for you. Then the black bone covering the space gradually disappeared. Who is that man? Are you hurt anywhere? Princess. The Golden Knight's question brought Aaron back to reality. Ivan. What about Alice and Lunab? She is fine. Just recover and get out of here through the main gate as he just said. Alice helped Lunab sit up while replying, thinking to herself that getting the kids to safety was her top priority. She will think about that name later. As Lunab was gradually regaining consciousness. Just regained consciousness. She wondered if she was a Saiyan. After leaving the palace, the Saiyan finally had time to piece together the events. Previously, there was a rumor that the blood party took many lives, and some said the one behind it was the Empire's fifth princess, Arin Severus, blinded by power. It seems to be caused by the enchanted stone, most likely given to her by Archer or Lunal. After that incident, they were praised as heroes of the Empire. They benefited a lot from that incident. So you mean they fabricated all these stories for their own gain, sacrificing their species for their own benefit? Sometimes humans are even worse than demons, Karam said, compared to what they will do later. This is nothing, she replied, feeling a bit guilty. Yes, I have helped with massacres even worse than this before. Maybe I am worse than them. Should I just go now? Karam asked when he saw Cyan sit up. Yeah. Nana is probably waiting. The royal knights will take care of everything else. At this moment, Karam suddenly became serious and said, by the way, I have a bit of a question about the princess's necklace. By the way, I remember her name is Emily. Right, her servant also has the scent of enchanted stones. At the same time, Nana, mouth full of blood, looks at Emily with a twisted smile and a craving gaze. This scent. Emily's scent is so good. Emily fearfully hides behind Brian, meowing weakly. No, my scent is not good. Calm down, Nana. Brian tries to comfort Nana, but inside he is confused. What is happening? She is acting like a monster. I do not understand why she is only chasing Emily. I have to stop her, again and again. In Brian's mind appears the image of Nana breathing softly. I must not let her get hurt. I really can't wait any longer, Nana said as she lunged at Brian and Emily with the frying pan. While Emily was screaming, Brian, just for a moment of weakness, stood frozen and did not dare to fight Nana, accepting his fate unexpectedly. At that moment, Soon ran over to shield Brian and Emily, taking a scratch from Nana. While Brian and Emily were still stunned by what had just happened, Karam slipped behind and snatched the necklace from Emily's neck, startling her. Oh my god, who are you? Hey, that is the bow that Atro's missing skin gave me. Karam decisively crushed the bow under his foot and said to Nana, Hey kid, wake up, your beloved is here. Papa. Nana's consciousness is gradually returning. Seeing the long scratch bleeding on Seen's back, tears involuntarily streamed down Nana's cheeks. What happened, Nana? Did you do this to Papa? Seen held back the pain, gave a weak smile and replied, It is okay, Nana. It does not hurt at all. I did not mean to, so I did not do anything wrong. Lack of skin. Let us go. This place is full of lies. In another sea passage, Louisnell looked at the deserted corridor ahead, his heart pounding. What is going on here? This place should be full of monsters, but it is so quiet, as if they never existed here. I do not see any monsters here. Louisnell, the king said. Louisnell withdrew his frustration, turning to the king with a relieved expression. Thank goodness. Father, it seems everything here has been taken care of. Just then, the Aaron group coincidentally rushed to the king's location. Oh Aaron, you are okay. Thank goodness. Dad is fine. Luckily, you are fine. Are you hurt anywhere? As they spoke, the king and his son embraced each other emotionally. At this moment, Aaron realized the presence of his brother, Louisnell, and thanks to the two of them, we could come here safely. The king expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank goodness. I am glad you are safe. Aaron. Louisnell tries to appear as a caring older brother, but he cannot hide the cruelty in his eyes. Aaron naturally notices this but still responds politely, glad that he is okay. She really has tons of questions to ask him, but she needs to take care of others first. While Alice was asking the king, Aaron noticed Archer and Louisnell whispering something to each other. Then, a sinister smile appeared on Louisnell's lips, and just a minute later, he pointed his sword at Lunap's neck. I think I know who is behind this, the granddaughter of the chairman of the Garam Sorcerers Association, Lunap Ren River, who was arrested, immediately shocked not only Aaron's group but even the king. You have crossed the line. Put the sword down. She has saved many people around you. Aaron spoke up in defense. That is just a small part. The kingdom of Garam always looks for opportunities to attack the Yushif Empire. Their main tactic is assassination to create chaos within the empire. Lunap showed no sign of fear. The calm child said, speaking as if he had evidence. Atro was now taking the stage. Last night, the god detected a suspicious aura where she was. Is that so? You better watch your words carefully. I invited them over and tried to express what I wanted peacefully while keeping an eye on them to be sure. As long as you give me time, I will find the evidence. Louisnell confirmed. So the king had to compromise. Fine. Lunap silently looked at the king, wondering if it was a trap or something he had predicted all along. So Lunap was imprisoned along with his own group from the Garam Mage Association for investigation. Lezimus, who was separated from Aaron, worked with other knights to protect the nobles. The funeral of Marquess Renian, the queen's younger brother, and many others took place on the streets. This time, Shine was able to prevent more deaths than in the previous life, but he still could not change the fact that this party was called the Blood Party. The wound could have been worse, Alice said with a click of her tongue while bandaging Cyan's injury. Cyan, unhappy, said she did not need to do that and tried to stop Alice from continuing but was reminded by her. No, stay right there. I am your sister. Listen to me. Things could get very dangerous. Luckily, I managed to run in time. Yes. I am very good at running. Cyan follows the person who speaks. If it were not for that person, she probably would not be alive. Who is that person? Actually, their height is quite similar to mine. Looking back now, you have definitely gotten stronger lately. You even have scars, so you must have been training hard. Of course, Cyan turned away and replied, Are you embarrassed? Let me touch your muscles. Do not tease me anymore. Cyan looks bored and replies, while the two sisters are playing happily. Astro appears. You recovered really fast. It seems like you two are still very close. I am really jealous. Are you okay now? Alright. I miss you a lot, Cyan said with a gloomy face, but then quickly smiled and asked how the investigation was going. Looking at Cyan's attitude and words, Alice thought to herself that Cyan seemed very wary of him. Cyan also knew that Astro had a cruel personality. Hearing Cyan's question, Astro smiled and replied that he came here because of that matter. The enchanted stone-studded bracelet was found in Luna Brain River's room. She identified that it was given to her, so the person who gave it to her should also be on the list of suspects. You are really smart, by the way. Did you get anything from anyone during the party? Cyan pretended to think and replied, I do not know. Do you know who gave that ring to Luna? I heard it was a merchant in the castle. Today he was found to have passed away. That is why you went looking for them. He asked again, did you receive anything from anyone that day? Astro asked, his eyes threatening Cyan. I knew it. This is not an investigation. He is trying to create a scapegoat. Emily is in danger. Let me ask you again. Did anyone give you something? Faced with Astro's question, Cyan chose to avoid it. My head. Alice immediately caught Cyan, anxiously asking, are you okay? I'm sorry. I am still not fully recovered. I am feeling dizzy. Her wound was very severe, so she lost a lot of blood. The doctor said she needs to rest. Alice explained to Astro and reminded Cyan, do not overexert yourself. Lie down. I understand. You rest. I will go outside. When Astro was about to leave, Cyan replied that she remembered no one gave her anything. Even if someone approached her, they would not survive in a place like that. Hell. That is how G is. Thank you for answering me. Astro smiled and then turned to leave. That is right. Maybe that person was destroyed by a beast. This is good. You do not have to worry about eliminating anyone. But it is a pity you can't use this opportunity to get rid of me. Little brother. In another development, a maid is now holding a bleeding wound on her stomach, crying and begging. Why did you do this? I have followed all your orders. I even gave the necklace to Princess Erin. I won't question why you did that. So please spare my life. That is right. Your mission ends here. Unfortunately, I could not complete my mission either, so I have to take on this mundane job. The more I think about it, the more frustrated I feel. I have tried so hard. Saying this, Boris ruthlessly ended the maid's life. Oh, and about this, last time someone found the body, so we had trouble all night. This time, I have to clean it up myself. Boris pulled out a magic book, recited a spell to summon a monster, then ordered it to bite the water, causing the maid's body to evaporate without a trace. The scene shifts to the next morning. Emily is sitting alone when a man appears, so it was Brian. And then the two of them sat and chatted while eating. How much longer do we have to stay here? Emily asked a bit upset. Theo said we have to wait until he gives the next order, so we have to keep hiding here until then. Going back to the day the blood party took place. After settling Nana's matter, Cyan held the item in his hand and questioned Emily. Did Acho give this to me as a gift? Emily honestly replied, yes, to celebrate your first public appearance. He has made everything complicated. While speaking, Cyan used mana to burn the place and warned, Emily, listen carefully to what I am about to say. Whether you are in the capital or in a mansion, you won't be safe, so hide somewhere until I give you my next order. After instructing Emily, Cyan turned to Brian and ordered, I still have other matters to attend to, so you will escort Emily. Understood. Leave it to me, and remember to take care of Nana as well. Speaking of which, Cyan came closer and patted Nana's head. She smiled through the pain and said, Nana, we won't see each other for a short time. Don't cry. Thinking about that side of Cyan, Brina could not help but sigh. It was the first time she saw Cyan show that side. This time, I must definitely be able to help him. Has Nana been feeling better? Emily asked with concern. The past few days she had some difficulties, but now she can sleep well, so I think she has improved. During the time I was not with him, Theoda had to go through many things. The girl I thought was his servant was actually a dragon person. Now that I know, I should try to help him as much as possible, Breen said a bit excitedly. I just had the same thought. Hearing that, Emily linked arms with Breen and smiled softly. So from now on let us do our best to help the young lady. Promise me. Breen blushed and looked at Emily for a moment, then smiled and replied, yes. Emily. In another development, after hearing the king speak, Louisnell angrily shouted, what are you saying? Father, we have clear evidence, yet you ordered the release of the only suspect. Watch your words. Louisnell, I have made my decision. Louisnell, now blood rushing to his head, disregarded all manners and criticized the king. With such weak thinking, how could he become the ruler of this continent? What is there in the kingdom of Garam to be afraid of? Enough, the king shouted loudly while launching a mana orb at Louisnell. Of course, since it was just a warning, the mana orb did not harm Louisnell, but the wall behind was pierced with a large hole. Becoming the ruler of the 6 realms, having ambition is good, but the Yushif Empire is not only close to the Garam kingdom but also to the demon realms of Spania and Brina. If we completely turn against the kingdom of Garam, we will no longer be able to resist the demon world. By then, When the beasts come out, this entire continent will be engulfed in flames. Even if we are lucky enough to become the overlord of this continent, the price to pay is a lot of bloodshed. The one who can do that is not an emperor but a monster. Something so simple and you still do not understand. Louis Nell kept telling her, but we have clear evidence and yet we have to release the culprit. You mean the enchanted stone? Right. The king's words startled Louis Nell. How could it be, father? The royal family has not finished the investigation yet. Right. Your behavior has already told me everything I need to know. Louis Nell, since I was little, I have always been a child who gets whatever I want. No. Father, I do not understand what you are talking about. Louis Nell replied anxiously. That is enough, my foolish son. How did you end up like this? It seems Aaron is more suited to the throne than you. I do not want to see your face anymore. Get out of here. Louis Nell was trembling all over, not out of fear but anger, so he immediately ran to Aaron's office to scold him. Your Highness, the princess needs to rest now. When Lezimus tried to stop him, Louis Nell immediately punched him. Aaron looked coldly at Louis Nell. What is the matter that you have to be so upset? Louis Nell gave a crazy smile and replied, I came here to talk with my little sister. Lezimus stood up, though he had just been beaten, still firmly protecting Aaron. Even if he is a prince, if he continues to act this way, as the princess's subordinate, I will have to oppose him. These words falling into Louis Nell's hands are like pouring fuel on the fire. Oh. Really? What can you do, you food stain? Just based on what you just said, I could order your execution and that of everyone in your family. We will wipe out that person's lineage without looking back. At this point, Aaron spoke up. Stop. You must have a reason for coming to see me. Right. What do you want me to say? Louis Nell must be surprised. The girl is so different from before. Is this still the Aaron Severus I once knew? While Louis Nell was still thinking, Aaron went straight to the point. Or should you just tell me here, Aaron Severus? I have not received anything from you. Going back a few hours, before meeting Louis Nell, the king had summoned Aaron to inquire about the necklace. Are you sure these things are not related? But the necklace you brought me, the gemstone on it is not ordinary at all. It is the enchanted stone of the Blood Clan. It was used in forbidden magic, although now it is not valued as before. There is a rumor that enchanted stones can also be used to control monsters. Recently, I received news that someone in the palace secretly bought them. The black market trader Jobert and his maid Merida seem to have made quite a few deals over time, but now they are missing or possibly dead. At this point, the king looked at Aaron, who was a bit confused. Aaron, those two have contacted Louis Nell many times. Is it true that you did not receive anything from Louis Nell? The two boys were the ones who gave me that necklace. Aaron did not dare look at the king and just fiddle with her hands. Then after a while she replied, No, I have never received anything from him. It seems someone has found out who brought those jewels into the palace. So Lunap is no longer suspected. Please release her. She saved many people during the banquet. Aaron understood clearly that it was not because she wanted to cover for Louis Nell, but because if she told her father that he was involved in this matter, she could not predict what Louis Nell would do to those around her. She could not let anyone have to sacrifice for her. She needs to ensure that they will not get hurt again in the future. The king no longer makes things difficult for Aaron and says, I understand. You do not need to worry. Back to reality, facing Louis Nell, who was stunned by his words. Aaron repeated, I did not get anything from you. Is that what you wanted to hear? Brother, that is right. I never gave you anything. Louis Nell replied with a sinister look. Yes. Those were also the words I said to my father. But what is with your attitude? You are acting like I have done something wrong. Should I deal with that subordinate of yours or not? Sorry, but I currently have a guest. What? Who else is more important than me? Scene. Who has been standing in the corner until now, finally speaks up. Sorry, I did not mean to, but I heard everything. I can't feel his presence at all. What is he doing here? Although a bit upset inside, Louis Nell still calmly replied, Who has been hiding there all this time? Hide. No way. It is just that my sense of existence is low. Scene replied with dissatisfaction. Low durability is exactly the characteristic of that corpse master. Louis Nell was so angry he gritted his teeth. Are you joking with me? You are standing right in front of me and still dare to say such nonsense. Scene stepped behind Aaron, smiling cruelly and asked back, So what do you intend to do? Are you planning to deal with me too? Louis Nell looked at Scene and then at Aaron, wondering if the rumor that they were engaged was true. If making Scene your enemy won't benefit you. His father is a friend of the king, and what Acho said makes me worried. Louis Nell recalled that he once asked Acho if he wanted to remove Aaron from the inheritance position immediately. But why would someone want to remove their own brother? Your father has trusted you a lot. At that time Acho said it made me feel uncomfortable. That kid is hiding something very big. That makes me restless. I understand Acho's meaning now. What is that oppressive feeling he is giving off? After a moment of silence, Louis Nell's face softened from cruelty to a friendly smile and said, All right, that is enough. I was just joking. If the misunderstanding has been cleared up, then I will be going now. After saying that, he really left, which surprised Say a bit. Louis Nell Severus, his temperament is still not too bad now, at least for someone with the title of Mad Emperor. He is still better than in his previous life. When passing by Lesimus, Louis Nell even said, "I am sorry for what happened earlier. It is okay, I also apologize for my rude behavior." Lesimus replied, you better be careful. Louis Nell looked at Lesimus with a warning glance before leaving the room. Lesimus finally breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "Truly a stubborn fool. Thank you. According to Desayan, the #1 swordsman on the continent. So she is that kind of person." Interesting, Say thought silently and replied, "You did not do much. This time it was almost all thanks to the princess." "What, thanks to you?" Arin was talking when she suddenly noticed Say standing behind her, but now he is sitting right next to her, which startled her. "Why are you sitting next to me? I have been standing too long, so my legs hurt. Am I not allowed to sit here?" "Calm down and sit." But Arin blushed and replied. Looking at Say's innocent expression, Lesimus could only silently sigh. "Whoa, he is really dumb. I am just a little surprised that you dared to say those words to the prince. Now that we have made him believe we are a couple, he won't dare to touch you anymore." After speaking, Say quickly left, and at the same time, after leaving Arin's room, Louisnel went straight to Archer to question him about how he planned to fix this mistake. "Didn't you say your plan was perfect? The targets we wanted to eliminate are still alive. I have lost the trust of the Emperor. It is all over now. I was supposed to be the savior of this damn Mushab Empire. Actually, we still had some success." Louisnel turned to look at the man who had just spoken. Who was he? Boris Leham respectfully introduces himself to Prince Louisnel. "Where did this person come from? Because all this time I have been carrying out Lord Archer's orders. I heard Emily has disappeared. So what does that mean for our success?" Archer asked, confused. "We have underestimated the people beside Princess Arin." As he spoke, Boris pulled out a stone. "Please look here. Inside this stone contains the mana that the princess's friend used in the battle. Most of this mana is very ordinary, but this one, a black bone shard, flew out of the rock, which is very rare. It is considered something very profound and cruel. This is the demon sword mana. It means one of Princess Arin's friends possesses the forbidden demon sword." A few days later, Sign secretly visited Emily and Nana. Emily was so happy that she decided to treat everyone to a lavish meal. With her innate cooking talent, Emily won over every diner, including Brian. Brian looked at the dark seafood dish on the table, then at Nana and Cyan enjoying their meal, and began to question life. "I thought this dish was supposed to be stewed crab, so what is this in front of me? Why are not those two reacting at all?" Nana: "Eat slowly. You must really like this dish," Emily said with satisfaction. "I swear this just moved." Brian stared at the plate of food on the table. "I told you," Cheyenne said, putting down the fork. "So fast. You should eat more." "No, if we stay here any longer, Achu will find out." Cyan politely refuses. Emily actually believed those words. Cam said with a bitter face, "Achu is really evil. I just came here to check if you guys are okay. It is still not safe enough for you to return. So if you need anything, just ask Brian to get it. I have also assigned guards nearby. This place is safer than anywhere else right now. I am leaving now. Remember to come back," Emily said sadly. "Yeah, do not worry. Take care of your health." Brian held up the piece of food, his face partly accusing, mostly teasing. "Yes, young master." As Cyan stepped out the door, Sarika was already waiting, her cold expression questioning. "Truly a lovely little family. So are you going to explain why you know about the blood banquet and the death of my fiancé? Everything you do makes me think you already knew the future. You should be careful with your words. Depending on what you say, I might consider you my enemy. After all, who are you?" Cyan scoops up, in the gloomy city. Someone speaks. From the bloody party. The man's face was full of cunning when he heard about my fiancé's death. Lindsay Halla frowned, his face cold and sharp, "Not to mention that he is betrothed to me and could never fall into your hands." "But how do you know?" Cyan looked at her calmly and replied, "Even Zidranian is a purification target. Is that really important?" The other person answered, "Of course." Her expression grew more intense as she asked, "What if you are a spy from another organization?" Cyan slightly frowned and asked back, "If that is true, then what do you intend to do to me?" The other person, upon hearing this, drew a weapon to attack him, asking such a pointless question. At that moment, a red light flashed past Cyan. A loud movement sounded. Someone appeared just in time to stop Surika's attack and protect Cyan. Surika was pushed back. She sneered contemptuously, intending to get involved with her. The ram appeared, standing in front of Cyan. "It seems the person still has not learned a thing. Did not I tell you not to cause trouble with my master?" Surika is relentless, continuing to attack. The one who has not learned is her. Miss K. Ram. "Do you know I have never been this eager before?" K. Ram felt even more annoyed, veins bulging on her cheek, raising her hand to counterattack, gritting her teeth, refusing the offered drink, always wanting to challenge with penalty drinks. Then, the two of them fought back and forth, you with one move, me with another. The ram tree gathered an energy ball and smiled. "All right, let me show you a few moves to open your eyes." Surika was also in an ecstatic state. She smiled thinking, "Here it is," the ram said, "Black Mist power. Indomitable." Then threw the energy orb from above, causing the ground to instantly soak. Surika leaned slightly to avoid that move. It was strong, but I only needed a light touch to finish it. However, she did not expect that just as she moved, an energy orb exploded behind her, creating a massive attack. Surika was slightly surprised and glanced behind her, thinking that was the power of the ram tree. If she got hit or tried to counterattack, she would definitely die. She looked at the tall ram tree with thorns in front and thought, no wonder she insisted on staying in sword form. If the ram tree got involved in the fight, wiping out the whole city would be easy. She looked at the devastation caused by the ram's attack and thought, only someone as powerful as the Demon King could block this strike. The ram licked its lips and continued to enter battle mode. Alright. Get ready. I was just warming up. Surika laughed excitedly and replied, I am waiting here, the ram tree. I will also rock with all my strength. But before Surika finished, a voice interrupted, controlling the love. As soon as it was pulled, the ram tree that was standing upright suddenly collapsed to the ground as if something was pressing down on it. While being pressed tightly to the ground, the ram tree screamed, Hey. Really? I just started a little bit. K-Ram also started to get annoyed. He coughed. The person was causing too much trouble. K-Ram showed irritation, saying we have been discovered now. Idiot. K-Ram was startled and spoke frankly. Surika stood looking confused. Oh right, the ram said. Let me tell them to move to a new place. Then he left the two behind and went inside the house, saying, you two handle this place yourselves. After catching the sentence, he slammed the door shut, making a loud echo. Ram and Surika were left outside, silently standing there. Saiyan rubbed the pain away, sighed, changed plans, and quickly packed up. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Saiyan suspicious. Senior, you are here already. Luna spoke up, saying we have not known each other long but your family is already so big. Brian looked at Saiyan and apologized. Master, I was cleaning when she suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Saiyan looked at Lunav and thought she had overcome both the barrier and the star guard. Then he asked how she knew this place. Saiyan thought to himself, so this girl is even stronger than I thought. Lunav said, this is just one of my talents. Don't worry, no one else knows about this place except me. Well, there probably is not anything to worry about now. But what was all that noise earlier? Everyone heard that and simultaneously turned to look at Saiyan. Showing curiosity, Saiyan was at a loss for words and ignored it. What was her reason for coming here? Lunav replied. Thank you, Senior. I came to say this to you. Saiyan asked curiously. I did not do anything. So why are you thanking me? Lunav replied. It is okay. I already know everything. She rested one hand on her cheek. That day, when you went deep inside me, the others in the room immediately broke out in a cold sweat and stared at Saiyan, wondering what she meant by that. Was it about that matter? Saiyan recalled the situation and felt a bit confused. Thinking she had passed out at that time, Lunav stretched out both hands. An ice element appeared on her left hand, a flame on her right, and as she brought them together, the two elements seemed to harmonize. Lunav explained, I can use the magic of all elements, just like being able to freely combine or change them. Tracking someone's magic power is also a small matter. Lunav's expression darkened slightly. It sounds wonderful. This is the gift he left for me. Saiyan, I think it sounds more like the original. Your body is injured. Lunav. Hearing that, she looked up with joy and asked Saiyan if it was really him, but Saiyan did not answer and said, let us change places to talk. Saiyan looked at Brienne and Emily talking behind, gritting his teeth, saying, you two better pack up. If we are not done when we get back, you are in trouble. Emily then asked, young master, where are we going? Saiyan put his hands in his pockets and headed to Ruin Academy. Emily's eyes sparkled. Really? So I can take care of the young master all day long. Hearing that, Breen recalled the horrible dishes Emily made. And Anna, seeing Brienne's expression, innocently asked, Breen, what is wrong? He helplessly replied, I just suddenly feel a mix of happiness and sadness. Meanwhile, Lunav thought about her past and confided in Saiyan, my childhood was spent in a place both dark and cold, where they conducted the most painful experiments on my body, but I could only silently endure. Desperate images flashed through her mind because that was what I had to do as Regan Srain River's granddaughter. Lunav and Saiyan walked together on the nearby bridge. She wondered if Senior had anything to do. Saiyan just quietly said, I do not. Lunav did not stop, so why not just say you saved everyone? Saiyan lazily exhaled and replied, do not you already know the reason? What is the use? It only causes more trouble. Lunav stopped while walking and slowly asked, what is the reason? In Lunav's hand now appears a dark elemental orb. Yes, his magical element. At first, I thought it was just a shadow type. Lunav recalls his first meeting with Saiyan, where he collected some during their first dinner together. Hearing that, Saiyan glanced at Lunav, thinking to himself that just by being in contact, she could see through the flow of magic power, something he never knew in his past life. Lunav paid no attention to him and continued to recall the day I fainted and the magic power you infused into me. The dark magic in Lunav's hand suddenly amplified. Lunav seriously looked at Saiyan and asked, what exactly is this? It seems both like mine and yet unlike anything in this world. Saiyan, with a calm expression, said, maybe I understand why you came to find me. You intend to give it to Regan. Lunav clenched her hand. The dark magic disappeared, and she replied, no. Lunav withdrew her hand, thinking that doing so would only cause more trouble. Saiyan gave a mysterious smile, so she plans to betray her own Rain Rever. Lunav slowly approached Saiyan, saying, don't you already know the reason? Senior, she gently leaned on Saiyan, surprising him, thanking him. Senior Saiyan, for helping the pain inside me fade away. Saiyan thought to himself, Luna's body was like a boiling pot of water, a pot that kept boiling day and night thanks to the magical power from all elements. But it was very chaotic. Saiyan kept thinking, and someone had extinguished the flame under the pot. In Saiyan's mind, he imagined a pot of mixed food boiling but tightly sealed. He pondered that the magical power would no longer be lost, but because it was boiled for too long, the excess magical power began to burn away even the embers of her life, bringing Lunav closer to death. Saiyan's eyes showed deep thought. I only made a hole in that pot, because for me. Saiyan grabbed Lunav's shoulders and gently pushed her away, feeling a bit of sympathy. She was like someone else's puppet, and that made it hard for him to watch. Saiyan patted Lunav's shoulders twice and said, no need to thank me. Once this is done, I will leave. Please keep this a secret for me. Junior. After saying that, he immediately left. I turned back and waved goodbye to Lunav. Remember to be careful not to overexert yourself. I'm off. Lunav watched Saiyan's figure leave. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. So cute. Lunav muttered to himself, just as I thought. You really are a good person. Senior. Elsewhere, at the Garam Council main office, a loud voice rang out. What? Old Regans was angrily pounding the table. His old butler bowed respectfully. Fortunately, the young lady has been freed and is not accused of any crime. We must quickly send a petition to the Ushab Empire. But old Regans refused. No, that is not it. He raised his high cheekbones and gritted his teeth to give orders. Lunav is lingering somewhere before returning here. Find the girl's trail and bring her to me. The next morning, on the dirt road, the tiger-striped carriage was rolling. Emily was sitting inside with a very happy face. Saiyan looked at her ready face and asked, are you that happy? Emily smiled brightly. Yes, because I get to serve the young master. But are not maids not allowed in the academy? Saiyan asked, crossing his arms. Perhaps if it is my request, they will allow it. He replied. Kundal's expression became serious. Not allowing it. Not permitted. Saiyan stood with hands clasped behind his back, saying he would not let anyone find out. Please allow it. Kundal asked Saiyan why his sister was given an exception to go, and Saiyan rolled his eyes and whispered that he would never skip a class. But Kundal angrily slammed the table and said that was obvious. And moreover, he intended to bring not just one but 2 maidservants. Then meet. Kundal said. Just answer me one thing. Kundal looked serious. Is it related to the bloody party? Seeing the request so intense, it must not be a simple reason. Kundal urged, saying go ahead. Saiyan slowly replied. About that matter, if you allow my proposal, I will speak. Kundal slightly turned away, having to compromise. Fine. Do whatever you want. Even if I do not allow it, you will find a way to do it your way anyway. Saiyan felt immediately reassured. No hesitation. Actually, it is still not convenient to explain now, but one thing I can be sure of. Saiyan pointed to his face. Anne's eyes flashed a strange red light. I am not the mastermind behind the bloody party. Is not that what the teacher wanted to know? Kundal stared intently at Saiyan, sure of himself, while Saiyan looked gloomy. Finally, the teacher asked how bad he thought he was. But Mitha. Kundal suddenly avoided the question and cleared his throat, reminding him not to skip any classes. The conversation between the two ended. Saiyan sighed in relief. The talk with Principal Kundal went smoothly and well. Saiyan walked down the academy hallway, wondering how he would react if he found out his nephew was the mastermind behind the massacre. In Saiyan's mind, Louis Nell's face gradually appeared, and he fell into thought. Based on what he knew, Louis Nell was not that smart. Saiyan then remembered the 2 men beside Louis Nell, Acho and Boris, and guessed that perhaps the plan was made by Acho and executed by Boris. Saiyan always asserts his thoughts. As usual, he suddenly startled when he saw a white-haired person doing push-ups continuously in front of his room. He kept doing push-ups while coming. 1285, 1286, 1287, 1288, 1289. Saiyan looked at him helplessly and thought, it is him again, the white-haired guy who noticed Saiyan but did not stop doing push-ups and said, you are here. My friend. He used force to stand up. The guy put his hands on his hips and said, fight me. Saiyan, let us see who is stronger. Saiyan ignored him and went straight into his room, then closed the door, leaving the guy frustrated. Saiyan looked at the door being slammed noisily and thought, it has been 2 years and he has not missed a single day. It seems Saiyan's indifference has not discouraged him as he is still noisy outside the door. So busy. My friend, see you next time. Saiyan relaxed. Saiyan was walking suddenly and saw a hand of someone lying on the ground. When Saiyan bent down to look, he discovered it was Brian. I do not know what poison Brian ate to be lying flat on the ground like that. Saiyan's face suddenly turned serious, thinking he was dead. Just then Emily spoke up. Oh, the young master is here. Saiyan was startled and pointed at Brian asking, Emily. Why is he like this? Emily and Anna are holding 2 plates of weird-shaped food. Emily eats while saying, I do not know. He ate the special cake I made for the young master and then fell asleep, but I was noisy. Emily holds out the plate of creepy-shaped special cake and asks Sayan, do you want to try one? You pointed at Emily and said, Emily, do not cook for Brian anymore. Emily looked unhappy. Why? Sayan replied seriously, that is an order, do not do it. Emily pouted. You are too much. Sayan sat down, sighed deeply, worried about the future. Suddenly you notice a letter on the table. Where did this letter come from? Emily is still annoyed answering. Brian admits, I do not know. Sayan picks up the letter and opens it to read. From Lunava. Then a voice suddenly calls out, Sayan. You turned around in surprise to look at the owner of the voice and asked, why are you here? Emily immediately ran out to block Sayan. Who is that? Lunava smiled brightly at Sayan and asked, how have you been lately? I ran away from home. At the same time, in an underground sewer, 2 men in black shirts are walking and talking. The guards of the Garam Association will arrive soon. One replies, do not worry. I have taken care of everything. The man in the black shirt reminds, do not forget, this is the only way to stop Regan Strain River. Nella. Oh, are you afraid? I see it as very conscientious, the man said. After all, he was once her student. Nella showed clear disdain. A student? That is the lecturer from Luai Academy. Nella Uranus. No, I am not stupid enough to pity a monster like him. The man in the black shirt felt reassured and replied. Well then, that is good. Nella does not want to prolong the conversation. All right, I am heading to the meeting place now. Our teammates have probably contacted Lunaf by now. Then, the two separated. The man in the black shirt placed one hand forward, slightly bowing, hoping glory would come to the kingdom of Garam. At this time, Lunaf and Sayan were sitting together at a cafe outside the academy. Lunaf grabbed my wrist and looked at Sayan teasingly, saying, you are too bold. I did not expect you to pull me out like that. Sayan looked at Lunaf and said the dormitory gate was already sealed with a barrier. So how could she break it? Lunaf explained that she only analyzed the flow of magic within the barrier and then used a dispelling spell. Nothing too impressive. Sayan pondered, thinking it was too awesome to be true, as if just analyzing the magic and dispelling it was as easy as looking at it. Lunaf could not hide the smug look on his face. Have you read the letter yet? Sayan looked at Lunaf helplessly and replied, I have not finished reading it before she arrived. Lunaf cupped her cheeks with both hands, unable to wait for an answer. So she came straight here. Sayan wondered. Regan said she did that, and Lunaf's face suddenly fell upon hearing that. Sayan continued, that old man told her to approach me, so speak up. Lunaf took the teacup, looking troubled, and slowly replied, at first it was like that, but not anymore. Believe it or not, Sayan said indifferently, I do not easily trust people. What is her purpose? Lunaf still held the cup of tea. Recently there have been some unpleasant incidents in the Garam Association. The 2 dragons that the Luang Association had suddenly disappeared somewhere in the Luang area. Those involved in smuggling goods from other countries were found one after another in a cold corpse state. As far as I know, you all have the physique for it. Lunaf looked at Sayan with a slight smile. At first it was just a guess, but now I can be sure. Sayan closed his eyes and thought silently, not expecting the Garam Association to be connected to dragons. He spoke up. All right, so what do you intend to do with me? Lunaf replied calmly as if nothing was wrong. I am about to die. Startling Sayan, Lunaf bowed her head, sadness shining in her eyes. Although she had helped me before, I knew my body better than anyone. It was completely broken, she said, placing her hand forward. Probably about 3 years left, all thanks to you. Sayan looked serious. I did not believe it. How could he be so calm, about to die but not flinching at all? Lunaf smiled with a face that also carried pain. I wished I could be like that too. Sayan's expression hardened as he stood up, annoyed, not looking at Lunaf and thinking, not my problem, I am leaving. Lunaf asked, are you really going? Sayan turned his back. Yeah, I hate troublesome matters. Lunaf sitting behind him waved her hand and replied, all right, see you next time. Cram in the form of a black sphere appeared beside Sayan and asked, what kind of manners is that? Is it okay to leave her behind like that? Sayan, with an expressionless face, thought that leaving here now was the best. He thought that the Garam Association guys had been waiting all along, just as he expected. Lunaf is now surrounded by members of the Garam Guild, muttering that she thought she had sneaked out unnoticed. Lunaf lowers her head, saying they arrived too quickly. A member of the Garam Guild speaks up. Let us go. Lunaf, Lord Regans is looking for you. Lunaf looked expressionless at the person who just spoke, showing suspicion. What is wrong? Miss Lunaf, you seem tall and proud. The one who came to pick me up was Mir. Victor. Which unit are you from? That person answered confusedly. Today Mir. Victor has something to do so I came instead. We belong to security team number 6. Lunaf revealed the truth. Lying, there is no one named Victor here. Immediately, she jumped up, using her style to knock away those around her. One of them was too big, Huh, she ran away. Quickly chase after her. Lunaf tried to escape. She glanced at those behind. Jiang thought they were extremists and did not notice that someone was blocking her front. Lunaf thought she had to get out of here first. Just as she was thinking, a hand covered Lunaf's forehead with magic, using a sleep spell. Lunaf immediately fell asleep and collapsed to the ground, and someone in the crowd laughed loudly, saying it would not be easy. He took off his hat and coat, revealing his bald head, but was caught so quickly. Put him on the carriage. Another replied, yes. Lunaf had fallen into a deep sleep, lying on the ground unaware. Cram suddenly sensed something. Turned around. It seems like they are fighting. Saiyan stopped walking, glanced towards the direction he just left. Thinking, are not they Garam's people? Saiyan's face looked thoughtful. Somewhere in the night the sound of horse carriages kept rolling. Raf's voice called out to Lunaf, wait here a moment. His men replied, yes. Raf entered the cathedral. I have brought Lunaf Rain River here. A strange voice echoed. Very good. A person wearing a black robe was sitting on the cathedral chair, truly a pitiful child, tortured all their life in experiments, finally discarded without mercy. That means we will use it in a more meaningful way. Suddenly, a mysterious masked figure appeared above Han. A loud scream echoed into the cathedral, catching Raf's attention. He looked outside, and Nella asked if there were any other guests. Raf suspiciously replied, it seems like someone is following us. Nella remained calm. Oh, so it is the enemy. Raf, show them the fate of those who block our way. Raf immediately got into fighting spirit and replied, yes, I will shut them up right away. The ram stick had turned into a painful baton in Seen's hand. More successful than I thought. Seen replied, it is not over yet. The stronger one is at that church. Raf stepped out of the sanctuary. Kid, you are quite full too. Going alone huff. Seen was not right at all, but it seems the person is not. You think, the guy looks like Lunaf, but Seen later changed his mind. No, it seemed more unstable. At this moment, Raf wanted to attack Seen. Extremely arrogant, thinking he alone was enough to handle it. He aimed straight at Seen. Like a person now, Nella waited inside for a while then stepped outside. Done yet, Raf. But as soon as she stepped outside, she muttered in shock. This is strange. She saw Raf defeated in front, collapsed before Seen. Why is it not like my data? Raf was beaten up by Seen, lying bruised on the ground. Seen looked up at Nella, the last one left. Right. Why do you want to take Lunavi? Nella, using her magic condensation, wanted to attack Seen, but asking too much won't please women. If you want to know, find out yourself. Seen looked at the attributes on her hand and remembered how Lunav used to handle magical elements. Thinking that elements could be combined at will, Seen's eyes lit up. He thought, just like Lunav, Nella unleashed a lightning flame, quickly attacking straight at Seen. Seen quickly dodged the move. I still have many other questions to ask. You raised your spear. Nella's face was shocked, unable to believe it. Impossible. Seen used his polearm to continuously strike, breaking Nella's attacks and surprising her. She thought she could only block his moves with her daggers. But before she could react, Seen was already in front of her, saying, got you. Causing Nella to cry out, she quickly used the Vietnamese style, leapt into the air to avoid Seen's slash. In her hand, another magic quickly condensed. The Jiang thought, this guy is too dangerous, must eliminate him immediately. While Nella was using the whip, a strange red aura suddenly flashed before her eyes. The ram appeared behind Nella. Cunningly speaking, look over here too, startling her and making her realize, it is not just him alone. Nella could not react in time as the ram tree held her body tightly. She shouted loudly. Nella still tried to break free, condensing magic in her hands. Shouting, let me go. Her powers were uncontrollably unleashed onto the ground. A large magical path swept straight from beneath the ground up to the cathedral wall. Seen watched the magical energy sweep past him, thinking her pressure was no joke. Nella was held tight by the ram tree's magic. Jiang gritted his teeth and shouted, hey, are not you listening to me? The ram tree behind her brushes its hand. Don't struggle anymore. No one can escape it. Seen stepped in front of Lunav and asked, who hired someone to kidnap Lunav? How many more people are there? Nella lowered her head and laughed. Haha, this kid is interesting. You will find out soon enough. When she looked up, her face was covered in blood. Her body began to dissipate. Because we will definitely find you. See you in hell. Ram rubbed his chin. That reaction was from despair. Seen made a similar gesture he guessed. A type of divine weapon compresses the wearer's magic in the heart, so the magic cannot circulate and accumulates in the body. Ram guessed that Luna's body might have something similar. Nella asked how he knew about that. Seen answered, the name of the monster organization created from the experiments of the Garam Association is the Path of Evolution. Right. Nella became even more panicked. Wait, who are you two? Seen rubbed Nella's slowly fading head, saying if she wanted to understand, she should find out in hell herself. Nella's tears mixed with blood as she panicked. No, this can't be. Seen raised his hand and stabbed straight into Nella's stomach, making her let out a groan. Seen remembered a grip he had seen in a past life. He thought that in his previous life, he had found an ancient manuscript in the Garam Kingdom study room, which detailed how to use an artifact called Tayat Tam and research on how to control it. In Seen's hand was a small glowing object, and he thought about how to erase it if it failed. Seen looked at the stone in his hand and sighed. Luckily it still worked, and Cram asked what he intended to use it for. Seen looked at Cram. Cram, help me get Lunaf out of the carriage. Cram objected. No, why should I do that? Seen then asked, do you want to be restrained too? Cram heard that and obediently followed Seen's orders to take Lunaf out of the carriage. Stepping closer, it was his first time doing this. Seen pointed the stone forward, unsure if it would work, then crushed the stone. Seen brought the shards of the stone close to Lunaf's body, thinking that if Lunaf's heart also contained this, he could use the same method to destroy it. Lunaf's horse's hoof reacted strangely, emitting a continuous blue light. Then Lunaf suddenly opened her eyes wide, her eyes shining with a beautiful light. The next day, at the main building of the Garam Association, Lunaf opened her eyes and murmured, "What is this feeling?" She raised her hand in front of her eyes and observed her body feeling much lighter, as if the heavy weight pressing down had disappeared. And why can I feel Senior Scene so clearly? K-Ram and Scene are standing on the roof of a nearby building. K-Ram wonders what the person intends to do. Scene replies, on second thought, maybe we can use her later. Killing her now would be a waste. K-Ram crossed his arms and continued to ask, so how is it different from benefiting others? What if she comes back later and stabs someone in the back? Scene laughed calmly. Can someone really say those things? K-Ram replied. After all, the body is mine, so take good care of it. Scene casually continued. Alright then. Then he stood up. Let us go. Staying here longer won't do any good. Old Regans tapped his fingers on the table. After being kidnapped, you do not remember anything. But did someone bring you here? Lunaf stood before him and answered. Yes. Grandfather, I do not remember anything else. Old Regan's face was cold as he slammed his hand on the table. Do you think I would believe that? The whole kingdom is in chaos because of the bloody feast and you are so calm. The old butler beside him hurriedly spoke. Apologizing. Lord Regans, it was all my fault. I should have taken Miss Lunavi earlier. Lord Regan stood up and walked around the table, asking. It was just the girl's preference. Not your fault. The old butler bowed deeply. Thank you for your generosity. Regans placed a hand on the butler's shoulder, who always had to suffer because of his granddaughter, and the butler replied, I am just fulfilling my duty. Regans encouraged him. Come on, let it go. Then suddenly, flame burst from Regan's hand, burning the butler's shoulder, and the butler was confused. What is going on? Old Regan's cold face glanced at the butler. I have known you were a traitor for a long time. Did you think you could escape after harming my granddaughter? The butler tried to explain. Sir, you have misunderstood. Please give me a chance to explain. But Regans ignored him and covered his mouth. Old Regans angrily gritted his teeth. Every word you say makes me shudder. Immediately, a large flame burst out, burning the butler on the spot. Lunav was shocked, covering his mouth in fear. Why did you do that? Old Regans was calm. He was one of those who ordered to corner that girl. He took a white cloth to wipe his hands and asked Lunav if she had discovered anything about San Vochua. Lunav, with a tense expression, thought he surely already knew the answer and was just asking, but she replied aloud. Nothing special. Lunav thought that a blatant lie would not fool him, so old Regan slowly approached Lunav and asked, What do you mean by that? Lunav replied, Actually, I was late because I had to meet him privately. During our first encounter, I did not notice anything special. Old Regans placed his hand on Lunav's shoulder and said, That is not the answer I want. Lunav, Regans exuded a threatening aura, saying, Tell me, what is he hiding? He has a high status. If it were a family member rescuing him, there must be something or someone helping him. Lunav still maintains his composure in response. He only has an ordinary maid and a knight as protection. There is no clue related to the case. So why are you so determined to investigate him? Regans leaned close to Lunav, saying you have asked too many questions. Clearly there is something between you and that kid. If you are a member of Rain River, you should know how to limit your questions. Only when I say you can do it, then you may proceed. Then he stepped behind Lunav, and if you do not want to answer, go back because you will be grounded in the near future. On the floor, the butler's corpse was still rotting. Lunav frowned in discomfort, thinking he was tired of this Rain River house and the Luane Academy. The white-haired guy who was doing push-ups in front of Seen's room the other day is now leaning against the door and sleeping. Seen stands by the nearby wall, thinking, why does not this annoying guy study at all? Well, whatever, let us go back. Soon was walking down the hallway when he heard a group of students talking ahead. One girl said, Really? The boy next to her replied, Yeah. So all the classes are cancelled now. Another girl joined in, I heard they still have not found him. The first girl quickly added, Hope nothing serious happened. Seen wondered, what is going on? Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard that a magic instructor named Nelloranis had gone missing. Seen turned around upon hearing this. At that moment, Surik was behind Seen from afar. He spoke up, Hey, that guy. Seen asked, What do you mean? The strange person continued. Why did you kill that magic instructor? Sin avoided her, held out his hand and replied. Why would I know? I do not even know who that is. Sarika sighed. If you always run away. Of course you would not know. Leaving Sin speechless. Then the glasses-wearing Sarika explained to Sin that she is an excellent sorcerer from the kingdom of Garam. It is no surprise that she came to stay in a neutral zone. But there is news that she is opposed to Regansrain River, so for now, we are just monitoring her. She lightly lifted her glasses, but catching Lunav off guard was beyond everyone's expectations. I was about to act, but thanks to you, it is somewhat easier. Sin thought absent-mindedly. No wonder it felt familiar. The other person, seeing Sin's expression, asked irritably. Did you hear what I said? Who am I talking to here? But only I know about this, so do not worry. I will assign someone a special task, temporarily stay outside the academy for a while. Sin asked. What about the position of that magic instructor? The glasses-wearing Sarika replied. Other instructors will take turns teaching, but a new person is still needed. We have already posted a recruitment. Elsewhere, a long-haired man rides with an old farmer on a cart. The man exclaims, Oh, this scene is wonderful. The farmer laughs and replies, For someone from the city. It is, but why did you come all the way to Luansasoi? The man answers, Hung, I am looking for a job, and it just so happens that the position is vacant, so we have to hurry up and leave. The old farmer was amazed. Oh, working at Luansasoi. Are you a teacher? The man laughed and replied, Haha, no, it is embarrassing to say. Meanwhile, Emily is lying on the floor in her room looking miserable and complaining. This is so boring. Kiram approaches Emily and says, Hey, move aside. I told you this is my spot. Emily refused to get up. Why? This is the master's dormitory. Nothing here belongs to her. Kiram heard this and frowned angrily. Just then Sin opened the door and walked in. I am home. Sin saw Emily sitting with a swollen head hugging her knees and asked, What are you doing here? Emily replied sadly, Sob. K-Ram is so scary. Sin said to K-Ram. Get up. K-Ram. There is a mission. K-Ram asked. Now. Emily raised her hand. Wait, let me come too. But Sin pointed at Emily and refused. No. She had a more important task. Emily was surprised. Really? Sin pointed emphatically at the next room. Absolutely do not let Nana go hungry. Emily heard Seth slap his hand, turn 360 degrees. What is so important about that? You just want to leave me behind. Right. But Emily looked back at the room that kept making strange sounds with a gloomy atmosphere. Thinking, wait, if it stays like this, Emily suddenly remembered Nana's transformation. She would change like last time. Just then, Nana's door opened, and with a scary look, she muttered, Bae. Delicious. So hungry. Before Nana could do anything, Emily shoved the cake into her mouth. Nana was surprised, and Emily said loudly, Nana, eat the cake. Nana took a bite and immediately smiled. Delicious, Emily said determinedly to Sin. Leave this to me. You do not have to worry about anything. Sin gave a thumbs up to Emily. Good, I trust you. Emily replied smugly. Do not worry. Young master, I am pretty good at cooking. Brian, looking pale, was still lying on the bed in the nearby room. Delirious. Oh. Grandma, why are you standing across the river? Sin warned Emily. But do not let Brian eat. He is still recovering. The ram tree turned into a black sphere floating next to Sin. Where are we going this time? Sin replied, to the southwest of the Yuxip Empire, the city of Lancaster, where crime is ruled by money and violence. Then, the two went to Lancaster, which was truly chaotic. A betting event was taking place. Someone shouted, Hey, I bet on that person. The noise continuously increased in the stands of the arena. Crush him, Zelbert. Zelbert versus Zabel. Zabel on the arena floor muttered to his opponent. Whoa. Truly a monster. The large, smug opponent said. Just be obedient and let me kill you. Zelbert looked terrifying with his huge body. They told me to crush people. What do you think? Zabel on the arena floor took a stance. Shut up. Let us go. The two want to warm up first. You pig. The referee's voice rang out. The match began. Immediately, Zelbert let out a loud roar and punched straight at Zabel. Zabel quickly dodged 5 punches from Zelbert. He was contemptuous, thinking it was too serious and would make him pay for underestimating. But before he could finish his words, Zelbert grabbed his body. Zabel laughed savagely. I have decided. I must crush him. Zabel was tightly grabbed, struggling to cough. Zabel was squeezed tightly by the giant blanket, his face pale and coughing up blood continuously. The referee loudly declared that Zabel had lost. Zabel let out a desperate scream, then shouted loudly as if satisfied. And the referee loudly announced that the victory belonged to Zabel. Somewhere in Lamposta City, Cyan and Kram walked together on the street. Kram complains about the mess. Cyan explains that Luawen is a neutral zone agreed upon by 2 countries, but this area is isolated because no one can intervene. Kram wonders what it means by no intervention. Before Cyan can answer, someone appears blocking Cyan's way, saying, Oh hello, do we have a distinguished guest today? That was a big blonde man and his 2 henchmen. The pimp, Miss, Leave this kid alone. Come with us for a ride. Cyan was calm, because there were too many criminals anyway. Cram pointed at his face and asked, Miss? Bad ho. The man laughed. Ha ha ha, but be careful. We play rough. The guy looked at Cyan and shooed him away. Go away, kid. Cyan looked at the guy with a hateful face. Truly inexperienced. Then the bruised face of the man appeared on the ground. He was in pain, while Cyan and Cram leisurely walked away. Cyan walks into a hotel, places a bag of money on the reception desk, and asks for the best single room. Lisa looks at Cyan and asks, May I know how old you are? Cyan responds, Can't you hear clearly? I want the best single room here. Is this how you treat guests? Where is the manager? Lisa is confused. About that. She is embarrassed. Welcome to Lambert Starcats. Cyan stood on the hotel window frame looking down at the street below. Thinking, they are starting to gather. Cyan watched the crowd below and thought, I have to start taking action too. Cyan walked down the stairs asking, Are you Lisa? The receptionist turned and smiled. Yes, I am Lisa. Lambert Starcat staff. How can I help you? Cyan made a request. I want to use cats for a while. Lisa changed her expression and replied, Really sorry, but new customers cannot use cats. Cyan's eyes flashed red as he asked again, Is that so? But in his mind, he thought, they were clearly dealing drugs there. Cyan continued to ask Lisa, That is nonsense. So where did the other customers go? Could it be that I am the only newcomer? Lisa's expression immediately turned scary. Cyan quickly noticed it and thought the aura was too obvious. Lisa then adjusted her face, leaned towards Cyan, and sincerely apologized, saying she was just following orders from her superiors and was truly sorry to the customer. Cyan smirked. This girl is really interesting. Let us see what makes her so cautious. Lisa saw Cyan's action and immediately drew her weapon. Lisa quickly jumps to attack Cyan. He swiftly dodges, and Cyan quickly counterattacks from a distance. Lisa was startled and confused. Before her appeared a misshapen gold coin, a rare gold coin. Lisa suddenly realized something was wrong because of the terrible aura. Her body had already reacted involuntarily. No way. It came out from this boy. Cyan picked up the gold coins and dusted them off. Oh no. All the precious gold coins are ruined. Lisa shouted. Oh, please forgive me. Cyan questioned. Did you just draw your sword in front of the customer? Lisa immediately hurried to explain. It was just a misunderstanding. I had no intention of attacking the customer. Cyan split the gold coins towards Lisa, with a face that seemed confrontational. She is making me uncomfortable. How do I plan to resolve this? Lisa looked like she was about to cry. In a secret tunnel, Lisa opened the door to the basement that led straight down a deep staircase, saying that following this path would lead to the exit. Lisa handed Cyan a badge and asked him to carry this VIP card, to which Cyan asked what it was used for. Lisa folded her arms and replied, This card is for VIP customers, and it says you won't face any danger. I do not know why the customer wants to go there so much, but if you do not have many lives, I advise you not to go. Good luck to you. Cyan thought to Lisa. Like it was something scary. Cyan called out to Lisa, saying she just went for a walk with a client and won't forget it. Lisa annoyedly replied, If you like, just remember it. I do not care about you anymore. Cyan asks, So we should go too? Cram asks back, Why not ask her to call the boss right away? We need to find out the real owner of Lambert Starkis as stated in the will. Cyan had known from the start that Lindsley Hallop, the owner of Lambert Starkis, was an extremely mysterious figure. There was no clue about her at all, and Cram angrily asked why she was allowed to mark the place. Cyan calmly said, If you find it, you will know right away. Cram continued to ask. The speaker sounded like he knew this place well. Cyan replied, In my past life I came here a few times before it collapsed due to civil war. Cram was suspicious, asking how chaotic this area really was. Cyan replied that people would soon see. As they walked and talked, they reached the end of the road. In front of Cyan was a door, the true face of Lambert Starkis, a man with a scar near his mouth, holding a cigarette and smoking coldly, was defeated by a kid. The man who blocked Cyan and Cram's way earlier was kneeling before that man near the city entrance. Han is no ordinary person. The man clasped his hands together and asked, I understand. So that kid has already arrived at Lambert Starkis. The man kneeling on the ground replied, Yes. We tried to approach Han, but he was in the VIP room, so we could not get close. So I had to come here instead. Ganzer rubbed his chin, strong and wealthy. Could he be a noble? The man with a bruised face cried and complained, I do not know how he humiliated me. Please help us. Ganzer licked us. Because of him, I do not dare to step outside anymore. Ganzer replied, All right. This guy is interesting. He stood up, wiped his hands, smiled arrogantly. Let me see what he looks like first. Send me to Lambert Starkis immediately. Elsewhere, a man was hit in the face by a girl's knee. It turned out to be another match in the heavyweight arena, and Linda Wesley won. The girl just took down the man, stepped on his neck and shouted loudly, showing off her figure. K-Ram spoke up. Now I understand why this place has such chaos. K-Ram continued. These fights with bets with like this are quite concerning. That is why I am here. Ram said, puzzled. What? Ram smiled fiercely and replied, If it is hard to get close to Lindsay Harlow, Then make her come to us instead. Ram looked confused, not understanding Seen's intention, when someone came over and called Seen. Hey, you there. He reminded Seen that this place is for kids, and Seen thought, oh, just in time. Seen immediately threw a punch straight into the employee's stomach. He clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground, while a colleague behind saw this and hurriedly ran over. Jason. That jerk. What did you just do? Seen grabs Jason's hair and pulls his head up. Seen laughs wickedly. Jason clenches his fists and pleads. Please. I'm sorry. He landed another punch to the face. The colleague watched his friend get knocked down with a look of shock. After causing trouble, Seen spoke up. There was a strong aura emanating from him. Seen wiped the blood splattered on his face and asked, besides observing and betting, where do I need to go to register for participation? In the audience, some people shouted, how could Kate run things like this? Is there really such a lack of participants? Someone is too arrogant. Nonsense. Are you guys joking with us? Everyone saw Seen step into the arena and cheered. He is just a kid, but he got to go first. Zelbert's voice caught Seen's attention, surprising him with such an event. So exciting. The giant Zelbert stepped into the arena. How should I kill this kid? A man is sitting in the audience with his arms crossed. The organizers are really unfair. This is more like a massacre than a fight. Another spectator nearby laughs and says, is not that more exciting? The man just now continues. Like its opponent is Zelbert, a monster with half a bloodline inside him. Zelbert opened his terrifying mouth. Ha ha ha, I have decided. I will crush you. Zelbert raised his hand to press Seen to death, but he quickly jumped, stepping on that guy's finger causing it to break immediately. Zelbert shouted loudly. Oh! In front of him was the image of Seen rushing forward with a fist. He was panicked for sure. Seen punched hard right in the middle of his face, causing his face to distort. He collapsed before he could do anything. He foamed at the mouth and fell heavily to the floor. The lively stand suddenly fell into an eerie silence as everyone looked down at the arena in disbelief, then erupted in noise as the referee loudly declared Limmy Simong the winner. Immediately, the stands became lively with continuous cheers, while Seen stood in the middle of the arena with an indifferent expression. Cram's voice rang out with suspicion, teasing Limmy, and Seen replied that he could not use his real name since he was the son of a duke after all. Cram was suspicious, but since the person showed their face, why hide their name? Seen replied, do not worry, I chanted a spell to cover everything. Cram, shut up, that old god over there is recklessly sharing power again. Cut it out. Meeting and interacting directly will make you recognize. But when she recalls that face, she absolutely cannot remember. Cram said while slowly disappearing. That is fine. I am going to sleep now. Seen put away his wallet and replied. Hey stranger, are you worried about me? Cram said. Who would be worried? Around this time, I am also sitting in the stands watching Seen. Limmy's little rascal. He smirks. Well done. You will be my opponent. Do not disappoint me. Little rascal. Let us go back to the hotel. Lisa stood with her arms crossed at the reception desk. What is going on? The red light district manager stood opposite Lisa. I do not intend to stay long. Let us get straight to the point. Brat caused trouble in our alley today. I know he is here. Call him out for me. Lisa, I do not understand what you are saying. You left here 10 days ago, so why come back now? Keep threatening. If my men get involved, it will be tough for you. This is my territory, so stay out if it does not concern you. Lisa hid the weapon behind her back and warned, I will not tolerate any more outrageous behavior, especially when it involves our clients. It is unacceptable. Hearing this, Dio raised his voice. So it really is here. A man from behind spoke up. Sister Day, just give us the orders. Lisa saw this scene and thought to herself, that kid is really annoying. What should I do now? This is not good. Just then Sien's voice rang out. Hey! Sien appeared behind the crowd, raising his arm, looking for me. Dioke's subordinates were startled. Turning around. When did he get here? Lisa was just as angry with herself. Looking confused. Sir, how long have you been here? Sien slowly stepped forward and replied. Since that person said this is our territory, the person in question has arrived. Sien approached Dioke, saying just speak up and do not make things difficult for her anymore. Seeing Sien appear was like seeing moonlight to Dioke. In her eyes, Sien was a gentleman reaching out his hand, but sorry for making the Undertaker uncomfortable. But he started the trouble first. Before Sien could finish speaking, Dioke grabbed his hand and said, if possible. Dioke's expression seemed caught in Sien's trap. Can you tell me your name? Sien hesitantly replied. Dumbfounded. Dioke seemed to be enchanted, her face flushed, already beautiful, and her name was equally impressive. Lisa saw this scene and her face turned purple with worry. That young man is dangerous. She was flustered. Sir, you do not need to talk to her. Please come over here. Sien still innocently spread his hands to refuse. Do not worry. Let me handle it. Lisa seemed desperate. No, that woman is very dangerous. Dioke pulled out a business card and said to Sien, this is my card. Let us chat more next time. Sien took the card. Dioke's pleasure room, serving all kinds to suit your preferences. Sien looked at the business card. Feeling dizzy. Thinking, are you crazy? Dioka and the gang happily left, not forgetting to wave back at Cian, saying, remember to drop by someday. Diokia winked at Cian. If it is a special day, I will give you a free pass next time. Then she left with a cheerful whistle, while Lisa stood there with a purple face and Cian tore the business card with an expressionless face. Lisa sighed. You ignored my advice, did not you? Cian pointed to the people who just left. But clearly, they started the trouble first. Lisa looked at Cian and asked. She heard that he participated in a duel and won one match. Cian replied. Rumors spread fast. Lisa continued. There are a few curious people here. Lisa warned C. If you are curious, do not ever go near that pleasure night. Cian annoyed went upstairs, thinking how he ended up in those places. Lisa thought, what is this? Embarrassed. So cute. Just then a woman's shadow appeared in the corner. Delkia retreated. Lucky. Lisa was startled when she heard this voice and turned to look. The Lin's family book. This woman is Lindsay Halop, the owner of Lambert Steaks. Very close to that kid. Lisa bent down to explain. I am just taking care of a VIP guest. Linz asked. The person even gave him advice. Lisa, bit sweaty, continued to explain that it was not because of personal feelings. After all, it is just a child. Ganja appeared out of nowhere. Just a child. Lisa, you are underestimating it too much. In Lisa's eyes, fierce aura immediately rose. She turned around and said, hey, who allowed you to enter here freely? Lisa emphasized. Ganja Lictus looked arrogantly as he stepped in. Hello, long time no see. This place is really something. Are not you planning to renovate it? Lindsay gestured with his hand. Ganja was called by me. Lisa turned to look at Linz. Why? Linz looked at Lisa. I want you to arrange a match for Ganja. Lisa asked in surprise, but Ganja has been expelled for a long time. So who would he fight? Ganja approached Lisa, pointed at himself, and asked Limmy's family. I want to fight him. Ganja smiled and asked, Lisa, what do you think? The chance to make money is coming. But somewhere else, a loud voice keeps echoing in a room. No, not like that. A loud scream keeps coming from behind the door. A guy standing outside speaks up. Today Delki seems quite unusual. The person next to him replied. When he left, he even said he would make that kid unable to be a man anymore. The young man chuckled. Now he has caught that trait. The young man opposite replied. Surely one day he will find every way to bring him back and see. The other guy nodded. Definitely. That trait of wanting something and having to get it. The guy opposite continued. Poor kid. Luckily we looked normal. Inside the room, Delkia was still rummaging through something. She shouted. It is not like this at all. Delkia lies on the round bed, surrounded by paintings of Saiyan. Murmuring, so strange. Why can't I remember? Delkia complains. I just saw it. Why is this happening? Then, Delkia screamed loudly like she was going crazy. Why could not she remember? Such a beautiful face. Delkia's expression looked like she was facing something desperate. Her voice gradually softened. Continuously mumbling, why? Then she shouted loudly again, as if her mind was covered by a fog. Why was it so blurry like this? Delki went crazy. Just like that, Delki covered her face, her expression like someone who just smoked opium, which only made me want him more. The Lord of the Noodle House. Meanwhile, Saiyan thought to himself, relying on youth, women, and gambling, a place gathering all pleasures and delights. Saiyan was walking down the street, looking towards the busy road across and thinking, the red light district lambaster, must stay away from that place. Saiyan remembered the strange manager who drove all the crazy girls crazy. He had anticipated it. Like that woman, rumored to have unspeakable tastes. Saiyan continued to think, he had to gather clues about Len from another area first. Then he changed his hat and shirt. Turned around, but unfortunately bumped into a girl, causing her to fall back and cry out. Her head hit the falling objects. The girl sitting on the ground cried out. Oh no. Saiyan bent down to look at her. Are you okay? It was a little girl who looked up at Saiyan and said, please forgive me. Saiyan looked confused, not understanding what was going on. Why apologize? Saiyan picked up the items that had fallen on the ground. Thinking. Cigarettes huff. Say picked up all the girl's things and continued to ask if she was hurt, saying he should apologize. The girl replied, it is okay. The girl knelt on the ground, bowed her head, and said to Saiyan, thank you for your generosity in forgiving me. Seeing this, Saiyan broke out in a sweat and replied, just go. Saiyan handed the basket to the girl and asked, that is quite a lot. Are you selling them? The girl took the basket and said, yes, these are premium cigarettes from the Siam trade team. Would you like to buy a pack? Say replied, I do not smoke. He thought to himself, feeling sorry, why does the name sound so strange? The girl awkwardly leaned forward. I see. I'm sorry. Saiyan asked where she planned to sell all that. Saiyan took out a gold coin and gave it to the girl, saying, here, 1 gold coin. Is this enough to buy all that? The girl asked confusedly. Auntie. But he said he does not smoke. Saiyan interrupted. It is okay, just take it. Saiyan took out another gold coin. My cousin smiled. And here, this is your share, keep it safe. The little girl is very happy, her eyes shining brightly. Whoa. Look at me, I am happy. The little girl listens more. The old lady says, the old lady. I'm sorry. My cousin smiled. And here, this is your share, keep it safe. The little girl was extremely happy, her eyes shining like a star. The girl handed the basket to Saiyan and ran off but did not forget to wave and say thank you. Thank you very much, I will never forget this kindness. At this moment, Cram appeared and teased Saiyan, why do not you switch to charity work? Saiyan replied, why do you say that? That way is the junkyard, follow me and see. Cram asked why follow. Saiyan replied, just go and you will find out. The girl who was helped by Saiyan was pushed back with great force, causing her to cry out loudly. The man who hit the girl is the one who blocked Saiyan's way. What is this? Are you hiding more gold coins? You bastard. How dare you mess with us? The man clapped his hands. Probably even the whole cigarette selling story was a lie. The henchman added fuel to the fire. Give him a lesson, boss. The man looked evil. Because of that damn Simon who died yesterday, and I needed a place to vent my anger. Just in time. The girl lying on the ground with tears in her eyes said, I am not a liar, please believe me. Just then, Saiyan appeared above the nearby pile of junk. The girl said believe it, still not willing to stop. The man froze as soon as he heard Saiyan's voice. This voice is Saiyan. Frowning unhappily, adults bullying children for money is really shameful. The man, still fearless, looked at Saiyan. The bastard dared to come here himself. This time I won't be careless. Saiyan did not say much and immediately kicked him in the face, making him cry out loudly. Saiyan continued to beat those bastards, making them scream continuously, while the little girl sat on the ground looking at Saiyan with a frozen expression. The bastards, bruised and battered, kept shouting loudly for mercy, begging to stop, apologizing, and asking why only they were targeted. Say tightly holds one of the man's legs. The reason is, I like to have fun from simple things. For example, Say stuffs a smile into his mouth, eyes flash with sharpness, torturing those bad people. The bastard screams. Wait, please. Saiyan used force to scratch the legs of the scoundrel. The scoundrel's face showed clear pain as tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Saiyan picked up the gold coin from the ground and said to the little girl, that person won't be able to move anymore soon. The little girl still sitting on the ground hesitated. Sir, Saiyan handed the gold coin to the little girl with a smile. Do not drop it this time. Okay. The little girl, tears welling up, replied. Thank you, sir. Ganzer appeared with the sound of applause. Well done. Good job. Saiyan glanced at Ganzer. Who is that? Do I know him? Ganzer thought. Because of the suggestion he probably could not recognize his own face. Ganzer appeared before Saiyan. At first I was skeptical, but only one person could have done what just happened. Ganzer pointed at Saiyan. You are Simong from the Limi family. Right. Nice to meet you. I am Ganzer Lictus, the manager of this scrapyard. Calm down. Very good. I also want to ask about the friend lying over there and the matter, but maybe I can ask you instead. Ganzer looked at the scoundrel on the ground. This guy, he is no longer worth anything. The scoundrel was kicked by Ganzer with one foot on his head but still trusted. Lord Ganzer, it is that guy, it is him. Ganzer paid no attention to the scholar and immediately killed him. Blood spattering everywhere. Ganzer's face fierce. If it is useless it should be discarded. Right, the little girl sitting on the ground, seeing this horrific scene, fell silent, trembling as she covered her face. Say, look at you, no need to kill him. Ganzer wiped the blood off his face and replied. Oh, sorry, I was just too excited. Ganzer's expression was like a pervert. He licked the blood off his finger. I just met the owner of Lambaster because I wanted to have a fight with you. Say immediately became alert, thinking this guy knew about Linsney Halop. Ganzer was startled by Say's actions. What is going on? Before he could do anything, Say immediately attacked Ganzer. He quickly blocked Saiyan's strike and thought, the move is pretty good. Wanna play now? Then he immediately entered combat mode with Saiyan. Let us go. Ganzer shouted loudly. Come on. While throwing a straight punch at Saiyan quickly jumped into the air, dodging Ganzer's punch, whose powerful blow immediately cracked the ground beneath his feet. Saiyan thought to himself, this will definitely destroy this place. Looking at the arm as hard as steel, Ganzer guessed it was a type of physical strength enhancement. Ganzer turned around. Right, no need to wait for the competition day. He quickly took a run up and jumped into the air. Ganzer quickly approached Say. You are even better than I expected. Simong, Ganzer's face full of excitement. Provoking. Let us have more fun. Saiyan saw Ganzer closing in and thought, this guy is no longer sober. Ganzer clasped his hands together and charged straight at Saiyan. Meanwhile, somewhere in the divine realm, Surika was sitting cross-legged. A voice spoke up, saying they had given Say an interesting task. The deity standing next to Surika said that the person named in the directive was not on the altar's list. The deity added that he did not intend to blame anyone. Just a bit surprised that someone would drag that child into their personal matters. Surika revealed a hint of a smile. I do not deny this, like Linsney Harlow. She is the one we need to deal with thoroughly. The black aura surrounding Sarika flared up fiercely. So this time I want to see if Saiyan Vud is worthy of my trust as an heir, or if he will become a second Lindsay Harlow. An interesting question. Sarika seems eager. We will find out soon. No one can predict fate. Meanwhile, Saiyan is still fighting Ganzer. Ganzer sees Saiyan standing on the ground. How can he still stand firm after that hit? I am not here to support you. Simong. Ganzer dislocated his neck. Now. Continue. His aura fiercely rising again. Ganzer provokes Saiyan. Make me happier. Simong of Limi. The city is now in chaos. All that remains is ruin. Here, two people are fiercely fighting, using all their skills to defeat each other. Simong throws a punch that does not reach Ganzer. He looks at Ganzer and asks where Lin is, telling him to speak up, while the man struggles to defend himself, sweating profusely. And at this moment, he mentions her again. His eyes were bloodshot and clenched tightly. Do not underestimate me. With one strike, he was sent flying several steps away. You glare fiercely at Ganzer, thinking to yourself that your attack did not even scratch him. Ganzer gathers all his strength, clenches his fist, and lunges fiercely at you, trying to see if you can dodge this strike. This attack unleashed an infinite surge of power, creating a water trail reaching Saiyan. He easily dodged and landed on a pillar not far away. Ganzer's eyes burned with hatred. He was tall and clenched his teeth tightly, speaking with bitterness. You are quite something, Simong. Truly unexpected. He looked up at the tall pillar slowly falling and said, coming down here is not over yet. Then he asked again, should I take action? It seems Saiyan realized something. Wait. It seems someone was coming. A voice rang out as a barrage of weapons was launched. Ganzer stopped, his eyes blazing with fire, glaring sharply at the speaker. What is this? Someone trying to interfere? Do they want to die? In Lisa's hand is a shiny knife pointed at him. With a few burly men behind demanding he explain why he wants to cause trouble with our esteemed guest right now. Ganzer got even angrier upon hearing that and pointed at me, saying he started it, while Lisa fiercely shouted back, causing a mess. Ganzer tried to justify himself, saying it was not true. So why was he always blamed? Saiyan helplessly watched their bickering and thought to himself, they know each other. Lisa was also angry and spoke up. You can tell by the way they behave. Feeling unable to argue, Ganzer left, saying I am frustrated. I will go now. Do not pay attention to my fight with that guy anymore. From the high pillar, this scene surprised Saiyan a bit, thinking silently that he looked obedient and well-behaved. When Lisa saw him jump down, she quickly asked, are you hurt anywhere? Dear guest, I've just a little. Saiyan's face was clearly haggard, showing the words uncomfortable. Lisa was embarrassed, hurriedly bowing, her face full of sweat, saying she understood that he was a VIP guest, and they should have protected him better. Saiyan spoke up, asking if there was something he wanted to remember about her. She was a bit surprised and looked up at him, wondering how he knew. Saiyan spoke to the three of them, saying he had met the boss lady to request a fight with me, and my acceptance was just a small matter. The three were all astonished, Lisa's eyes wide with surprise, and Ben asked again. Really? At this moment, Saiyan spoke up again, but with a condition. He politely put his hands in his pockets and looked towards the corner, asking to find something for the girl to do. In the corner, a little girl is trembling with fear, her small face anxious. Outside, someone looks at their friend and asks if they have heard the news, and the other replies, Gunzer is returning to Kess. Right. The man stroked his chin, saying he would fight Semin from Limi, but unexpectedly saw Gunzer from the junkyard reappear. That kid is probably done for, in the bustling city with luxurious villas. Lambo Star quickly became heated with rumors about my fight with Gunzer. At this place, Scene kept attacking his opponent, and after a few matches during the week, I learned that betting on this game also has rules to follow. In a battle, first, weapons are not allowed. You see your opponent lying flat on the ground. Secondly, if the opponent loses, the will to fight the match must end. So of course the third rule is no riding on the opponent. And at least until now, a man wearing black glasses with bright blonde hair loudly declared this is a no-rules match. In the arena, two opponents face each other. The referee continues speaking. This has been personally approved by the owner of Kicks. Scene is a bit agitated. Wait. No rules. The referee smiles happily and replies, it means there are no rules at all. You seem a bit doubtful and point at yourself, but I was not informed of anything. At that moment, Gunzer's cold eyes grabbed the weapon. He did not know how long I had been waiting for this moment. Simon. He looked at him. Hey, where did you get that from? Then he shouted sharply at the referee. The referee had disappeared without a trace. Scene's gloomy mood began to be covered by the sharp shout. The match began with tears held back at a high place. Someone was watching closely, thinking to herself, let us see how skilled this person is. She smiled. Simon of Limi. Gunzer clenched his weapon-equipped hand and asked, don't you know this is a no-rules fight? Scene, annoyed, said, how would I know? Gunzer quickly took a stance, smiling with eyes glowing red. Then go get your weapon now. Of course, if you know fear. Scene felt a bit annoyed inside, not really needing it. Then, red energy radiated from his hands. Scene glared fiercely at him, his whole body surrounded by red aura. I have already figured everything out. Let us go. Gunzer gave a brief assessment and smiled. Magic, huh? Not bad. I was worried I might accidentally kill someone. That would be frustrating. Scene looked at him and asked, I remember this is not a death match. Right. He licked his lips. It seems he does not know anything about me yet, and I know it. Gunzer seemed to recall that feeling. The feeling of taking a human life was something extraordinary. Scene's cold red eyes asked, Oh really? Gunzer felt insulted, raised his eyebrows, and said, Let me wipe away that disdainful look first. Then, Gunzer quickly wiped towards Scene. His hand brushed past Scene, but he quickly dodged. Just as a red aura gradually took the shape of a knife, a red streak flashed by, leaving Gunzer slightly stunned. Scene had no choice but to decisively sever Gunzer's arm. The pain made him scream in agony. Aha! Everyone present was immediately stunned and started whispering. What happened? Did anyone see what just happened? On the battlefield, Gunzer sat down in pain, clutching his arm. My arm. His eyes flashed with intense hatred. That bastard won't get away with this. Scene looked like a demon, his eyes bloodshot, slowly turning around and threatening. Do not move or you will really die. Gunzer was momentarily silenced by his face. The referee appeared and declared Gunzer defeated. Simon of Limmy won, and the audience below quietly discussed. I have never seen a match like this before. Losing terribly, a slightly agitated man, that dark skeleton and that mysterious charm. His hand trembles as he silently thinks. It must be love pain. Simon wiped his face while thinking to himself. Someone must have deliberately hidden the rules of the match. Could it be that Linz realized what he was planning? The girl in the corner appeared again with a bright, lively face. She handed the stick in her hand to him. The match was great. Scene. You took the water bottle and looked at the girl, asking if she had started working. Yes. Manager Lisa said I am in charge of supporting the facilities. The girl looked peaceful, hoping to help a lot. Scene looked at her name tag. Her name is Lewis. Right. He reached out to gently pat the girl's head, encouraging her softly. All right. Keep trying. At that moment, a voice rang out. Honored guest? Scene thought to himself, this is the right time to clarify this matter today. Lisa bowed her head in apology, amidst the anger of Scene and Lewis, while the manager lowered her voice and sincerely apologized to the esteemed guest. Scene looked directly at the manager and asked why she hid the no-rules match today. Lisa was worried and hurriedly explained. No, it is not like that. Only the boss and the manager discussed this. I did not know anything. Sorry, sir. I should have checked first. Scene stood up and said, So I want to see the boss. Is that possible? Lisa replied a bit confused. It is a bit difficult, usually not showing her face that far away. He glanced at Lisa, thinking to himself, seems not easy. Then said, All right, be more careful next time. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation, apologizing, but a man spoke up and suggested, Can you discuss the matter now? Scene looked at him and asked, Who are you? I do not think we know each other. He bowed in greeting, introduced himself as Morris from the Grey Trade Guild, and covered his mouth with his hand, saying the reason he sought me out was because the henman's face sank into darkness. The pain he possessed could be sold. Tell me. Scene's eyes reddened. His face grew colder. I do not understand what you are saying. He smiled, looking at you with a twinkle in his eye. No need to hide it because only I can see it. He talked about his previous workplace with the camel symbol at the Ambos Guild. I used to work at the Ambos Merchants Guild during the event that repeated step by step, until 2 years ago when the head of the guild, Lord Ditchcho, was assassinated. Then he changed his workplace with the symbol of the Horsehook, the Grey Guild. After that I left that place and came to this best star to take on the role of director of the Grey Merchants Guild. He bowed and spoke passionately. My expertise is in weapons including swords. I used to supply ancient weapons to the Garam Academy at the Merchants Guild. Cian lowered his head silently, showing no emotion, listening to him. So surely no one on this continent understands weapons like I do, and today I finally witnessed it. Maurice laughed heartily. The beloved sword of the assassin had waited patiently for its master all these years. He firmly made an offer, stating the price he wanted and that he must have it at any cost. Cian painfully lifted the man up and repeated, Only you know. Cian grabbed his neck and raised him high. That makes it even easier. I just need to eliminate you and it is done. Maurice grabbed the buttocks with both hands trying to make a sound. Huff embarrassed buttocks. Suddenly, a group of enemies appeared, their cold eyes gleaming with murderous intent. They rushed forward, pointing weapons at Cian, demanding he release Lord Maurice or face death. Cian's face darkened as he laughed coldly, a half-serious laugh. His eyes were bloodshot as he asked if anyone thought these guys could bite him. Cian looked at the group and thought to himself, hiring dark assassins from Spania to Co. After Gickeman's death, he has been more focused on protecting himself. Sheen glanced at the assassin, but the man's face was distorted with fear from being strangled. Can they save him before he dies? Morris struggled to make sounds. Help me. At this moment, Lisa and Lewis suddenly rushed in. Excuse me, what happened here? Lisa held a weapon and looked at the people present, saying, What are you doing to our customer? Speak properly or I won't hold back. She glanced at Lewis's scared face. worried it might affect him. Sheen glanced at the little girl and thought, what a hassle. His hand slowly loosened from Morris's body. Sheen clenched his fists and glared at him. I will let it slide this time. Leave before I change my mind, the assassins quickly asked. Sir Maurice, what should we do? He gently held his neck and ordered. Everyone sheathe your swords. He struggled to explain. The blind man seemed a bit too agitated. Cyan frowned hearing him speak. This time we will retreat, but before leaving, he leaned forward with a fearful expression and made a proposal, saying that my offer will always stand and hoping that I will think it over carefully. Then they quickly left. Seeing Cao Mei thought, the Grey Merchants Guild is a newly established guild after Rick Charman was killed by me. Are you okay? Sir Simon. He looked at the little girl in front of him and gently replied, I'm fine. The little girl with tears streaming down her face looked at him and asked, but why are so many scary people coming? Sheen gently patted the girl's head to reassure her, saying she did not need to worry about them. Then he looked at the manager beside him and said he had a favor to ask Lisa. The two bloodshot eyes of Exon spoke up, I want to meet the owner of Lambasta Kit. Lisa suddenly shuddered. A silent tear quietly fell on her cheek. Somewhere in Lambasta City, a great power has arisen. Everyone is trying to persuade. Lord Gunsir, please stay calm or the wound will reopen. Gunsir, still wounded, frantically called out the name Simon. His eyes were furious. Teeth clenched. I must kill him or I will die. His face darkened, and I felt utterly helpless. Gunsir remembered the scene that day on the Ixon War Station. Standing before him, Gunsir sat down with a headache, wondering how to defeat that guy. But he could not think of anything. Suddenly, the image of the little girl curled up in the corner that day appeared in his mind. He seemed to have found the key. Slowly lowering his hand that was tightly holding his face, he smiled as if he had caught a life-saving clue. That is right, that girl could make Simon confused. He held a small black package with a special symbol on it, having come up with a plan. In a building still lit, Lewis was trying to work, a small figure carrying a stack of plates running back and forth in the lobby. Outside the door slowly opened. The little girl looked surprised and said, Oh, another guest at this hour. Welcome to Lambistakik. The man who just entered smiled, and Lewis looked at him fearfully. Hello, kid. He approached with fierce eyes, patted the little girl's head making her sink into fear. Do you remember me? Yes. With a cruel face like a demon, he opened his mouth and said, Then help me with something. In a room, a voice echoed, Why can't we meet? The car crashed into the wall. Should I file an official complaint? Lisa crossed her arms nearby. Even if we do that, he still won't meet you. He looked at the girl and asked, Why are you covering for Lin so much? Lisa tried hard to justify. You already know his name, truly not an ordinary person. So folded his arms and listened carefully to her words. Listen, that person was also watching that day and was the one who arranged your fight with Gan, suddenly changing the rules. She was very serious in her warning, so I had to warn you to leave here as soon as possible. The car listened to her words and thought to itself, otherwise you will die. Who is she really on the side of, or is it just professional ethics? Suddenly, a scream of ah was heard. Lisa quickly said it was from the lobby and it was Lewis's voice. Her legs quickly ran down, only silence remained below. Who could have caused this? The car bent down to pick up the piece. I guessed it already, Lisa suddenly asked, holding the name tag in his hand. Lewis's name tag. Then he stood up and left. Stay here. I will take her home. Lisa looked at him worriedly. We still do not know who the culprit is. The voice of the car startled Lisa. I told you. He stopped with a gaze full of sharpness. I could already guess. The ground was covered with falling drawings. The person looked at the girl on the bed and said, Is this the lady's room? Why is it so messy? The girl had dark circles under her eyes and said, Who allowed you to come in here? Do you want to die? Morris clasped his hands behind his back and said, Look at this appearance. The girl looked at the person in front of her and said, Morris, why are you here? He stepped closer. A merchant whose presence here was already quite obvious. I have a business matter to discuss with you. The girl quickly declined. I have no interest in pigs. Morris held a painting in his hand. She had fallen for the boy without even remembering his face. The girl looked up at Morris, wondering what he knew to say such nonsense. He did not care. Serious. Since there was not much time, I will get straight to the point. He held a bottle of medicine in his hand. Smiling wickedly, this is a high-grade poison from the kingdom of Garam. With this you will get that kid. Diokya reached out to catch it. What do you want? He smiled, his hand clenched gently, and replied, I only need one thing that he has. The body is yours. Diokya held the interrogation bottle. Just like that, he was dignified and firm. Yes, I will wait for you. He left, his eyes slightly blue. Smiling, anyone is fine as long as that Simon is removed. I just need that for now. Let us hope Ganja can handle that kid. Elsewhere, Ganja was sitting on the ancient lake. Aha, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Simon of Limi. Scene asked, Where is that little girl? He started climbing the tree. Scene stared at him as a keepsake. So where are the others? Scene looked at the house, his eyes vacant. And everything else was here. Take it away. Scene smiled, his face becoming crazy. Why not just say you want to die? Ganja on the other side uses red cords. That is right. It has to be like that. Ganja's eyes become even more frenzied. Are you coming? Simong. Scene changes to Lini Halop sitting cross-armed calmly on high ground, shadows obscuring his face. Can that kid really kill Ganja? Leja bows respectfully and replies yes. That is right. The girl looks at Leja and asks if he is the one taking care of him. Leja cut her arm, then calmly replied, I gave up that feeling a long time ago. But why are you so concerned about the child named Simong? Her face hidden in the shadows broke into a smile. Oh, you are curious about that? Then let me tell you, a gentle voice echoed, making Leja fall into contemplation. Still remembering Simong's face, the worried face, Leja frowned slightly. Why can't I remember? The ring on her hand emitted a red aura, one of Aru's powers that makes others forget their own face. Leja opened her eyes wide in surprise. The Ru. Do you mean the god of black mist? Leja slightly opened her mouth. Yes. It seems the past has finally caught up with me. Leja immediately raised her eyebrows in worry. Huh. Does not that mean you will be in danger? Leja seems very eager. This is a distinguished guest who has not visited me for a long time, so take good care of me, Leja. Ganzer used a dark magic to transform his arm soaked in blood, veins bulging on his forehead. Then Simong, with one hand, slammed down causing the stones to shatter into many pieces. The overwhelming power caused the battlefield to be shrouded in smoke and dust. Saiyan was thrown far away by this blow. He stomped hard on the ground to show his strength. Why did not you strike back then? His eyes contained a fierce gleam, and the power in his arm seemed to surge even more. Give it your all. Limi Simong, Ganzer spoke, causing Saiyan to look at the skeleton on the ground. The pile of human waste was starting to crawl over. His red-veined hand grabbed the skeleton. Knowing they were useless things discarded here waiting to be dealt with his wild eyes, he crushed the skull in his hand, turning this buster into just a pile of nerves, spinning time like replaying faint memories. Ganzer stood shielding Lisa behind him. Lisa and I were born and raised amidst that trash. He was bullied before. Both of us struggled to survive in this hellish place. At that time, he was very angry and fought back with all his might. Anyone who dared to touch him, I would bite back and take revenge completely. Then one day, we met someone. The man covered one blind eye as cold sweat kept pouring down his face, begging for mercy, saying he was not ready to die. But then a sword permanently ended his life, and 2 children stood there watching everything. Then one day he eliminated the ruler of the beach that had been bothering us all along. That young man swept through everyone without missing a single one and said he was just traveling for fun while at Lewin Academy. So he took the opportunity to clean up all the trash here. The young man reached out like the gentle morning light that makes people fall deep. I have cleared all the trash around here. Nothing can threaten you anymore. I can never forget that angelic face. Ganzer felt enlightened, and then I decided to admire that person. From that day on, my life completely changed. Ganzer gradually rose from the blood mist, with the dream of one day controlling all the blades in Lancaster. I trained my strength and stopped expanding my power to become the ruler here. At that time, Ganzer had faced countless opponents. My path of sword and love began at the Lancaster arena, and although I was disqualified for killing, it did not matter because the person who died was just trash that needed to be removed. Since then, Lisa left me and turned her back on me, but I did not care because I had become that very trash. Ganzer's eyes seemed about to burst, the stitches tight, and I was determined that one day I would personally remove all the blades in this Lancaster. Cutting him off in astonishment, stop talking nonsense and use me instead. He looked at him with a mocking smile, as if to say, can't you see me? Use a little more strength. Ganzer. His eyes were bloodshot as he furrowed his brows and laughed. Haha, that is right. I will give it my all now. Suddenly appearing chains emerged from Ganzer's hand, tightly wrapping around his arm. Scarpin. His arm was unusually large, and in the other hand, he held a purple object. Let me show you some very interesting things. He silently watched him, thinking to himself, where did he get that glowing purple artifact in his hand? The glowing purple artifact slowly opened, revealing the gravity room. The artifact block gradually closed and a cyan gem appeared, which would turn a certain area into a magic room. The gravity room had truly trapped cyan inside. You angrily glare at him and smash the target with 20 times the normal weight. Ganzer looks at him crazily, smiling, saying it is good to test endurance and see who can withstand this. His large, dark red hand slowly descended in a terrifying manner. He taunted, need my help? Cyan's face darkened. Frowning, no need. His eyes gradually grew agitated, blazing with hatred. He did not deserve this. A flash of light burst forth as Cyan swiftly dashed towards Ganzer. He was caught off guard and hit hard in the body. He was shocked and could not believe it. What was going on? That guy clearly could not move. Everything seemed to shatter. He had nothing left to rely on. Impossible. Cyan's eyes were filled with intense hatred, delivering a powerful blow to him. Who? You go mad? Eyes blazing. I will tear apart everything containing your ears. Ganzer can't believe it. Sweat keeps pouring. Cyan strikes again, trying to kick Ganzer down. One strike after another, continuously trying to bring him down. Ganzer was knocked away, gritting his teeth as he looked at him. Outside, a flash of light exploded. Ganzer's body was pierced by sharp fragments, lying collapsed on the desolate rubble, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He still tried to say, I was sure to die from the start of this battle. He looked at you and said, I have no regrets, kid, because being born in Lancaster, I have become another kind of discarded armor. He muttered to himself, like Lisa and me, that is the law that rules this city. He struggled to speak, making Cian immediately stunned. Please do not let that happen again if possible. Blood kept flowing. Ganser gradually fell silent. Cian looked at the wooden box not far away. Could it be? He took a step closer. You slowly opened the box lid, his eyes wide open. On the tall wall, Lisa and 2 others stand on the high platform. What happened here? From the high place, she looked down at where Ganser was lying. He lay motionless, his body pierced by sharp fragments. Ganser, what I feared has become reality. Lisa looked at the person next to her and ordered to prioritize the safety of the VIP guest and quickly find someone to explain. A familiar voice sounded, making both of them startled and turned to look this way. Lisa looked at Cian sitting on the ground, right on his butt, and she was momentarily stunned. Lisa saw him holding the little girl in his arms. Stepping back, and he turned to say she was not hurt. She was just asleep. Lisa hurriedly hugged the little girl, looked at him and asked, Are you okay? Can you help me take care of Lewis? She anxiously watched Cian leave, asking, Where are you going? He quietly replied, To clean up the trash. Lisa held Lewis tightly and asked suspiciously, Cleaning up trash, but where is the flag? His eyes were bloodshot as he walked away. Lancaster, on the map, is divided into 4 areas, with Lancaster as the center. To the west is the beach, to the east is the commercial area, and to the south is the entertainment district. In this place, constant brawls occur. The city has no organization to ensure public order nor any nation governing it, so there is a control mechanism to maintain the rules here. Such a chaotic city is controlled by underground forces behind the scenes, who are the managers responsible for each area. So how can one conquer a place like this? Simone followed Astro's words, saying that if it were a country, it could still wage war, but that would be difficult. So the only way left was to handle those managers personally. The man did not need to hide. Astro thought deeply. We do not need to waste effort because sooner or later they will destroy each other. Then we just need to come and take over the city. Simon looked at him seriously. How can you be so sure? Astro, with clear eyes, saw everything because that city had already rotted from the root, and he saw it with his own eyes. Only when Simon stood before the city himself did he understand, though that confident expression still made me uneasy. But Astro was right, the city had rotted from the root. He stands tall observing the city, holding a cup of tea emitting red steam in his hand. Thinking, and today I will uproot this place. Even though it is black tea, it has a flavor like mint, both rich and sweet. Simon hesitated a bit looking at the cup of tea while the manager was holding his arm. This was clearly black tea with medicine. The smell was definitely gate medicine, very famous in Garam. Diok nearby gently brushed his hair and looked at him, thanking Lord Simon for accepting my invitation to come here. Surely tonight you will be very satisfied, he spoke gently, causing the girl to startle slightly. Yes, just like this special scented black tea. Sweat kept pouring down her face. Could it be that he discovered there was poison in the tea? His eyes had a hint of red as he looked at her, saying, I am really looking forward to it. Then he drank the entire cup of tea in one gulp. Much to the other's surprise, the cup fell and shattered. Then he leaned on her shoulder. Diok smiled at Simon, thinking to himself, Success. Now this kid is mine. At a luxurious house, the Grey Merchants Association in the commercial area has successfully captured Simon. Right, the butler and the assistant replied yes. Just received news from the entertainment district. Morris happily enjoying his meal. Oh, the gods are helping us. Morris is gloomy, thinking about the gravity room, the space compression I accidentally gave that guy, which was really hard to get from the Jigaram Academy. Then he bit into a drumstick, but it was okay. He bit hard into the thigh in his hand. The precious sword is about to be mine. A guy next to him, watching him speak. But everything about Swans is also suspicious. Morris continues to enjoy the delicacy. Does one need to be so picky? The name H. He said my intuition has never been wrong. So let me scout first. He can glance at him, but do not do anything stupid. Okay. After saying that, he left Morris to continue eating. Those damn Spaniards. They have taken the money and still caused trouble. He handed over the piece, thinking to himself, could they really dare to come to my love orchard? On the main road, the shout of gold everywhere startled everyone, making them move aside quickly, all clearing the way. A carriage sped like flying on the busy road. Morris shouted loudly, I am in a great hurry. He eagerly opened the door. I am here, Delkia. She looked at him, arriving too early. Take it easy. No need to rush. Delkia blushed slightly and licked his finger. I was just about to have some fun. Morris quickly said, I do not need the poison. Just the thing he carried with him. Delkia crossed his arms and said, I have already set that aside. His face was flushed, looking very excited. That is all he needed. Hurry up and bring it here quickly. Delkia gently tugged the rope. Do not rush. One day you will be left speechless. The curtain is drawn back, revealing a pair of tightly clenched hands. The red curtain parts slightly, and someone steps out. Morris was astonished, sweating heavily, and asked, What is this? The girl in front pointed to the people behind and said, What is wrong? Can't find what you are looking for. Inside is a man with green hair holding a sword. Surprisingly, behind the curtain are such terrible things. There is also a man with blonde hair holding a bouquet. Do you dare to seduce him? Morris pointed at the person who looked exactly like her, and the thing in between was the girl in the red dress, her face bruised and battered. Delkia. He looked at the girl who resembled Delkia and shouted loudly, "So, who is the person?" She replied, "Do not lose like that." Then that face gradually appeared beneath Delkia's face. The painful love that others long for. He smiled at him, saying, "It is me." He fled with a look of shock, then collapsed to the ground as the demon blade appeared. Someone was radiating energy behind Morris, who already knew too much. He screamed in terror, begging those damn shadow assassins to save him quickly. Simon, with a headache and a severed hand, said, "Oh God, you are too noisy." Then he took down a gunner. Morris, be quiet for a moment. He coughed in front of the two of them. Cough cough, if you really want to meet them so badly, let me send you off. Simon used spiritual power. Black and red mist appeared, creating a swampy fog space. Morris, a bit incredulous, collapsed to the ground, wondering if the black darkness had turned into mist. His face darkened, a strong aura surrounding him. Simon's face turned black, his eyes blazing with energy as he looked at him. The one who gave the artifact to Ganser and the anesthetic to Delkia. Was he the one? Sorry, I never will. Hey. Simon looked at him with eyes full of red, smiling as he spoke each word. I know you won't be able to do it anymore. Goodbye. The red airflow slowly engulfed Morris in a pitiful scream. Showing no mercy, he gradually fell into a bottomless abyss surrounded entirely by red. His face was swollen and disfigured from drowning. Morris struggled to see through the shadow in front of him. It turned out that person was his own shadow assassin. Hey! Morris grabbed his neck and shouted loudly. On this side, Simon spoke up. Now only Delki is left. Let me deal with her so you can go ahead. He looked at Than with love and pain, then returned to the village, bit angry. The Guardian. He stood imposingly in front of Delkia, paying attention to my master, while Delki's eyes remained closed, her beloved face twisted into a demon's, now both hands raised with a terrifying smile. I know you have awakened and are ready to go. I must cut you into exactly 1,000 pieces. She trembled all over, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm sorry. I truly apologize for having that intention. A strong blow landed outside the door. Simon just heard her pitiful cries and thought to himself, she must have been beaten badly. Simon looked over, furrowing his brow, wondering why there was a familiar aura. His eyes suddenly widened. Outside was a desolate, decayed landscape, a foggy horn territory. A blue aura appeared with a voice, making Simon raise his guard. Your expression is really interesting. In the sky, a voice appeared carrying a strong aura. I am Lin, one of the managers of Lambester. He put one hand in his pocket, thinking to himself, so Lin's is mysterious. He looked up, a tear running down his cheek. Also a person of the mist of sorrow. Lin's appeared and said, it seems Surika has not told you anything about me. Otherwise you would not have killed the other managers like that. Simon moved slightly, a wave of aura surrounding his arm. Thank you for your support. Now I do not have to bother searching for someone anymore. He smiled at her, the aura growing stronger. Should I call you senior or traitor? She puckered her lips, now showing off a ring. Oh, do not get me wrong, I am not her match. Suddenly sensing something, Simon raised his eyebrows and looked back. A flash of light attacks Simon. He raises his eyebrows defensively. Is there someone else? She smiled and said, go ahead and ask. Simon was momentarily stunned, unable to believe it. Lin stood behind the trigger. The two already knew each other. Lisa's eyes flashed lightning, intensely focused on young Lady Lin's. Her face was full of veins, her gaze truly unsettling. Now I will eliminate Limmy's Simon right here. A powerful force rushed down. Simon used his spiritual power to dash forward, trying to say, get out of the way. Lisa, I have something to discuss with Lin's. This is not your business. She seemed not to hear and kept chopping. He thought to himself, damn it. Can't reason with her. Simon's eyes filled with red. Think fast. He thought again, then the only way is to silence her. The announcement echoed, warning to carefully avoid the bloodthirsty wave. Simon used magic to shoot a powerful spiritual energy beam at Lisa, causing thick smoke and dust as she gently landed. Simon was a bit surprised, sweat pouring down anxiously. It seemed she was well trained. Lisa raised her eyebrows, staring at Simon, enduring the wave of bloodlust. Lin smiled and flew closer to Simon, quietly asking why, if he could easily kill her. He hesitated. He blinked at her, wondering how long she planned to hide behind that bone curtain. Half of her face was shrouded in darkness, a hint of madness in her voice as she said, I just want to see the abilities of the child Sarika trained if it fights my child. Who would win? He frowned thoughtfully. Does she know the president, and what is their relationship? She gradually appeared in the mist. Now is not the time to worry about me. Lisa fiercely defends, creating a circle of spears attacking Simon. A rain of heavy strikes. The rain of heavy strikes deals massive damage, forcing Simon to use age-old moves to dodge. Lisa tightly gripped the knife as she flew down from above, the two of them fiercely fighting. Her eyes became hollow like a puppet being controlled. And although I had cut ties with Ganser, who would pay the price for taking away my only family? Simon. Simon frowned deeply and resisted fiercely, realizing that the two were more than just acquaintances. Judging by that look in their eyes, he quickly regained control, gripping her neck tightly, but closing the distance like this made it worse. Lisa looked at him, a few drops of sweat silently falling. Simon dodged a blow from her. Seeing her faint, Simon thought to himself, successfully silenced her. Simon said with a dark face, "Now it is just you and me left. Hurry out of the fog." She is floating, hiding in the fog, but going outside you already know. And this fog is me. Simon spoke up. "I was very surprised that you are a person of the mist. But it is even more surprising that you are a corrupt thief." She immediately darkened her face, her expression carrying dissatisfaction and displeasure. "Auntie." Simon smiled and pointed at her, saying the ring earlier belonged to Emberry. "Right, that ring has infinite spiritual power. The diamond on it shines brightly. It is a family heirloom, from magic to divine power. It is one of the weapons that can absorb everything." He continued speaking, exposing her layer by layer, using it to easily make a person of the mist. "Right. I do not know how he got it." Simon rubbed his neck and naturally said, "But the person is just a fake too." She gradually became deranged after hearing Simon's words. "Who dares submit to my omnipotent power?" Sensing the situation, he thought to himself, he has fallen into the trap. Lynn slightly opened her mouth. The power of the god of black bone dust. A circle appeared, causing thick smoke and dust. The circle quickly caught Simon and immobilized him. Even Lisa, who was unconscious, was no exception. A small tip gently touches, creating ripples. "Only I can enter and exit here, and nothing else can move besides me." Linz pressed close to Simon and spoke. "Why does it feel like I can't do anything? This is true power." Linz condenses energy, the blue streams gradually gathering. "It is time to say goodbye. Farewell, poor Simon of the misty bone." Suddenly a voice rings out, making Linz stop. Finally finding out what this usual space is, pink-purple lightning bolts struck, making Limmy slightly shocked and scared. Outside. Then Yu Dao arrived, her eyes filled with hostility. As if targeting my master, Linz turned around to defend. Silently thinking, could she tear through this space? Does she have power comparable to the bone god of darkness? She was astonished by the situation, gripping her weapon tightly. Only Yuru and one other person could do that. Yu Dao stepped forward with determination and said, "Why do you always like to peek at others' things? Do you want to be chopped into pieces?" Yu Dao Kalam. Then she snapped her fingers, saying she would first shatter this tiny space. And each fragment immediately shattered in Kalam's laughter. Linda sang loudly, "Can't believe it is so easy to knock down." Kalam slightly scolds him for being so late, wanting to glare angrily at him, thinking silently that despite being saved, Fernando is still annoying. Linz crossed her arms and started complaining, saying people are always in danger. Linz angrily looked at them. "Too loud. Shut up. They can't be the hair." Linz held my hand tightly, becoming more frantic. No one had been chosen for 300 years. So how could a kid like you handle it? Then Kalam asked, "What is wrong with her?" Simon calmly replied, "I just brought up that matter earlier." The more she spoke, the crazier she became. "She is just a kid with a baby mouth." Linz could not keep calm and rushed towards Simon. "Do not underestimate me, the fake here." Kalam looked at her and asked, "Why so tense?" Simon twisted the knife in his hand, leaving a deep red mark, saying, "You won't become an assassin like that." Both sides started fighting fiercely, no one gaining the upper hand. With violent and aggressive moves, Linz was hit and thrown far away, the dart flying straight ahead. Simon's whole body shimmered with red light, holding the dart tightly, the fierce look in his eyes. "Now do you believe it or not? If not, let me show you the true power of the god." Linz sat on the ground, exhausted, trying to speak. She bowed her head slightly dazed. The power of the black mist god, a large red mass gradually forming. Unyielding, Simon said with bloodshot eyes, "Try to block this strike with your proud ranks." She immediately frowned. A burst of power was released, causing the stones to shatter everywhere. In Linz's eyes, everything was drawn in, making her a bit fearful. At the Black Mist Temple, a voice echoed, "Are you really going to leave?" Linz firmly said, "I have said it. I am tired of hiding just to wait for the hair." Surika looked at her without many words, understanding and feeling regretful. Linz turned back and smiled at her friend. "Will she come to kill me?" Surika looked at her without any expression. "No. There are many other bad guys, so why do that? Do not worry." Then her face darkened as she warned, "But if I find out she is a spy, I will have to cleanse her." Linz immediately turned dark when she heard Sarika's words. "Then I will take back the weapon she stole." Now no one knows, so do not worry." Sarika looked at her and said, "So be strong." "Okay." Linz pressed her lips tightly. "I broke up with Sarika like that, and so Linz was determined to leave. After leaving the organization, I only hid and waited for the hair. Despite my strength, I decided to build an organization where the strong are recognized. I no longer want to hide and wait for the designer." Her arm trembled as she tried to hold onto the corner of my shirt. I thought I was almost there. She was momentarily stunned, suddenly overwhelmed by everything, wondering how it ended up like this. Simon saw her helpless and devastated appearance. He spoke up and asked if she wanted to deny anything. She lowered her face and said to message Surika back. Simon was a bit clumsy. Silently waiting, Linz's tears streamed down, eyes gradually losing consciousness. Realizing I was wrong, "It hurts so much, please end it." Simon reached out with a surge of power. No one could predict their own rise or fall, With bloodshot eyes, he silently pondered, even himself included. In front of me is the scene of two spaces intersecting. Simong looks at the building ahead, the territory connected to the hotel, always star-rated to avoid trouble. Then suddenly hears a voice asking why they are spared. Lisa, in tattered clothes, looked at him and asked, I tried to help you and I also know you are the mist. She held onto one arm, looking emaciated. With no reason for you to spare my life. Simong looked at her and asked if she planned to tell others. That was enough. Lisa slightly raised her voice and asked what she should do now. When a voice called out, Manager, a crowd rushed in from outside the door. And Lewis, seeing Lisa, ran over worriedly, asking if she was okay or hurt anywhere, tears streaming down her face as she held her hands tightly, saying she was very worried because her sister suddenly disappeared. Lisa looked at the little girl and said, It is good that you are okay. Does it hurt anywhere? Lewis rushed over and hugged Lisa tightly, saying, Don't leave my sight anymore. The little girl cried with tears and said, Because you are the kindest person to me, please do not leave me anymore. Lisa gently comforted the girl, saying she was only leaving for a little while, so why be so upset? Simong spoke up, seeming to have something to do already. He looked at her and said the manager was temporarily covering for her on the road so Lewis could grow up like her or be brave now. She softly agreed, Yes, I will do that. Then he sat down, patted the little girl's head and advised. Lewis listened to the manager. Lewis looked at him and asked, Are you leaving? Simong smiled and replied, From now on I will check out and live well. Everyone is good at following you. Lisa asked, Will you come back? He nodded and said, Probably yes. Lisa's face was a bit red. You have to go back. He smiled and replied, Okay. I know. Next time, I hope I won't have to witness that scene. A knife surrounded by a dark aura was lying in that person's hand. She said, Finally you managed to purify the spirit. She sat calmly on a high rock. It must have been hard. Simong said, Knowing but still sending me. She twirled the knife in her hand, looked at him and asked, That is right. Is there anything you want to ask me? Simong looked at her with tears and asked, What is your relationship with Lin? Is she also a person of the mist? She smiled softly and replied, Yes, she used to be. She spoke again, recalling the days of hard training together as fellow disciples, and the scene of her walking away gradually reappeared. But she resisted the will of the mist and left with the heirloom ring meant only for the leader. Simong showed the shining ring on his hand and asked, This Imbaran ring? She replied from above, Yes, it is originally my weapon. Hands on hips looking at Simong, But you keep it. He is a bit surprised. Auntie, this is the heirloom for the leader. Her eyes lit up, her whole body exuded a terrifying aura. I do not need it anymore because I am strong enough. He looked at the ring in his hand and said, I thought you sent me to retrieve it again. I am really surprised. At this moment, Cram appeared from somewhere and said, Maybe it is some personal grudge, but it seems like you two know each other. That person did not care, holding the knife in hand and continuing to speak. I am just keeping my promise. When attracted by the power of this ring, most will be destroyed. Simong looked at her back and asked, So is this a kind of trial? He continued to watch the ring radiating energy in his hand, thinking to himself, Is she trying to see if I will be corrupted by the power of this ring? Simong raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to warn me that I will also be a target of Van Locke if I get corrupted? Cram nodded in agreement. Oh, that sounds reasonable. Simong asked again. You still do not believe that I am the heir, right? She smiled and glanced at Simong, saying, I want to see if you will become a painter or a hero. If you are the heir, you must overcome such challenges. Maybe Cram chose wrong. Cram frowned and gritted his teeth at her. What did you say? Simong was a bit bewildered and helpless. Well, I will take that as a compliment. A few rays of golden sunlight are slipping through the window. In the office of the principal of Luan Academy, a white-haired man is looking into the distance and says, After the disappearance incident of the instructor, the student's anxiety has reached its peak. He turns to look at the person behind him, just newly appointed and already under such pressure, but hopes you will try your best. The person replies, Sorry. Principal Kundal, the man patted his chest and assured, I will try to understand the student's psychology and do my best. The principal looked at him and thanked him for his spirit. The man bowed and said, Then I will take permission to tour the school a bit. Kundal looked on silently thinking, Boris, his aura is very strange. Outside, Sarika rushed in apologizing for being late, saying the principal called me. She was a bit surprised looking at the person in front of her. He greeted her saying, I am Boris. He introduced himself, but his whole aura was strangely intense as the newly appointed official hoping for support. After speaking, he left. I excused myself before Sarika, thinking to myself that the smell of blood was getting stronger. She watched him leave, thinking he was dangerous. And the principal looked at her and said he heard he came from the capital. Principal Kundal's eyes were slightly red as he seriously warned to be careful with him. Sarika was excellent in ability and polite in attitude, but showed an unusually strange aura. She gently pushed up her glasses, saying she would remember Principal, and in her heart she already had doubts. The smell of blood absolutely could not be erased. She then thought of Boris's expression, like a walking corpse. Flag is hung beneath the deep blue sky. The welcome echoes everywhere. Below is a mighty army fully armored, raising the flag high, welcoming to Lowen. The troops still stand solemnly there, the city of harmony. Princess Erin is a bit amazed by the spirit before her. The guard must have increased. The boy beside her is a little surprised. So what? The two walked under the overwhelming presence of the guards, thinking to themselves that they had heard the guards were reinforced after the bloody meal, but this seemed a bit too much. Quite intimidating. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling the little milk girl. Princess Erin. The princess looked at the person who called her. Lunev. Lunev smiled at Erin. It had been a long time since they last met. Inside the courtyard, butterflies are flying around. The three of them are chatting together. Luckily she is safe thanks to the eldest princess. Erin looked at her with some pain. After all, she had already withdrawn so much and yet was still imprisoned. Lunev gently closed her eyes. But it is okay. I am strong. The princess introduced her companion, saying, "This is my classmate Lunev," who looked at him and said, "Hello," while the boy's bright eyes met hers, and she replied, "Hello, you really are mysterious." As the three of them pretended to walk together, a voice rang out, "Hello." The man bowed and introduced himself. "I am Boris, the newly appointed priest. You are Princess Erin, right?" Erin looked up at Boris. "Yes, I have heard about it. Lord Boris, you are in charge of the applied magic course, right?" Lunev silently listened to the conversation between the two. Has he already known? Is it really an honor for me? May I have a moment of the princess's time? Erin asked again. Right now, Boris smiled and replied, "Yes, it is nothing serious." Boris was gradually covered by a layer of black aura. "I am measuring the magical power of talented students, so can I check the princess's magic sphere?" Princess Erin extended her hand, emitting a pale yellow spiritual energy. "Is this okay?" He replied with satisfaction. "Yes, that is fine." Luna beside her was slightly worried and tried to stop her. "Wait a moment. Princess, I have a bad feeling." Erin looked at her. What is wrong?" "It is just measuring spiritual power. Nothing can happen." He reached out his hand. The winds began to rise. The space gradually darkened. "Yes, it would be soon." At that moment, suddenly a hand grabbed Erin's hand. Boris frowned with an angry look. Erin screamed in panic. "What is going on?" She looked at him, his eyes glowing red, his face dark. "Cyan, why?" His eyes were chaotic and a bit worried. He looked at him as if facing a demon, yet familiar. "Boris." The battlefield was strewn with corpses. 1,002 years ago during the liberation battle to destroy the Demon King army. The priest stood in the middle of the magic formation shouting, "They are coming. Everyone ready. Protect." But the monster's claw quickly struck down. The priest's scream echoed. The shield was destroyed by the monster's claw, causing a great shock. Ignoring the number of casualties after the last round, they continued to hold the defense and regroup. The young man could not help but warn everyone that if we do not resist, they will overwhelm us here. The priest behind him stammered and pointed in one direction, shouting, "Yes, someone is coming." Immediately after, a strong figure appeared at the gate. Then he quickly used his sword strikes to defeat the monster, and everyone joyfully exclaimed that the day had finally come. The guy also happily shouted, "I remember that day at the western camp, but it was truly as rumored, like a ghost entering a spirit. We are sure to win this battle. All the injured retreat. Leave this place to me." The spider monster is gathering energy for an attack. The surroundings seem silent. A wave is created. The monster directly shot out a blue beam, then quickly retracted its claws after the recent attack. Cyan clenched his fist and exclaimed, saying it is supposed to be a special grade demon beast. So we had some expectations, but the guy climbed onto it and said, "You are as slow as a turtle." Cyan once again used the power of the dark orb in his hand, the orb's power growing stronger as if wanting to destroy the monster. Then Boris finally clapped his hands. Cyan turned to look at the source of the voice, asking why it valued the day so much, and he coldly asked him if he was not the one at the rear with my brother. Boris confessed that he came out because he heard the northern front needed support, but Cyan had already cleaned everything up. Cyan sat beside the fire and slowly said, thinking that it was all over, "This battle really has no end." Cyan added more firewood to the fire. The loyal knights gathered at the front line, led by our tribe, had handed over the Empire's authority to Emperor Lunal a year ago. The thick smoke rose as the story went. Then the beasts took advantage of the weakened front line to start the invasion, and the war went on endlessly. He thought back. It all stemmed from Emperor Lunal's greed. "If Astro had not asked me, I would never have come here." Boris hurriedly reminded him that saying that could cost his life, but I shared the same view and could not say otherwise. Cyan curiously asked him, "Is not the person supposed to come because of Emperor Lunal?" Boris. He immediately laughed and admitted that I was chosen because of my poor talent, but my personality seemed to suit Lord Astro better. Cyan was curious. "Oh, what talent is that?" He directly demonstrated modest magic. "Nothing special. Source of power created by Boris. I just collected the traces of magic used by Lord San and turned them into magic spheres. Very quickly, a small magic orb was retained to preserve it." He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Lord Cyan's magic is truly special." Cyan then curiously asked, "What makes it so special?" Boris answered vaguely, "Sir, You have great potential. Maybe you are the one I have been looking for. Cyan blinked slightly. He thought quietly, and realized that perhaps that was when the hunt for me began. Cyan tightly held Arin's hand, feeling foolish, and vowed to himself not to make the same mistake this time. Looking at Boris before him, he was determined not to let him take away his magic. Boris is also eyeing him closely, wondering if this boy is really Cyan. The student next to him quickly reminds, Cyan, did you just disrespect the princess? Boris awkwardly replied, oh hello, it seems there is some misunderstanding here. I am just investigating the student's abilities as a lecturer. Cyan directly called him out. I have never heard of such a procedure. Sir, you thought to yourself, Boris, has he been appointed as a lecturer at the academy? Then he awkwardly explained that if you feel uncomfortable, you do not have to force it, and apologized for being rude. Cyan seriously replied, okay, I accept your apology. Before everyone gets more upset, please leave quickly. Meanwhile, Arin was blushing with embarrassment. Really rude. Boris forced a smile, surprised that he showed such open hostility. He agreed, fine. Boris bowed, and I was about to leave, and just like that, Cyan managed to get him to go. Luna rolled her eyes thinking, Boris Helm, has there ever been a mage before? The young man retorted, can you let go now? Cyan then withdrew her hand. Apologized. Princess, she shyly replied. No, it is okay, Cyan. She rubbed her wrist and continued. I believe you have your reasons. You are mine after all, so it is fine. Arin's face suddenly blushed as she recognized something. My person, she said, then suddenly grabbed the young man's wrist, surprising him. Huh. Princess. She then pulled him swiftly. I have urgent business to attend to. Goodbye. The young man was still stunned. Princess, Cyan replied awkwardly. Yes. Luna wanted to ask Cyan if he knew anything about the lecturer Boris, and he replied he knew a little. She smiled softly and said, that is great, I have never heard of him before, but Cyan quickly stopped her, saying, no. You can't. Cyan went ahead, warning Luna to never get close or try to understand him, and I am leaving too. She watched his back and thought to herself, he has been very tense all this time. Is something wrong? The sky is clear. Luna exclaimed, which only makes me more curious. Cyan moved his hand to channel magic very quickly. He cast a spell to create countless candies falling down, making Nana very impressed. Whoa, a candy waterfall. Cyan reminded the servant, you two have worked hard while I was away. The little girl was immersed in joy with the pile of candies she got. Candy Tycoon here. Brian confidently replied, what is so hard about it? It should be a new day. The girl next to him complained, Brian never lets me cook anything. Cyan asked her, didn't you say before that you liked having someone cook for you? She sighed and said, like this, feels like my main job is being taken away. He asked again. So what? Cyan gave the order. So let us go practice. Brian, he was stunned. Huh. What now? He sneered. That is right. Right now, change into your apron. Brian could only grimace and accept the command. Yes. The two walked out one after the other. The scene shifted to the academy's physical training ground. Cyan was a bit surprised. Oh, there are still people training. Lesimus was now holding the sword tightly in his hand. Panting heavily, she once again swung the sword down powerfully. Seeing this, Brian could not help but click his tongue in admiration, wielding a greatsword as tall as himself while casting spells. Cyan agreed. Truly impressive, he smiled to himself. Of course he had to admire her. He looked at her calculatingly, because she would later be called the #1 swordsman of the continent. Cyan picked up the king's sword and asked to see how much you have improved. Then she turned her head back and asked Cyan. She stammered, you... What do you mean by that? Cyan replied slowly. I mean, if you really want to challenge her, go ahead and strike. She became cautious, but this is a real sword, and you are using a wooden sword, so I should also use a wooden sword to be fair. Cyan directly strikes down at her with the sword, continuing the attack, forcing her to block with her sword. Cyan praises Lezimos for good reflexes, and Lezimos is stunned, wondering if this is really a wooden sword. Why is it so heavy? The two sides continued to fight fiercely. Lezimos shouted, then I won't hold back anymore. The two sides continued to fight seriously. Cyan praised. Nice move. He continued to smile encouragingly at her. She added a little more. Cyan provoked Lezimos. Is that all? Attack like you want to kill me. Lezimos kept trying her best, thinking to herself, what else? Clearly I am attacking. How can I not touch it? She rushed forward, determined she must touch it, but her effort was quickly defeated by Cyan. Alright, that is enough. The sword in her hand was quickly knocked away. Cyan pointed the wooden sword at Lezimos as a reminder, saying that letting emotions take over will reveal many weaknesses in attacks, so be careful. She looked around and admitted, I am definitely no match for you. You really are strong. Cyan said something that made her blush deeply. You have real strength. Do not be self-deprecating. Being able to wield a sword that even adults struggle with means you are no ordinary person. Lezimos felt shy with his following words, Just keep going like this. Later on, I am sure no one can surpass your swordsmanship. She stammered. What? Just hurt then comforted. Really inconsistent. Cyan thought. Now you do not know. He raised his hand to his chin and said continue. If it is like this then I do not need to intervene anymore. He turned to the boy next to him and said, from now on I will train with her. Brian. He stammered. Me. He rolled his eyes and replied, yes, it is you. Cyan also blamed her. Asking you. Lizimos. She nodded. Yes, then I will switch to a regular wooden sword too. Brian curiously asked. Where are you planning to go? He calmly replied, I have some matters to attend to. Brian scratched his head awkwardly and said, then I will leave it to you. Lizimos also agreed. Yes. Her eyes in the flame were especially passionate, eager to be guided by Brian Kendrick. Seeing this, Brian was stunned, scared, and stepped forward, feeling a familiar sensation that had been present all along. Cyan looked at Luna's figure in the distance. Feeling uneasy, wondering what she was still doing at this hour, Luna suddenly spoke up. It is Professor Boris's research room. He stepped forward, curiously asking if she intended to go in there. Luna was suspicious. That place, huh? She smiled softly and asked him back, how do you know? I have just been standing and watching all this time. Cyan blinked. Are you really going in? For what? Luna replied frankly. Because I am curious, she said directly. I have never heard of the name Boris Helm before, and there is no mention of him in the Garam Association either, a level 9 mage with no records at all. She concluded, it is too strange. Cyan smiled secretly. He just wished himself into trouble again. Luna suggested, so, you will help me? Right, he was curious. Why should I do that? Her eyes briefly glanced at him because I felt you knew that person and seemed to hate him a lot. Cyan sighed deeply. Now it was time to wish both of them good luck. Looking up at him, he guessed that he had finally left the research room. He looked at a distant door and guessed, no longer sensing any trace. Cyan gently pulled Luna aside and instructed, I will go first. Follow closely. She agreed. Okay. He activated the skill on the door, a small explosion, and one of the books opened behind the door. Looking at the shelves full of books, Luna had to exclaim, there are so many books here. She kept talking, all about books. It seems this guy is quite the bookworm. Cyan guessed maybe he just likes collecting them, and Luna noticed most are about ancient magic. Suddenly Cyan felt something. He looked out the window, thinking to himself, where is that person going? Karam. Home machine, do not worry. Focus on your own business. He wondered why he stopped at the home machine. Luna also noticed something. It seems I have found something. Cyan immediately turned around. That is, Luna pointed out, a very ancient old book. Cyan thought to himself, no, it was not just an ordinary book. He realized it was Boris Hertree's treasure, a power always drawn to the hair. A woman is standing in the distance. She causes speechlessness. Every time I feel really nauseous. Stop hesitating. Come out here quickly. Karam's eyes became cruel. Hertree. The feathers keep falling. Have not seen Karam for a long time, he asked. How do you feel waking up after 300 years? She smiled wickedly and replied, it was okay just now, but meeting you just now ruined everything. The opponent mocked, saying your personality has not changed at all. No wonder you chose such a terrible master. Karam angrily questioned him. What did you just say? The opponent slowly landed. Calm down. He suggested that today we do not fight. Karam joked. So he wants to talk. He raised his finger to indicate. That is right. Karam was so angry his face twisted. Nonsense. What else is he planning? Luna's also flipping through Boris's ancient book. This is the first time I have seen this kind of magic book, like it is recounting history. She also discovered that the letters are arranged like a code, requiring quite a bit of time to decipher. Luna is a bit hesitant. Right now I can only see this picture. She touches the page as if it was just drawn. What does it mean? Luna was deep in thought about the sun, the black clouds, or the fog when Cyan suddenly clapped his hands over the book. Surprising Luna. Cyan, I warn you, we have to destroy this immediately. Luna, she is surprised. Why? Cyan looked at him thoughtfully. Because everything started from this. He placed his hand on the book, reflecting on the bloody feast and all the other terrible things. Now Boris slowly speaks up. I am really sorry, but I won't allow you two to do that. Cyan is startled and turns around. Boris. Damn it. I was so focused on the treasure that I did not sense his presence. A sudden beam of light emitted from the book. Boris took the book back into his hand. He laughed and said, I was just about to come see you. It is too quiet like this. He said it made both of them cautious. But being followed is not pleasant at all. Boris coldly cast magic. First let Lamva leave here. Very quickly, she was violently thrown outside by Boris using magic, which Cyan did not expect. He also reassured him, saying it was a bit rough, but do not worry. I have taken her to a safe place in the dormitory. Boris hinted to Cyan. So, can we talk privately now? He said mysteriously. I am very interested in you. Not just your appearance but also your personal aspects. Cyan smiled outwardly but cursed him inwardly, thinking he really wanted to kill him right now. He looked at the book in his hand and thought, but Herdkree is no small matter, and Karem is not here anymore. Karem is now dissatisfied and giving orders. What nonsense is this? Explain it so I can understand. He gave a fake smile and replied, my master is the one chosen by the gods. You cannot win. She does not care at all. So what? You mean love hurts so you should side with Lumendel and betray your master? He asked her. Why do that? There are many other ways. For example, he often gets tired. You could just take over the master's body. That would be enough to trouble us. Karem sneered coldly. What else are you trying to show? You guy. A struggle took place. Good and evil. Light and darkness. Creation and destruction. Two concepts that cannot coexist in this world continuously clashed with each other. A cherubim god with 6 wings stands on the summit, and in the end, light always triumphs. The empire and the beautiful morning. Since the great war between gods and demons ended, 300 years have passed, and the land has become more prosperous than ever. The scene shifts to the temple, but the world is gradually forgetting us. The statues of the gods remain there, no longer receiving the respect or worship they once did. We have thought deeply and come to this conclusion. Herdkree spoke cruelly, saying that there must be darkness, as darkness will make us shine even brighter. Karem then despised him, calling it a petty excuse. She bluntly pointed out Herdkree's flaw, saying if I seize the master's body and rebel, you will suppress me and become the savior. Right, he laughed and replied. Yes. Indeed, talking to Karem is much easier. While he was laughing loudly, a sudden attack forced Herdkree to suffer in pain. Karem angrily struck back at him. Speaking nonsense. Herdkree turned back excitedly. Oh no, what a pity, a vortex was created. He bluntly asked her, was not the love blade born to possess its owner? Have the two of you changed your minds? Karem gritted his teeth bitterly, saying you are the ones who labeled us as evil, so handle your own problems and do not try to push them onto others. Herdkree sneered and mocked, saying she did not expect you to think that way. Would not it be better if you were as easy to talk to as Eru? Karem's eyes grew cold at his words, but she was also happy to meet him today. Karem. She watched the vortex disappear along with his feathers. Karem said angrily, what exactly have you done, you foolish god Eru? Boris introduced, this is premium black tea from the Spania Mountains. I wonder if it suits your taste. Saiyan did not want to beat around the bush and asked him directly, what do you want from me? He laughed and replied, haha, is not it obvious that a lecturer is interested in talent? Saiyan then asked Boris back, but I have not even tried to attend the class. Boris calmly asked him, so why did not you go to class? He did not hesitate to answer him. Because there was nothing to learn. Boris's eyes narrowed. Does the professor know about this? Saiyan immediately rolled his eyes in disdain and got straight to the point. Boris also did not beat around the bush and said, so I will ask directly. Have we met before? Saiyan asked him why he thought that way. Boris talked about the last incident, and I sensed hostility from you. He remembered Saiyan's appearance, especially the look in his eyes when he looked at me. Even a certain aura. Boris kept a smile on his lips. I only met young Master Saiyan for the first time, but I was not sure if he knew me or not. Saiyan refused to back down and argued with him, but I should be the one surprised. A mage with level 8 magic power should have been famous everywhere by now. Boris's gaze became dangerous. I preferred it to be quieter. Saiyan stared at him and asked, where are you from? Boris dodged the question, saying it is a very distant place, and even if I told you, you would not know. The two people facing Saiyan realized he was lying. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, surely he did not want to reveal that secret to anyone. Even the previous team kept it hidden. I asked Boris again, do you have nothing more to ask me? This time he gently refused. It is late. We will find out more later. As night falls, a cold young man arrives. So chilling. Boris looked at the book in his hand in amazement, wondering why Achu felt so threatened. It was very possible that he was a merchant who had been with Princess Arin. Boris placed his hand on the book. Thinking life was truly tough, the Savior's younger brother was blessed by the god Lumendel Banff, and had become the master of the demon path. Herdkree suddenly appeared. He laughed and replied, is not that fate? Boris admitted, fate, an interesting expression. Sir Herdkree, he also said, the Karem religion might be the darkness we are looking for. Boris touched the book of analysis again. If your prediction is correct, he will surely help Lord Ache shine even brighter, like the darkness that obscures the sun in the prophecy. Boris also revealed his evil face. The return of the Savior will soon begin. Karem stepped out of the magical space, now present at the dark altar. A voice echoed, rarely do I see you come here yourself. Oru sat on the dark throne and asked her, what is the matter? Karem. She did not waste words and went straight to the main point, asking if he did not know, as she had just met Herdkree on the way here. She sighed, saying it is not that far from here, and Aru asked suspiciously if he had done something to her. Seeing this reaction, Karem suddenly realized, he indeed knew. What was he thinking to let those guys be? Did he forget how they dragged him down? Aru suddenly teleported behind Karem and said, after all, it can't get any worse. There is nothing to fix. She suddenly turned around, said something very well, but they were trying to take advantage of me and Saiyan. Oru asked her, is not that your wish? Karem asked suspiciously. What wish? He replied, to protect Saiyan. Aru drew a talisman and said, I will grant your wish. Then he gave the order, take this mission. All the people of the mist will support you and Saiyan. Karam accepted it, so in the end he did not intervene directly. What exactly happened between him and Lumendel? He calmly replied that you just need to know everything is for the two of you, to which Karam scoffed, huh, that line won't save you. She angrily walked to the space ring and said, keep hiding here like a scared turtle. You coward, Aru watched sadly, saying that would only make her more upset. Here at the altar, the maiden is anointing Alice, on behalf of the supreme gods of light. Lumendel, I bestow the sacred grace upon you, O bearer of salvation. In the solemn space, that voice echoes, I ask you, do you truly wish to become? The maidens all bowed respectfully, the only light saving the dark world, and this danger, the maiden raised her voice. Can one live on the battlefield and die there? Her eyes were full of determination, but her heart hesitated, wondering if this was the right path. All the gods respectfully saluted. And recently, the Empire has been recruiting outstanding talents into the Order of the Light Knights and sending them to the front lines. Alice reflected and realized that in the face of disasters like the Bloody Banquet, the Imperial Army had no choice but to give up. Alice looked up at the Lumendel statue in front of her, even though joining the Knights of Light was a long-held dream. But what she had to protect was on the front lines. Or was it? A familiar voice sounded beside Alice, congratulating Miss Alice. She happily recognized Cecilia, who warmly praised Alice, saying she had finally achieved her dream. Suddenly Alice became confused. Now it should be called Knight Cecilia. I am only a low-level knight. Cecilia then laughed. When it is just the two of us. Let us just be like before. Alice leaned forward to respond, but she could not be rude to her senior. Cecilia felt even more flustered and said, Miss, the water tower was still flowing. Oh. So she was interrupting that matter. Cecilia seriously encouraged Alice, saying the path Alice chose was not a mistake at all. I am sure of it. I have been watching her for a long time, but she still hesitates, and I still feel a bit confused. Alice hesitated, but the challenges of countless people and cries for help still echoed nearby. Cecilia suggested there was only one way to know if Alice was fit for the front lines. Hearing that, she became curious and asked, what is it? Cecilia suggested, come to the front line with me, she confidently told Alice. William's formula, the commander-in-chief of the Knights of Light, has assigned me a mission with you. This is my first official order. Respond to the call. Alice was surprised to hear that he had assigned me the task. Cut to Brian putting on his shoes. He also prepared a sword to put in its sheath. Brian was fully prepared for battle, and others looked at him curiously, wondering where he suddenly planned to go that day. He then turned to Nana and Emily and said he did not know either. Just told to get ready, so they prepared, but where to go before Brian could finish. Nana anxiously asked if they would not see him for a long time again. She now slowly approaches and replies, no, this time it won't take long. He smiles reassuringly. Do not worry, Nana. Brian has finished preparing everything. Brian confidently replied, yes, I have prepared as instructed. But where are we going? He then unleashed his power and mentioned a place, the Limai Valley. Emily was surprised. Was not that the place we went last time, but you said it was very far. Scene replied straightforwardly, it is quick if we go this way. Come on, he thought to himself. We have to hurry. A portal opened. Scene thought to himself, because right after Sister Alice passed away, the royal inspection began. The troops were still moving on horseback when Ol loudly shouted for the entire army to stop. He turned to the group and said, we have arrived. Thank you for your hard work. Miss, Alice smiled from behind and replied. What, miss? No need to be shy, Auckland. The sky blushed red. Auckland continued. You have become a knight of light and come here. That is our pride. Alice shyly replied. Do not flatter me. I still have a lot to learn. He smiled softly and said, if it is the young lady, she will definitely do well. The formula will surely be proud of her. Alice got off the horse and told Ol that she had said not to call her miss, but he laughed even louder, saying the formula was waiting for him. At that moment, a pair of silver knights' feet also stepped down. Alice reporting, from the Vat family. Alice Vat. She respectfully reports that she has received orders from her master and has arrived here. Williams immediately looked back and ordered. Today there will be a funeral procession for the third prince, fourth prince, and second princess. Prepare quickly. Alice complied. Yes. Understood. She thought to herself, still the same, cold to the point of being unlike family. He said seriously, they have arrived, and along with that, an announcement sounded. The princes and princesses have arrived. A large group of people then approached. Third Prince Fabian Severus said bluntly, the smell here is really unpleasant. Fourth Prince Nerovian Severus even pinched his nose in disgust. How can they live in such a filthy place? Second Princess Violet Severus spoke gently. You have always worked hard on the front lines. You have worked hard. Now Williams, Elise, and the others respectfully bow before the three of them. Williams Vest, request an audience with the prince and the princess. The two princes are annoyed, each showing disdain for them, quickly dealing with the matter and leaving. After all, this inspection trip is just a formality. The beasts won't attack. Right? William smiled slightly and replied that the beasts in the rear are at most just some kids, and he confidently declared that our family has the best knights. So you do not need to worry, Axel greeted. Long time no see. Father. Alice looked at him and was stunned. Axel. Williams patted Axel's shoulder encouragingly. That is right. I believe you will do your best in this mission. He also agreed with Williams. Yes. I will not disappoint you. Seeing the two whispering, Fabian said with disdain. Handle them when they arrive, Axel. We are not like them. Our status is much nobler. Everyone must obey him. Yes. Your Highness. Violet encouraged. Do a good job escorting us. Axel wirt, he replied very politely. It is my honor. Violet looked around for a moment and asked, but why did not Louisnel come along? He is not the type to be absent on occasions like this. Axel immediately made an excuse, saying that due to an unexpected event, he was assigned the task of protection this time. Hearing that, she sighed. So that is how it is. Being protected by Mir, Axel word is truly reliable. At this moment, a full army had been assembled. Alice looked towards Axel, thinking to herself that he always protected the crown prince, but now he was protecting the princess and the twin princes on the front line. She suspects? Is it just a coincidence? Axel suddenly spoke up. I heard you were top when you joined the knights. He coldly uttered a sentence. Congratulations, Elise. She could not help but be afraid. That look was so familiar, she recalls. On my 9th birthday, Axel patted her head encouragingly. Wishing me a happy birthday, Elise. She took the gift in her hands. Axel had given me a scroll of magic. It is the 4th level, meaning to train your strength to one day possess and use 4th level magic power. Alice studied very hard, and as time passed and I reached 4th level magic power, I could not help but remember the magic scroll I was given. She placed her hand on the roll of paper, a bit surprised. Is this a recoil roll? Suddenly, a hand stopped her, holding her back. Alice was a bit startled. Then Cecilia stopped me and exclaimed, Cecilia. At that moment, Cecilia hurriedly explained, this is the shared beast containment book. Very dangerous. Elise, she immediately broke out in a cold sweat. If I had used that scroll at that moment, I probably would have died long ago. Looking at Axel's imposing figure, Alice wondered, did he know that and still give it to me? Thinking about him, she became more suspicious, wondering why Axel and the convoy were still patrolling the area. Nerovian was furious. Damn it. Did Renel really hand Axel over to us? Fabian became suspicious again. It is really suspicious. What is he planning? Violet also spoke up about this issue. When someone like Axel is sent to protect us, is not that a reasonable suspicion? She glared at them and asked, you two know what kind of person he is. Get ready if you do not want to die. Suddenly, the carriage shook, startling the two. Nerovian quickly looked over and asked what was going on. Alice hurriedly reported that we were under attack. She urged them to take cover immediately. A monster is roaring outside. This place is being attacked by the special grade beast Antara. Both princes are terrified. Oh dear. The monster continued to growl and attack the group. Nerovian was shocked to realize that Da Longyu had said there were no special grade monsters here. The monster keeps attacking the group fiercely. Alice warns the three of them. Hurry up, Nerovian stammers curses. Damn it. A giant claw aimed at their carriage. Alice quickly cast a protective spell to guard them. Try to hold on until you are grown up. Keep moving forward. Alice calculates. Impossible. Why is there a monster in the rear? Nerovian runs away in panic. Fabian hurriedly reminds him. Hey, do not run around like that. You coward. A voice called out. Princess. And Violet immediately froze. Achi thoughtfully took the sword beside the rose. He said coldly, I will protect you. Come closer to me. Violet gritted her teeth thinking, is this his plan? To kill me in this chaos? Alice also suddenly turned back here. A chief. At this moment, countless attacks and clashes occurred. The wind howled, and the monster's roar echoed. Alice was happy to have saved the market. Cecilia, she immediately said. Elise, come here quickly. Alice hurriedly grabbed Violet's hand and pulled her away. I'm sorry. Princess Violet. She was confused and followed Alice. Where are we going? Cecilia urged hurriedly. Let us leave here for now. Now Alice also turned back. I have a bad feeling. His gaze at Princess Violet is really scary. The pupils in her eyes widened. The monster is roaring and swiping its claws at Acho. Alice shouted. Danger. Danger. But he was unharmed and just stood there. Whenever the monster's claws touched him, Acho easily stopped them. Acho for you. The sword I hold in my hand sparks and glows. Alice looked up and asked, so, what exactly is that? Cecilia shouted, Acho. Hurry up. The Antara bridge appeared right above Acho's head. When it jumped down from above, touched the ground, and made a sound, it was a signal for everyone to take their positions. Achi with sharp eyes glanced at something. He looked towards the desert and, tusk, made a sound. The knight commander signaled all knights not to let Antara get close to the prince and princess. Organizing the ranks, the monster opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp teeth, looking terrifying. And as it opened its mouth, a glowing purple gem flew out. Achoo, you sound annoyed. It is really troublesome. The small gem gradually turned into a large sphere flying straight towards the knights. Suddenly, the strange knight stopped when he saw something and stepped back. Achi raised his holy sword high, and it began to unleash its power. He swung the holy sword hard at the monster's big orb. Achi shattered the orb, making the knights cheer and admire him. A Nigaiachuas blocked it. Quickly hide the market that day. Princess Violet stood from afar looking towards where everyone was fighting. She just ran away with Miss Alice and then looked back. Suddenly, she saw something that made Princess Violet stop. Princess Violet collapsed to the ground saying, Miss Alice screamed as if she did not understand anything. Princess said, no. Miss Alice asked Violet, what is wrong? Are you not feeling well? Princess Violet smiled eerily and with red eyes said, I will not be defeated so easily. Miss Alice was waiting, her eyes not understanding what was happening. Before she could understand, Cecilia stabbed her in the back, causing her to freeze. Miss Alice stammered calling the name while the blood of the young lady was spilling from her mouth. Cecilia, with a cold face. Why? She pulled the sword out of Miss Alice, causing her to fall to the ground with a grunt. Cecilia asked, are you Echo's sister? The princess continued, Elise. Right, the last princess spoke and continued. As soon as I saw my brother Louisnel quietly retreating this time, I was very suspicious. Right, without letting the young lady answer. Cecilia continued, surely someone is taking advantage of the chaos to eliminate us and then blaming others. Right, Cecilia continued. This is just self-defense. Miss Alice replied in pain. You misunderstood. I want to support the princess, but stopped mid-sentence. Covering her mouth, the princess said with a terrifying smile, do you think I do not know the true intentions of the Vut family and Louisnel? I won't be defeated so foolishly. The young lady looked pained. If you want to explain, the princess held the letter in her hand and said, speak quickly in the short time remaining. Then the princess threw the letter to Miss Alice, saying, who knows, the princess's red eyes are terrifying. Maybe Louis Mendelel will save her. Ha ha ha. Then those two disappeared, leaving the young lady lying in pain with her wounds. The young lady was in pain and thinking, Cecilia could not be like this. She put her hand on the wound to stop the bleeding. She must have been controlled by magic or had some unavoidable reason. Miss Alice shed tears in despair. She could not let herself be abandoned like that. Then she suddenly saw something approaching her. The red-eyed monsters with no legs, dragging their sharp-toothed tongues, are approaching the young lady. She holds the sword down. Wake up. The young lady slowly forced herself up as the monsters drew closer. She could not die here. She had to survive. Young Lady Alice painfully stood up to continue fighting for her life. Determined to survive and find out why she was betrayed, the young lady uses her remaining weak strength to cultivate her inner power and use her magic. O mother of all things, source of life, the monsters begin to charge straight at young Lady Alice. Writhing before my fingertips, she uses the tranquil spear to fight the monsters. The princess and Cecilia have returned to Violet's safe hideout. The princess crossed her arms and took a light breath. Phew, now I can breathe. The princess lay down on the bed and said, the air there is really terrible. Cecilia replied, yes, that is right. Your Highness. Cecilia's face appears as she is thinking about something. She remembers the time when she went out for ice cream and had a fun conversation with Alice. Cecilia sat. She feels guilty towards Elise. The princess asks her why she spared her. And Cecilia, not understanding, asks the princess to repeat. The princess sits leisurely on the bed, resting her hand. Someone could have ended her life immediately, and I already ordered her killed. Cecilia responds coldly. After all, she will die anyway. Back to the battle between Miss Alice and those monsters. Those monsters will handle it for us. There is one more monster. Miss gently extended her hand. The monster let out a roar and then collapsed to the ground. She defeated the terrifying monsters but collapsed from blood loss. Alice sat down. It is over. I have to go back. She was sad and did not know how to report back. How to tell the knights that Princess Violet tried to kill her. Who would believe her? Then she stood up and ran out of this gloomy place. First she had to get out of here and then figure things out. Miss Alice stopped, realizing something was about to happen to her. A giant monster. The high-level salamander monster. Alice panicked. She had to come up with a way to survive. The high-level monsters crawled out of the ground, spitting fire from their mouths. Little Alice compared to those monsters. She is so pitiful. I have to think. Have to figure it out. But it opens its mouth full of fire showing sharp teeth. Little Alice stands still. Miss Alice cried, unable to think of anything else. The monster roared to scare her, wielding a fierce blade in a violent rage. In the loud roar of the monster, a young man brought a sword to rescue Miss Alice. She looked up at the man flying high. Who was he? The monster stopped at Alice's body, opening its mouth as if to swallow her, when suddenly a young man grabbed her shoulder and apologized. But Alice did not understand what was happening. The boy did not hug her and flew elsewhere. The monster missed a good prey like Alice. His legs moved quickly, constantly dodging the fire spots the monster spewed. He shouted. It is so hot. The young lady was lying in Xian's arms. She thought. Xian, could it be that the person with him? No way. The tall monster was growling and blowing fire everywhere. It breathed fire towards where he and young Lady Alice were hiding. Fortunately, they found a place to avoid the flames. Please hold on a moment. Miss? The fire monsters are getting close, and they are about to find them. It seems they are about to attack. Suddenly, a sword emerged from the ground. He shouted, the rattan tree. The monsters saw something glowing in the distance. A person emerged from the ground with a sword and asked, are you all suffering from esophagitis or what? The rum tree appeared. She was rubbing something on her hand. Vomiting everywhere, Xian shouted excitedly. The number 1 rum tree. The rum tree shouted. Hurry up, Xian. The young lady was crying while waiting and watching. Xian is using the triple strike and the effort move to fight back the monsters. Next, Xian uses the energy ball, and the monsters look up at him and roar loudly. Xian continues using the splitting technique. A sphere transforms into a sea-sphere shooting straight at the raging monster, then continues to the second monster, then Xian split into many spheres, flying straight towards the monsters that had been defeated. The monsters were dead, but the flames remained. The fire has died down. Xian helps the young lady leave this place. Xian stands amidst a sea of fire and the corpses of monsters scattered everywhere. I had my suspicions. The young lady approached, touched Xian's mask, but did not expect the person behind the mask. Xian's mask fell off completely. Alice tears up looking at Dam. Saying nothing, Xian smiles brightly. Saying, luckily you did not come too late. Brian used his magic to heal Miss Alice's wound. Cecilia's Princess Violeto's spot. Miss Alice replied, yet I still did not realize it until tonight. I really am foolish. She is sad and crying. Yet she still dares to say things like she will inherit the family. Xian is looking towards the place where Saksam spoke, saying it is not her fault. The ones responsible for this are Cecilia and Princess Violeto. Xian glanced at the young lady and continued. It is even worse. Miss Alice angrily stood up and asked, do you mean this is because of his plan? You already know something, do not you? Seeing the lady stand up, Brian panicked with wide eyes. The wound has not healed yet. Ignoring the wound, Alice continued speaking. But clearly it was her father's order that Xian reluctantly responded to. Maybe it is because of the harsh request. You know, if it is his demand, then Dad will do anything. Xian placed both hands on the lady's shoulders. She bowed her head and asked, but what is it for? He looked at his sister and said, so he could inherit the family himself. Miss Alice angrily asked, inherit the family? The young lady's terrifying gaze caused her to kill a family member later. She collapsed. Gasping, Xian said, despite her wound being bandaged, she still insisted on asking, are you sure about the story regarding the villain? Xian replied, I am sure. You also know his true nature. Miss Alice seemed desperate. She thought she was the only one feeling it. But it turns out you feel it too. Like it is real. Xian's face appeared. Why did not father and the others recognize it? As if there was something evil that she did not have. The young lady recalled the high-level monster during the fight just now. It also had some kind of invisible power. It seems like it is protecting a bad place. Xian frowned. Thinking, invisible power When Xian fought the villain, it was the same feeling I got when I was close to touching him. There was a power that prevented him from being touched. That power stopped me. What is it? Miss Alice said. We must quickly tell father. Now is not the time, Xian. He replied, I am afraid father won't listen. Miss Alice continued, if it were just me, maybe, but if we persuade him together. Xian looked coldly blank, apologizing to her sister and asking her to trust him this time, saying that if they fail, they could turn all the Knights of Light into beasts. Alice asked, turning the Knights of Light into beasts. Uch walked on the red carpet as everyone cheered for him like a star, always praised by people in his role. His face appeared with a smile that captivated hearts, and also admired and followed him, as if seeing a leader guiding them. Xian is one of his admirers, and I am one of them too, because everyone sees him as a hero, so no one doubts him. Xian crossed his arms and looked at Ichi, thinking it was strange that to everyone, he was like a religion. If there are those who believe, then there must be those who oppose. The Duke's face appeared. Whether it was the deceased father or the ambitious Emperor Lunal, even Boris, who always seeks endless truth, trusted him without a shred of doubt. When Xian was defeated by even I, until my last moments, still trusted him. With anger rising from betrayal, Xian lies in pain on the ground. But I can't help wondering, what made me trust Ich so much? All of this can only be explained by one conclusion. The beast inside Xian's body appeared with red eyes. Ich is the absolute entity granted power by the supreme god Lumen, the ruler of this world. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers is protecting the prince. They are coming. Everyone get ready to protect the princes. A giant monster is protecting them. Nerovian Severus is so scared he is about to cry. A is dead. Fabian Severus stands nearby annoyed. Idiot. Move aside. Uch flew over swinging his sword towards the monster to protect the two princes. Fabian praised him. Well done. Uch. The monster roared loudly, shaking the earth and sky. Uchi immediately strikes. This is the end for the madmen and the righteous alike. The monster spits something from its mouth, and if it hits, you are leaving Earth instantly. On this side, Nerovian immediately jumped onto Fabian's back out of fear. A Chung is coming. Fabian said, I am not scared. You idiot. Let me go. A Chung kept attacking the monster, creating a shield to block its breath attack. The fierce battle is raging on, the two opponents clashing so hard that rocks fly everywhere. The monster spits out a terrifying amount, breaking the ground and stones wherever it goes. It roared as a purple smoke spread everywhere like a mist, blinding the soldiers. Achi's eyes flashed lightning as the monster crazily roared and advanced toward him. He created a shield to block the monster's toxic substances. Using that shield, he flew straight towards the monster like a superhero ready to strike. He jumped up and slashed half of the monster's face with his sword, spraying bright red blood everywhere. As soon as it touched the ground, it let out a loud roar and then collapsed. He ignored the monster lying motionless, walked past it, retracted his move, and said, Is everyone okay? Everyone joyfully shouted Achu. Indeed, it was a different day for Achu. Others happily said, The land is no match. Fabian praised, Well done, Achu. We will report this to the king. What do you want to say with your lips sealed? Then Achi laughed and said, I am very honored. Princes, scene change. Miss Alice looked dazed with wide eyes and asked, Achi is the savior of the world. No way. Can someone like that really be chosen by the gods? Scene lowered his head sadly and said, The gods only need someone to save the world. They do not care who that person is. Achi shining at the foot of the god statue, once chosen by the supreme god. Denying him means committing sacrilege and opposing his supporters forever. The young lady raised her hand to her face as if regretting something. But she still could not understand how the god she had trusted all her life could be like that. Sin looked towards the sun. The young lady asked again, Sin, how do you know these things? Sin ignored it. Right now I can't tell you, he said. She can't be involved any further. Alice placed her hand gently on Sin's shoulder, saying she trusted her and was sure she had a difficult reason. Looking at him with kind eyes and asking him to tell her someday and not bear everything alone, Sin smiled and replied, Yes, sister. Then Miss Alice turned back to thank Brian. Thank you, Brian. Thank you for healing her for me. Brian awkwardly scratched his head. Oh, nothing. Haha. Cian stood behind him with bullet-shaped eyes. What are you laughing so crazily for? Brian immediately got angry. After a moment of happiness, all three were thoughtful. Cian asked what she would do now, and Miss Alice replied that first she had to solve the immediate problem. The young lady said she would go meet Cecilia, at least to hear why she betrayed her. Cian said, Then I will help you. The young lady asked in surprise. Help you? Cian smiled brightly under the red sky of the sunset and said, She can't go far. At Violet's hideout, the air was very fresh. Princess Violet and Cecilia were talking when they heard a noise outside the door, and the princess asked, What is wrong? Cecilia looked toward the door and said someone was approaching, a kind of magic she had never felt before. The carefree princess twirled her hair and said, Impossible. No one knows this place except me. The sound of glass breaking. Something shattered through the glass door and rushed straight towards Cecilia. It pierced right through Princess Violet's face, causing her to stagger. Cecilia was startled, thinking that was Miss Alice's sword. The scene shifts to an open space, the sky blazing red, as a hand reaches down to the ground searching for something. Chu frowned, looking at the marks on his hand, the traces of the magic district's teleportation spell. He went with the soldiers to find a nearby place to serve as a base. One of the soldiers shouted, worried about Chu, Please check this side for me. Achu and the soldiers looked towards the abyss and asked if Princess Violet was safe. Just check Achu's cold eyes to know. Achu gave the order. Everyone, protect the princes. The soldiers shouted the patrol command. The sound of footsteps running fast, rushing from the house. Cecilia ran in panic, thinking that because of the terrifying aura and magic power, she assumed it was a formidable expert. She was running all sweaty, but it turns out she was just a child. Cecilia frowned. No. Maybe someone helped. She used a swift move to rush down the mountain without hesitation. Her eyes looked fierce in the wind, and she aimed her sword straight ahead. Suddenly she stood still, facing forward. How could she avoid it? Cecilia froze when she saw Scene wearing a mask standing in front of her. He was from the fan-out. I had never seen anyone move like that in the house. Scene stood still, letting his coat flutter in the chaotic wind. Cecilia looked at Scene and asked, The person who just threw the sword, did they save Miss Alice? Scene looked on without saying anything. Cecilia angrily attacked. It seemed she had no intention of answering. With a sinister, smug smile, she continued using her sealing technique to see if he would scream. Cecilia's sword movements shattered the ground into small pieces, while Scene stood still within her formation, ignoring her sword strikes and standing firm against the wind to let her show her skills. The horizontal tooth formation pierced through and took a small piece of fabric from Scene's hat. Scene stood still like a statue. Even if she used 49 magical spells, only a handful in the night order could keep up with his speed. She suddenly stopped, unable to continue flirting, and stabbed her sword into the center of the formation where Scene was standing. But unexpectedly he had already flown out of there. Cecilia was surprised by Scene's super defense speed, still able to dodge. his speed. She kept her stance, watching Scene stand still, faster than herself. Cecilia angrily gritted her teeth. That guy had not even drawn his weapon yet. She continues to launch her move, crossing the roadside greenery. From the high tree branch at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, she is ready to crash straight down on Scene. Do not underestimate me. She finished growing the wind shard and launched an attack towards Scene. Will Cecilia's unmatched strength be able to defeat Scene? Cecilia's shard wind causes the rocks here to scatter everywhere. The shard wind splits the large rock in two, but Scene still manages to dodge Cecilia's attack. Scene started to attack. Cecilia was shocked, not expecting Scene to be so fast. It was impossible. Scene starts his shuttlecock move. A shuttlecock held in his hand slowly flies up. The shuttlecock then splits in two. Scene's cutting move slashed across Cecilia's body, making her step back. Cecilia screamed in pain, tears streaming down her face as she spat out blood. Scene's attack was too strong. The ball exploded like a bomb, flipping the standing rocks, and Scene's steady footsteps walked on the ground. Cecilia, badly injured, slumped against the rock and said, "How pathetic." Blood still on her lips, she smiled and said, "I never expected to die in this place." Scene stepped closer to her in the dusty village, his loose shirt fluttering in the wind like the Grim Reaper approaching Cecilia. She said, feeling like the Grim Reaper himself, planning to stay silent until the very end. She leaned against the cliff, smiling and continuing, "Anyway, I am about to die. Can't you tell me if Miss Alice is still alive?" Scene sat down facing Cecilia and said, "Instead, I am more curious why you have that expression." She then asked, "Auntie." Scene continued, "As if you were smiling with satisfaction." Cecilia looked at him without saying anything. Scene continued, "I was hoping for a more pained expression." She laughed and said, "Maybe this is karma. A death like this suits me well." She heard someone's voice asking, "Karma for what?" Cecilia thought. This voice. Brian is escorting Miss Alice over. She looks and says, "Miss Alice." Miss Alice is upset and says, "Go ahead. Why did you betray me?" Cecilia ended in tears, not daring to look directly at the lady as she answered, "Thank goodness. Lady Alice, you are still alive." Lady Alice was so angry she could not stand it. Her face twisted, and she said quickly, "Why have you been lying to me all this time?" She kept turning away and crying without saying a word. Cecilia said, "An old rural village. My homeland was a small village wiped out by beast attacks. Now it does not even have a name." A girl sat in the corner wearing old clothes, her head resting on her knees as if she was sad. "I was the last survivor there. Standing at the edge of death." The girl sat crying and heard a voice saying, "Someone survived here." A soldier looked down into the bunker and saw Cecilia whispering, "Wait a moment. Little one. The demons have been defeated. It is safe now." The soldier was carrying little Cecilia outside, where someone was waiting and ordered, "What are you waiting for? Quickly bring water and food." The soldier replied, "Yes, Princess." Cecilia looked up to see who was talking. "Thanks to the royal knights arriving just in time, I was miraculously saved." Princess Violet crossed her arms and looked at her strangely. The one who saved me when I had nowhere else to go was Princess Violet. Of course, saving a life must be paid with a life. Then one day Cecilia grew up. She was slender and carried luggage in her hands, and soon after, the opportunity for me to repay kindness came. Cecilia stood in front of a luxurious villa. She was ordered to build a close relationship with the Vef family and wait for my orders, so I joined the Wirt family as a maid. Little Miss Alice was so adorable when she was young, holding a wooden sword in her hand, staring blankly at Cecilia. And then I met little Miss Alice. Cecilia smiled brightly under the sky, and thinking back, I suddenly felt really regretful. Miss Alice looked at her with sparkling eyes. I should not have left. She recalled the scene of her sitting and crying in the corner. I should have died in that pile of rubble in that village. If that were the case, Princess Violet's terrifying face appeared with truly frightening eyes. It is time Cecilia kills Alice for me. She is very dangerous. Then this won't happen. Miss Alice asked, "Am I the danger?" Cecilia replied that Princess Violet is always very cautious of the Wirt family, and Prince Louisnel smiled slyly because the great Prince Louisnel has a close relationship with Archer. So the princess thinks the Wirt family sides with Lord Louisnel, perhaps due to the emergency situation. That anxiety increased. He only trusted himself, truly a coward. Cecilia then laughed and said, completely different from Miss Alice. Why would I serve someone like that? Miss Alice said she trusted me so much, but Cecilia replied, I am very sorry for disappointing you. She stepped forward and interrupted her, saying enough nonsense. She laughed and took off the mask. If you think eating can be forgiven, then you are in big trouble. Miss Alice was shocked. Wait. Let me think a little more. She frowned, pulling out her painful rod. This matter won't end so easily. Cecilia smiled faintly. Satisfied. Yes, I know. Missing you, Miss Alice shouted. Wait, you can listen a little more and then decide. Brian held Miss Alice's shoulder. Wait. Miss Alice, Brian continued, please trust young Master Scene now. Santa was planning to approach Cecilia, and young Lady Alice immediately got upset. No, suddenly, the door of Princess Violet's residence was blown open. The princess startled and stood up, shouting, Who the hell is that? The princess was scared and looking for Cecilia. Damn it, where is Cecilia? And right at this moment too, someone walked in and said, "So you are here?" Princess Violet was startled, wondering how that person knew this place. Archer stepped forward and said, "I have come to escort you." Princess Violet. The princess angrily looked at Archer and asked, "You look like you want to kill me. Do you know this is disrespectful?" Archer calmly replied, "Yes, I do intend to kill you." Archer raised his eyebrows and continued, "According to the script, Prince Favian, Prince Nerovian, and the princess would all die at the hands of a special grade demon beast." The princess angrily placed her hands on her hips and asked Archer, "Do you think you can be safe after doing something like that?" The archer stood from afar and used a divine weapon to strike the scroll Princess Violet was holding. She screamed, then it caught fire and burned to ashes. His hand still glowed as he said, "I am not done yet." The princess twisted her injured wrist and said, "Rude. Are you really going to follow through with that plan?" Archer stepped closer to Princess Violet and said, "Who knows?" Princess Violet asked hesitantly, "What do you mean?" He looked at the sword still stuck in the wall and thought. "Alice's sword?" Archer asked the princess, "Where is my sister?" Princess Violet smiled and replied, "She has been eliminated by me." He glanced at the princess with bullet-shaped eyes. The princess continued, "What if she colludes with Louis Nell? After all, she is his sister." The princess's face showed red eyes and a sinister smile. "But I believe that is the right decision. Now do you intend to avenge your sister?" Archer replied, "No, I plan to change the plan." The princess was surprised, glaring at Archer. "Auntie." Archer immediately drew Alice's sword from the wall and said, "It has come to this, yet you still look so calm." He swung the sword in his hand and stepped closer to Princess Violet, saying, "If I see anyone suspicious, I will deal with them immediately." He continued, "I must admit, this method is very clever." He spoke while wearing a mysterious smile. "Honestly, I was a bit surprised too. The man and Prince Louis Nell really do not look alike at all." Princess Violet looked at him with a surprised expression. Does he not care about his sister at all? What exactly does this guy want? Archer said the original plan has failed. I will inform Prince Louis Nell of the failure. The princess began to panic, wondering what he really wanted from her. Archer leaned close to Princess Violet's face, saying, "Join my plan with me." The princess looked at him with wide eyes, sweat pouring down continuously. "Isn't he the person of Prince Louis Nell?" Archer smiled mysteriously. "Who said that? It is just a business relationship." The princess calmly crossed her arms and sat on the bed, asking, "Do you think I would believe those words?" Archer replied, "Believe it or not, it is up to the princess, but Prince Louis Nell is only part of my plan." The princess looked at him with a sneer and said, "You want to have this entire empire? I can't give that up." He turned his head to look around. "I do not care who will hold this empire." The princess looked at him and asked, "So what do you really want?" Archer gazed at the horizon as if looking to the future. "To eliminate evil. I will eradicate all cruelty in this world, root and branch." Princess Violet smiled faintly at him. "Huh. Talking nonsense." Archer's hand gripped the sword tightly. "Who knows?" With sharp eyes and a straight posture, Archer's clenched hand on the sword. "It seems that evil has just appeared." Princess Violet was surprised to see the wall before her suddenly pale, with large, deep water stains dividing the wall into many colors. Archer stood still, stiffening as he felt the magic around him, his whole body covered in goosebumps. This magic was strange. Archer looked up to the upper floor. The streams of energy were about to surround the entire room. No, it was more accurate to say it was a sharp energy. I had never seen such an aura before. Suddenly, behind that energy stream, a slightly large sphere appeared, taking away the entire roof of Princess Violet's room. It was Scene's void sphere, and the princess immediately screamed in fear. The wind blows fiercely, causing the walls to shatter and fly everywhere. The princess quickly closes her eyes and covers her face, stammering, "What is this?" Archer looks from afar. A small fairy light like a star is approaching him. Archer's terrifying expression when he realizes the danger. He grips his sword and counters Scene's attack. Scene wears a mask so Archer does not recognize him. When Archer asks who he is, Scene replies, "I am the evil you seek, and also the end." Archer uses the move, 8 Blossom Sword Dance, to fight back, but Scene dodges them all. Archer's strike hit the ground, causing rocks to explode. He attacked near Princess Violet, who was terrified. Hearing this, he immediately turned around when he heard Princess Violet scream. Archer used the EC move to create a round hole right where Princess Violet was sitting. The explosion shook the earth and pushed the princess and the bed backward. The princess no longer heard the explosion. She looked up and the house was gone. Only she and the lonely bed remained in the rain. Princess Violet was terrified. Oh no. In front of the princess is the image of her house exploding, the quiet sobbing of the princess. "My safe resident." The princess does not take her eyes off the place where her residence was blown to pieces. The archer holding the sword was pushed back, his shoes hitting the ground creating 2 parallel smoke trails. The princess asked in panic, "Archer, is the person okay? He told you to focus. The next attack is coming. He will attack again." Suddenly, A blazing red appeared. Cyan continued to attack with an indomitable move. Fire red orb was gradually pressing down on Archer and Princess Violet. She shouted Archer's name. Archer immediately used Choax Kalong to block the red orb with his sword. The red orb split into two upon touching Archer's sword. Cyan started rushing towards him. Archer frowned. Damn, he knew how to use advanced space magic. Behind the mask were red eyes. A red flame appeared above his head along with a sword heading straight for Archer. The duel between the two is extremely intense. Archer's and Cyan's swords clash, creating dazzling sparks. Then Archer's axe Kalong energy swirls around Cyan's sword. Suddenly it flares up. Cyan did not understand what was happening. So Archer only needed to use a little more strength and was thrown back several meters. Archer looked at Cyan's moves and guessed that this guy was no ordinary opponent. Princess Violet sitting behind also did not understand what made Cyan step back. He looked with deep confident eyes. But I will definitely win. Princess Violet blushed and answered. Cyan looked and then asked Cyan. My sword, what is wrong? He replied hesitantly. It hurts. It hurts so much. It appeared as red smoke and continued speaking, as if the whole body had just been torn apart. Is this the power of authority? Truly deceptive. Archer is ready to fight recklessly. Why not come up anymore? He points the sword at Cyan. Are not you my end? Come on. Cyan immediately brought the ram behind his back. I really wanted to kill him right away, to the point I even felt nauseous. Cyan stood up and reached out towards Archer, holding a ring in his hand. It was not as dazzling as the light after the night, but now I had recognized the power of authority, so I had to retreat. Princess Violet looked under the bed at someone's sword and shield covered in fresh blood, and she exclaimed in shock, that belongs to Cecilia. The three stood in the rain. Princess Violet asked, what have you done to Cecilia? Cyan replied briefly. Purified already. The princess did not understand Cyan's words. What does purified mean? Archer continued. It seems he means she has been eliminated. Archer asked again. This is the purpose of the person who ordered you. Cyan's body began to emit black smoke as if he was gradually disappearing. We are the mist, those who do not know forgiveness, not for anyone but as a natural ritual purification. Archer wonders. Is it true that they are active again? While Archer was thinking about the fog, Cyan had already disappeared. He was gone. Archer looked with annoyed eyes. Another troublemaker. Were all the previous delays caused by them? The black smoke gradually turns red and then fades away under the rainy sky. Scene changes to the gentle sound of flowing water from the waterfall, with a beautiful natural landscape. Cyan sat holding her head, complaining, such a headache. I thought I was about to die. Cyan asked, does it hurt a lot? Cyan replied, yes, I have never experienced pain like this before. Cyan looked up at Cyan with a displeased expression, but could not even approach. This is troublesome, Cyan calmly said. It is not that there is no way. Cyan stopped asking harshly. Auntie. He held the holy relic in his hand, looked at it and said, the holy relic of the god, Durant's original stone. Though just a hypothesis, if we use this, we will have a chance to win. Cyan needs to take Cyan's wrist. Do not do that, she continued, saying the one carrying it is because of this day. It could take someone's life. Miss Alice is coming. Calling Cyan. Cyan turned to look at the young lady, knowing this could be very dangerous. But it was the only way. The young lady ran closer, smiling brightly and said, now I have things I need to protect. Cecilia looked at them with a satisfied smile, determined not to repeat the mistakes of her past life. Cyan clenched his fist tightly, ready to surpass any opponent who could break all limits. In the middle of the forest, Alice reached out her hand. Here. Take it. Accept the object in her hand. The other party was briefly surprised. It turned out that Alice had offered a finely crafted golden object, which she explained was Marianne's token. At that moment, the token suddenly glowed as if to prove Alice's words. Not everyone can enter the fairy area, but with this, you can get into Bryna. Then, Alice looked straight at the person in front of her and said, take care. Hearing this, she softly called, Elise. Recognizing her sincerity, Cecilia could not hold back her tears, sobbing and thanking her profusely. And apologizing, facing that tearful face, Alice also turned away. But that did not mean she had forgiven her, and it was best not to appear in front of her again. Holding Marianne's token tightly in her hand, Cecilia closed her eyes as if to stop the tears. Gently replying, yes, I will take my leave first. This time, Alice did not respond. Only a silent back stood before Cecilia. At the same time, Raram and Scene were watching from a high cliff. She was doubtful. Was it okay to let her go like that? Watching Cecilia's figure below, Raram showed a reluctant expression. It would be better to just kill her to avoid trouble. Scene calmly replied, in the previous life, I already killed her. In Scene's mind, few images from a past life appeared. At that time, he was very agitated and thought that killing was unnecessary. When Scene found her in the past, Cecilia looked very defeated. Even Scene realized that she was completely broken by guilt. The sadness on Cecilia's face was always a terrifying emptiness, because she was already dead. Back in the present, Scene followed Cecilia's lonely figure. He felt much more at ease now. In this life, I have lifted that burden from her, and one day, She will repay this debt. Taking heavy steps, Cecilia recalled when Scene defeated her. The person who also knew this would not end easily. Right, she replied bluntly. Yes, I understand very well. Scene is lacking. Right after that, Scene raised the weapon in his hand, and what happened next was all too clear. At that moment, only Alice truly wanted to prevent Cecilia's tragedy, but she could not. But Cecilia remained motionless, as if she had silently accepted her fate. A fate she thought would be like the shattered armor piece beside her, broken and scattered. Yet that pain never came. Only Scene's voice echoed, the one who had died here once, saying, "Let us consider this life spared, but the time to pay will come." You emphasized. Before being called, hide and live, Cecilia was confused, ignoring the wound on her shoulder as she thought. Could Scene see the future? Ending the flashback, Cecilia tightly grasped the shoulder that hurt the most, as a way to remind herself that those words meant everything would be fixed someday, if that day ever came. Thinking of this, her eyes gradually became resolute, along with a vow. My life is indebted. I am willing to dedicate it. Scene is missing. On the other side, at Scene's place, Raram had transformed back into human form and was curious, asking if he was sick, why he suddenly looked so healthy. Scene looked annoyed as she poked her finger at his face, while Ram kept speculating. Maybe he had some kind of disease. Just as their faces were close together, a voice interrupted. Ram, recognizing Alice had arrived, Ram returned to a serious state. Yes. After the conversation, Alice politely replied, "Yes, it is all thanks to you." Then she looked gratefully at Raram, not yet able to thank him, but truly grateful for saving me, while feeling amazed that a demon sword could have consciousness. What Alice worried about was whether they could live together harmoniously. Ram did not understand Alice's feelings. She generously wiped her nose. Oh well, it is a small matter. Seeing her expression, Alice felt somewhat reassured and boldly asked if it might really be a good demon sword. Noticing the relationship between her and Scene seemed very good. When asked, Ram was momentarily stunned and said it was not exactly that, just a master-servant relationship. Hearing this, Alice suspiciously repeated, "Master-servant relationship." Then Ram's eyes suddenly became guarded. She warned the other in a low voice, "That is right, but his body is mine. Do not be petty." Threatened by that look, Alice was embarrassed. Yes, but inside she was silently thinking, it seems it will be hard to get close. The scene shifts to a grand academy bathed in bright sunlight, known as Luane Academy. In the office, Kundal is reading a letter sent from afar. Dear Director Kundal, I have found the answer to the long-standing doubts. Before him appeared the determined and resolute figure of Alice, and I decided to leave the Knights of Light, for they had lost their way, accompanied by the indifferent gazes of Nairobian and Fabian, which made Alice realize that what they were protecting was flawed. In the letter, she also expressed her disappointment with Vort. Alice wrote that the family's honor is gradually decaying, and her father just stands by without doing anything. Besides, although Alice may have another hidden meaning, she promised that she would come to see me soon because she has something important to discuss. At the end of the letter, Alice mentioned two names, my brother Archer and Prince Louisnel, which I will explain more when we meet in person. She also wrote that during this time, please take care of Sayan for me as I hold the letter in my hand. Kundal's eyes suddenly became distant. Family is truly a mess, Elise. Then he put the letter down on the table, feeling like he had made a decision, still worried about his brother as always. Fine. For the sake of appearances, I will pretend to care. After finishing, Kundal turned to the person waiting beside him and apologized for making him wait so long. Boris replied, it is okay. Director Kundal turned to face Boris and asked, how do you find life at the academy? Boris smiled softly, getting used to it gradually. At this moment, Kundal clasped his hands together, his voice full of thoughtfulness, saying there was nothing special, just that he had something to ask. Boris was a bit surprised, almost wanting to ask something. By then, Kundal no longer wanted to beat around the bush. The man questioned Boris, when do you plan to tell me that you are working under my nephew, Prince Louisnel, or is there a reason to hide it? Hearing this, Boris still wore a fake smile and cleverly explained, I am not hiding it, that is not necessary for the work. Kundal immediately changed the subject. So can you clearly state your purpose for coming here? Boris sighed and replied, I am looking for someone. Kundal's eyes remained focused on Boris. Have you found them yet? He answered vaguely. It seems like I have, but Kundal quickly saw through the secret Boris was trying to hide and ordered to give up. In response to Boris's confused look, Kundal's voice grew colder, saying if it really is the child we think of, it is best to give up. Realizing the implication in his words, Boris still calmly bowed his head. I will remember. Director. After a while, in the forest outside the academy, a voice rang out. The reaction of Director Kundal was somewhat unexpected. That was Boris's voice, the hen sitting alone on the rock, writing a letter while mumbling. It seems the trainee Saiyan cares about everyone more than I thought. He really is an interesting person. Besides, Boris's pen quickly glided over the magical paper, the hand's voice full of excitement, always having new things to report. After finishing writing, Boris looked expectantly at the flying scroll, when a sudden voice spoke up. What should we do now? History appeared beside Boris, saying the number shines brighter than Hanta. If another person interferes, it might be deceptive, but Boris remained calm. I understand clearly. Lady Histria. However, Histria still could not relax and warned Boris tensely to be careful. Unlike me, a soul entity, he is a being with a real body. Boris smiled slyly, seemingly already having a plan in mind. So let us start with those around him. Histria agreed. That is a good idea. Don, confident in his Chinese, said, just leave it to me. Histria. Right then, a voice was heard behind Boris. You want to see me, do not you? Lecturer Boris. Realizing the person he was waiting for had arrived, Boris slightly nodded and looked back. Thank you for coming. Lecturer Sirika. Replied Sirika. Thank you. I also wanted to see you alone. That. Boris stood straight in front of Sirika, his voice carrying a hint of probing. I have a few questions about Apprentice Sirika. Sirika asked in surprise. Apprentice Sirika. Boris stepped forward a few steps, then listed several common behaviors of Sirika. He spends most of his time in the dormitory, hardly participates in class, but his ability is extraordinary. Sirika gave a polite smile and answered without any hesitation. Perhaps a born genius. The gentleman seems interested in the student Sirika. However, Boris did not avoid it and directly confirmed. Yes. At first, he was the only thing that made me curious. Speaking of this, Boris stepped close to Sirika. He smiled wickedly. But now, those around him also began to catch my attention. Lecturer Sirika like gritty. No. Boris's voice grew louder, carrying a hint of glee as if he had discovered a great secret. The loyal one of the mist. I should call you Misty Honey. Hearing this, Sirika's eyes widened in horror. She froze instinctively. Then, under her hand, Sirika silently drew her weapon, but Boris seemed to have realized. The hen laughed smugly and then leaned back. That, a wide muzzle and teeth appeared under Sirika's feet. It quickly swallowed her, its strange body with glaring red eyes becoming clear, the fire dog. Suddenly, bright streak appeared from inside its body, so it was Sirika. She crushed the fire salamander's body to escape. Sirika clenched two blades in her hands, her face shrouded in darkness with only her eyes shining. The power of the song God. Next, the energy streaks around her quickly swept away the remaining pieces of the fire dog. At this point, the new dimension was complete, the foggy zone. Facing the scene before him, Boris raised his arm across his face, his voice revealing delight. I never expected this, someone who can open another dimension. After dealing with the firehound, Sirika landed boldly, her orders ringing out. It turned out to be blocking the flow of magic energy from outside in this way. A stream of purple energy constantly swirled around Sirika. She looked towards Boris, not knowing how he discovered her identity. But it seemed he was seeking his own death. Immediately after, Sirika raised his sword high, his eyes filled with a fierce gleam, saying if death is what you desire, I will help you fulfill that wish. Facing Sirika's overwhelming aura, Boris remained unshaken, pulling out Hiskria in the form of a golden book, saying it won't be that easy. Hearing that, Sirika's eyes flashed with a thrilling sharpness. She slightly curled her lips, her voice full of challenge. So confident, but how long can she maintain that confidence? As soon as the words were spoken, eerie figures in black cloaks appeared one after another around Sirika, standing among the mysterious crowd. Sirika raised the sharp sword in hand. Boris sneered. I will start purifying people. At this moment, Hiskri and Boris's hand automatically flipped open. A dangerous aura emanated from his narrow, dazed eyes. Fine. I will deal with everyone. At the same time, in a warm room, Nana suddenly called out loudly. Grandpa, Emily almost simultaneously said. Young master. In front of the two, Cian stepped out from the teleportation circle, next to Brian with a tired expression. Cian said, I am back. Seeing you, Nana immediately rushed over to hug you, her sweet voice ringing out. Bah. Meanwhile, Brian did not care about anything else and went straight to Emily, saying, give me something to eat. Taking a break, Sun looked at Nana lying obediently in her arms and thought, now she has grown too big. It is hard to hold her, so she asked with concern, are you still okay, Nana? Nana kept burying her head in Cian's chest and obediently replied, yes. I have listened to Daddy and lived well with Miss Sirika. Seeing that Nana showed no unusual signs, Cian felt relieved, thinking the girl was still persevering through Sirika's training. Previously, I asked her to train Nana to control her outbursts because what happened at the blood banquet cannot happen again. The one training Nana is Sirika, someone Cian trusts and entrusts, even though her training methods are harsh. However, looking at her professional and tough demeanor, Cian had to admit that in terms of instinct control, she was still the most suitable person. Thinking that, Cian felt even more affection for Nana and gently stroked her hair, knowing she must have had a hard time. Nana replied, yes, but today she has an appointment and cannot teach. Hearing Nana's words, Cian was momentarily surprised. Just then Raram's voice interrupted. Probably going to cleanse. Cian still did not understand. Cleansing. Seeing his confusion, Raram explained that he had told her to cleanse Boris. She pointed forward and continued speaking excitedly. That guy is a lecturer here. Sirika is also a lecturer, so approaching him would be easier. Right, in response to Raram. Sion showed no joy at all. He seriously questioned. Iru definitely won't agree to this. Do you know what you are dealing with? Hearing that, Raram slightly withdrew her gaze. As if she had guessed this. You are talking about the sword. Do you really think Surika and Mist cannot defeat him? At this moment, Sion stood up, adjusted his hair and said, so you also know about the existence of Hystria. Then, Sion angrily approached Raram, asking when he planned to tell her and if he wanted to be controlled, which startled her momentarily, wondering why she should care about such small matters. Then, Sion sighed deeply, truly having no moment to rest, and hearing this, Raram looked at him with curiosity, asking if he was leaving. Sion's face sank into darkness, worry clear on his face. I have to go, the real danger is his bloodline. Brian, I have to go now, you take care of Emily and Nana. Before he could finish speaking, Sion saw Brian eating with his hands near Emily. Seeing the food in his hand, Sion curiously asked what Brian was eating, but Brian kept chewing, saying he was too hungry and had to eat something, and asked if I would come along. Hearing this, Sion waved his hand, saying no, only me and Raram will go, but secretly thought this was the first time seeing a normal person eat Emily's food. Sure enough, in front of your eyes, the food was smoking black. Sion thought, you have gotten stronger, Brian. Emily behind could not even handle him, eating so deliciously, while Brian still looked at Sion casually. So are we just waiting here? You quickly gave Brian another task, leading Nana and Emily to Brand New Day. You said it was like passing cards through Nana. Is the third lady gone? Seeing she was not here, let me go. Sion gently patted Nana's head and said, sorry, this place can be dangerous. Brian then stopped eating and asked, are you sure you are okay? Sion's voice is confident. It is fine. After finishing the work I will come to find you. Brian, only Lazy Ram is complaining. Too annoying. On Surika's side, the battle is getting more intense, but it seems she is gradually losing the numerical advantage. On the barren land, only Surika remains standing, looking exhausted, gritting her teeth with a fierce gaze. Meanwhile, the marionettes are approaching through the mist and dark purple sky. Looking at the fallen comrade, Surika realized that the blood feast was also his doing, and as she closely observed the crowd of demons before her, she became even more certain that these marionettes shared the same aura. Even stronger, but definitely the same. While she was lost in thought, Boris's smug voice rang out, are you already tired? He stood among the marionettes, casually holding Hystria in his hand, and said sinisterly, this is just the appetizer. Next, Boris pointed forward, a bit of dark magic swirling around his finger. The main course and dessert were still there. Noticing the change in his aura, Surika opened her eyes wider. She gently shifted to the side, narrowly avoiding a marionette rushing towards her. Then, Surika quickly regained her balance and swung her sword, ready for this uneven battle. Like a flash, the marionette swarm surrounding Surika was swept away, leaving only gleaming sword trails in the air, the phantom sword storm of frost and wrath. But it was not enough. She continued to leap higher, and in midair, a ghostly sword barrier gradually took shape, the phantom sword forming a graceful dance. The power radiating from Surika grew stronger, her eyes shining brightly as she calmly landed on the ground, concealing her aura. Just when it seemed everything was over, a golden light suddenly streaked across Surika's cheek. It turns out to be Boris. He is unleashing a barrage of weapons towards Surika. The negotiator. Now, she has no choice but to keep dodging. Surika grits her teeth in frustration. He keeps using high-level magic without pause. And those marionettes too. Before she had time for a single thought, a marionette thug caught up to her. Luckily, Surika managed to jump away just before it lunged. She chose a fairly empty spot and was about to sit down, but as soon as she set foot on the ground, the marionettes rushed at her, and Surika was horrified to realize they could predict her every move. Suddenly, a glowing storage seal appeared on the forehead of a marionette, which was the Nistan control seal. As if pre-ordered, it immediately exploded automatically when approaching Surika. The light from the large flame illuminated Surika's entire face, and she was momentarily stunned, unable to react in time. The blast's force grew stronger, engulfing the space in its red glow. In the center of the giant fireball, Surika was blown away. Panicking inside, the amount of accumulated magic power this large, not an ordinary marionette. But as soon as her back touched the ground, the marionettes with glowing seals all rushed forward simultaneously, and likewise, each marionette exploded, creating an unimaginably horrific scene. Enduring such relentless attacks, Surika no longer had the strength to fight back. Seeing that, Boris was pleased and spoke up. Then, up above, his eyes shone strangely. Boris said coldly, just die. Warrior. Surika knew what he was going to do, but now her body was completely immobile all over, and then from Boris's position, a large amount of yellow energy immediately shot straight towards Surika, shattering the ground where she lay and sending rocks flying everywhere. After that critical strike, only a wasteland remained on the ground, the traces of Boris's power fading away. At this moment, his foot finally touched the ground. His voice full of arrogance echoed, what a pity. Just as Boris was feeling proud, Surika suddenly interrupted. Now I understand. She lay motionless, her body badly injured but her mind still alert. Your marionette. Surika's eyes scanned the marionettes. Now she was sure they could trace the opponent's magic, unlike ordinary marionettes. Then, Surika focused on the glowing history in Boris's hand and said, "That magic book is the source of his power." Just as she withdrew her words, Surika sat up, still gripping the sword tightly, her expression cold as ever, but the aura emanating from it was extraordinary. Could it be the divine weapon? Seeing Surika's correct guess, Boris released Hystria and clapped his hands, praising her sharp combat senses and vast knowledge. Truly admirable. But then his expression quickly changed, provocative smile spreading across his lips. "So what do you plan to do next?" From underground, a strange arm emerged, followed by a series of marionettes crawling out, an electric illusion. The marionettes that came later quickly joined the group, their faces showing dull eyes that emitted a faint, mysterious light. Not sure when Boris had grown into a large sword, he said loudly, "I have countless marionettes. Give up." Hearing this, Surika pressed the blade in her hand into the ground. It stuck into the earth as if answering for her. Next, powerful magical energy radiated around Surika's body. She stood up firmly, apologizing. "But I have to give up." As she spoke, Surika's magic grew stronger around her. She softly chanted the spell, activating the seal. Then, a large shadow suddenly appeared on the ground beneath Surika, summoning a magical beast. According to the summoning, a giant magical beast immediately appeared, with sharp golden teeth and golden horns on its head, looking very fierce. This was the magical beast of Longthem. At this moment, the light radiating around Surika's body began to fade, and Boris also realized that the magic from that woman had completely disappeared. Beside Surika, the demon suddenly tilted its head back and let out a long howl. The marionette crowd just now looked fierce, but now they are frozen by that loud howl. Immediately after, the intense battle begins again. Just starting, the demon rushes into the middle of the marionette crowd. With just one punch, it easily knocked away the small marionette swarm. Yet, a few fearless marionettes still climbed onto the demon's hand. Seeing them, the ghost let out a joyful roar, sharp spikes growing all over its arm, piercing through the marionettes. Seeing this, Boris sighed softly. "You are really too much. Those marionettes I discarded and collected." He had long retreated from the center of the battle. From above, Boris calmly watched below, and he turned them into contracted beasts. Truly talented. Then his gaze focused on Surika, his voice confident of victory. "But the help was only temporary. Now you are just an empty shell without magic." Boris laughed smugly. "You can't even use simple spells. What a pity." Then, Boris's hand continued to draw more power from Hystria. He sneered. "That was your mistake." But at that moment, an unexpected scene occurred. Surika's figure disappeared without a trace. In a flash, she appeared behind Boris. Surika smiled broadly and said, "Hey, you talk as if you have no reason at all." Although quite surprised, Boris still managed to unleash magic to shield Surika from the pain. Defending, the two clashed directly in the air, and at this moment, Boris realized something was wrong. He could not see any movement or magic, yet they were still moving like that. Amid Surika's deadly strikes, Boris could only keep channeling magic into the shield before him, and while they were still clashing, Surika's strike cut off a corner of the shield. Realizing this, Surika's eyes showed madness, the spear in her hand now just a spinning toy. Then, Surika stabbed the spear into the middle of the shield, and seeing Boris still resisting, she continued to press with both hands. As soon as the shield shattered, Surika's powerful fist was already waiting. Checkmate. The blow hit. Boris was knocked flying backward, his body sliding on the ground leaving a trail of dust. As the smoke gradually cleared, Boris's face contorted in pain. But it was not over yet. Surika's hand was now right next to his face. Immediately after, Surika's hand was cut off at Boris's mouth. Then she painfully struck him. Then she slammed Boris to the ground. He was sweating cold sweat, unable to make any sound, not giving me time to cast a spell. Surika did not want to get involved any longer, holding Boris tightly with one hand while scratching the tip of the peach with the other. However, Surika overlooked his hand, and Boris silently used magic, a spell that required no incantation. Earth Thunder. Before he could finish the fatal strike, Surika's eyes were blinded by the light from the magic, causing the spell to explode and force Surika to retreat while Boris was freed. In the air, he continued to create countless other magical rings, dividing them into normal ones. Facing him, Surika quickly recovered after being pushed back and then charged forward. According to Boris's report, a series of spears simultaneously shot straight down to the ground. However, Surika could easily dodge this repeated attack. Next, she flipped through the air, her eyes shining with a dangerous glow. Surika quickly jumped above Boris, her long slender legs ready to strike. At this moment, suspended in mid-air, Boris was so scared his face turned pale. But before he could do anything, Surika's spinning strike slammed Boris hard into the ground. So after the shock of that hit and slam, Boris finally came to his senses. He even tried to sit up. Just as he was despairing, Hystria's voice suddenly rang out. "That is enough for today, Boris." Immediately after, in the form of a golden fist, she flew up to block Surika's thunderous punch. Boris whispered in surprise, "Hystria-sama, blocked and blinded by the light. Surik had to stop temporarily. Damn it. The divine warrior is in the way, blocking the critical double strike. Hiskria then turned to Boris and said, I have too little information about her. At first I only thought she was a fanatic. At this moment, seeing that Boris was protected by a shield, Surika also did not want to risk entering there anymore. However, she still cautiously raised her sword, while Hiskria was plotting something else. But with that level, she is at least a squad leader. Right now, I can't confront her. Suddenly, Surika squinted, clearly focused on something ahead. It turned out to be the black blood flowing from Boris's lips, making Surika suspicious until she realized she was not mistaken. Her eyes showed surprise. The blood-singing tribe. I thought they were all extinct. Seeing Surika's reaction, Boris helplessly wiped the blood away. That is why I do not like bloodshed. It is such a hassle, although he did not openly admit it. His words reminded Surika of the marionettes and the jumping stones that appeared in the blood banquet. And the one who created them first was the blood-singing tribe. Just at that moment, the veins on her face bulged, and she shouted in anger, was the person who carried out that massacre Boris Liam. Hearing that, Boris gently placed his finger on the handle, his voice tinged with regret. I have been found out. It seems I can't continue working here anymore. What a pity, but Surika's emotions erupted at that moment. She ignored everything and rushed towards Boris, covering her mouth. However, this time with Histria's absolute protection, Boris was strangely calm and said see you next time. But Surika, who was with Ni, did not want to let him go at all. She growled, next time your head, do not escape. While Boris was focused ahead, Mammon with his giant body appeared behind him. Following Surika's orders, both attacked Boris's magic shield simultaneously. This action successfully provoked Histria, who angrily scolded, truly a troublesome woman. Although Boris was protected by Histria, it was a bit difficult to fight against attacks from both sides. But I forgot that I am here. Seeing the marionette gradually merging into Mammon's body, Boris bluntly remarked that it seemed his marionette had been taken as a sacrifice, while Surika continued to exert force, but the shield remained unbroken and impenetrable. Surika's painful tongue collided with the fiery screen. The more she thought, the angrier she became. If it were not for that second magic power, I would have had a chance to win. Suddenly, Surika felt something strange. She suspiciously looked behind. Who was it? Who just interfered with my space? On the space wall, a small book patch appeared. Surika worriedly wondered if he had allies, but the one who came was none other than Scene. And seeing him, Surika silently called out in surprise, Scene. Across the way, Boris quickly spotted Scene, gritting his teeth. Scene. Right at a time like this, Scene ignored him and quickly moved forward with a cold glare. Then, with just a flick of the wrist, the blade in his hand shattered Boris's shield. In the dark space, under the clash of two forces, the shield gradually broke apart. When everything returned to peace, suddenly footsteps echoed. It was Raram, walking towards a white feathered figure, sarcastically saying it looked pitiful. It seems Raram recognized the person in front of her and proudly called out her name. Hishkriya. Hearing the call, Hishkriya spread her wings, revealing a girl with white hair inside. Wondering how someone found her, at this moment, Hishkriya was struggling. She doubted why he was here. Raram calmly replied, my intuition is quite sharp. Then, picking up the fragments of the shield, Raram slowly stepped forward. I can smell it. Standing before Hishkriya who was kneeling in fear, Raram looked down with a proud gaze. Especially the stench of hypocrites like you, so full it makes one sick. Mocked. Hishkriya's wings moved. She whispered to Raram, I warned you already. When they arrived, Hishkriya's eyes suddenly flashed with sharpness, and she shouted that he had chosen the wrong side. At this moment, Raram's face paled as she realized something was wrong. Sure enough, strange magical inscriptions appeared on both sides of Hishkriya's body and wings, the supreme power of the seraphim. Closing her eyes, she transformed back into the golden book form, except the green eye in the center was wide open. Next, from the top of Raram's head, Hishkriya continuously cast spells to capture her. Even her own face wanted to rush in to save her but was pushed away by those golden words. In an instant, in the vast space, it became a special cage. Knocked away by the force surrounding it, Surika gritted her teeth in frustration and cursed. Damn it. Then she anxiously called out, Cyan. It turned out Cyan was risking himself inside. Seeing him dare to do that, Hishkriya could not hide his curiosity. Was he fighting against the supreme power? Seeing Cyan's eyes glow bright red, Hishkriya was even more surprised, wondering what kind of power was affecting him, as the power of pain alone could not be endured. The deeper he looked into Cyan's red form, Hishkriya silently admired that he was hiding something more dangerous than he had thought. At that moment, facing Cyan, Boris slowly stood up and said, I will also help. Right, Hishkriya. As he finished speaking, a black aura with strange eyes enveloped his body. Boris seemed determined. The master of the demon pain is right in front of us. We must eliminate him now. Hearing that, Hishkriya wanted to stop him. Boris, with our current strength it is not enough, but Cyan's hand reached out to her, Seeing the beast in front of him, Saiyan was completely in a state of panic, his voice slipping through his teeth. Boris was cowardly, feeling the powerful energy deep within Saiyan's body. Hishkriya was so terrified that she broke out in a cold sweat. Then, Hishkriya's golden book form was slashed painfully across, and she screamed in agony. What? With a single sharp blow, Hishkriya's body was split in two. Then, Saiyan also showed no mercy to Boris, quickly stabbing his sword straight into him. At this moment, Boris finally felt fear. He was so tense his facial muscles stiffened. He pierced through Lord Hishkriya's barrier. This kid is too dangerous. Suddenly, an ancient pattern appeared in Boris's mind, and this moment made him even more certain. The black mist covering the sun must be referring to Saiyan Vat. Thinking that, Boris grabbed Saiyan's shoulder tightly, ignoring his pain and wanting to drag him down together. If he is the sword aimed at Lord Atro in the future, now Lord Hishkriya's barrier has been activated. We must break it. Standing outside, Surika anxiously watched the beam of light ahead, exclaiming in panic, a terrible magical force. If this continues, Saiyan won't be able to endure it. Suddenly, a pair of golden horns appeared on Surika's head, urging herself to find a way before the demon is destroyed. Indeed, the demonic power on the demon's body was gradually returning to Surika. While Saiyan, ignoring the black magic corroding his body, held tightly onto the pain sword against Boris. Seeing no progress, Saiyan decided to use that technique, the sword spirit, the deep root of the great wood. Just as the disgusting mouth of the dark magic was about to swallow Saiyan, a figure appeared and pulled him back. The feet of the two collided on the ground at a terrifying speed, the sparks flashing like lightning through the night. Turned out Surika had timely saved Saiyan, who was possessed by a demon. Seeing her in a fierce form, he softly called, "Master." Saiyan's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils showing clear terror. It turned out to be Hishkriya, her body glowing fiercely, as if about to engulf the entire space. Facing that energy, even Surika and Saiyan could not withstand it. Then, from the bright area, a sharp pillar immediately pierced through the black shadow above. At this moment, Surika's appearance gradually returned to normal. She looked on in amazement. "The one who destroyed my foggy area. Is this the power of the divine weapon?" Along with the disappearance of the surrounding shadow, the bright area was gone too. Only a faint energy remained on the ground. Surika announced. He ran away. The purification failed. Seeing that, Saiyan angrily uprooted himself from the ground. "Why are you stopping me?" Hearing this, Surika immediately retorted. "Move aside. Is that how you speak to your lifesaver?" But Saiyan disagreed. He argued, "I am the one who saved you." Seeing Saiyan dare to say that, Surika became furious while she was gritting her teeth angrily on one side. Where did he learn that attitude from? Huh. Saiyan just kept looking at the pain on his hand. "Are you okay?" "Raram, it seems she has exhausted herself and did not transform back into human form." Raram whispered softly, "I think I need to sleep for a while." Seeing her condition, Saiyan did not bother her anymore. He silently recalled the pain at that time. "I felt it completely, but at least I could endure it." Saiyan's face suddenly darkened. He told himself, "It is time for the final battle. Senza has no other choice." While Surika kept jumping by his ear. "Hey, now you even ignore my words." The scene shifts to a bustling street crowded with people. This is the commercial city near brand new Luane. In the middle of the crowd, Alice covers her head and suddenly she looks in one direction. Not far from Alice, Kundal's gaze was also directed at her, surprising Alice who did not expect it. Kundal's presence here made Alice quite surprised, and she slowly approached, realizing he had really arrived. Then, the two found a nearby restaurant to sit down. Kundal spoke first. "It has been a long time since I left the academy." Alice replied, "Actually, I was surprised too." Even now, she still could not believe it. Alice's eyes showed clear embarrassment. Day rarely leaving the academy. Kundal calmly lifted his teacup and got straight to the point, saying that thanks to her letter, the situation seemed serious. Hearing this, Alice worriedly asked if it was because she left the Knights, but Kundal quickly denied it, saying he had guessed she would follow her own path. He reached out to stroke the pure white beard, having long seen through everything. Protecting the family was not that important. What mattered more were Astro and Louis Nell. At this moment, feeling the warmth from the teacup in his hand, Alice finally calmed down, realizing he already knew about Astro, but Kundal did not fully confirm it, his voice full of implication. In a way, if Astro took on the role of maintaining the family, what would happen? The words Kundal spoke seemed to have been thought of by Alice long ago, her eyes briefly distant. The Empire's core talents have all joined the Knights of Light, so he might become the leader of the Empire's strongest army. In Kundal's mind, the arrogant face of Louis Nell appeared. He agreed, "Yes." And his close friend, my grandson Louis Nell, might also co-command the Knights of Light. Teacher Kundal pointed out the real issue in the heart. Alice anxiously asked for advice. "This is exactly what I worry about the most. So what do you think about this? Louis Nell, the prince, is your grandson after all." However, Kundal did not answer that question. Instead, he mentioned Saiyan. One day, her younger brother Saiyan asked me, "Do you want the prosperity of the Empire or the honor of the family?" In a fleeting glance of shame, that kid saw much further than us. We have been too complacent about the future. Regarding what you just said about Saiyan, Alice is getting more and more curious. What has Saiyan seen? Kundal stood up and said simply, I do not know either, but you should leave the Empire for a while. Hearing this, Alice was a bit confused. Why do I have to leave the Empire? Kundal turned away, seemingly knowing something but unable to reveal it yet. There is going to be a big upheaval. I will try to fix everything as best as I can, but I can't be sure of anything. Hearing that, Alice's face tensed. She anxiously repeated, a major upheaval. The light from outside shone on Kundal's face as he solemnly emphasized. We are talking about a coup. Signs of a civil war to seize the throne are gradually emerging. At the same time, on the streets of the brand new commercial district, Nana happily looks around. She points to an old man selling fruit by the roadside and excitedly says the fruit is great. Then curiosity pointed to a group of people with strange appearances. 3 people named Andrine, Philip, and Leonhard were immediately singled out and glared at. Fortunately, Brian arrived just in time, quickly ate Nana, and sincerely looked at the group, apologizing and saying, Sorry, sirs. We are leaving right away. Then Brian hurriedly took Nana away, reminding her not to point fingers at others carelessly. Nana. Emily immediately calmed down. It is okay. All kids are like that and will grow up. Brian did not want to argue anymore. He hurriedly walked away. It is best not to attract too much attention. The most important goal now is to reach the safe house that the young master mentioned. In this situation, Emily suddenly exclaimed, But if we go together like this, people will just think we are a normal family. Emily just said that and Brian's face turned red. He went silent, afraid the others would notice. Brian awkwardly looked away. Over there, Emily called out in surprise. Brian. Seeing Brian's back getting farther away among the crowd, Emily urged him to hurry and go together, but Nana did not pay attention. She took advantage of the two being distracted and turned back in the opposite direction. At the same time, in her private room, Alice was sighing by the window, still hearing Kundal's words before parting. A coup was about to happen. Signs of internal strife for the throne had begun to appear. Alice's eyes flashed with sadness, her heart full of many thoughts, never expecting Astro and Luisnel to dare plan such a thing. Helping Principal Kundal and Scene find out about it somehow, just as Alice was lost in thought, her door suddenly opened. Seeing her, Emily happily called out, Alice Sama, and Alice could not hide her surprise. Why are you here? Following Emily, Brian also entered the room. Emily spoke. Long time no see, Alice softly called. Emily. Seeing the two walking together, Alice boldly asked, Is Brian here too? Could it be that she is living with Scene at the academy? Emily stepped forward and held Alice's hand, saying, That is right. How could young Master Scene survive without me? Hearing that, Alice's face suddenly darkened. She was stunned and thought to herself, even painful love is with 2 girls. Living with 2 girls at the academy. Is that even allowed? Brian did not notice Alice's strange attitude. He stepped forward to report. The young master had some urgent matters to handle, so he told us to come here first. Miss Honai looked around. The 3 people behind. Only now did Brian and Emily look outside the door to search for Nana's shadow. They were horrified to realize she was gone. And Alice, surprised, looked towards the door, wondering if someone else had gone with her. When asked, Brian's face turned pale. Yes, I saw him right behind me earlier. He was blaming himself, thinking he should not have looked away even for a second. Seeing the 2 of them so panicked, Alice calmly ordered, Let us go. Determined on her face, Alice quickly urged Brian and Emily, If the person with Saiyan is important to us, we must find them. Hurry up. The scene shifts to a harbor in Brand New, where green water winds around, and a cargo ship is docked at the pier. On the ship's hull, a pair of strong hands are closing the cargo door. Adrian happily pats the wooden door and excitedly tells Leonhard beside him that they are ready to set sail. And this time they have made a pretty good profit. After checking, the 2 of them followed each other down quickly to report to the boss. When suddenly, a pair of worn-out shoes caught their eyes. Seeing the owner of those shoes, Adrian quickly recognized, Is that kid the one from earlier? Leonhard also just remembered. Oh! The kid who was gesturing in front of them. Nana was seriously clasping both hands tightly, and Adrian teased, You have got guts. Wandering alone like that, walking on the plank across the ship's body, he took the chance to tease Nana. Hey kid, where are your parents wandering off to? Suddenly, Nana pointed behind them. Adrian was puzzled. Huh. Pointing again, but fearing they would not understand, she shouted. Over there. Nana firmly pointed in that direction. She said, There is a familiar smell over there, following Nana's finger. Adrian wondered, kid curious about that place. Adrian and Leonhard's faces showed evil intent as they both thought the fairy had come to them willingly. Adrian stepped aside and grabbed Nana, who innocently asked, Candy. Seeing Nana about to fall into the trap, Adrian continued to tease, That is right. That candy. Though he found it a bit strange, but the kid was not really obsessed with candy anymore. However, seeing Nana's sparkling eyes, Adrian wondered if there was a problem, while Nana only cared about whether she could have the candy or not. Hearing that, Adrian immediately put on a friendly face, happily reaching out his hand, saying, All right, I am a good guy, while Leonhard beside him also played along, offering the kid candy for free. but Nana was still hesitant. Scene's warning echoed in her mind. If a stranger offers candy and asks you to follow, Nana, what should you do? But when the delicious food was within reach, Nana brushed Scene aside. She threw herself into it, loving it. Seeing Nana trapped, the other two reached out to welcome her. Come on. Come on, while she happily danced around. Candy. Candy, climbing onto the boat. Adrian whispered, pointing to a dark spot. He is sneaky. There is a whole bunch of candy in there too. Facing such darkness, Nana suddenly remembered Scene's advice. Girl. This kid, if anyone tells you to go into a suspicious dark place, absolutely do not go in. Remember, but before Adrian's sweet words, Nana let her guard down and rushed in. Adrian wanted to laugh but had to hold back. So gullible. Then, he slammed the door shut, locking Nana inside. Suddenly getting a fat deer, Leonard was happy. Having gained a good item, Adrian laughed with eyes squinting. Today was really lucky. In the dark ship, only Nana was walking past the cold iron cages. She curiously looked around for candy, but only a few shadows flickered inside the cage. Nana was surprised and stepped closer, only to realize that inside there were children. Only now did she cautiously look outside the door, which had been closed for a long time. Nana whispered. Was she tricked? The dark scene beside her was the best answer. Nana suddenly burst into tears. Sorry, Papa, I got lost. Suddenly, she stopped crying. Her sharp nose seemed to catch a strange scent. Then, Nana turned and went inside, suspiciously following that smell. The same smell that had been there all along. The more she smelled it, the more the scent seemed enchanting, urging Nana to walk faster. When she reached the end of the room, she stopped in front of an iron cage covered with cloth. Right there. The scent was coming from it. Arriving here, Nana quickly lifted the edge of the white cloth, her bright eyes peering inside. Is it a person? Inside was a small but fierce demon beast. Nana looked at it greedily. The source of this delicious scent, a high-level demon beast Resonant. Ignoring Finir's fierce growling attitude, Nana still reached out her hand to its head and gently petted it. Good boy. Good boy, something Finir had never imagined before. After comforting its emotions for a while, Nana sat comfortably in front of Finir, wondering why it was locked up here and if it wanted to be released. It seemed to understand and wagged its tail nonstop. Knowing Finir had agreed, Nana used its incredible strength to quickly bend the iron bar, creating a way out for it. Just then, a child's voice suddenly sounded behind Nana. Auntie. It turned out to be Henry and a friend who were locked up. The boy looked at Nana hopefully. If you let me go, you will let them go too. Right? Hearing someone call on her, Nana smiled in response, her smile carrying a hint of excitement. Meanwhile, outside, Andrian and Leehard were rushing back to report their work, approaching a man who looked like a leader sitting on a high chair. Both respectfully bowed. Everything is ready. Big brother. Hearing this, he smiled with satisfaction, a cunning gleam in his eyes. Very good, now we just wait to set sail. This is the head of the Red Sign and Merchant Guild. Torino. Below, Philip is crossing his arms in front of him, wondering if this time he is handling the deal himself, and Torino replies yes. Fearing Philip might still be worried, Torino then explains the current situation. Old Maury suddenly disappeared, and the grey merchants are gone too. Then, he reached out to stroke the fur on Nissa's nose, his voice tinged with pleasure, saying that without paying the middleman fee, we would profit even more, and the Garum Guild loves children, so they pay higher prices. After this epidemic, we will be rolling in money. Unlike Torino, Philip felt uneasy inside. He analyzed that after Anvas, now the Grey Merchants Guild was collapsing too, and he had a bad feeling, like a woman's sharp intuition. Hearing Philip say that, Adrian and Leehard immediately widened their eyes in surprise. What? She is an Asian woman. Philip did not notice the strange looks from the two. He cautiously advised Torino to be careful with this epidemic, but Torino was not worried at all. He reassured everyone, do not worry, we have the champion sign here. Suddenly, the dock exploded from inside. Torino panicked and shouted, what happened to our ship? Before anyone could understand what was happening, Nana jumped in front of them, fearless and bold. No one dared to stop her. Next, Nana stood up, her magical aura radiating intensely, her eyes filled with sharpness, showing no mercy. Seeing Nana with such strong magic, Torino immediately tensed and widened his eyes. What? Do not tell me that is a dragon person. At this moment, Nana's arm was stretched out straight. She pointed at Adrian's face and shouted, you guys are the deceitful, cruel adults, are not you? Across from her, Leonhard had picked up the weapon in his hand, and Adrian quickly kept talking to him. Are you just going to keep playing tricks like this? As soon as the words were spoken, all three simultaneously burst with spirit, then together charged towards Nana, Adrian leading the shout, I will cut off that finger for you. But before he could do anything, he was punched away by her, followed by Leonhard, and even Philip could not escape the same fate. In an instant, the three guys were defeated at Nana's feet. Seeing he could not stay still any longer, Torino reached out, his eyes dangerous, saying, all right, if you want to play, let us do it. Catch him, he must be alive. Hearing that, Nana suddenly opened her eyes wide. She was stunned for a moment. It turned out that this time Nissa went directly into battle, showing sharp teeth and bloodshot eyes as if wanting to tear apart the opponent in front of her. By Torino's order, Nissa quickly ran towards Nana, its large shadow singing on the ground in stark contrast to tiny Nana. Then, Nissa slammed the hammer in her hand down on her, the strike immediately shattering the ground. Witnessing that scene, Torino at the back was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat, angrily shouting, "Hey, I said capture them alive," but Torino did not notice Nissa's strange expression and kept cursing nonstop. "You fools, if the line breaks, watch out for your miserable lives." From a position where he could not see, Nana managed to block Nissa's strike with just one hand, then suddenly looked up, her eyes focused above. What caught Nana's eye was the heavy iron collar around Nissa's neck, and she wondered what it was. Before Nana could investigate further, Nissa raised the hammer and pushed her away. Seeing Nana unharmed, Torino growled angrily, wondering why tough guys like them could not do anything to that girl. While Andrian, Philip, and Leonhard could only sit silently and endure the scolding. Next, a sinister gleam suddenly appeared in Torino's eyes as he examined his hand, which emitted a strange ring of light, begging to fight worthy of his bodyguard status. Nissa immediately reacted, throwing her head back and letting out a long roar. Standing in front of it, Nana remained unfazed, continuing to deliver strong punches. Then, with a single leap, Nana landed a critical blow to Nissa's neck, causing it to fall backward. Unfortunately for Torino, right behind Nissa is where he is standing. Seeing its huge body about to fall towards him, he stammered in horror, "Hey, why is it flying towards me?" Immediately after, a fierce battle broke out, and Nissa's body quickly shattered the ground beneath. Meanwhile, on the other side, Brian's group was running everywhere searching for Nana. Suddenly, Brian paused, staring blankly towards the corner of the sky where black smoke was rising, sensing a powerful magical force he could not understand. But intuition still urged him to run that way. "We have to hurry." Alice and Emily followed Brian's footsteps one after another. "Wait for me." Back to the battle on the dock, amidst the ruins of earth and rocks, Torino was rubbing his head. "The brat, I won't spare you." Seeing Nissa was able to sit up, he tried to act like the master and ordered to deal with her, but Torino's face suddenly turned pale as he shouted, "Chain her legs." It turns out that Nana's punch was not meant to attack Nissa, but mainly to break the chain around its neck. Torino is terrified. Has it been broken? Therefore, his control is completely ineffective, and this time, Nissa is glaring at Torino with resentment. By now, even if he wanted to run away, it was too late. Nissa's intertwined hands were right in front of Torino, and then Nissa quickly launched an attack on him while Nana silently watched from afar. Torino has been restrained for so long, Nissa takes this chance to pour all her resentment onto him. Seeing the time is right, Nana slowly approaches Nissa. Realizing she had arrived, Nissa immediately raised her hand and turned to face Nana. Suddenly, the hand she was hiding behind her back twitched sharply, and Nissa was slightly startled by the action. So it turns out Nana just brought Fener in front of Nissa. She eagerly said, "This is the kid's mother, right? The kid has been looking for her all this time." Seeing it, Nissa's stern face showed a bit of happiness, and she reached out her hand to Fener. Soon after, Nissa and her mother left together at sunset. Nana waved goodbye from the mountain, saying, "See you later. The little one smells so good." Seeing their warm scene, Nana also felt sad and wanted to see Papa too. Just then, a young voice sounded, "Thanking you for saving me." Nana quickly realized, "Oh, these kids." It turned out to be Henry and his friends, all three hiding behind the wall nearby. Seeing the kids, Nana could not help but put her hand on her weapon, ready to deal with you all. But the Andrians sensed trouble and quickly ran away. They had not gone far before all three froze at Nana's call. "Hey you naughty boys." She pointed at them, her voice commanding and threatening, saying they must take these kids home. Or else. At that moment, Nana's pupils dilated. She bared her sharp fangs and warned, "I will eat you." Philip still wanted to argue, "But not with you," and Andrian was scared stiff and replied, "Yes." Then, the whole group had to follow Nana's instructions, each kid taking one child to take them home. When their shadows faded away, only Nana remained on the dock. Remembering Scene, Nana had saved everyone, and if Papa knew, he would surely praise her. Trying to escape, she returned to her obedient demeanor beside Scene and whispered, "This time I did not cause trouble, I did good. Praise me, Papa." But what she was waiting for was Scene's warm head pat. "You rascal. Well done." Recognizing that familiar warm feeling, Nana happily turned her head back. "Papa." How did Papa find Nana? It seems she has not realized how terrifying she is when angry. Scene thought to himself, and the Elder Dragon's power spread throughout the area. It would be strange if it could not be found. Before coming here, Scene stopped by the safe zone, saw no one was home, and knew that since the safe zone was empty, they must be looking for Nana. Just going there was enough to annoy Scene. For now, Emily and Brian were about to get a beating, but out loud, he was still polite with Nana, because Papa is Papa. So wherever Nana goes, Papa will find her. However, Scene also felt a bit overwhelmed by the power radiating around Nana. It was truly an incredible amount of magic, yet Nana still cheerfully praised, "Papa's the best." At that moment, Brian's footsteps approached, and Scene looked towards them at the call. It was just Brian. Seeing Nana was still safe, Brian quickly wiped unconsciously and blurted out, "Thank goodness, Nana's okay. I thought something had happened." When he realized he had just slipped up, Brian was so scared his face went pale. Facing Brian, Scene angrily raised his fist, the intense atmosphere immediately spreading. "So you must know what you did wrong." Brian retorted, "Thanks." Emily stood far away, scared to step forward, hearing the pain. Beside her, Alice was still suspicious, the person she was looking for. Seeing the horns on Nana's head, Alice guessed she was a dragon person, while Scene was still punching and kicking Brian. "I already told you not to take your eyes off him." The scene shifts to a tower in the sunset. Located in the Ushib Empire, the territory of Kwaizelga, on the long stairs, a pair of feet hurriedly run down below. It turns out to be Lewis, his face wrinkled and questioning himself. What is going on? Why would someone who once hid in the academy come all the way here? Outside the door, the two servants bowed respectfully to Kundal, while Lewis was still confused, wondering why he came here today. Seeing him, he sniffed the medicine, and Kundal's eyes were still cold as usual. "It has been a long time. I have something to tell you, son." Cut to both sitting at the table facing each other. Kundal speaks first. "It has been 10 years since I gave up the title of Duke." He holds the report in his hand. "I have no intention to interfere. But why have the operating costs in the territory decreased while the amount sent to the royal family has skyrocketed?" Lewis heard his father questioning him, then asked back sharply, "Is not father also well aware?" He explained that the Queen's maternal family, Netflix, invests a huge amount into the royal family every year. Lewis shouted that if we are financially overwhelmed, our political position will weaken. And eventually, they will put their bloodline on the throne. Then, retracting his words, he yelled again, veins bulging on his face, "Father also wants Louis Nell to become emperor." Right? Kundal slammed his hand on the table, his voice powerful. "Enough," he shouted. "Do you really think Louis Nell has the qualities of an emperor?" Louis Nell is still stubborn. "As long as the emperor comes from the Quaidio family, does it not matter who it is?" Kundal gently asked back, as if when he married off his late sister to the emperor, he spoke coldly, making him furious. "I won't say more. End all support for Louis Nell." After finishing his plea, Kundal slowly stood up, and Louis Nell called out when he saw his father leaving. "Father," he shouted behind him. "Where are you going?" Kundal only replied, "I will go to the imperial city, in the duke's territory called Belias." Lode appeared stunned in the morning sunlight. Acho sat on the chair, looking at the newspaper in his hand. "Has the owner of the cursed sword appeared?" He tore up the newspaper earlier. "I have ordered the plan many times, but will this time also fail?" Acho pondered silently. Alice quietly leaving the Knights of Light was a surprise, but it made my claim to the family inheritance even stronger, so it could be considered good news. He recalled Alice's gaze when leaving, but at that moment, did he know something? Thinking about it, Acho's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming coldly with money. Very unpleasant. Suddenly, Acho turned his face and saw a beam of light, a spatial magic array moving. From the center of the formation's light, Boris gradually appeared, his body covered in a faint glow. He looked strange but bowed respectfully, greeting Lord Acho. He put his hands in his pockets and looked at the person in front of him. What kind of expression was that? Is that the true form of the Hoke blood clan? Boris's eyes were bloodshot. "Sorry, Acho. I did not expect you to see me in this state." Acho is puzzled by the situation. "Who caused this? Isn't it the person currently at Lu Wenshao Academy?" He replied with bloodshot eyes that it was your own brother, Scene, who pushed me into this path. Acho was almost overwhelmed with anger, his eyes cold as ice staring at the opponent. "Scene." Boris raised his hand against me, and at the same time, I had achieved my goal. He took out a sphere, which was the demonic power of the cursed blade I discovered at the Bloodline Banquet. In Boris's eyes was a clear expectation for praise. I had found the owner of the cursed blade. Acho replied in a cold, emotionless voice. Now I understand everything." He lowered his voice. "The owner of the demon's sword is Scene. He ruined all my plans, yet I never realized it." Boris bowed. "I tried to eliminate him but my strength is still not enough." Acho put his hands in his pockets. "So let me handle it personally." He recalled that he had once fenced with him, and although it was not easy, he still had a chance to win. Boris suddenly interrupted, saying now is not the time. Acho was surprised. "Not the time yet," he pointed. Next to Scene were loyal followers, making the situation unpredictable. Acho looked at Boris and asked, "Do you have a plan?" He only replied, "Follow the prophecy." Boris continued, "The maiden will lead Lord Acho to the sword's hiding place. Seek the sword to gain power." The voice echoed outside, causing Kellen to freeze, his whole body stiffening, the sword trembling in his hand. He immediately resolved to report this news to young Master Scene. From the silence, Boris quietly appeared behind him. Is there a mouse here too?" Like a snake constricting its prey, he gripped Kellen's neck tightly, making each breath hiss. Boris sneered. Are not you Acho's relative? Secretly eavesdropping and planning to report to someone, Acho slowly stepped out of the room. I have had many suspicions before. Kellen only knows the phone is missing. Sir Acho. He exuded a fierce aura, rising from the words, the person who has been my fire all this time. Kellen. Lunav sat among the ancient books, quickly flipping through each page. But it was not here either. She pondered over the ancient book I found that day in Professor Boris's study, the only clue being the lines of ancient script. Lunav regretted, thinking that if he had not been forcibly expelled, he could have learned more. She reread the book, and so far, I only know that in this world, there are only 2 books written in ancient language. The Lunav, which is difficult to understand, the Holy Scripture and the Demon Scripture. This one seems closer to the Holy Scripture, but why would something like this be in Boris's study? She raised her hand to her chin thoughtfully. And moreover, there is no information anywhere about its use and content. Lunav's eyes darken. Perhaps I can only find the answer in the forbidden section of the Garam Academy library. Arin calls her name. Lunav turns around. Arin, she smiles and asks, what were you thinking not realizing I was standing right beside you? She looked confused at Arin and asked what he was doing here. She hesitated. Then Arin blushed and asked if she had seen Scene recently. Lunav quickly replied that she did not know, as she was mostly in the library. She burst out laughing, her voice full of sarcasm. Do you miss him? She panicked. No, not at all. Arin blushed and shouted. I just suddenly did not see him, so I found it strange, Lunav said gently. Don't worry, if it is Senior Scene, he will be back soon. Hearing that, her eyes widened in surprise. How can you be so sure? Her voice sounded softly like a gentle breeze. I just know, it is always like that. Arin leans heavily, her eyes full of curiosity as if trying to guess the meaning of Lunav's recent words in her mind. Razima suddenly rushes over, shouting, Arin, something big has happened. She turns her face back. Razimus. Arin reached out. Why are you so panicked? He ran over and handed the letter. A letter from the royal family. Read it quickly. She was puzzled. Huh, you already read it. Did not you know you are not supposed to read these things without permission? How rude. Razima shouted urging. Read it quickly. Arin opened the letter, the handwriting of the emperor himself, confirming the strong relationship between the Vat family and the royal family. She held the letter and read aloud. Princess Arin Severus, the 5th royal daughter. Arin's eyes suddenly lit up, her cheeks gradually blushing, along with young Master Saiyan Vat. Arin's face burned like fire. Her body suddenly stiffened. About to get engaged, based on a marriage. Diane put down the wine cup, the sound of porcelain gently tapping the table in the quiet space. I have always been grateful to you. Violet. In Emperor Diane's bedroom, she quickly replied, do not say that. Of course I have to take care of your health. Father, he reassured, it is just a mild feeling. No need to overdo it. Violet worriedly advised, get well soon. Your Majesty, seeing you like this, I believe it hurts a lot. Seeing his daughter worried, Diane gently comforted, do not worry. Violet. Suddenly the sound of Kundale echoed. Your Majesty. He bowed with his hand on his chest. Kundal the Prime Minister, I pay homage to His Majesty the Emperor. Diane was surprised. Prime Minister Kundale, you have arrived. Kundal asked about Violet. Princess Violet, have you been well lately? Putting his hand on his chest. Yes, thanks to you. Grandfather. Violet politely stepped away. So I will take my leave first. You two continue your conversation comfortably. Diane replied, Thank you. He laughed loudly without warning. After all, it was a long trip, while Kundale stood there, full of questions. Your Majesty. He looked at Diane and asked if something had happened recently. He felt ashamed to entertain a royal guest in such a state. Kundal heard that and asked, please do not say that. When did your condition start to worsen? He muttered weakly, his face showing deep pain. At first he thought it was just a common cold. Diane's hands trembled slightly, but the pain did not subside over time. Kundal stood still. Long was filled with calmness and speechless. Unable to, please forgive me. Your Majesty. He bowed in guilt. I should have come earlier. It seems your trip is because of something serious. Diane suddenly asked. You only appear when the Empire faces disaster. Is that true? He suddenly darkened his face and coldly asked if you were still worried about that kid Louis. He saw his son knew and did not hide it anymore. You guessed it. Right. Before coming here, I was just overly worried. But now things are much more serious. Diane flashed, forming a dazzling ball of light. Do not worry, he said coldly. With a determined look, as long as he can still stand, that guy won't cause trouble easily. Kundal looked at the orb in his son's hand, sensing a huge but unstable magical power, and realized that not only his son's appearance had changed. He anxiously called out, Your Majesty. Diane is gentle, but what worries me is something else. He asked, What is it? He gently inquired about my health and life. How is Princess Aring doing at the academy? Kun immediately replied that the girl studies hard and is very talented. He believes she will fulfill her role as a princess well in the future. Sitting by Diane's bed, he said there is no need to worry too much about Princess Aring. He is satisfied, so you can rest assured. Memories suddenly flooded Diane's mind. He used to cry a lot as a child, but now he feels a bit relieved. He continued, saying he has grown a lot since meeting a boy 3 years ago. Kun was surprised. You mean Sina? Diane laughed and replied, yes, that boy will always be by Aaron's side, so I decided to marry them to each other. Seeing Kun Dao's expression, Diane could not help but wonder, is not he surprised? He coughed lightly, and ever since His Majesty personally assigned him to the royal dormitory, I had a bad feeling. Diane laughed and asked, so what do you think of him? Minister. Still furious, Kun shouted like thunder echoing through the space. Extremely terrible. Diane looked stunned. Hong's expression was clear on his face. Sorry. What did you say? He went crazy. The kid skipped school all the time. Never seen him hold a book. In my 50 years of teaching, he is one of the most deceitful. Hearing that, Diane wondered to himself, could it be that he had made a big mistake? Kun suddenly praised after a burst of scolding, but he was also a top genius. He pointed out that as long as Sina is by her side, no one would dare to touch Princess Erin. Hearing that, Diane felt relieved. That is good, but Kun was curious. What is the child worried about? He bowed his head, his brows furrowed, his face full of anxiety. Only worried that the brothers would kill each other. In the empty hallway, Louis Nell crossed his arms waiting for Violet, his cold eyes gliding over the slow-moving wires. His voice echoed in the space, calling Violet's name, making her pause. Hey, Violet. Louis Nell crossed his arms and asked, you just came back from helping the Emperor and Grandpa. Right, why did you come so suddenly? Violet smiled briefly at it. Who knows, why did not you go ask him yourself? Aunt. Louis Nell gritted his teeth. Hey, I have not finished talking yet. She paused, her long steps suddenly halted, as if those words had touched something sensitive. Violet smiled faintly, her voice laced with sarcasm. Really? Pathetic. Louis Nell heard his sister's mockery and started to lose his temper. Are you crazy? Do you really want to fight me now? He turned around, smirking mockingly. Of course not. He thought you were like Chuck. His brother. The anger erupted, making him roar, eyes blazing. Violet, what nonsense are you talking about? Violet suddenly reached out, her fingers gripping his face tightly. Without hesitation, she pulled Louis Nell's face closer. I thought he already knew, but let me tell you, she spoke in a whisper. But her words were deep. He was the one who tried to kill all his siblings. Immediately after, Louis Nell interrupted her. Violet, do not speak recklessly without evidence. He turned his back and left. If I did not know, I would have asked myself. From now on, be careful with your words and actions. Louis Nell screamed inside. Who betrayed me? I do not know how much that girl knows. It is complicated. Damn it. He went crazy, asking himself in a nearly collapsing, angry voice. Violet. What are you scheming? Cut to Irene in chaos, marrying Sina, deciding on her own. Is not that too unfair? Luna saw her bowing down on the table. If you do not like it, then just refuse. Irene blushed. It is not that I completely hate it. The two families still have to keep face. At least he should discuss it with me first. The heavy sound of shoes echoed, then suddenly Rizima slammed his foot on the table, making the items tremble slightly. He clenched his hand tightly, and both were surprised about this matter. Rizimus, why are you like this? Rizimus shouted, I support 100%. His words were like a small flame igniting Irene's flushed cheeks. I saw it all. The princess had long harbored a secret love in her heart. Rizimus slowly reached out his hand, his eyes full of determination. This is fate. Or perhaps destiny. His eyes flared up like a small flame suddenly blazing fiercely. Conquer the young master Cindy. Miss Irene. Soon's voice echoed in the space. Rizimus, what are you doing in the library? You pointed at him. The library is a place for quiet reading. You know that. Right. Right after that, Soon slowly stepped forward. You are making the princess uncomfortable. When Irene saw him approaching, she quickly grabbed Rezimus's shirt, making him unable to react. She immediately pulled Rezimus away, leaving Seen and Luna behind in confusion. If you find it confusing, ask her. What is wrong with him? Luna rolled her eyes at Seen. Senior, she looked at you and suddenly asked if you ever liked Irene. Seen answered frankly, no. You imagine in your head that your mental age is 40, while Irene is just a kid to Seen. Thinking about that, you immediately feel goosebumps. Does that make sense? Luna sighed in relief when Seen denied it firmly and decisively. So that is good. Suddenly, he glanced over and saw some strange books, and Seen was puzzled. What are these books? Luna calmly replied. I am looking for clues about the book. Seen looked at the pile of books. There are many. Which book? She answered. The book we found in Professor Boris's laboratory. I discovered it was written in ancient script. Seen put his hand on the handle but could not find much more. If you want to know something, you have to go to the Historia archives in the restricted area. She suddenly showed him a strange book and asked if he had seen it before. Luna flipped through the pages of the book, the biography of the swordsman Penelon, more like a travel diary than a history book. He suddenly reached out and pointed to a page in the book. Here. This part, Seen reads aloud while Luna blushes shyly because of the close distance between them. A dense mountain with sand trees. when Seen's eyes meet hers. Does this dense mountain with sand trees remind her of any place? Lunav blushed and awkwardly replied. Not exactly. But what does that have to do with the Holy Scripture? Soon's eyes suddenly sharpened. What I was looking for was not the Holy Scripture, but something that could counter it. The location of the demon scripture Lemhi Haram. Lunav was surprised to hear Seen say that. How could he know the names of the Holy Scripture and the demon scripture, which only a few people in the Garam Association knew about? After a moment of silence, she replied, I do not know anything about that. Sorry. Seen regretted. Then, he turned his back and left. If you find anything, let me know. Before leaving, he did not forget to scan. Lunav replied. All right. See you. She just stood still, clearly watching Seen put his hands in his pockets and slowly walk away. Suddenly, Lunav's face darkened. She spoke. Are you there? Lamemla. She hid behind and, upon being discovered, became flustered, apologizing and begging for forgiveness, saying, Lunav, the death book. I have been ordered never to leave you alone. Lunav pondered, guessing she was here to watch me, not protect me. She issued a command, answer me from where you stand. Lunav asked, Hiskri and Lemhi Haram. How many members of the Harem Association know those names? She heard the master ask repeatedly. Very rarely. Even mentioning those names was taboo. I do not know how Seen knew about them. She ordered Lamula, which surprised her. Who could get me a few books about them from the Forbidden Archive? She immediately refused, saying if I do that, I could lose my life. Lord Regan will be very angry. Lunav looked at her with a murderous gaze and warned. Just a few words from me are enough to make him angry with you. I must know what Senior Seen knows. So, Lamemla, what will you do? Faced with those words, Lamela had nothing left to say and silently accepted defeat. Though unwilling, she had to obey her mistress's orders. Understood. Right after that, she reached for the book on the table. I will ask Seen later about how he knew that information. Lunav pondered. Her priority now was to approach him. Surely he was hiding something. In the hallway, Seen walked while thinking about the mountain full of casuarina trees. He thought Lunav might know about it, but perhaps he would have to find out for himself. A voice suddenly interrupted his unfinished thoughts, as Seen was deep in contemplation. Leaning against the corner, you can confide in me because I am a man with great empathy and emotional intelligence. He placed his hand on the glass and pushed gently in a cool way, saying, Tell me. My friend, I will be your advisor. Seen looked at Set. Is his friend going crazy too? He helplessly asked him. What the hell are you doing? Set smiled lightly. Are you surprised that I have this side? Soon tiredly brushed past. Sorry, I am not in the mood to joke around right now. Seeing you pass by so casually, I was very confused. Wait, I told you that you could confide in me. Maybe I could help with something. Seen felt helpless inside. What the hell could he do for me? I am sure his brain is all muscle. So annoying. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Wait, is not his hometown in the desert? Seen asked. Have you heard of the mountain where the wild trees grow? Set paused. The mountain where the wild trees grow. Glancing over at Set for a moment, he continued the story. Or Lemhi Haram. Set suddenly spoke up. It has been a long time since I heard that name. Seen was surprised. Really? Are you serious? Jiang gritted his teeth, his hands clenched as if wanting to crush. Lemhi Haram, the first opponent to make me taste defeat. In that moment, the past seemed to come alive in Set's mind. He met him in the nameless ruins. At that time, Set was only 6 years old. On the path to find power, he had neither muscles nor experience like now, seeing the huge Lemhi Haram standing before him. To him, he was a great terror, him Jiang as sharp as a knife, his eyes gleaming fiercely, and Set has no way to defeat him. He slowly opened his eyes. Set lost consciousness for a while and then woke up. I realized he was still alive. Set suddenly jumped up, as if he ran away instinctively. It was humiliating. But if he had not done that, he would not be here today. Scene interrupted. Lemhi Haram is a monster, not a lightning bolt. Right? Yes. Talking about that again makes me really nervous. You raised your hand in thought, wondering if you really had no other choice but to go there. Honestly, you did not want to go at all. Soon asked Set, can you tell me where that place is? I do not know the name of the ruins. He crossed his arms and said it is in a region called Nordel. Suddenly, Set mentioned that in the ancient Spanian language, Nordel means the mountain full of pine trees. He sang, if we go to Nordel, can you take me to those ruins? I will take you. Do you want to come with me? Hurry up. I will get ready right now. Let us go. Set hesitated. An adventure with you. Set recalled the moment he called his mother, Mom. Katharina's worry was clear on her face. Oh my. Prince, why are you crying? Set is crying. Your friends keep running away from you. But this time you did not break anything. She dares to wipe his tears. Do not cry. Prince Set. Katharina smiled gently. She gave a peaceful smile. Then one day, you will have a friend who likes you for who you are. Set was surprised. Really? Her smile faded gracefully. Of course, if you keep practicing hard. One day, You will have a friend to adventure with you, Set realized. Mom, you were right. He shouted. Alright, Set. I will get ready immediately. Set was so happy he ran straight into the wall, then rushed to Kangen. Hey, that is a wall. His hit and touch shattered the wall, creating a shockwave that shook the surrounding space. Seeing the wall with a big hole, he was confused. Why was he so excited? Luna silently huddled behind the door, her shadow fading into the darkness as if disappearing into space. The door suddenly swung wide open, spinning all the way up, the sound echoing throughout the room. I am here. Breen took out the letter, followed by a letter from the palace. Emily exclaimed, Oh my god, I never realized you were like this. You snatched the letter. How dare you read my letter without permission? If you do it again, you will face punishment.
I'm sorry.
He stammered. It just accidentally caught my eye. Saiyan looked at the red letter in his hand and asked what it was about. Breen replied, You are about to bond. Surprised, he asked what, and Emily smiled, holding her cheek, saying, With Princess Ering. Saiyan recalls Luna's words, asking if he likes Eren, so that is why she asked him that. And now there is another complicated issue to solve. He closes the letter and focuses on something else. Deciding to think about this later, Saiyan gently puts on his shoes, each movement exuding calmness and decisiveness. Then, he adjusts his collar, as if preparing for something important to come. Before leaving, Saiyan reminded both of them, I will be away for a while. Take good care of Nana. Suddenly, Nana's voice sounded gently like the spring breeze. Do not worry, Grandma. She looked at Saiyan with hopeful eyes. So will you have a mama? You sang, No. Never. Later, Sir intends to return the royal treasure. Princess Eren will be very sad, Saiyan sighed. The outcome of the plan I am carrying out won't be beautiful at all. Perhaps I will be hunted or executed for life. Either for offending the gods or for extinguishing the Emperor's hope. Your words have affected both of us in a foreign land, so I can't drag her into this mess. I am leaving now. Saiyan closed the door and left. The two of them silently watched as Emily's owner began to cry. I felt sorry for him. Achu is the real villain. Brian placed his hand on her shoulder, saying we won't let anything bad happen to him. Right, he pointed at his face. So let us do our best. We need to help the kid, Emily excitedly said. Okay, Brian. Nana smiled brightly, then gently replied to both. Nana too. Nana too. Hearing her say that, both Emily and Brian turned around at the same time. Yeah. Nana too. Both suddenly transformed, their eyes wide with amazement and disbelief at what they were witnessing. Except Nana. Suddenly, Nana transformed into Saiyan, startling Emily and causing her to scream in fear, following Saiyan's skin. In the kingdom of Spania, southeastern Nordaly, Saiyan exclaimed, This carpet is really cool. Say crossed his arms, meaning you are my reliable friend. He replied, Yes, thanks to this we arrived here in just half a day. Saiyan looked at him with disbelief. But do you know where we have to go? Say smiled confidently. Do not worry. I remember everything. He pointed a finger behind. We just need to get through the sandstorm there. Saiyan's hair was blown away by the wind, drifting with each gust. He smiled and asked, So what? He stared intently at the fierce sandstorm, where fiery red streaks were tearing apart the sky before his eyes. Saiyan's eyes widened calmly. That was not an ordinary sandstorm. Say smiled confidently and pointed. That is a common sandstorm in Spania. He remains calm, his voice gentle but full of certainty. Trust me, my friend. Scene changes. Saiyan slowly opens his eyes, seemingly becoming aware of everything around him again. The warm sunlight gently shines down. I was unconscious for a while. You sit up. It seems you have safely escaped the sandstorm. Your golden back creaks as you say. Are you awake now? My friend. With a proud look, he pointed at himself, saying I am fine, while Saiyan silently scolded inside. Telling you. He struggled with every step, trying to move forward through the fierce sandstorm hitting his face, wondering how much farther, judging by the response. Almost there, in a sudden moment, Saiyan realized something was appearing before his eyes, something faintly emerging, crossing his arms. Yes, that is the spot. The sandstorm blowing strongly made it unclear, but the ruins are quite large. You are the first person besides me to set foot here. Saiyan asked again, Are you sure? I could not hide the surprise on my face. Sure about what? Is there someone here? Cover your face. It seems someone arrived earlier. I can sense a strong aura. From the saddle, a figure gently leaned forward, then swiftly dove to the ground. Scene change. Karen frowns slightly and tells his subordinates that from now on, he will walk. He reminds everyone to be cautious as it is unclear what is inside. Subordinates spoke in unison, like a morning thunder. Yes, Sir Karen. Saiyan hid behind a rock, his cold eyes watching the strangers who had just appeared. Where did they come from? Right after that, he turned to Set and said to keep an eye on the situation for now. He did not listen and charged straight ahead, throwing a punch aimed directly at Karen, causing a bit of hesitation. Set launched a space-shaking strike, but he still gently dodged it. Set's smile widened, full of excitement and thrill. Oh, that is good. Karen raised her head, eyes filled with surprise and suspicion, and asked, Who are you exactly? Saiyan quietly hid behind the rock, muttering angry curses in his mind. Are you crazy? He smiled and began to introduce himself. On behalf of Prince Spania. Sekhahakan. Ask you, who are you? And what is your purpose here? Pointing at Cian. I said beforehand that I did not come alone. My friend. Cyan Vart. Is hiding right over there. Karen could not hide her surprise. Cyan Vart. Is it really Cyan Vart who is there? Inside you, a deep fatigue spreads. A transformation is coming. He takes off his robe. The Spaniard. Prince Set, and the youngest of the Vert ducal family. Cyan Vart. No matter why you came here, you wear it. The sword in Karen's hand flashed with a cold light as it was drawn, but knowing this place, there was no hope of a peaceful retreat. His eyes were like sharp blades, piercing through the space as he lunged straight at the target. The book paused, stunned, speechless. Set stood frozen, watching Karen approach like a raging storm. The attack echoed like thunder, piercing the silent space, making everything seem to hold its breath. Beneath his cold exterior, his mind buzzed with secret satisfaction. Just a brat, when he reached out to create a shield. Cutting through the gathering, Karen was shocked. He blocked my magic. He absorbs energy, each ray of power gathering in his hand, ready to explode and respond. Take Set rises with tremendous strength, always glowing bright yellow like a stream of energy flowing from the palm. The strong punch sent Karen flying far away, crashing into a rock with a loud noise. He realized that he was counterattacking with my own magic power. I thought he was just a small fry, so I was careless. The sound of Set clicking his tongue sounded like a judgment, accompanied by a disdainful look. He showed regret. Missed it. How disappointing. Thought it was a hit. Karen is furious. So reckless. Astra. Mo. Kenzio. Are you just standing there watching? Faced with overwhelming power, they were completely defeated. Sorry. Karen. When did he start dealing with people? Karen went berserk, unleashing her power. How dare these guys confront me? Pillar of blue light exploded around him, shining brightly throughout the space. Unforgivable. A familiar voice echoed in the space, gentle like a breeze. Stop. Cian's eyes widened. His whole body shivered as he suddenly realized. This voice was. Karen suddenly gasped, as if time had stopped for a moment. Inkset's mind was a big question mark. He did not understand why the two others were so surprised. In the midst of the tense space, Luna and Lamela suddenly appeared. San shouted. Luna, she spoke coldly, without any emotion. They are in my group. Put your swords down. Karen said. Karen knelt down. The last person met with a solemn and respectful gesture, apologizing to the deceased Luna. Blushing. He apologized. I did not know they were your teammates. I was rude. Please forgive me. Luna arrogantly showed disdain and replied gently. It is enough to admit your mistake. She turned to Cian, asking if he had been well lately. Senior, you were surprised. How did you know to come here? She smiled in response, because the senior gave off a very special fragrance. Cian was helpless. What the hell? Actually knew how. Karen's face suddenly darkened like the night, her cold eyes full of deep hatred. Scene changes. Nana in Cian's body sits there, eyes sparkling with a smile. Polymorph. Sarika speaks, meaning Nana has also entered the mature phase of the storm, now a bit clumsy, but soon will perform perfectly. She pushed her glasses up. Usually this is magic to hide the true form of a dragon, but with Nana it is unclear what will happen, as she may have never seen an adult dragon in real life. Brian thought about the giant adult dragon. Saying he had not seen one was not entirely true. He is worried, but if he says it, he will definitely get scolded. Sarika wonders. But wait, where is Cian really? Brian lowers his head shyly. About that, I also. Sorry. She crosses her arms, skipping school again. He bows apologetically. Next time I will definitely text that day to class. Sarika left. Forget it. Waiting is useless. She quickly walked out of the room. The door slammed shut decisively behind her. Brian sighed tiredly. Always having to justify himself was exhausting. Emily was also helpless. I felt the same. The scene shifted to Cian. Karen sang out. They wanted to move forward together on the star paper. He objects, saying no. Even with the same goal, Miss Luna will be in danger. I can vouch for the abilities of these people. She retorts, I have never seen anyone survive coming out of that paper trap. It is precisely at times like this that we need to unite. Right. Karen raised her hand upside down. They are all people with power above 7 stars. This time will be different. Trust me. Suddenly, Setzer raised his hand in the silent space. All eyes focused on him. Hey, Setzer calmly said confidently. I went in and came back out. Karen did not believe it. Saying nonsense. With someone like you, there is no way you could survive. You argue. Even though you lost, still talk a lot. Honestly, I could even guide you. The entrance was already full of Lizamen. Right. A thought flashed through Cian's mind. The entrance even had high-level Asian beasts. If it was the entrance then, in a moment, a fragment of memory flashed, helping him remember that he had smashed it just now. A large foot covered with sharp claws slowly appeared before the crowd. Karen fearfully points. Girl, what is that? You remind everyone. Everyone prepare to fight. The monster appears, its eyes glowing red like embers, making the surrounding space cold and infuriating. The monsters charged like a storm, weapons in hand, and he shouted, "Those are high-level Lizamen." Instinctively, Lamel immediately stood in front of Lunev, saying, "I will protect you." Lunev, Karen also rushed in. We joined the fight. Everyone, get ready to battle. He raised his hand high, enduring a surge of energy pouring down from the sky. Pulling violently, Lunev also refuses to back down, immediately recovering with the power of light. Radiance, she freezes the monsters with ice power. This can't go on without slowing down even a beat. Lizamen continued charging like a storm, wanting to crush everything in its path. Too crowded, Lunev recognized a familiar sign, an invisible magical force. Always this magic. At that moment, the black magical orbs hovered in the center. Disintegrating, the magical orb suddenly expanded in size, then fell like a meteor, crushing the Lizamen under its tremendous weight. Karen Huang. What the hell did I just see? A high-level demon beast like a slime. The Lizamen were completely defeated, wiped out, literally. Lunev. That is exactly what happened. Without saying a word, he sank into silence, his mind seemingly swirling with complex thoughts. Lamela just stood still, her gaze quietly fixed on the scene, her heart filled with swirling reflections. A warm breath blew against Sayan's back, startling him to turn around. "What is it?" Sti said angrily. "How dare you steal my chance to shine? You should lead the way. That is your role." He angrily walked away, scolding as he went. "Do you think I came here just to be a guide?" Lamela was surprised. This is not ordinary ruins. Otherwise there would not be such defense systems. The whole group looked at the door in front of them. This place was a space built with magic. A dungeon. Shimmering golden stones fell, creating a resonant sound that echoed throughout the space. The door cracked open a small slit like a crack on a mirror, but remained motionless, not moving at all. Karen wondered if the release spell was completely ineffective. Then realized, the thing is, I have never seen a door like this before. I concentrate all my magic power. Step back. I will try to break it like the gate earlier. Then, the beam shoots straight at the door, shaking everything violently. Karen is confused. What is going on? Is this some kind of magic seal? Laughing out loud. What kind of stupid thinking is that? He darkened his face. That kid keeps driving people crazy. Checking everything, then open it yourself, slowly and steadily stepping towards the door, then gently reaching out to place a hand on its cold surface. The heavy door gradually creaked open, echoing through the silent space. Looking smug, use your brain a bit. Uncle, Karen is going crazy. Kill him. I will kill that kid. From behind, a large beast with a rug body slowly appeared before him. Yeah. Scene resisted heavily. It seemed each door was guarded by a demon beast. Set laughed excitedly. That one is mine. Scene. Set clenched his hand tightly, eyes fixed on the powerful demon beast in front of him. His hand clenched tightly, a strange light gradually spreading, blazing like a fire being awakened. Powerful burst of light suddenly erupted, illuminating the surrounding space, into the sand. Then, they continued deeper inside, facing not only magical beasts in the ruins but also numerous unpredictable traps. They had to confront countless difficulties and magical creatures they had never heard of or seen before. Strange thing is, all the doors in the ruins can only be opened by Xet. The flickering fire burns gently, emitting a warm glow, as the ruins react to Xet's bloodline. Lunev replied, saying she heard the creator of this place is the Xahakan tribe. Soon was surprised. What? Why did not you say earlier? She said no. After you told me, I only found out by reading that forbidden book. You doubt it. Can you believe it? Lunev blushed and sighed. Of course. That is too mean. I did not lie to the person I like. Scene crossed his arms and said, that makes it even less believable, showing affection without reason. Who would believe that? Lunev cursed, calling him stupid. She spoke softly. The Garam Guild has long been searching for the Holy Scriptures and the Kneeling Scriptures. Lunev added, they believe that the sacred relics of the gods will help revive the Garam kingdom. She said that for her grandfather. Regan Srain River. It was a bit of a threshold. They believed that possessing the divine relic would grant them dominion over the continent. Scene was surprised and asked, control the continent? That sounds far-fetched. It only causes those around to die unjustly. Lunev looked at Scene and wondered, so what about you? Why do you need the letter? You laughed coldly, wanting to sabotage. Right, if I were to be used for that half-joking plan, being the saboteur would be much more fun. Her eyes were wide and blurry, sparkling brightly like stars. Suddenly, she spoke up, so I will help you. Scene paused. Surprised. Auntie. Lunev smiled and said, I will help you get the scroll. I just felt like doing that. Hearing this, Sayan quickly glanced around, then unexpectedly called her name. Lunev, you sighed. Go to sleep. Lunev crossed her arms and refused. No. I still want to be with you. Sayan turned his back and walked away, leaving her sitting there. So I will go to sleep first. You are thinking to yourself, what am I even talking to a kid about? She is only 12 years old. Luna's mother blushed, feeling embarrassed and shy. You slow-witted brother, hidden in the shadows. Karen crossed her arms, her face darkened with discontent. The next day, the group reached the final gate, the last gate. Set slowly stepped forward, then gently placed a hand on the gate. It had been a long time. To everyone's amazement, the gate gradually disappeared, the flower into the mist opened, leaving behind a mysterious void. A strange creature appeared in space. Cian wondered, is that Lemmy Harem, wearing heavy armor? Eyes alert. Yes. Very strong. Be careful, you are powerless. What is this? Looking at Lemmy Harem's strange appearance, Cian felt confused and speechless. Not like a demon at all, Karen immediately suggested. If you are scared, let me go up, but he worried. Wait, let us wait a bit to see the situation. With eyes sharp as a sword's tip, it stared at the crowd, magical power exploding around. Lunav immediately raised the alarm. Danger. Sensing a terrifying magical force, Lemmy Harem slowly changes shape, gradually becoming gigantic, so large it engulfs the entire space. The group immediately takes a battle-ready stance. It is a demon beast. It is transforming, its huge feet stomp down, making the ground sweat under the terrible pressure. The giant creature Lemmy Harem, with the strength of a human step, coldly stared at the crowd. Cian looked up. It created a strange space, not an ordinary beast. He stood there, completely unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Was that really the demon book Lemmy Harem? It immediately stomped hard on the ground right where Karan was standing. Its action was so fast that he had to struggle to dodge. He gritted his teeth, his eyebrows furrowed, and magical power gathered on his arm. Damn it. It is too big. That thing is really the demon book we have been looking for. Karen launched a counterattack at the beast ghost. A powerful beam of light shot straight into its face. Stunning it. Using one hand, he released a burst of magic power, striking directly at its head, causing the beast ghost to stagger. But as soon as Karan's strike ended, the remaining mana gradually dissipated. Yet the beast stood firm, completely unharmed. He looked at its intact head and thought to himself, this strike did not even make it retreat. At this moment, Karan's three subordinates shouted in unison, their faces full of determination. We will support you, Lord Karan. The scepters in their hands formed a triangle, and the magical lights of different colors merged into a magical orb, uniting the elements. Great heavenly, the magic orb was pushed straight at the ghost beast, its power incredibly strong thanks to the combined efforts of all three people. The strike hit the side of the ghost beast, causing it to scream in agony. It collapsed, one hand pounding hard on the hard ground as soon as the magical light disappeared. Karan happily looked at the fallen beast's spirit and celebrated. It has fallen. Lunav crossed her arms in front, strands of magic wrapping around her arms, and I will hold its legs down on the ground. With a word, ice magic was released, and Lunav quickly locked its two legs, freezing them. She tries to control her ice, restraining the phantom beast as long as possible. Lunav's face straightens as she shouts, do it now. Lememla. Lamela immediately acts on the order, stomping hard on the ground and leaping into the air. Lemela soared high above the beast's head, gripping her sword hilt tightly in midair, aiming at the back of its head. The sword she drew from its sheath dazzled Sang with powerful magic sparkling like stars. In the briefly illuminated space, bright spots appeared in Lamela's technique, the bearer of new feelings. Once she gathered enough energy, she immediately slashed, attacking the head of the ghost beast. Then it surprised her with a blow to the head, but at the same time, its sharp clawed arm swung in front of Lamela, and with a gentle swipe, she was mercilessly knocked away. The demon beast suddenly noticed something. It turned its head and glanced to the right. Then its arm changed from hitting the ground to punching the ground, and the demonic power kept surging out from the ground. A whirlwind gradually forms, its dazzling energy making everything clearly visible. Lockheed wraps around the beast's body, then locks it tightly in place under the other's control. Set happily looked at the demon book he had imprisoned and greeted. Long time no see, Lammy Harem. I came here so we can end the stalemate battle from that day. Lockheed is getting stronger and stronger, like a desert storm wanting to crush everything inside. Lunav turned to look at the person who had just been knocked to the ground. Worried sick? That guy. Lamemla. Lamela propped himself up and quickly replied to his mistress. I've lied. Miss Lunav. Hearing her answer and voice, Lunav also breathed a sigh of relief, truly relieved that no one took as much damage as she had thought. It seems we have a chance to win. She turned to look at Lockheed high up in the clouds and thought, but why do I have a bad feeling that something is wrong? Just as Lunav thought this, a pair of glowing red eyes pierced through the swirling yellow sand from inside Lockheed. Staring outside, Lemmy Harem swung his arms, delivering a strike that tore apart the whirlwind right in front of Seth. Seth raised both hands to block in front of him. Seeing such swift action, he could only force a smile and praise. Truly a real monster. Lunav stared in amazement at the scene, unable to believe it, and uttered a word. It dispelled magic. The beast successfully dispelled Seth's magic and immediately turned to attack him, striking fiercely with its claws aimed straight at him. Seth was also excited to fight, clenching his fist tightly, gathering his magic to prepare a counterattack. Alright then, bring it on, Fire and Stoneface. Right now, a pair of feet slowly approached, magic swirling around him glowing purple-black. In his hand was a magic orb, floating in the air and continuously emitting pulses around it. The void orb. Saiyan advanced, his eyes turning into endless spirals. The void sphere in his hand split in two by his command. Cutting apart, the effect of the sphere immediately took hold on Lamaharam. Its body split in two as Saiyan spoke. Its upper body collapsed onto the crack, making Seth, who was about to strike, freeze in place. He still held the orb in his hand, eyes unexpectedly fixed on Seth's scowling face. Damn, already acting tough. Sorry to interrupt. This is so frustrating. That monster was that easy. Why do you keep interrupting? As for me, I do not know if the monster is it or you. The more he looks at you, the more displeased he is, his face showing resentment and silent jealousy towards you. I never expected such a mysterious person to stand next to Luna. It is really disgusting. Lord Corinne, are you okay? Just as Corinne was angry with no outlet, his subordinates ran over to ask, and he immediately glared at them sharply while speaking. Is this the time to worry about me? Go take care of Luna, you useless idiots. 3 subordinates were scared by his cold, terrifying gaze like Jun was a dog. What the hell? Did we mess something up? Saiyan looked at the demon beast's head that was gradually dissolving the remaining part of the body and asked, surely now I only have a skeleton left. He crossed his arms, stood opposite Seth, stared at the demon beast's head, and asked him, have we escaped from the wormhole? It seems like everything is over. Demon book. This is also the first time I have caught this thing, so I do not know either. Just as you two could not find an answer, the skull heads of the beast suddenly burst into flames, engulfed in blue fire. Saiyan was startled by the scene, lowering his head as the light from the blue flame shone on his face, then said in shock, everything is not over yet. As Saiyan spoke, a powerful light broke through the ground and slowly rose. Clenching his teeth, his face tensed as he cursed, damn it. Suddenly, several columns of light rose from the ground, resembling tornadoes breaking through the earth and shooting straight into the sky. Luna looked from afar and shouted loudly at him. Saiyan, Seth, and Lamella held her tightly, preventing her from going into danger. Very dangerous. Madam, at this moment, the energy wave pillar also struck the foot of the house right above the Karen group. He looked up then panicked and cried. Everyone. Step back, you will be swept away. Saiyan stood farthest from everyone, also the most dangerous position, surrounded by 3 towering energy pillars. Rocks and earth began to crash down. Luna fell to the ground as Lamella tried to protect her, screaming loudly, Brother Saiyan. Just seconds later, large rocks piled up into a small mountain nearly reaching the house's foundation. Lamella held Luna tightly and said, we are too late. Miss Luna. She looked up sadly, continuously telling her the truth, that no matter how talented Master Saiyan was, it was hard to survive that blow. At the last meeting, she hid her eyes at this moment and denied it. No, Saiyan is still alive. She stepped closer to the towering pile of rubble, ignoring Lamella's tension. But Miss Luna, we need to clear the breeze. Lamella watched her little mistress, silently listening to her calm voice, knowing it was hard to understand, but for now, trust me. She turned her head, her eyes shining with a strange light, her expression cold to the bone. I can sense Saiyan out there. Since he and I are connected, I can conclude that. The scene shifts to a large waterfall, the sound of water cascading from above echoing throughout the space. Saiyan, who everyone thought had met with an accident, stands calmly and unharmed near the waterfall. In another subspace, in front of him is the ghost beast, but in this space, it is intact as if never dead. It has been resurrected again. Saiyan carefully observes the ghost beast in front of him, not rushing to act but silently assessing the power of the creature before him. It is a ban rock, and its mana level is completely different from before. Saiyan leaned on his hip, turned his head to look at the legs lying straight on the ground and asked, Hey, Zed, are you okay? That thing revived without any strength at all. But looking back, he was startled, his eyes wide open staring intently at its direction. Zed lay on the ground, his entire body charred black from the attack. He could not dodge that strike just now. He recalled the power of that attack. It seemed to engulf his whole body, a magic beyond level 9, which was too much for a rookie at the academy to endure. Remembering this, you lowered your head and bit your lip tightly at almost every word. Really annoying. Then Saiyan looked at the ghost beast in front of him. It was tilting its head back to the sky and roaring loudly. He drew the crimson mana sword from his side, the dark red mana beginning to shimmer on it. Saiyan angrily told the demon beast opposite him to shut up, annoyed by its roar. His eyes blazed with blue veins spreading across his face. With no one watching, it was even better. He could rampage freely. The rock band was no joke either. It raised its hand forward, cracking a few sounds to intimidate Saiyan, and that very action made him truly angry. Saiyan no longer had a gentle look. He smiled like a demon from hell. Do not dream of dying peacefully. Today I am in a very bad mood. At this point, Saiyan had crushed the ground beneath his feet. The vines had disappeared without a trace. Both sides simultaneously surged forward, exerting all their strength to strike directly at their opponents. Saiyan's eyes brightened with excitement, and his smile grew wider as he swiftly slashed the rock band with countless red sword cuts across its massive body, creating a storm of sword mist. Not stopping there, he turned around, eyes fixed on it, the pain in his hand fueling his bloodlust. Saiyan landed on the ground, sliding back to witness his cuts tearing the fat flesh of the body. Striking repeatedly, the huge, mighty rock monster was brought down to the ground by just a few basic moves from Saiyan. Its head was chopped off by Saiyan, but its tall body still knelt on one knee on the ground, roaring at him. The first human to come here. Saiyan frowned slightly in surprise, but his expression remained firm. It could talk, but the person would lose. Banrock used mana to pull the lost head back and began to patch it up, warning Saiyan that it would not be easy to kill him. Saiyan standing beneath its massive body looked even smaller, quietly listening to the fragmented words about rebirth and infinity. And soon, the head that should have fallen was perfectly in place without a scratch. Get ready, I will kill. It kills like a crazy declaration, and Saiyan does not seem too bothered by those words. He simply throws a sphere straight at its face, startling Banrock. Countless mana spheres are shot by Saiyan, hitting it and causing it to lose parts one by one. That cursed sphere is lost. Then it was the demon sword's turn to ambush. He focused energy into it, ready to give Banrock a few more slashes. Saiyan slashed once. The demon sword cut through the beast as easily as slicing cake, splitting it in two. The sword move. Among the body of Banrock that was torn apart, a shiny pearl was accidentally revealed. Its light attracted him. Saiyan turned his head to look. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But Banrock's body quickly regenerates, the severed parts reconnecting to shield the core in the center. He sneers mockingly. Useless. His body, shattered like paste, heals completely without a scratch and boasts to Saiyan, I will continue to regenerate. You will soon be exhausted. But one of your sentences made the proud beast stop and look at you in confusion. I like that. Saiyan laughed joyfully like a crazy person, half of his face turning red and black, no longer resembling a human. So that means I can keep beating you up. Do not die. Just keep reincarnating. Banrock heard this advice and suddenly understood, his face showing both confusion and a bit of cute silliness as he wide-eyed asked, What? Outside? Lamela is desperately striking with his remaining mana. A spear thrust. Luna also swings her hand, slashing a sword towards the pile of debris in front, a water sword. But the strikes from both of them were like mere scratches. The massive pile of earth and rocks did not move an inch despite both strikes hitting at the same time. Lemma looked at the tiny light they created on the rock and sighed. Our spell has no effect. If this keeps up, we will have to adopt you forever. She looked at the result of the fusion between you two earlier and sighed. There must be a barrier protecting the ruins, so we really can't do anything. I wish there was a way to check here. Her heartfelt wish just echoed. A pair of slender legs approached. It was Luna. Karen held her left arm, showing quite a few injuries, and asked her, Nice to meet you. Are you hurt? Are you okay, Karen? He was asked about her and was excited, hurriedly taking credit and reporting to Luna. I know the way out. Please. No, I can't leave. Karen showed her bloody head, her voice suspiciously asking Luna, What do you mean? This place can collapse at any time. You need to get out of here as soon as possible. She looked away from him coldly and explained, Saiyan is trapped down there. If you do not want to pull out, then go ahead. Karen, seeing her say that, he became even more anxious, looking at the rubble in front of him and telling Luna, No one can survive under this rubble. No, he is not going to die that easily. Her response made him unable to control his anger and jealousy. Karen shouted, Why is she so obsessed with the name Saiyan? Luna gave him an indifferent glance, and Lama was also quite surprised that he was so loud. Does not she care about us? Karen recalled the earlier scene. That huge pile of earth and rocks buried his three subordinates, Azra, Mo, Kenzil. Witnessing that scene, Karen was genuinely terrified and amazed. They all died before my eyes. Was their death all meaningless? He placed his hand on my back as a firm vow, looking directly at Luna. I will escort you out of here. Unlike Saiyan who just picked you up, I have been following you for a long time. His words became more and more uncontrollable. Luna's indifferent gaze gradually turned into anger. If she were to fall for someone, it should be me. No man cares for her as much as I do. The more Karen spoke excitedly, he laughed loudly. His face flushed pink as he shouted, Destiny. Yes, now I realize, you are my destiny. Hearing him talk crazily, she grew more disgusted and rubbed Karen to wake him up. Yes, I can say that to Saiyan, but not to you. It is terrifying to hear that. Karen was excited but immediately shut down. He even received an uncontrollable smile from Lamela, making the scene even more embarrassing. Just when it seemed like he would stop, Karen's eyes looked strange. His face still flushed as he reached out towards Luna. Even if she mocks my feelings, I do not care. If necessary, I will use force. When Lamela saw he did not know his limits, he immediately blocked Luna's people and pointed his sword at Karen's people as a warning, saying they had crossed the line. But he did not stop, his hand suddenly reaching out to tightly grip her neck. Do not get in the way. Lamela. Luna did not expect him to choke Lamela and press her against the pile of dirt and rocks. She is done for. Lamela. Karen is like a completely different person. He still closely examines her slender neck. How dare you challenge me? To me, erasing someone is as easy as playing. Do not you understand? His warning ended just as a high voltage ran through Lamela's body, electrocuting her. When he let go, Her body lost all strength and collapsed on the ground. Karen gasped and turned to look at Luna, his twisted smile making others feel even more helpless. Only the two of us, Luna. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Karen's act, causing both him and Luna to freeze and stand still. Karen looked up, thinking something else but still loudly asking if there were any survivors, who they were, and to come out. The frequency of the cat's meow sound transmitted through the air, in the darkness where only faint rays of light barely illuminate anything. That voice echoed again. All right, but in reverse. From beneath the rubble, the voice grew deeper and hoarser. The flame gradually flickered, and the person would have to pay the price for their chaos. On the other side of the space, Seth was recovering and slowly opening his eyes. Where am I? He sat up blankly, his upper body and legs displayed under the dim light. Why am I here? Seth held his aching head, trying to recall the moment the last blow landed. Remembering it was Lemmy Haram's attack, the last thing he remembered before standing up and carefully checking his body, unaware of someone appearing behind him. Am I dead? No. The person is not dead. A girl with healthy brown skin, shiny black hair, and a swirling amount of mana approached him and asked, "Long time no see." Kahakan's descendant. Seth turned his head to glance at the stranger, his eyebrows slightly furrowing. It has been a long time. How do you know me? Who are you? She excitedly recalled a bit of their shared memories, her eyes lively and very happy. It seems it has been so long that he does not remember me. I saved you. She stepped closer and closer to Seth, then looked up at him and continued. Well, whatever. I am more interested in the guy with you. Then she suddenly grabbed Seth's face with both hands, surprising him so much he did not know how to react. And she whispered to him, "Let me borrow your looks one more time." Then a passionate kiss landed. Seth was so surprised he widened his eyes but could not push the person away. His charred black body suddenly lit up right at the spot of his two eyes. The same seal on that girl appeared on Seth's face, his eyes wide open, his body turning a brilliant golden color, in the space where Scene was transported. He was still busy enjoying himself with Banrock's large body. The flower-cutting sword stopped. Soon ignored its desperate cries, transforming into someone else as he fiercely charged forward, swinging his sword wildly. Then came a slash in the shape of a cross on Banrock's chest, a successful cut, and he continued to gather momentum to strike again, his swordsmanship relentless. Banrock bowed his head and gritted his teeth in pain, worried when he saw the buffalo in his body being slashed open by him again. Soon saw the buffalo, his already distorted face becoming even more ferocious, his hand forming a void sphere, mumbling before rushing forward, wanting to destroy that rock-hard letter, the void sphere. Banrock screamed in panic, desperately begging, "Wait, stop, human." But before his words could be acknowledged, pain split the buffalo into two halves. Lost in hunger, Banrock let out a cry of agony. The shattered buffalo meant its body could not regenerate, and as Banrock's body quickly turned to sand and disappeared, it still had no explanation for how things could have come to this. Having eliminated one, humanity could be defeated. The huge body turned into desert sand, pouring down right at Scene's feet. He gradually gathered the mana surrounding his face and slowly stepped towards the piece of paper among the fish. Sin picked it up and carefully studied the drawing on it for a while. What? It is just a part of the demon book. He did not bother keeping it, letting the part of the demon book dissolve into the wind. After traveling all this way for nothing, Raram would have noticed immediately if she were awake. You recall the Kamgor battle from before, when you and Yuda had to struggle to hold on. She pushed herself too hard fighting Boris and slipped into an endless sleep. Sin stood there, watching the waterfall still roaring down and wondered, why am I still in this space? Where did the ship that created it disappear to? As soon as he looked ahead, Seth's body, like the soul of that strange girl, wanted to attack Scene. Bloodthirsty, Sin quickly dodged to the side, Seth's strike missing its target and shaking the ground. Sin looked closely at the person who had just attacked him and was surprised, thinking it was Seth, but he quickly realized something was wrong. The person in front of him was not Seth. No, the mana he was using was completely different. What was happening? A deep voice echoed in the large room. Footsteps stepped onto the pile of stones, looking down from above and asking, "I have no intention of interfering in this matter." Karen stared, her face still smeared with her own blood, looking towards the sound, silently listening to the others' complaints. But why did they intend to harm that child? Luna also looked at him, her eyes filled with more than a hint of astonishment, as if the reason given was not quite convincing. Lemmy Haram, disguised and standing on the rubble, radiated an intimidating aura as he uttered a final warning. "I will kill you." Karen immediately reached out to grab the banana sword, a thought flashing through his mind that this terrifying pressure was unlike before. He no longer had to guess but could be certain who stood before him this was the real Lemmy Haram. Lemmy Haram had little patience with Karen, staring at him urgingly. "Answer me." Karen still dreamed illusions, pushing mana into the sword at his side, ready to draw the sword to control him. He would subdue it immediately. Lemmy Haram laughed at his actions, raising his clawed hand and exclaiming how pathetic it was, from such a distance. Just a flick of his hand made Karen's right arm crack loudly. What? An invisible force twisted his arm, forcing it straight up and breaking it amid Karen's terrible screams. Lemmy Harem slowly stepped down from the pile of debris. Each word he spoke was very serious. Daring to attack without answering my question, he showed no mercy and did not give Karen a chance to speak. Snap of fingers echoed with reproach. The man was truly rude. Karen's tightly twisted arm immediately broke, and he could only grit his teeth as hot blood spurted from his arm. Karen collapsed, clutching her right arm and screaming in pain, while Luna stood there, watching everything unfold, so stunned she could only stand and watch. Karen's pain had barely subsided when he was hit by another attack in panic. The entire tall body of a grown man was slammed away, his back hitting the wall so hard it cracked. A huge hand the size of Karen's whole body pressed him against the wall, holding him in place until he finally calmed down a bit. Lemmy Harem stood far away controlling that huge arm. He calmly repeated the old question. Now, I will ask again. What is your answer? Karen continued to be pressed down hard onto the ground by him. The old blood not yet dry added to a new wound. Lemmy Harem's overwhelming power was like a god here, commanding him, but he cud, pitifully denying it. The power of the corrupted giant cat. He did not get the answer he wanted, nor the patience to wait for Karen's reply, so he struck the wall repeatedly with strong blows. His entire body was slammed even harder, shattering the ground and causing another shockwave. Lemmy Harem stood tall, asking one more question to the breathless man. What about saying thank you? He turned around, staring intently at Luna, who was standing stiffly to one side. Thank you. You seem scared. Am I too violent? She was a bit scared but still stood there, waiting for each step to close the distance between them, and asked, Are you Lemmy Harem? That is right. Luna tensed up, seeing the tall figure standing close by, and raised his guard, asking what you intend to do to me secretly. I am watching you. She relaxed a bit when she heard him say that, casting a scrutinizing glance at him, wondering what he intended to do. Lemmy Harem leaned down, bringing their faces close, then grasped her thoughts. I understand now. What do you understand? He pointed to Luna's body, slowly uttering each word to answer her question. We are talking about the abnormal physicality of the person. Lemmy Harem saw an oval-shaped glowing object inside her body. You have a thymus gland, because the mana has similar properties to mine. No wonder I find you quite familiar. He stood up straight, clenched his fist, and pointed his index finger at the pile of junk behind him. Probably the work of the black-haired kid stuck in there. The one they were talking about, the drunken senior. Lemmy Harem glanced at the pile of junk and asked her in a slightly gentler tone. His name is Sayana, someone who seems quite close to him. Luna received news about Sayan and gradually lost her composure. She was extremely worried and tightly held his hand, loudly asking him if he was okay. Do not worry. He must be talking to the owner of the ruins. At this moment, Lemmy Harem leaned over, pointing at the wound on Lamela lying on the ground, wondering if she would be okay like that. She looked at the thick black mana slowly dissipating from Lamela's body and sadly said, It is too late. Such a fatal wound cannot be healed with magic. Luna lowered her eyes, sad but unable to voice her self-reproach. It was all my fault, so I will have to remember today's events until I die. While she was still murmuring, Lemmy Harem raised a finger and said, You still have another choice. Are you planning to help me? He heard her ask about the guard, revealing a greedy and scheming face. But I have one condition. If you agree, I will gladly tell you the truth. In another space, Cyan was quickly running across the ground. Behind you, a series of Seth's familiar attacks are coming fast. Cyan tries to dodge but suddenly looks up to the top left corner, startled to realize he is about to get hit. But Cyan quickly stopped running, slammed on the brakes, then leaned forward to slash away the attack. The broken mana of the strike also created some pressure. Cyan covered his face with his hand and cursed silently in his heart. This stubborn prince. He blocked the dust in front of him, staring intently at Seth through the dust and rocks. Had he completely surpassed the limits of a human? Seth, possessed by that girl, frantically attacked Cyan, punching and hitting relentlessly, giving him no time to speak. Cyan gritted his teeth enduring the onslaught from him, holding the demon blade trembling, his physical ability and mana all greatly enhanced. Just as he was still busy thinking about Seth's changes, powerful punch was ready to hook from below. He hooked the ball, hitting them into Cyan's right rib cage, making him cry out in pain. At this moment, the girl used Seth's voice to say a short sentence. Got it. Then another punch landed on Cyan's left ribs just as he could not focus on defending. Cyan was knocked far away, hitting the ground hard before continuing to fly backward. Your cursed sword stabbed into the ground, creating a deep groove that helped reduce the force from the hammer strike. Cyan knelt on one knee, relying on the cursed sword to brace himself and avoid being knocked away. He bit his lower lip tightly, slightly looking up at Seth, who had transformed, breathing heavily while resting. I do not even have time to rest. Just blocking attacks is already hard enough. Seth, possessed, was using sand to push his body floating in the air. Cyan looked up in frustration. Now he was flying around too. You are the first human to endure this long. Savalum smiled broadly and looked down at Cyan with amusement. So we won't play anymore and get to the main point. The hair, her last words surprised him so much that his eyes widened and he stopped. Asking again, the one who knows me, but she did not answer your question, instead continuing to launch attacks at Cyan. the power of the meteor demon. Just as the fierce battle was ongoing, a voice spoke very slowly, asking me to close my eyes for a moment. Cyan just put up a shield to prepare to block the attack but was stopped by that sentence. Hesitating, when the golden snake was about to reach Cyan, a girl suddenly appeared with a strong shield, the power of the void boundary god. You looked at the person ahead, looking a bit more relaxed and smiled. I was still wondering when she would wake up. Sleep well. Right. Rarum crossed her arms, her face not very happy as she looked at the scene in front of her, not turning her head but answering you. No. I still want to sleep. Finish quickly and go to sleep. Seth's body slowly landed on the ground. She saw the person blocking Cyan and laughed sharply. Oh my, long time no see. The last time we met was during the great war between gods and demons. Right. Rarum, annoyed, pointed directly at her face, with a tone without any fear but criticism. The one who fought against my master and still pretends to be friendly. The one who took over another human's body and then went mad causing chaos. She still shamelessly laughed and pointed to the mark engraved on Seth's back, saying, Satan Savalum, do not you see these marks? These are the marks of the Kahukan family serving me. I only intervene in human matters related to this family. Savalum teased her with a few provoking words that made her so angry she rolled her eyes and growled at her. Do not be jealous just because I was happy with your master. You hypocrite. His way of speaking is so strange. Chan, no longer distracted by those words, stared at Seth's body and asked the main question. Why did Satan protect the demon book? I just simply rented it a room. She did not hide anything either. Just spoke frankly about everything to you. Starting with this place being a temple built by those who serve me. After the Great War, I took over Lemhi Harem. Savalon approached the two of them, her demeanor very calm and arrogant. All I did was to prevent the divine weapon from being abused. Now it is my turn to ask. She used Seth's tall figure to look down at Scene with cold eyes. Why do you want to have Lemhi Harem? He did not hide anything either. In Scene's mind appeared the image of his brother. I want to kill someone, and I also need the demon book. The answer was so simple that she froze, looking at him blankly and asking again to be sure. Is that all? If someone tries to stop me, I will kill them. Even if they are a god. Savalon heard him so confident and laughed loudly as if hearing a very funny joke. Someone tries to kill me if I stop them, even if I am a god. Sin got angry when she mocked him. But why is she so grumpy while watching Savalon laugh so hard? I am serious. The next thing you plan to say is that you will kill the supreme god. After joking around, she placed her hand firmly on Seth's inverted cage, sincerely letting Sin know a decision. All right, I have decided. I will observe your journey through this body. You heard she intended to take over Seth's body and disagreed loudly. But what about the original owner of that body? Don't you think you are being too much? More than anything, using someone's body to talk like that makes me uncomfortable. Savalon, half closing his eyes, looked at your worried face and promised, do not worry, I only use this body when necessary. I am not that worthless. As long as I am still in the body, this kid won't die. Scene, hearing this proposal, also began to seriously resist the idea. So Seth would not have to die from a cold like in the previous life. Wouldn't this way be better? Then let people go home and sleep. Scene, you seem to lean towards that suggestion. Savalon stomped his foot hard and urged, let us go outside now. The ground beneath them became damp and cracked as she asked the question, the area expanding, and the earth and rocks beneath their feet separated from the geological layer. Slowly rising, surprising Scene as the ground lifted up. The ground is rising higher and higher, the amount of wet broken earth and rocks gradually covering almost all of Scene. See you again. Here. Just a moment later, when you looked up, the surrounding rocks had turned golden, and Scene along with Seth's body were standing in a different space. You watched the cracks in the ground gradually close, the watermarks continuing to align, amazed that you had left the previous space. Hey, Scene, why are we here? Where did Lemhi Harem go? The foolish prince has returned. Right now, Lunev is slowly guiding Lamela from the side towards Scene. Senior Scene. Lunev, you are safe now. Scene, you really alive and appearing here. Lunev was visibly happy, relieved to see you safe. I was very worried about you. You looked in another direction, your low voice asking her a question. It seemed like she should not be worried about me after all. From Scene's perspective, a bloodstain turned the entire wall dark red. What happened here? The ruins must be protected by Savalon's power, so if there is this much material damage, your eyebrows furrowed, your eyes judgingly staring at the wall, surely the holy weapon Lemhi Harem had been used. Sin keenly noticed the book at her side but did not speak up. It seemed she had found the kneeling book of rites. Only Lamela and I survived from there. After you disappeared, many things happened. While you were talking with Luna and Lamela, Set, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. I think we should leave this place. Scene. Why? He raised his hand to his forehead. Near the blue spot on Xet's forehead a lump appeared. A woman has been talking to me continuously for some time now, and she said the ruins will be destroyed soon. Her voice is echoing in my head and giving me a headache. He made a silly expression pointing up at the sky and asked Scene. But can't you hear her? Is he talking about Savalum? At this moment, while Scene was still trying to connect the information he had when rocks started falling at the foot of the house, Luna had a book of inscriptions beside her, revealing that the owner of the ruins, Savalum, was residing inside the ruins. You just drew the most accurate conclusion, and everyone noticed the rocks above, so there is no reason for these ruins to still exist. Luna reacted quickly, placing her hands on the ground to cast a formation, saying, "Everyone, stand beside me." The expansion formation echoed with the damp sound of falling rocks, enveloping the figure completely. "I will use teleportation magic." Sin urgently turned to remind her, but Luna still tried to channel mana into the teleportation formation. "We are too far from the exit to use the dimensional shift spell here. I do not have time to explain." You watch Luna's actions anxiously, your eyes fixed on her. Is she about to perform a spatial transfer? Luna is doing her best to successfully perform a 9-star level magic. The light of the formation transfers onto them as a huge amount of earth and rocks fall, causing it to shatter. She was not disturbed by the noisy reminders around her, focusing all her strength to save everyone and transfer the space. The ceiling collapsed, dust and smoke blocked the view, and the whole room crumbled. Soon, the place was leveled, and the entrance was blocked by fallen rocks and earth. The scene quickly shifts to a room lit by sunlight through a window. Lewin Academy. Scene's dormitory. A black-haired kid is standing there smiling, surrounded by a lingering magical glow. In the mirror is Scene's figure, but the smile on the face does not quite look like his. It is perfect. He stood admiring himself in the mirror, then carefully looked around. No horns, wings, or tails. He had completely become a copy of Papa. His eyes were full of confidence and determination. He smiled at a noble purpose. Now it was time for him to do that. The entire wide corridor of the academy was crowded with students, all curious and fearful, whispering about the person who just passed by, wondering why he was here, and if he came to take over the class. All the students in the class turned their eyes to that handsome Scene. While he was very excited, his eyes shining like stars, focusing intently on the podium, ignoring the chatter and glances around. I was very curious about how Papa's day went. So today, Nana will live like Papa. Nana listened attentively to the professor's lecture, her mind filled with admiration and pride for Scene's life. Papa spends time studying with many friends. It is wonderful, Papa. She looked at everything with innocent and carefree eyes. Even the bald teacher posing on the board made Nana delighted. The teacher is great too. Truly wonderful. Nana had no idea she was being silently watched by someone. A girl with a black ribbon tied on her head quietly looking towards Scene. Meanwhile, Rezimus beside him did not understand her words but stared angrily. Wondering if young Master Scene was listening to the lecture, he quietly asked Arin next to him when he saw Scene's attentive gaze at the blackboard. "Does the princess think he is sick?" Arin still looked at you, her eyes briefly showing worry and silent trouble as she thought, "What should I do? I really feel that I should tell him about it. About our engagement." At the end of the lesson, Nana happily skipped out of the classroom, joyfully striding down the hallway unnoticed by anyone. Then, amidst the crowded students, she stopped, her eyes sparkling like stars in celebration. Truly perfect. Nana remembers the days when she could only cling to the window, looking out at the world outside, which was even more joyful than what she saw through the window. So Papa must have lived in a world like this. Just as she made the decision and was about to step forward, Sarika suddenly appeared behind her like a ghost, saying, "You should go to other classes too." "What are you doing?" Nana was a little scared and turned around to look, her voice gradually lowering as she looked at her troubled expression. "Sarika, Nana, you know you should not be wandering around here, right?" Nana was startled by her whispered words, sweat pouring down her face like a shower. She had been caught. Sarika made a scary face and said some warnings that made Nana panic. Luckily Principal Kundal arrived with the royal power. "If someone caught you, do you think that would make me happy?" She was scared and tears unconsciously flowed. Nana whispered back, "Miss Sarika is really scary."
Wait, I'm sorry.
Right now, someone standing opposite interrupted their conversation. Apologizing, Rin shyly twirled the hair by her cheeks, avoiding eye contact, and quietly said to the vehicle Nana transformed into, "I have something to talk to you about. Do you have time?" Nana's eyes lit up when she saw someone looking for Rin's car, while Sarika seemed quite panicked. "Oh no, Princess Arin is here now." Without waiting for them to react or say anything more, Nana ran over, grabbed Arin's wrist, and said, "Let us go." Then she pulled Arin, who was embarrassed, running straight away, leaving Sarika and Rezima stunned in place, to her room. "Princess. Safe?" Arin saw the young master act like that and blushed even more, tears of surprise filling his eyes. Did he want to talk in his room? Rezimus covered his mouth, wished his princess luck, and the room was just the princess alone. The scene shifts back to the desolate desert where the wind blows fiercely, scattering debris into the air. The radiant transfer formation flared up in a corner, with booming sounds echoing intermittently. Someone's hands and feet gradually appeared above the formation, their hands still on the ground, maintaining the power for the magic to succeed later. Next, Rez and Surika were also moved to this shelter. He anxiously looked around, while the foolish prince was still bracing against the falling debris. Following them was a fragment of the ruins, heavy and now falling down. Large chunks of earth and rock slammed against Lunav's defense, dust rising thickly with a damp sound. In the dust cloud, the figures of Saiyan and Set appeared more clearly under the scorching sun. You looked around once more as if to confirm. Then the king asked Set beside him, "Have we escaped from there? We almost died." Saiyan, sure that he and the others had been transferred outside, then lowered his head to look at the person still maintaining the barrier. "I did not expect her to be able to use a 9-star magic spell." Looking at the little girl kneeling on one knee and looking up at me, I thought Lunav has now become so talented that she can no longer be underestimated. It was indeed a light group. Actually, I was not sure I could succeed in that task. Lamula approached behind her, his gentle voice encouraging Lunav's spirit. But it was thanks to her that we all survived. "Miss Lunav, as for you, you need to rest a bit. Lamemla, please go to the nearest village." Saiyan looked at Set's sturdy back, who was standing with hands on hips looking towards the Asa castle and asked, "Do you know where we are?" "Seth, this is a place I am very familiar with." From his confident smile, a city appears before everyone. "This is the city of outsiders." Nordell. Just as Set's proud voice faded, someone suddenly appeared before them and asked why he had come here again. An old man with a cane and 3 tall men glared at Set with hatred. The old man was Elder Banity. He was very happy to meet an old acquaintance. Set spread his arms wide and laughed loudly as he approached, but was rejected. "Aren't you Old Man Banity? Long time no see." "Old man, stay away from us old folks." He was stunned, frozen in place, looking at the man and waiting for the words he was about to say. 6 years have passed. "Prince Set," the words Banity spoke, along with the glaring eyes of the villagers behind him as proof. That time helped the villagers overcome their painful past and stand up once again. Despite being his own son-in-law, Banity's anger reached its peak with a desperate plea, begging for mercy for the old man and hoping the day would pass. Begging the day not to steal the peace we have painstakingly created. Set could not understand the words he was saying. He looked at Banity and asked again, "Are not we very close? Do you still remember who this is?" He innocently touched his head looking at the other person and responded, making Banity furious. "No, why should I remember? That is my son, Agub." He recalled the beatings the boy gave his son, beating him until he lost teeth. Back then, he broke his front teeth because he wanted to train with him. Set still responded very innocently, ignoring that he had cried like rain. "It is just kids fighting, so until now the boy still has not gotten married." Banity continued to remind him of the private matters that were rarely intact in the past. And moreover, he always disrupted the privacy. He continued to recount the sins he had committed against the city, the walls he had broken due to his mischief, even our buildings. "Why did you do that?" Set honestly replied with a sincere expression. The words only made Banity want to go crazy. "It is just a coincidence we crossed paths, so use the door." The other 3 stood listening to Set's long list of crimes. Speechless, not knowing how to advise him. Since he was a child, he has known how to annoy others. That is why they call him the Prince of Destruction. "I probably can't stay here." All the people following the old man with the shoes simultaneously made a sign of refusal, asking him to turn back. "We cannot let you in here." At that moment, Set's body changed again. Strange patterns appeared all over his body and his voice was different. "I cannot leave him alone like this either." Lunav was so surprised by his change that her eyes widened and her mouth dropped open in astonishment. While Scene, getting used to it, just frowned and thought to himself, "Here we go again." Savalon took over Set's body, using his arrogant smile to sneer at the Banity group, saying, "This child is the one I have chosen. I do not want you to treat him harshly like that." Banity, still not understanding the change inside Set, looked up at his wrinkled face and asked again, "What do you mean? What are you saying?" Savalon gently controls the flow of energy around her body, silently chanting each verse. "I am the one who crosses the desert, the one who brings storms to this world." She reveals her true form before the eyes of the mortals. "Savalon, wish to be in your village. Please accept this honor." Her immense power caused the cutting wind to roar. Luna and Lamela were also amazed. The cutting goddess Savalon had taken over Set, who stood there with a determined gaze as the strong wind blew his bangs away. A girl who liked to attract attention and a foolish prince. Truly a pair of circumstances. Savalon's energy gradually drained, and the marks on Set's body completely disappeared. The spirit returned. Set looked back in panic and complained to Cyan. "You heard that too, right? Some woman was talking about it." The 3 of them stood arguing. Cyan pointed at him and said, "Thanks to her, we will be able to stay in this village." He turned around and was surprised to see the Banity people kneeling at his feet, begging for forgiveness. Lord Savalon. The scene shifts to a door. Someone just closed it and thought, "I have a feeling something good will happen today." Razimus happily stands behind the door smiling and wishes Aaron good luck, wishing Princess and young Master Cyan a good time. "Cheer up, Princess Aaron." Inside the room, Cyan, still transformed by Nana, is holding Aaron's hand without letting go, her face also blushing shyly. "What should I do?" Nana excitedly told her story, while Aaron was about to be cooked by embarrassment. "I was so happy. Professor Sirika was so scary." "You think so?" Then her eyes widened. Aaron realized something was not quite right. Cyan's hand, transformed by Nana, is still resting on her hand, refusing to let go, which only makes her emotions more chaotic. Erin's face is getting redder, and the atmosphere around her turns pink with happiness. Are you feeling unwell, Princess? Nana suddenly reached out to tuck Erin's hair back and check her forehead temperature, but she was not feverish. Startled by his unexpected action, she jumped up from her chair and jumped back towards the bookshelf. Turning around, a distance grew between the two, then both fell into silence. Erin froze, her mind unable to stop the strange thoughts. Damn it. I accidentally rejected him. We are engaged. I should not have acted like that. She looked into Cyan's innocent face in front of her, trying to reassure herself not to run away. Today she must tell him. Erin gathered all her courage and shouted out the secret she had hidden from Cyan for so long. Our engagement. What do you think? And Cyan's answer while sitting there surprised Erin. Very much. Cyan sat on the chair, but his head looked at her as he smiled and explained. I really like you, so I like this engagement. Erin looked up, eyes hidden behind soft curls, beautiful lips moving slightly. Really? Nana used Cyan's face to respond to Erin with excitement and sincerity, even more than candy. This is blurry. Tears of happiness suddenly welled up in Erin's eyes. She still could not believe it. Cyan liked her, something she had never considered before. She stood there, looking straight into the eyes of the fake Cyan sitting on the chair. Did she really like Cyan? Erin startled and whispered, staring at the person in front of her. But Cyan's eyes were caught by the tail sticking out from Nana, who was sleeping on the chair. Since when did he have a tail? The scene shifts to a deserted road where a green carriage is heading straight towards the castle. She sat inside the carriage looking out at the somewhat strange scenery outside the window and sighed. I have been away for so long that the academy now looks very unfamiliar. From afar, he could already sense a strange aura mixed within his academy, as if something else had infiltrated the mansion. Inside Erin's room, her complexion no longer looked as good as before. Her gaze changed from loving to cold. Nana transformed back to her true form, bowed her head with tears in her eyes as she heard Erin say, You are not a monster. You are just Nana in disguise. She hurriedly turned around, tears sparkling like distant stars as she looked at Erin's solemn face, apologizing to Princess Erin. It is okay. You did not do anything wrong. Nana innocently believed those words were true. She even smiled happily and asked again. Really? Then I will tell Papa what the princess said. Erin leaned down, her eyes fierce, raising her index finger and shaking it repeatedly to warn her never to speak out. Too scared, after the warning, she sat down next to Nana, her expression much calmer. But I am very happy. You helped me realize a few things. What are they? Erin was no longer awkward and shy. She comfortably watched Nana flick her pinky to hook with hers. If you promise to keep it a secret, I will tell you. Yes. I promise. A suggestion was made, and the room immediately lit up with a mysterious purple light. Can you turn back into a grinder? Is that okay? Nana transformed back into her usual form, looking sharp and flashing a peace sign with a smile at Erin, who clapped enthusiastically at Nana's flawless work before hesitating for a moment. Erin blushed again, shyly touching her fingertips together and whispering, I like you. Say and Nana, excited about her successful transformation, stopped joking when she heard that. Every word Erin said echoed in the small room, the scene of their first meeting appearing in her mind. Now I realize I fell for you from the first time we met, then all the times you supported me from behind, being my strength to become stronger. I know to you I was just a burden, but I tried very hard to become better. So, Erin wiped away her endless tears, asking not to disappear without a word, wondering if you could stay by her side. And after saying everything in her heart, she felt embarrassed and kept her head down, asking Nana not to tell Cyan. Okay. Erin did not see her answer, so she wiped her tears and stopped to ask again, Nana. But Nana did not respond to that and instead turned towards the door. Something. Princess. Her eyes lit up brightly, and the atmosphere around Nana began to stir, making the tension rise. Something has happened. In front of Erin's room, Resimus is trying to stop a tall man from entering. He is not allowed in because the princess has an urgent matter. The man, having returned to the academy, uses his authority to threaten Resimus, saying there is nowhere in the academy he cannot enter. Resimus, get out of the way. He still firmly blocked the way. Though there was a hint of fear in his eyes, he refused to yield. If anything urgent happens, I will convey your message, so please kindly turn back. As soon as he finished speaking, Kung Dio reached out to Resimus's right shoulder. A magic circle appeared. There was no time. With a swipe, Resimus was mercilessly knocked aside by him. Dex. Another spell was used, and the door in front immediately burst open. 3 forests. In the room, Irene stood in front of the fake car, loudly confronting the person who just entered. Principal Kundal, what is going on? She tried to use the fierce S-tone to protect Nana behind her. I am having a private conversation with my Fikai. Please leave. But Kundal did not respect her status as a princess, his eyes cruel and cold, asking her to step aside. Princess Irene, that was not the real Xin. The fake Xin was exposed in an instant. And Nana was so surprised by how quickly she was revealed that she just stood there with wide eyes. Irene reacted faster than her, immediately using both hands to push Nana forcefully. Kundal's magic slammed them into the table, which instantly shattered in flames. Separating the two of them, Irene covered his head, trying to peek towards Nana. Nana. Run quickly. He is not someone I can defeat. Nana knew that too. She turned to look at Irene and agreed to follow. Yes. But Kundal did not give her a chance to escape. Lo struck with incredible speed. No chance to run away. Nana aimed straight at the tightly closed window of the room. Without thinking twice, she ran straight towards it. She crashed into the window, which immediately shattered into sharp pieces of glass. But Kundal caught up with her, using one hand to choke Nana and lift her body into the air. His eyes were filled with anger and coldness, his voice and strength allowing no compromise. If you dare push into my academy, you will pay the price. The hand on Nana's neck tightened slightly, and the power there increased as well. Nana struggled to hold on, sweat pouring down her head. Suddenly, the light grew even more dazzling, overshadowing all the images around. A huge magic circle appeared above Nana's head. A beam of light shot out from it, piercing through Nana's body and embedding into the ground. Channis's holy staff. Nana screamed in pain, her scream shaking the entire surrounding space. In a room filled with various workout equipment, Brian and Emily are drawn to the noise. The thunder sounds really loud. Brian hears the noise and stops lifting weights, hurrying towards the door. If it is not thunder, then what is it? He pushed open Nana's room door, loudly calling inside, but only an empty room responded. Where did Nana go? I sensed a large amount of mana. Brian quickly threw on his jacket and rushed outside. His hurried actions worried Emily. Where is he going? To find Nana. It must be related to her. In that moment, Brian's mind was chaotic as he bit his lip and tried to run as fast as he could. Outside the mansion, heavy rain began to fall, each drop falling faintly. The staff still would not stop. He continued to channel mana to create another magic circle, countless beams of light shooting out from it. All those beams focused their attack on Nana, who tried to dodge them all in the form of a car. The bug watching her every move grew more determined and powerful. His hand raised another spell, capable of receiving a 9-star incantation and still moving like that. Something on a different level from ordinary dragons. Nana's footsteps pressed on the golden ground of the academy. The earth beneath her cracked. Nana's yellow eyes glanced at the standing person with surprise, slightly shifting her gaze downward. She noticed the ground rising and immediately lowered her center of gravity, planting one demon foot firmly on the ground to avoid being pushed. The ground beneath Nana's feet rose high, with 2 mounds of earth on either side preparing to strike her spot. With a thunderous crash, the 3 mounds collided, making the scene even more chaotic. The monkey clapped his hands together loudly and then raised them in front of him, his voice mocking. Impressive. Nana was using her knees, elbows, and entire body to brace against the 2 stone walls pressing closer, her body possessed by a god or something. He stopped to give Nana some time to answer his questions. Why she did not fight back despite not being from their line. Although Nana was seriously injured, she tried to steady her breath to answer Condio. He was not a bad person. Nana did not attack good people. Condio tilted his head back and looked at her, puzzled by the person in front of him. How could she know that? I can smell a light fragrance. She honestly recalled every word Sirika told Condio. My teacher said I should only use my power to punish the wicked, but Condio was relentless. He continued to strengthen the mana in his arm, stretching it out as if to crush Nana. All right. Then tell me more about this teacher. Countless magic arrays were created. Khan raised his head to look at her sternly. Was that the teacher who brought someone not clean looking into the academy? Was that the teacher you meant? Nana accepted the threat. Her body began to change. She gritted her teeth trying to reaffirm once again before Khan's insult. Nana was not a bad person. The wings on her back spread out. Her body's energy surged, and Dad said Nana was a good girl. Without listening to explanations, he unleashed another powerful beam of light, passing judgment on love. This time Nana was able to dodge thanks to her true form. She flew to the side as Khan's judgment blew away the stone pillar he had just erected. He continued to control the magic rings to chase her, cornering her, saying he would not let her escape. Another fierce attack rushed forward, still targeting little Nana. This time, the light came very close, and Nana really had a hard time dodging the strike. She could only use her own strength to try to bite it back, but Nana's injured body seemed to not allow it. She could not endure it anymore. She forcefully threw a strike backward, repelling all of the attacker's blows behind her. But the next moment, just as Nana raised her head, a hand pressed right in front of her face. The baton struck Nana's head directly, followed by a powerful kick. This time she could not avoid it, fully accepting all the injuries until she coughed up blood and fell back. Her small hands pounded hard on the shield, her voice filled with resentment and unwillingness. If this continued, she would die. Rizima stood behind, looking at Arn's despair helplessly, unable to do anything. It was useless. Princess. He did not dare to look directly at the battle inside, only able to say one sincere thing. It was a magical barrier created by the headmaster himself. Suddenly Aaron stopped hitting the magic barrier. She remembered someone. Lecturer Sirika. Rezimus looked at her with a puzzled expression. Arin hurriedly repeated, "We have to call Lecturer Surika." She turned around, stammering and eagerly speaking loudly to Rezimus standing behind. She is close to Cian, so she might be willing to loosen some rules. Just then, a pair of shoes appeared in the hallway and a loud voice cut off Arin's conversation. "No need to call me," Surika frowned standing there, followed by Brian and a crowd of noisy students who came to see the commotion. Instructor Surika found it hard not to notice the chaos. Brian paid attention to the students behind him, all of them making him alert. Damn. What is going on here? There are too many eyes watching. He took advantage of their distraction to slam the door shut, then blocked it with his body to prevent anyone from entering, saying he would block the way here so the students could not get in. Surika raised her thick, huge glasses to look at him and ordered, "Do not let anyone through." Brian, "Yes, leave it to me." Then she stepped up to the barrier, placed her hand on it, and checked a law. This barrier was surrounded by the principal. Is there any way to break it? She took a deep breath, powerful energy rising around Surika's body. Nothing is impossible for Lecturer Surika. Every gesture she makes is a bit extreme, but there is only one way. Surika suddenly transformed. 2 horns grew on her head and her right hand turned black with very long claws. Secret skill. Demon fusion. Forget everything you are about to see. Before acting, she even glanced and warned the other two, "Or you will die." Inside the magic barrier, Kundal had beaten Nana badly. She was lying down letting her mana fade away, finally calming down. As Kundal withdrew his words, the old man's wrinkled eyes widened in surprise at what he was seeing. Underground, Nana had fainted and reverted to her true form. So this is the real form of the dragon. It was just a child. Just as he recognized that the dragon he had been fighting was only a child, a loud noise, a slash, and a sleeping mist came from the mansion window. The other person quickly arrived downstairs. Sliding across the ground, Surika merged with the demon, wielding twin blades to block Nana's men, and said to Kundal, "I'm sorry. Lord Kundal, please do not harm this child." He clasped his hands behind his back, looked towards Surika, and seriously asked. She seemed unfamiliar. What is her relationship with that child? She honestly answered Kundal's question, her eyes still full of high alert. "The girl is my student, so I will take full responsibility for this." Nana, who was already unconscious, barely opened one eye and struggled to look at the person standing up to protect her. Lecturer Surika, Kundal remained stubborn, disagreeing with this intervention and was too harsh with her, saying this was not a matter of responsibility, so step aside. Surika did not avoid it. She firmly stood up to protect her student. "I could not do that." Nana. "I'm sorry." Surika was startled and turned around. Nana had helped the person sit up. Nana is not a bad child. Kundal stood in the rain like a drop of water waiting for Nana to continue the rest of her words. "I was wrong." She could not express the resentment in her heart, just sitting there crying. "So do not scold Professor Surika." That face reminded Kundal of his daughter when she cried, his eyes lost in memories. He turned and changed the subject to the weather, surprising Surika, who cautiously said, "The rain is really pouring." Principal. Kundal did not turn back. He just stopped and left a reminder. "That child seemed to be seriously injured. Treat him first. And you, come to my office later." Surika was still quite surprised. She had not yet understood Kundal's meaning as she watched his back. The principal. He waited until he walked away, then bowed respectfully to him. Thanking the principal, Surika returned to human form, not heeding Kundal's last words. It was still too early to thank him. They still had to discuss how she could be held responsible. Elsewhere, someone is playing the suna, holding 2 small wooden sticks, happily beating on a drum. A tall figure with strange lipstick and weird jewelry on an unusual outfit. What on earth is happening? Surika sits on the chair, cheered endlessly by the crowd. The goddess has descended. She has been revived from the body of Prince Surika. Hong Ho, he is a strong and skilled man, even though right now I have to sit and listen to praises calling me the goddess of mercy to the point of crushing my hands. I ask, what exactly is happening here? Vanity, holding a trembling beer glass, sits at the banquet table, eyes happily looking at Seth, the prince who has been smart since childhood. I knew this day would come. While Seth was furious and unjying Li, the subjects below cheered happily. Long live, glory to Lord Savilon. Prince Seth. Long live, he was enraged, tearing off his shirt with one hand and shouting angrily, "Stop these nonsense games." Saiyan stood at the railing on the second floor, looking down and forcing a smile at Seth's foolish actions. Mocking him. What a blessed day it is. Radam appeared behind him, his suspicious gaze asking Saiyan what that guy was plotting. Saiyan crossed his arms over his chest, leaned against the wall behind him, and asked her, "Eker. Savilon." She looked down at Seth, who was forcefully smashing the bright red wreath on his head onto the ground, and said, "I think he intends to observe us through that muscle-headed guy. I have no idea what he is aiming for." Saiyan, poisonous and sharp-tongued, recalls the image of Savilon when leaving the shrine. The gods cannot intervene directly in the human world. Once outside the shrine, they cannot touch me. As not that foolish god already proven that? Radom watched the kids climb onto Seth's muscular arm and be lifted high, then reminded him, but if he used that stupid name, it would be a different matter. Do not just sit there and be caught off guard. Master, someone else is also watching us. As she said this, Lunav immediately turned the doorknob and approached him. Senior Saiyan, seeing you waiting here, she seemed quite surprised and happy. Are you waiting for me? Yeah. I have something to say. Saiyan leaned against the wall, looking quite relaxed as he asked her, is Lamel okay? I was worried because it was very serious, but now it is fine. Lemla was bandaged all over and was now resting on the hospital bed in the room. She probably just needed one more day of rest to fully recover, and I also healed her internal injuries completely. You stood up, glanced at Lunav beside you, and examined her legs, large-scale teleportation magic and advanced healing magic. Resurrection. Junior. She has really grown up. She also let out a slight breath here, her voice no longer as excited as before. So it was because of that. I wondered why you had not asked yet. Lunav placed his hand on the mysterious red mana book at his side, looked down at it and said, how could someone have such a demon book? Lemmy Harem. Scene changes to the Academy Mansion. Principal Kundal's office. Surika was already at his desk. Alright. Tell me. Kundal glanced at her, his face stern as he asked Surika how that kid Saiyan managed to bring a temporary prisoner here. Kundal began analyzing Nana's recent battle for her, saying no one else in the academy could handle such a creature except him. Surika looked behind him, her eyes filled with worry as she asked each word carefully. What punishment will be imposed now? I need to talk to the person involved first, although I have already guessed. What will the expression and attitude of the cunning Saiyan be when dealing with him? Will the master withdraw? That is what they are about to say. Surika bowed her head, looking down slowly accepting her fault. As their teacher, I will also take responsibility. That is enough. Kundal stopped her from speaking further. He glanced at her sincere expression. Are you planning to leave Vietnamese class? He began his lecture for Surika with a very vivid illustration. One side like an angel and the other like a devil. The world clearly distinguishes between good and evil, and what is considered evil is often despised and shunned. He acknowledged Surika's ability to merge with demons and her courage to stand up for others, believing that her use of that power to protect others reveals her true nature. Kundal glanced at her, his voice deepening with an understanding gaze, as if it did not matter if she was part of Mist. Is not that better than being a hypocrite? Surika suddenly looked straight at him, seemingly unable to believe the words he just said. The headmaster. Kundal continued his story, placing his hand on the table and pacing around it. A great crisis will soon strike the Empire. I have tried to stop it, but I cannot hold back this wave. He placed his hand on Surika's shoulder, gently and trustingly resting it there, and Kundal passed by Surika, giving her a reminder or rather an order to fulfill her role in this apprenticeship when the time comes. Then he clasped his hands behind his back and walked toward the door, making Surika turn to look after him. All right, I have work to do. I will go first. A crisis. Kundal's cryptic words made Surika's expression even more intense. What role did you mean? Chief Kundal. Helping the Lord see something. The person who just spoke must have had to leave suddenly. Kundal softly cleared his throat. He turned his head, glanced at Surika, and asked her an unrelated question. What does that kid like? In another room, the moonlight shone through the window without curtains. Nana, bandaged and resting in bed, could not relax her eyebrows. Kundal stood in the room, the faint moonlight unable to fully reveal the expression on his carved face. I'm sorry. Father. He looked at Nana and remembered his daughter, the girl who had also stood before him crying loudly. I will never whine to see mother again. Please forgive me. Kundal smiled faintly, sighed with his own thoughts, wondering why he suddenly remembered Diana. He approached Nana's bed and gently placed 2 fingers on her forehead. Finished their visit, he left a small bag containing a red object inside, then quietly opened the door and left silently. Today I miss you very much. My daughter, Diana. The scene shifts back to where Saiyan stayed overnight. He stands leaning against the railing looking up at the sky. Just need to get the demon book. Is not that what the senior needs? You turned around, rested your arm on the railing, then placed your hand there to watch the party below. I have another way. Do not worry about that. Saiyan glanced at the demon book next to Lunav, speaking calmly to probe her opinion. She would not bring that to the Garam meeting. Right, of course not. Your eyes lit up, staring at Lunav as you gave the order. Do not let anyone take it from her or give it to anyone else, unless she wants to die by my hand. She quickly responded as if hypnotized, her face briefly worried, saying, I understand. I will go back to the academy first. The conversation came to an end. Saiyan turned and left, leaving only a message that she would come last with Seth. Lunav watched your back as you walked towards the door. Sighed. He went alone again. Really likes as... Right. Lunav looked down at the shadow under his cloak. Love and Lung answered his question. I like him. So please tell me what you are trying to do. Lem. I do not know either. I am still trying to figure out this red guy. Turning towards Saiyan as he left, she firmly told Lemmy Haram that no matter what, she would help her senior. Yes. She could do it, at least the person she is now. He let his shadow wrap around Lunav, staring at her and said, As long as you keep your promise to me, my truth is yours, Loon of Rain River. Your voice echoes in the darkness of this city of Samark. Lingering. But why do people call me Lem? Lemmy harem is too long. Elsewhere. Brian, despite the late night, diligently practices swordsmanship. I was training while remembering the words Suriko once told me. You have adapted well to your abilities. Lacking talent is something you have to accept. In the end, it is all because of my poor love. The sword in his hand felt even sharper. Brian's gaze grew more determined. He could not keep feeling sorry for himself. One day he had to become the person who helps the young master. Just then, a shadow appeared, causing him to stop his training. The stranger under the cloak stood there, his voice echoing as he asked Brian about Sion. The artifact, where it was. He frowned, stared at him, his voice growing tense. Who are you? Young Master Sion is not here. That mana source is truly rare. He did not listen to Brian. Or maybe he just ignored him, conjuring a magic orb in his hand, handing over Lord Sion, the Knight Protector. Brian was quickly trapped in a dark red space, holding his sword, standing there amazed, thinking about the artifact in his hand, a crafted barrier. He still refused to listen to you. The blazing red sword appeared in his hand along with the repeated words. Give him to me. Then he jumped up and rushed at Brian, attacking him in a flash. But Brian was still alert enough to parry that slash. The clash of metal weapons ringing sharply in the dark. He stayed awake, gripping the sword with both hands, gritting his teeth as he closed in on him. Do not ignore me. Counterattack. A sword slash cut through, and Brian was able to strike them on the tree's body. His blade nearly touched the ground, causing the earth and rocks to shatter. Next, he hesitated with his sword, spinning around and raising it high to counterattack. Brian turned his head, and just a glance from his eyes made his whole body tense up. He was once again passive and took the hit. This strike seemed much more powerful than the last, causing Brian to drop to one knee to defend himself. The stranger began attacking wildly, unleashing a series of moves to push Brian back. He gritted his teeth, and before his immense power, one thought crossed his mind. Is this guy even human? He kept attacking, shouting into the night with a familiar phrase. Come out. Come out, he belongs to me. Brian was overwhelmed by him, and in a moment of carelessness, one of his sword strikes slashed Brian's left ribs, but Brian quickly counterattacked, slicing off the mask he was wearing. The face fell to the ground, hit hard, then bounced up and flew farther away. Brian covered the wound on his side, and only then did he see the face of the stranger behind the mask, the face with black eyes and a red human figure, along with scars running across the face. Brian shouted in shock, calling out for Mir. Seen to come out. Seen quietly puts on his jacket, adjusting his outfit for the short day. In the rainy morning room, he stands up, his fingers lightly drawing in the air, leaving a trail of red energy. You said. All right, let us go, Brian said suspiciously. Are you going to leave the kids behind and go alone? Seen suddenly remembered a girl with a wounded body, wrapped in white bandages lying motionless on the bed, his eyes deep. Lunav can go with Set when Lamela recovers. If I stay, there is nothing more to gain. With cold eyes shining with a hint of alcohol, she said loudly, Are you really okay? That Lunav girl, she will really get hurt. Scene replied with a somewhat indifferent look. Why? I do not think she cares that much. Raram warned each word carefully. Haha, you will be lonely forever, master. You continue in a low, cold voice. Really annoying. And anyway, I am used to being alone. The surrounding space glows red, giant magical rings spin, emitting mysterious light engraved with ancient characters. Facing you are Brian and a stranger. Both injured, the atmosphere grew heavy, his eyes wide open. Tense gaze, sweat spreading across his cheek. He thought to himself, damn. The girl beside him also exclaimed in surprise. What the hell is happening here? At this moment, Brian, breathing heavily, sweat mixed with blood dripping down. Kneeling, hands tightly gripping the sword, Scene silently thought, I understand what Brian is going through. But the stranger standing on the ledge, body tense and eyes blazing red, kept pondering why Qilong was in that state when Brian suddenly shouted. Young master. Watch out. That is no longer Qilong. At that moment, he swooped down from above, radiating a suffocating aura. The boy looked up, confused about what was happening. The stranger's eyes glowed red in the night, like two sharp blades locking onto their prey with no escape. He whispered, I see you, Scene. He reached out his hand, ready for the duel. While speaking to the wide forehead of the school, the complicated situation approached. Swift as lightning, he used his sword to draw deadly spirals, demonstrating his technique. Swordsmanship and swift retaliation. After Scene's attack, he was thrown back, blood spitting from his mouth leaving a long trail on the ground. Brian, injured and sitting in the corner, looked on with admiration, thinking to himself that taking him down immediately back then was indeed the right move. Suddenly he went silent, sweat dripping down his tense face, making me wonder if I am really only good at staying home. Scene turned around to look at him. The question arose, you look seriously hurt. Are you okay? He replied, yes, I'm fine. You said it confidently. You did very well while I was not here. Brian, I will take care of the rest. Brian listened intently, then fell silent, unsure of what to say. He quietly sang, highlighting the bloodied figure of the man, whose throat bled dark red as he struggled to call out in desperation and despair. Red smoke trails carrying the breath of death wrapped around him. Sin stood firm with cold eyes. He said, "You also came." Keelan tried his best to warn. "Be careful." Now, Keelan's body and soul are gradually fading. He struggled to tell Sin, Atro and Boris, they have found the location of the holy sword. His eyes gleamed with a sharp gaze, thoughts swirling deep in his mind, happening faster than before, everything becoming increasingly unpredictable. The cold wind howled, carrying the strong scent of blood. He whispered weakly, "Be careful." Sin spoke softly, "Now rest in peace." Keelan, the sky was dark blue. He stood silently, his eyes staring into the endless void, words echoing in his mind. Guessing who turned Keelan into a puppet was not difficult. At that moment, Brian ran to his side and asked why Keelan ended up like this. Immediately, he sat down beside Keelan's body, rummaged through something, and said, "I think it is because of this." Sin found a black spherical stone with a glossy surface, emitting rays of light and swirling black smoke, a mark of reversal. He continued speaking in a low, cold voice, chanting an ancient spell, using his dark form to make it turn against its master. Sin recalls memories from the past. When he fought Boris, he was resentful, thinking he should have killed him. Boris, meaning he is still alive, and things like this will continue. He tightly seals the reverse mark, his cold eyes determined. He resolves not to rest peacefully like in his previous life. Sin remembered his face. A single thought echoed in his mind. Now I have to finish him. The purple-blue night background created a quiet feeling. He walked while talking to Brian behind him. "Clear the luggage." "Brian, are you surprised?"
"Yes."
The cold wind blows down the ancient walls of the academy, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. He says, "It is time to leave the academy." A large room bathed in bluish-white light, casting sharp contrasts of light and shadow on the magically engraved stone floor. "This is the Lumendal Temple, Duchy of Bort." A person wearing a long white shirt covering their head spoke softly. "I have been waiting for you." Archer. The vast hall was silent except for the echoing footsteps. Archer greeted, "Long time no see. You must be Friar Arid." Arid pulled her hood down, revealing her face and white hair. She spoke slowly. "It has been a long time since someone called me that. But now, I am more used to being called Saint." She stood opposite Archer, asking as if probing, "I thought you were no longer cooperating with Master Lumendal." He replied decisively, "This visit has nothing to do with the prince." Arid pulled her shirt down to reveal a necklace with a delicate blue gem. She said softly, "Oh my, so the rumor is true, that you are now cooperating with Princess Violet." In the quiet room, every word between them echoed like a bell. He asked inquisitively, "I heard you received a revelation." She replied with a faint smile, still not amused at all. Light flickered through the gap, shining on his wide-open eyes, his gaze cold as he listened to her explanation. The holy sword was believed to have rested in a place within the guard's sight. Outside, light shone on the gray walls, the air silent. Iris continued, "The guard's site referred to the land of the fake guards, which is why I called you here." With a wary expression, she stood facing him and asked, "The place where the land could be seen most clearly. You must know best, Sir Atch." He replied, "I already have a place in mind," and it seemed he had discovered something surprising. His voice softly uttered with heaviness. "But why? Why was it so close?" Sunlight reflected on Iris' smiling face, her words sharp as a knife. "Who said the truth is always far away? That is the love of Lord Lumendal." At this moment, Saiyan took the reversed mark taken from Kellen's body, placed it on a wooden table, and asked, "Do you recognize this?" Teacher. A spacious room with warm light from the window. Kundal sits behind a large wooden table. He thoughtfully observes the strange stone you brought and says, "This is none other than the Iris reverse mark."
"Yes."
Inside the academy today, standing up angrily, he shouted, "What trouble have you caused this time? Are you messing with magic singing again?" You thought to yourself, "Does the teacher think I am a half-wit?" Sweat on your face. You said, "It is not me." But are you trying to hide the fact that you brought Beastman into the academy? Kundal slightly bent down, as if just discovered something. He whispered, "Discovered already?" Suddenly he shouted like thunder, "The teacher's tolerance has limits. If you keep behaving like that, then leave this place." The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze when Saiyan's voice rang out. "All right. Very good, I will do that." You stood there, straight and tall in your neat uniform, saying that things would be harder to control from now on if you were still at this academy. He was silent for a few seconds, his eyes half closed, and asked, "You suddenly obeyed. It is really suspicious. What is the reason?" Then, Kundal looked down at the torn reverse mark, and he continued to reveal that the owner of that reverse mark was one of the key figures in the blood feast. Suddenly, Saiyan's eyes emitted a suffocating murderous aura, and he exclaimed, "You must stop him, otherwise he will continue causing trouble around you." Hearing this, the old man paid attention to the change in his mood, thoughts flashing through his mind, wondering what had happened to make him so angry. You stared intently at the reversed mark and softly asked, Let me tell you something interesting about the reversed mark. Do you know what its transformation method resembles? Kundal thought for a few seconds and said Dadas. Which is why some people believe the two minerals share the same origin, hypothesizing a connection to the Hoke blood clan. Even though that clan is believed to have been wiped out, the air in the room was so silent you could hear a breath. Kundal continued revealing information, saying there was a rumor that some people survived in the slums of Exilium, near the capital. Hearing that, I broke into a sweat and immediately asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Then, Saiyan reached out to take it from him, but he warned harshly, "Idiot, do not carry everything alone and listen." Even though he said that, he still handed it to him, firmly believing that the peaceful era was on the brink of collapse, and if it fell, the academy would fall with it. Kundal carefully stroked his white beard and gave detailed instructions to his apprentice, telling him to do his part while he did his own. Sang into the room, clearly showing the two standing face to face. Gently saying, "Let me give you some advice. Listen carefully." Kundal pondered, with the face of someone experienced who understands life too well. He shared with him, "You will not hear anything comfortable there. Whether it is a challenge or harsh fate, it is a life that brings no benefit to you." Saiyan nostalgically recalls his past memories, telling himself that this is the meaning of being someone else's dog. In his previous life, that warning was true. He falls out of the room, walking lightly while pondering the lessons he has learned. Do not carry everything alone. Perhaps that is the advice for this life. The sunset light slipped through the window. Right in front stood the professor with arms crossed, stern shadow and a calm voice. "You are about to leave Vietnamese class. I recognize you immediately." Professor Sirika. She leaned gently against the wall, adjusting her glasses with one hand, as if pondering something. "You are planning to chase Boris Liam, right? Have you heard everything?" The last rays of sunlight stretched into streaks on the tiled floor. Saiyan approached with hands in pockets. Cirilla crossed her arms trying to look calm. After all, he was a target to be eliminated, so it made sense. He tilted his head and spoke with a probing tone, asking if she was going as the leader, to which she replied firmly, "No, as the leader. I also want to go." Behind her back, the silhouette of the book strap appeared, radiating an invisible pressure. She spoke gently, but now she had to be here as a lecturer. The director knew her weakness. Saiyan, with a worried face, spoke up, "Do not tell me he has discovered our identity." In response, Saiyan gave a faint smile, the corners of his mouth curved with meaning. No. Rather, he had known for a long time. He turned his head to look towards the director's room. Raram suddenly appeared, whispering cautiously. It is not by chance he became the director. He should not be underestimated. The air was silent for a few seconds, her eyes full of focus. Then she spoke. It seemed he had a plan. This time, she would entrust it to me. Just tell Boris to use her. The space felt suffocated by a gloomy red hue. Surika took off her glasses, whispered softly, "Go to hell." The atmosphere suddenly became intense. He was determined. "I will make sure he feels like hell before he gets there." Raram whispered quietly beside him, "Make him wish he was already in hell." The scene shifted to an empty plot of land in the middle of the road leading into the city, with a clear blue sky and bright morning sunlight. Distant sharp towers appeared faintly, somewhere in the duchy, inside an arena, at the center of a giant magic circle emitting a dazzling light. Many large stones have shattered and lie scattered everywhere. A voice breaks the silence, saying it is impossible to think we could find it near the territory. Astro raised his hand to touch the sword in amazement. "This is truly the legendary sword," Iris exclaimed in disbelief, glowing just like in the myths. He touched the hilt of the sword. A dazzling light emanated from the sword being revived, golden rays swirling around his body. He shouted powerfully and decisively, responding to the call of I, gradually gaining strength. At this moment, she stood behind him, her eyes following the dazzling light. She spoke. However, the sword stuck tilted into the ground made people a bit uncomfortable. "It will be fine, right?" Suddenly a hand with swirling white and golden light reached towards him. His eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening. A suspicious voice rose. "The Heir of the God of Light. My master." As soon as he finished speaking, that hand immediately struck the center of his face. He quickly sat back, holding his face, while Iris ran over worriedly, surprised and amazed. She stood in the beam of light, lips pressed tight, voice rising with anger. "Why are you so late?" Around Dujandak were dazzling rays of light. She shouted powerfully and authoritatively, "You are too late, idiot." She kept screaming as if pent up for a long time. "How dare anyone let me endure such humiliation? Unforgivable," pointing her finger at him in anger. "That bastard." Atro and Iris stood side by side observing. He was surprised. "Huh. A child." She also added, "It must be the spirit of Dujandak, but I did not expect it to take such a form." Dujandak pointed at his face with both hands, furious, as if saying, "Do you find me funny? It is all because of that guy." Now, that silently rubbed his aching face, while Iris kept saying, "How could he have found out?" Dujandak kept rambling. Beside him was Iris with a helpless face. Could it be that he was born with a third eye or something? She felt wet, tears welling up, and said, "Damn it. Just ignore it. She remembers the image of Shine holding the sword, her smiling face with red eyes. Beside her was Raram. She was close to every word. The master of the demon blade, that bastard who stole my power. Suddenly she screamed, the scream shaking the ground. I can no longer bear this humiliation. Give it back to me now. You damn hair of the light at Lewin Academy. The morning sunlight cast pale golden rays on the pristine white wall of the room. On the pure white bed, Nana lay still, with bandaged wounds on her face and body, while Shine stood beside her, thinking to herself, luckily everything ended like this. Shine suddenly recalled Kundal's deep eyes and myrrh. Vang's voice echoed in his head. The kid faced the strongest grand mage on the continent and still survived. Honestly, I am a bit surprised too. You stepped forward and gently touched Nana's pink hair, thinking to yourself that the kid had grown up enough to no longer need you. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Feeling so embarrassing and awkward, you spoke with doubt, and Brian replied firmly that it was because I kept disappointing you. He stiffened his shoulders and admitted that he had failed in his duty as a knight's guard. Contrary to Brian's thoughts, he was not angry at all. So if you know that, then do better. Brian was too surprised. Only managed, huh. After speaking, San walked away while saying, I have things to do, so I will go first. He replied immediately. Then I will prepare the luggage as you instructed. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Brian hurriedly asked, by the way, where are we going this time? You stand close to the window, with a cold gaze. I know a place in the outskirts of Oluwin. The Surika death book will explain in detail, so you two go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, San quickly walked out of the room. He ran after him and asked, aren't you coming with us? He replied firmly, I will come later. He clenched his fist tightly. All right, leave it to me, and, before leaving, you did not forget to turn to him and say a word full of gratitude. If it were not for him, Nana would not have made it this far. It was beyond my ability. You gently said, you did very well. Brian, he was surprised and embarrassed. Why did you say that? Cian was also confused. He turned away and walked quickly. I am leaving. Brian called after him. Be careful on the road. Suddenly, there were heavy footsteps. The maid cried out, Sir, I have already prepared the meal. You can't just leave like that. The maid quickly ran after him, but he had already disappeared behind the door. She stopped and said angrily, why did you leave in such a hurry? While Brian beside her could only remain silent. The scene shifts to shattered rocks scattered everywhere, a chaotic sight, with someone saying, it is such a mess. Amid the red sunset glow of Nordal, three figures stand silently on the broken stones. The leader speaks, this is where Karen last made contact, and the one at the back replies respectfully, yes. Regan stood silent for a few seconds, gripping a glowing blue object tightly, and exclaimed with deep regret, he once had such great ambitions, yet his life ended in a place like this. Karen, in the silent space, his hand lifted the spinning orb emitting a fierce blue light, the metal rings rising like a path. As the incantation echoed, O vanished circle, unveil the veil and manifest. Amid the fiery sunset, fierce blue energy vortex formed, gradually creating a figure opposite him. Amidst the whirl of energy, a figure gradually appeared, body glowing pale blue. White hair, a ring long gone. He spoke. The departed. I have answered the call of the pillar. Regans immediately approached and asked him what happened to the kneeling book. He slowly replied. Lou disappeared along with Miss Luna. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. He was so surprised that he immediately asked if Lunov had ever appeared here. Why that child? The space was silent for a few seconds. The figure with cloudy white eyes answered. Shine was searching for the spell book. Miss Lunov helped him. A man flashed in his eyes. His face suddenly darkened, and he asked repeatedly, is that true? The energy vortex still swirled around it. Behind Regan's whispers arose. Why did Miss Lunov do such a thing? The atmosphere was tense. He spoke decisively. I understand. Go ahead. Immediately after, the energy vortex continued to spin, the circle gradually fading away. Regans bowed his head, a dark purple energy enveloping him. He ordered, what are you still standing there for? Bring Lunov to me immediately. Somewhere in the underground sewer system of Exilium, he weakly passed through the cracks, sitting on the stone step speaking. Right, can't you go any faster? The tall figure sitting among the glowing purple crystals replied, I am already moving fast, do not rush me. Toby in black standing behind casually leaned against the wall and said, the magic is terrifying. Ordinary people definitely can't withstand it. Right, he casually held the crystal and said, only women like us can withstand the demon stone. Do you know why this place has become a ghost town? Then she twirled her fingers and said, stop talking. Get to work. Lord Boris is waiting. Suddenly, a sharp red blade appeared, stabbing Toby's neck. He only managed to gasp, huh. Dark red blood splattered everywhere as he growled fiercely. Holding on, Toby. Dim light swirled around where he lay motionless in the dark. Beside him was a mysterious figure in black. A voice sounded nearby. Who is this freak? Immediately raise your hand to endure a fireball. She roared, unleashing a fierce flame. The fireball turned into a giant golden energy beam, attacking the man in the black shirt. Swiftly, the mysterious man risked his life and swung his sword forward, cutting the energy beam. Her hand stood up. She growled in anger. He slashed the spell. The man immediately rushed to block in front of Kara. Speaking, "Wake up, Kira." Shoulder. The mysterious person is Saiyan holding Ram's true form, swiftly using an invisible sword technique, then unleashing a violent mist with swirling energy streaks glowing bright red. After your attack, they lay motionless, blood spreading dark red on the ground. Saiyan slowly approached Kira, who was barely breathing, and asked if she knew Boris. You stood still, your eyes flashing coldly. Where is that bastard? Now. Kira's face breaks into a sinister smile. She whispers, "So you are the Saiyan left there." Saiyan was so surprised, his eyes wide with astonishment. He did not think she was still alive after the attack. Suddenly the ground shook, an explosion erupted, sending debris flying, and a fierce pure technique was activated. At this moment, Lunav suddenly sensed something. She was confused. Senior Saiyan. She was in Norderly, a remote desert land full of wind and sand. Lamela asked in a voice, "What is wrong?" "Miss Lunav," she calmly replied. "Nothing at all." The atmosphere grew silent. Then suddenly a loud crack shattered it. So let me continue. He stood proudly with a muscular body, carrying on his shoulder a brilliantly shining item, passed down through generations of the Sakan tribe. "I present to you the treasure of all treasures." Throwing the item high into the air, bathed in the spreading orange sunset, he proudly introduces the dazzling Alamet, an ancient patterned carpet spinning gracefully in the air. "With this artifact, we can reach the academy in the blink of an eye, and I will grant you the privilege to ride with me." But right after that, Lunev, who was sitting next to Lamela, spoke softly, saying, "We have something similar too." Lamela sat there, her voice ringing out. Miss Lunev originally came from the Garam Society. Lamela began to tell a story. Images of a room filled with ancient books and treasures appearing in her mind. Place famous for infusing countless rare artifacts. An item like Alamet is quite common to them. After hearing the story, Set turned his back in a sulk, and Lamela asked if he would go alone. As soon as she finished speaking, the three of them sat on Lunav's mount, soaring up into the blue sky. The wind whistled past their ears, the blue sky shrinking in their view. Her gaze hardened. She told herself, "We have to hurry." The three rushed forward at a speed that tore through the air, Lunav feeling anxious and troubled, certain that something had happened to Senior Saiyan. Meanwhile, at Exilium, the scene was utterly devastated, with fires everywhere and shattered rocks all around. Saiyan sat on the ground, seemingly realizing that someone had used burst magic in a place like this. Garam beside him also could not understand. It was like a self-inflicted death blow. Then, Garam's gaze turned to the purple stone hidden beneath the normal brown soil, and she informed Saiyan that this entire area was connected to mana-infused magic stones. You know, if they are artificially placed and not extinguished, the flames will continue to flare up. Saiyan did not respond. He stood up and created a magic circle on his hand. The aura. Immediately after, the purple magic slowly escaped from the circle, then quickly enveloped the cluster of magic stones. Then, a gust of wind rose, and the magic stones simultaneously emitted a bizarre purple aura. Garam thought Saiyan was just showing off and teased him. "So noble," but Saiyan replied blandly. "Look again." Following his gaze, the magic stones had indeed darkened, and the flames had dimmed. "I can no longer see them." Both jumped down to investigate. Garam wondered if they had burned to ashes, but Saiyan thought otherwise, saying they could not have burned so quickly. Then, Saiyan discovered a large cave on the wall and guessed they had escaped in that direction. By now, Garam was even more curious. Was not everyone thinking the woman had died earlier? Saiyan walked straight towards the large cave to check it out. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded behind Saiyan. "Damn, it was just a human kid." Turns out it was a group of locals from this place. "They are surrounding the pit," a demon shouted. "Why are humans here?" The one beside him snapped back. "Go away. Humans." Changing their attitude, Garam showed anger. She repeated irritably, "Damn it. They even put out the fire. Yet they act like that." There was still no emotion on Saiyan's face, only his clear eyes that saw through everything. "They just did not want me here." Pausing for a moment, an image of a peaceful village appeared in his mind, and he recounted that long ago, this place was a small, quiet village. However, that scene was quickly engulfed in a deadly red. Saiyan's voice slightly lowered, but the holy battle, the demon's attack led by Livia then shattered the peace. Fortunately, thanks to the hero Lycid, the chosen of the god of light, they were able to defeat the demon dragon. Here, Saiyan's voice suddenly became deep, carrying an unclear emotion. But the tragedy was not over yet. The corrupted magic stone left by the dragon made things worse. And then, there are the mana stones as you both see now, because the powerful mana emitted from those mana stones turned the Exilium area into a barren, lifeless land. Gradually, the inhabitants here became half human, half beast. Saiyan continued, saying that the bodies of those transformed by mana are called demon humans, and they still live here, mining mana stones. Back to the present. Representing them are the demon beings surrounding Saiyan, imprisoning the human turtle for treating them like monsters. The demons keep shouting, "How dare you set foot here? Get out of here now!" After hearing the whole story, Raram still could not sympathize with them. She spoke up, should we kill him? But Saiyan silently put on his hat. Too much trouble. If he tells me to go, then I will go. So, in front of the demon men's eyes, Saiyan really left. But through that big gate, at the same time, in another corner, a pair of hands holding a box of magic stones approached. The man reported, I could only collect this much. Seeing the small amount of magic stones, he got furious. Snarling loudly, what a waste of effort. This chaotic dream is just because of a little brat. Hearing that, Faye set down the demon stone box and said, it could have been worse. Toby agreed, you are right. Taking the words, he rubbed the neck that was still emitting some red magic power. If it were not for the power Boris gave us, we would have died by the hands of that Saiyan guy. Just as the three were talking, a voice echoed from above the cave. Damn it. Everyone was hurt because of anxiety. The person who came was Boris. His appearance was almost engulfed by dark magic. Boris said tensely, Lord Saiyan has followed our trail here. I'm sorry. It is all my fault. Hearing him say that, Kara, still not over it, loudly retorted, why are you apologizing? He is the one at fault. Behind Fee seemed to feel the same way. He spoke up, starting the conversation. Kara continued, that Saiyan guy was the one who attacked first. Toby pointed to the wound on his neck, his voice still a bit panicked. I did not even realize I was attacked until my head was separated from my neck. He must be very strong. Seeing them like that, Boris put on a pitiful face and took the blame, saying he should not have dragged her into this. This hit Kira's psychology just right, and it quickly denied it, saying, don't say that, we also have a chance. In the end, Toby and Fi remained silent. Only Kara stood with hands on hips, excitedly looked at Boris, saying if it were not for the money he sent from working at the palace, we would have starved long ago. Now we can finally repay you, so do not hesitate and rely on us whenever you need. Boris was very pleased with their attitude, but outwardly showed reluctance. All right, please do not overdo it. Fi carried the demon stone box, while Kara confidently swore that we would make that bastard pay for what he did to you. Taking the demon stone box from Fi, Boris acted as if he was also caught up in that passionate atmosphere, saying for everyone's sake, I guarantee this ritual will succeed. Soon after, Boris reached a dark corner, poured all the magic stones from the old barrel. Then, Boris turned his back to the magic stones and loudly recited the spell, initiating the ritual. Immediately after, Boris drew out yellow magical energy from Histria's place. Then, a magic circle appeared at his feet, with energy radiating from it like a spiral swirling around Boris. Before anything, Histria urged quickly. Boris heard it and was suspicious. Histria saw Boris still did not understand, so she had to say it. He has arrived. Not only that, Kara, who was standing guard outside, also sensed something strange. In the shadow before her, a pair of red eyes slowly approached them. Kara warned cautiously. Something was coming, but before Kara could see clearly, it lunged at her. While Kara was still dazed, Fi quickly pushed her away and blocked Saiyan. Facing Saiyan, Fi used his hand to block his pain. Growling, I won't be fooled twice. Saiyan grabbed him. Finding the blocked painful spot, Saiyan remained unusually calm, curiously looking at them, wondering how they were all still alive. Fi naturally did not answer, putting all his strength into his hands and pushing Saiyan backward. Pushed back with such force, he quickly slammed his back against the wall, and from that point of contact, white smoke rose, obscuring everything. Inside, Boris calmly continued the ritual. Lord Saiyan would be held back by them, and Histria tried with faith, believing this was the only way to defeat him. Under the chanting of the ancient ritual, a ghostly beast gradually appeared, with a rugged and strange body. Its voice was not easy to hear at all. Awakening Leviathan. Boris. Elsewhere, in the dormitory hallway of Lewin Imperial Academy, two students appeared walking side by side. After a while, they suddenly stopped, and Resimus anxiously called softly, Princess. Arin blushed slightly, hesitating to go inside. Just as I thought, it is really strange to visit him first like this. Hearing that, Resimus said frankly, anyway, young Master Saiyan would not come first either. But Arin still did not have the courage to move forward. She was shy and rude. Resimus hurriedly reassured her, it is okay as long as we did not come just to see him. Hearing that, Arin calmed down and awkwardly asked for his opinion. So should we go back? What do you mean? At this moment, the clever Resimus suggested that we only came to check if Nana's wine was okay, and Arin quickly nodded, saying yes, that is it. Suddenly, Arin's eyes widened in shock, as if she had discovered something. It turns out the Lunev group, Lamemla, and Seth were all gathered in a corner, and Arin wondered, Lunev, what are you doing here? Seeing her arrive, Lunev was equally surprised. Princess Arin. Now, the whole group stood in front of An's garage door, and Arin did not even need to guess that she had come to find An too. Lunev straightforwardly replied, yes, but he is not here. Hearing her say that, Arin still did not understand. She wondered, not here, what did she mean? But even Lunev did not know. She hesitated to say, I just found out, His room does not look like. It seems Arin still has not realized the seriousness of the problem. She brushed it off, saying he got lost and will come back like always. But Lunav denied it. No. This time it is different. Then, she gently touched her special nose. Nervously said, I can sense his scent has completely disappeared. Maybe this time he will never come back. Only now did Arin believe this was true, her whole body breaking out in a cold sweat. Thinking to herself, the scent disappeared. Her nose felt super light. The atmosphere around suddenly became strangely quiet. Seth saw this and immediately spoke. It must be my fault. His whole body suddenly burned with sorrow. Tears were about to fall from Seth's eyes. I asked him to spar too much. I just wanted to be friends with him. But maybe that was too much for him. Among the group, Arin was the quickest to regain composure and urgently asked if anyone had any idea where he might have gone. Lunav then snapped out of it and said we will start investigating now. Then Arin used the authority of the princess to order a search of every place in the academy. Seth quickly joined in and said okay, I will help too. Lunav tilted his head and spoke to Lamela behind him. We will check if there is any information from Garam. Lamela immediately obeyed. Just leave it to us. Lunav, the situation is urgent. Everyone must disperse to search. Before leaving, Arin turned his head and said to Lunav, then we rely on you. Lunav, we will check on the royal side. Just then, Lemmy Haram's voice rang out beside Lunav, saying it would not be easy. She asked in surprise, what do you mean by that? Sir Lem, it turns out Lemmy Haram had already used Maluk to check everywhere. He said suspiciously, he has erased all traces. Even I have difficulty finding him. Walking down the wide corridor, Arin's steps grew faster and faster. Filled with fear, along with Rezimus, they hurriedly searched everywhere. Arin more anxious than anyone, feeling like Saiyan would disappear. That kind of feeling. Now, her eyes showed determination. Arin told herself she would not sit idly by and watch. She would find him before he disappeared. The scene shifts back to Saiyan's place, where the sturdy wall was suddenly broken by a strong force. Facing Faye's attack, Saiyan seemed to struggle quite a bit. Surprised he looked and said, what are you, seeing Faye in such a frenzy? Saiyan doubted. Are you really still alive? He acted as if he did not know and grabbed the severed arm, his voice full of resentment. They treat us like monsters. By now, it seems Saiyan has guessed Faye's identity. He is even more curious. Are you kidding me? You are just a marionette. How can you be aware of that? He seemed unwilling to reveal to Saiyan. Faye thought to the point that his face turned blue with veins. A person like you would never understand. Faye's hand tightened more and more on the severed arm. He growled. Living like a monster would be like that. The words just spoken. From behind the guy, Toby and Kara approached with the same demeanor. Living like demons would be like. From their eyes emanated the usual light of marionette. Except that all three owed thanks to Boris, who took away the pain caused by that original turtle and turned it into the blessing of the gods. A few hours later, at a simple wooden house perched on the mountaintop, someone's voice began to sound. This is the last luggage. Brian was bending down to put 2 suitcases on the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. Luckily, the safe house is near the outskirts of Lewin. Emily smiled and replied, you have worked hard. Brian, stopping for a few seconds, she suddenly spoke curiously. He also knows we are here. Right, he will come here. Right. Brian was calm but took off the huge luggage bag on his shoulder. Surika's court said that if we wait, he will come. We just have to trust and wait. Emily slowly glanced at Nana sitting weakly at the table, but I felt something was wrong. Nana also seemed unhappy. After a pause, she continued, saying that while sleeping, he had stopped by and left, so she was feeling sad and disappointed. Hearing this, Brian momentarily did not know how to respond, so he remained silent and thought to himself that in times like this, he should step forward. Thinking of this, Brian unconsciously recalled Saiyan's words that it was beyond his ability, and he silently told himself that whatever could be done must be done. After some hesitation and consideration, Brian began to take the seat. Nana, why do you look so sad? She slowly sat up straight. Brian, facing his concerned expression. Nana replied with teary eyes. Did Grandma get mad at Nana and leave? Brian responded reluctantly. How could that be? Hesitating for a few seconds, he gently stroked her head. Nana did nothing wrong. Standing upright facing the warm rays of sunlight filtering through the window panes, Brian patted Nana's shoulder and comforted her with a few words. Let us wait for that day to come, so be strong. She obediently replied, yes. As if she had not fully swallowed the bitter feelings inside, Nana suddenly said, silly Grandma. Brian, please punish Grandma. Hearing that, he could only respond briefly with a Meanwhile, in another place, in the vast desert, Saiyan was holding a spear. Focusing ahead, as expected, in just a few seconds, he easily dodged 2 fiercest attacks from 2 opponents with strong beast claws. But while Saiyan was still busy struggling with Kella and Faye on the other side, the demon Toby immediately tried to rush forward to launch a surprise attack and take control. Having anticipated all the risks early on, Saiyan swiftly turned and jumped up to the middle stage. But unfortunately, before he could run far, he suddenly heard someone's voice shout, got you. If it is not like this, it is hard for anyone to dodge. Ignoring Sayan's surprised look, Kella quickly raised her hand to create a fireball, smiling savagely as she launched the fireball. Her incantation just finished. The small fireball in her hand suddenly expanded into a net of fire, then flew straight towards Saiyan. Witnessing this scene, Saiyan immediately activated his berserk mode, rushing into the sea of fire like a moth to a flame. In an instant, the fiery net was instantly dissolved by the wind, and Kella was seized by a terrifying convulsion, his sword aura intense. Like a war god demonstrating deadly skill, Saiyan suddenly leaps high into the sky, unleashing several sharp sword strikes. Faced with his fierce attack, Kella panics and screams, unable to react. At the same time, Toby's eyes widened in terror. That kid was actually a swordsman, sitting as if on a bed of fire, tense and clenching his teeth. How could such a monster exist? Unlike those who do not know better, Toby stubbornly accelerated again. Damn it. Launching an all-out attack. In the blink of an eye, the three of them ran without hesitation to form a pincer attack. Toby shouted confidently. Even he must have a blind spot. Kella immediately replied, "Do not give him a chance to counterattack." With eyes filled with bright red, he grinned wickedly. Such judgment only revealed his carelessness. Without hesitation, he spun around and unleashed a flurry of sword strikes at the three of them, using the 8th hidden weapon technique. Chaotic assault. As if being cut by dozens of blades, Toby cried out in pain, but the drunk continued to aggressively press on him, making him taste the despair in every breath. But unfortunately, just at the moment you intended to eliminate Toby completely, powerful sparks suddenly shot through, separating the two of you. It turns out that Kira was relentlessly firing missiles from afar. Everyone, wake up. Fire weapons. Witnessing someone ruin the plan, Saiyan heroically stared with glowing eyes, slowly creating a weapon of destruction in his hands, a void orb. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sparks generated around the matrix were instantly absorbed by Saiyan's orb with ease. Seeing this, Kara and I could not help but cry out a few words. At the same time, from behind, Fi let out a sorrowful roar and prepared to bring down a fiery punch on the drunken man. Unlike his tall and bulky figure that seemed slow, in just a few seconds, he unleashed a series of powerful strikes with terrifying speed. But unfortunately, just as he was about to attack, Saiyan was already able to shift and glide through the shadows to dodge the strike, the 8th form of the dark martial art. Precision break. Fi felt a bit incredulous inside, clearly sensing he had been hit. While he was still struggling to turn over, drunk and without a wasted move, he slashed a series of critical sword strikes, the body fading, the sword disappearing, the steel screaming. With a terrified expression, Toby saw the scene before him and panicked, gritting his teeth. But ironically, just as he was confused, suddenly Saiyan without any extra move cut off Toby's neck. Looking at the body gradually disappearing from sight, he silently screamed. His head, seemingly wanting to finish it neatly, Saiyan continued to tightly grip the handle of the blade in his hand. With a single strike, the swordless Yang Rang easily cut his body in half in an instant. After all, the ground and water shattered and dust flew from the powerful strike, while Saiyan stood silently, witnessing the fierce and brutal scene. The battle seemed to be completely over, but just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a defiant voice that was not unfamiliar. This was no longer just a matter of strength difference. Pausing for a moment, Toby reattached the head to the body. After all, we still can't defeat him. That monster. Saiyan sarcastically opened his mouth, his head falling but still babbling nonsense. Ridiculous, Toby embarrassingly shouted. Auntie. At the same time, Fi was also slowly standing up. After all, I never intended to win, Say lazily asked again. Then why cause an unwinnable battle? As soon as he heard the question, Fi suddenly smiled strangely, saying he just needed to buy time. As he finished speaking, the ground around him began to shake violently, causing the rocks to crack open. Quickly feeling the powerful shock all around, Saiyan opened his eyes wide in amazement. Through the shattered stone block, Fi excitedly looked at the giant figure of the mysterious creature behind him. The moment to complete the ritual had arrived. Facing the giant figure that was gradually casting a shadow and obscuring the view, Saiyan silently thought. He knew Boris was plotting something. Thinking of this, Saiyan quietly watched the scene of the great dragon straining every giant bone joint, continuously evaluating in his heart. Unexpectedly he had a plan to resurrect Leviathan in the form of a marionette. As if there were no worries around, the ancient dragon now powerfully flapped its wings made of scattered bones. Seemingly a bit uncomfortable, it continued to glance around restlessly. Witnessing this scene, Say quickly grabbed the sharp dagger in his hand. Radam suddenly excitedly said, "Whoa, I never thought I would see that giant body again." Pausing for a few seconds, he said seriously, "If that thing is released into the world, it will cause big trouble. I have to stop it." As soon as you finished speaking, Boris stood atop the great dragon and declared that from now on, he would continue the purification ritual of Boris Liam. Then he immediately looked at everyone below and slowly gave a proud smile. Seeing this scene, Faye could not help but laugh heartily. No matter what you try to do, it is already too late. Pausing for a moment, he turned to look at his teammate Toby. The world that shunned and condemned us will end here. Because I will destroy everything and recreate this world. Unaware that a set of sharp fangs was slowly opening from behind, Faye laughed louder and louder. This was the beginning of the revolution. No one could stop us. Suddenly witnessing a terrifying scene before his eyes, Scene's pupils twitched uncontrollably as he stared into the void. At the same time, Kara was standing not far away, screaming in panic, "Danger!" But unfortunately, due to the incredible speed of C.I. Long, everyone was caught off guard, and in less than 2 seconds, Faye was completely defeated right in front of everyone. Witnessing the horrifying scene before her, Kara suddenly felt all her strength drain away and fell lifelessly to the ground, unable to move. Meanwhile, Scene opened his eyes wide in shock, not expecting things to turn out this way, while Raram calmly explained, he is not simply swallowing them, he is using them as offerings to increase his magical power. Seeing the fresh blood flowing in streams in the great dragon's mouth, Scene asked in surprise, "Offerings? Offerings? For what purpose?" Seeing you have many questions, Boris standing above straightforwardly continued, "No need to guess, it is to restore the damaged Bible." As soon as he finished speaking, Kara angrily shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Boris, the original plan was not like this." Boris looked down gracefully. "Truly regrettable, but it is all for the greater good." Pausing for a moment, he smiled contentedly. "I also regret this matter." Kara's eyes filled with tears. The swallow's feathers clattered. That was the face of someone feeling regret. Meanwhile, outside the city walls, the demon men were blocking the great dragon's gate. What kind of monster was that? Stop for a moment. They are so scared they are sweating profusely. Dong, that is Dong. Look, he is looking at us, without any warning signs. Near the glove, Daylong suddenly opens his mouth wide to create a dark sphere. Dong's breath quickly flees. Seeing the demon men fleeing in fear everywhere, Boris laughed loudly. "You trash of Exilium. It is time for you to pay your debt to me." As he finished speaking, the great dragon roared and directed the cursed orb towards the demon men, and in this chaos, they began shouting to run away quickly, as if unable to accept the sight of their kind facing extinction. Kara hurriedly ran over. "Boris, stop." Without hesitation, she fiercely unleashed a massive flame engulfing the great dragon and Boris, a fairy attack. With tears welling up in her eyes, Kara was angrily choking back. Very disappointed. Through the fierce sea of flames, Boris glanced with murderous intent. "I thought we were friends." Unable to swallow the anger inside, Kara shouted hoarsely, "I will wait for you in hell." Boris. As soon as Kara finished speaking, the ancient dragon quickly obeyed Boris's command and coldly shattered the dense dark energy towards her. But at that crucial 9 seconds, Boris was once again delayed by a strange sight before him. He exclaimed in surprise, "Truly amazing." Looking at the young figure slowly absorbing the smoky haze, he unconsciously murmured, could he even block the breath of the ancient dragon? At this moment, Cian is focused on controlling magic, the void orb, and the devouring leader. Facing Cian's magic, Boris continues to command the ancient dragon to attack, confidently taunting, "But how long can you hold on?" From one wave to another, Ce Long seemed tireless, unleashing a massive amount of magical power to attack Cian. Facing this terrifying energy, he knew that running away would be useless. Next, Cian swung the sword in his hand, the black blood dance. The sword quickly shattered the ancient dragon's demonic power. Not only that, the sword also pierced through Boris's nose, and he exclaimed in shock, "What?" Ancient Long was not so lucky. Its forest was neatly cut down. When the heavy forest fell to the ground, a trace of Cian's magic still lingered at the cut. At this moment, Boris began to feel uneasy. He doubted that his demon blade was just a sword. Hitzkree had long realized it, but that was not the power of the demon blade. In Cian's hand did not appear the usual demon blade, but a long sword full of magic power. Husker was surprised. That guy changed the form by himself using his power. Cian was ready to strike again but was stopped by the first remorseful barrier. Then, determined not to be passive, he quickly rushed forward. Realizing this, Boris created a magic circle and continuously shot golden beams of light at Cian. A rain of light. Seeing this, Cian turned around and used his sword to block Boris's magic. In the blink of an eye, countless sword energies appeared around Cian, striking chaotically. They not only deflected Boris's attack but also flew straight toward Daylong's neck. The sharp sword strikes cut through each segment of its bones. The ancient dragon's neck screamed in pain. From those cuts, fragments of bone immediately broke off and fell down. Seeing the giant bone about to fall on them, the demons below screamed in fear and quickly dodged. If only Cian had arrived in time, he would have swung his sword, creating a magical sword barrier, wielding the sword in a graceful dance. Then, the bone was quickly cut into many pieces. It fell but did not hit the residents. With your help, the demon people briefly regained their form. One demon holding a child called softly, "He did." Looking at Cian's majestic shadow, that demon actually mistook him for the one who awakened Leviathan. Meanwhile, Boris was laughing gleefully and loudly saying, "Now is not the time to worry about others. Right, withdrawing his words. Boris immediately ordered C.I. Long to gather his demonic power at his mouth, and he crazily shouted, "All of you, become my sacrifices." Seeing the terrifying demonic power gradually engulfing the space, the demon men quickly shouted, "Everyone, run away quickly," before they could run far. Old Day Long unleashed some kind of demonic magic. Ragnarok. Facing it, Cyan did not flinch at all. He slid his sword to the side, the weapon soared. Then, Cyan swung his sword decisively, slashing across the magic vortex above him, seizing the heavenly frost formation. Witnessing this, Boris stared in horror, eyes wide, startled, exclaiming, "What?" This time, Cyan's sword slash cut across the neck bone of the ancient dragon, hitting its mark, and it roared in pain. Just as the ancient dragon's head was about to fall, Cyan rushed forward. Seeing the opportunity, he took a run up on a nearby rock. This time, Cyan was able to get close to Boris, stuffing the arrogant edge. In the sky, Cyan angrily looked at Boris. He was furious. "You can't imagine. I have been waiting for this moment so much. Boris, this time you won't survive." And Boris knows he is doomed. Next, Cyan condensed into a giant magical sphere, surrounded by terrifying lightning bolts, the power of the evil god Atamang. Boris's body was crushed under the sphere, and just a little magic radiating from it was enough to frighten him. Above, Cyan continued to jump down, intending to use his kick to press the magic orb down. When half of the orb had sunk into the ground, Cyan was satisfied and stopped. With such a large burst of magic power, it just helped Lemmy Harem over here. It hung up. Found it. In the large room, Lemmy Harem is standing in front of a map, next to Luna. She looks at it happily. Already knowing where it is, Lemmy Harem walked straight to the middle of the map, then pointed to a brown piece of paper, saying he was there. Recognizing the place, Lunaf's eyes showed a moment of thought, and Hoinigi wondered why Senior Cyan would come to such a nearly abandoned exilium area. Of course, Lemmy Harem could not guess this either. It responded vaguely, "I do not know. I can sense the magic power of the ancient dragon, but I am not sure yet." Hearing that name, Lunaf immediately felt worried. Ancient dragon, but Lemmy Harem quickly reassured, "Do not worry, for saying it is just a big snake." While they were discussing, Lamella suddenly rushed in from outside, right at Lunaf. Seeing her arrive, Lunaf quickly grabbed the book on the table again, causing Lemmy Harem to be unexpectedly sucked inside. "Don't." She turned back, looking at Lamella tensely. "Is something wrong?" Lamella hurriedly reported that the trainees from Garam Academy suddenly rushed in. Before she could finish speaking, a group of people in white cloaks rushed in, with one leading and saying, "Regans is gathering people. Follow us." Seeing their expressions, Lamella approached Lunaf and whispered, "I have a bad feeling. Let me hold them off." What Lamella said amazed Lunaf. She quietly asked, "Aren't you his person? Why are you helping me?" In response to Lunaf's suspicious look, Lamella's face showed sincerity. "Lord Lunaf is my benefactor. I am just fulfilling my duty as a technician." Feeling that she was not lying, but Lunaf had already made up her mind, she gratefully looked at Lamella and said, "Thank you. Lamella, I will return. Please convey this message to Princess Airing." Hearing this, Lamella still hesitated and did not want to leave, but at that moment, the trainees outside the door urged, "Lady Lunaf, please." Knowing Lunaf's intention could not be changed, Lamella firmly responded, "I will pass on the message." Then, Lunaf walked straight to the door, surrounded by the group of students. "Let us go." Lunaf followed because she already suspected that the Lord called her because of the relic, so Lunaf had long made up her mind that if the worst happened, and it involved Senior Sen, she would stop it at all costs. The scene shifts back to Sen's place, which had been ravaged by his magical orb. Raram looked down curiously. "This time it is really over," Sen said firmly. "Definitely." In front of them, a large hole appeared. Not only that, it was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. San whispered, "It is over." Just as you were standing dazed at the edge of the pit, a cunning voice rang out, saying it was all your fault. Facing San now were the demon men, accusing him because his presence caused the trouble. Another demon saw it too. "I also saw the person threatening the woman and the child. The other demon was too loud. Quickly get out of here." Seeing that they did not even care about right or wrong, Raram wanted to intervene, wanted to kill her, but Sen stopped him. "Do not." Hearing that, Raram angrily flew after Sen, who was going to spare them, and they had seen his face. San calmly replied that now. Everywhere here, he felt strangely relieved, which was actually good. Then, he walked away comfortably under the cold gaze of the demons, as it seemed he would not have to waste time waiting. The news of Boris's defeat quickly reached Louis Nell, who roared in anger. Boris was killed by a stranger. Clenching the paper in his hand, Louis Nell seemed to see it as Boris and slammed it hard on the table. "Useless bastard. Teacher wasted such a pawn." Louis Nell was so angry that he twisted his body. He shouted in fury, "From a person living like trash in the slums, I have supported him. He died without repaying me." At that moment, a pair of legs appeared in his sight. The person spoke, "Sorry to bother you." Seeing someone approaching, Louis Nell called out. Archel quickly responded, "What is the matter with the merchant?" Then, Louisnell took Archel as a vent and approached. Boris is dead. Exilium has been completely burned down. Archel calmly replied. I have already heard that news. Hearing him say that, Louisnell became very angry. What? Why did not you come to find me earlier? Archel is still the same as always. I have urgent matters to report. Louisnell completely ignored that, his face flushed with anger. Louisnell questioned, is that matter more important than the Imperial Prince? Especially me. Have you lost your mind? Facing the towering flames of Louisnell, Archel suddenly said he had guessed who was behind this. This immediately calmed Louisnell, who looked at Archel suspiciously, wondering if he really knew who it was. Archel did not hurry to answer. He rested to the side, as if inviting Louisnell. Let us quickly go to Lowen Academy. The carriage is ready. Merchant. Louisnell was so impatient he could not wait any longer, wondering who was at Lowen, while Archel had already turned and walked away, saying he would explain on the way. Behind them, Louisnell was so angry he felt like going crazy but had to hold himself back. He bowed his head, his long white hair covering half his face. Louisnell had already started to doubt, feeling like he was being trapped. The scene shifts to a dark tunnel where a wary Boris appears inside. He was already very restless, his body almost unable to keep balance, and then he fired. Even Hystria was thrown to a corner by the fall, but Boris had no strength left to pick her up. Seeing his own tragic state now, he suddenly laughed like a madman. Truly unlucky. Now, Boris' body is increasingly being invaded by dark magic. He blames himself. The resurrection on Hystria Day has failed. I have no face left. Boris looked over at Hystria again, who now looked no different from an ordinary book. Boris muttered to himself, if everything goes according to plan, Hystria will heal my wound today. At this moment, Hystria had already transformed into a feathered weapon. Leaving behind the book form, she reassured Boris not to worry. Hystria's slimy body moved in front of Boris. She looked at him excitedly. In front of me now is a sacrifice with extremely strong magic. Boris was surprised. What is going on? Before he could understand, Hystria opened her disgusting mouth wide. That is the will of the god. Do not resent. Boris tried to call her Hystria's Day, but in vain. The bloody scene still unfolded, with only Boris's desperate screams echoing in the air. On the road leading into the city, the carriage sped forward, outskirts of Lowen. Now tell me, Lowen, with a clearly annoyed expression and arms crossed, looked towards the window by the car, wondering who was at the Lowen Academy. While Astro, sitting opposite, looked out the door and continued the conversation. We will ask Director Kundal to cooperate regarding my brother. Seenwalt. Seenwalt. Your brother? What does he have to do with this? The unexpected information was revealed, and Lowen's eyes widened in surprise. That child helped Boris. What? Astro's face showed no emotion, his eyes still gazing into the distance, hand gently supporting his chain. And he was the owner of the Demon Blade, as well as the assassin of the secret organization Sang Ying. This information made Lowen lose her composure, clenching her hands. Is it true? Are you sure? He faced forward with his hand still near his face, recalling the image of Boris's many-eyed transformation earlier. This was information Boris risked his life and sacrificed himself to obtain, because all along, the saboteur undermining us was sane. Lowen could not control her emotions, covering one eye with her hand, her head bowed deeply. Finally, everything became clear. He had always been weaving words around us just to toy with us. Astro shifted his posture, stood up lightly with crossed arms and continued. The special order has been issued through the royal palace. That order must have been sent to Lowen Academy as well. Special order? What does it even mean? He said with a scheming face, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. The mastermind behind the Blood Feast and the Exilium incident. He is the leader of an assassination organization. Astro continued to express his thoughts, saying that those reasons were still not enough to accuse him. Louisnell sitting opposite understood his intention and smiled approvingly. So you intend to blame him for everything? Quite clever. With eyes full of coldness, he glanced towards the nearby window. Though his heart ached painfully having to point the sword at his own brother, Cian must be eliminated for the peace and justice of this land. Along with his darkened face, Astro's voice also slowed down several notches, for that was his destiny and the weak will of the light god. Not far from there, at Lowen Academy, the door of a room opened. From outside, under the careful guidance of the people in white coats, Luna stepped inside. Dixon came all the way to Lowen. Grandpa. Regans listened to the familiar voice from his granddaughter and responded, surprised that she came here willingly, a question that made her feel warm. He was the one who called her. The following questions, answered by him, only made Luna's expression more stunned and disheartened. I will ask as your grandfather, not as the council leader, so please answer honestly, without any unnecessary movement. Regans turned his head and looked straight at his uncooperative granddaughter. Is it true that you and Scene threw it into the Nordelli ruins? I am asking if you helped him get the demon book. She refused to answer even in front of her own grandfather, saying she did not know what he was talking about. As Luna interrupted, Regan's face darkened with anger, his spiritual energy erupting. Just as I thought. You are shielding him. That immense power seemed to spread throughout the room, causing the wooden walls to tremble slightly. She, with a fearless face and a confident voice, firmly asserts that all of this is just your speculation, and even if you try, you won't get anything out of her. He was surprised by Luna's stubbornness and did not expect her to withstand his mana pressure. She has truly grown up, Luna, and... Without hesitation, Riggins raised his eyebrows slightly and reminded her that she is the future leader of the Garam Council. Always remember, his strength will liberate more in the future, making her slightly taken aback. You must not be swayed by trivial emotions. Luna clenched her teeth, bowed her head, and covered her face with both hands. Tired of this matter, not letting her grandfather manipulate her psychologically, her eyes suddenly widened, her gaze growing colder and colder. She would not let him manipulate her anymore. Sir, in just a few seconds, powerful spiritual energy was released from Luna's body, completely suppressing Regan's power. He was stunned by her actions, hurriedly covering his face with his hand. Thinking silently, the girl has neutralized him. Unbelievable. After Luna disabled Regan's powers, she clearly told the enemy to give up, saying he would not get anything from her. Without many words, he started his next plan, snapping his fingers lightly, saying he had seen her determination and that she wanted to suffer on her own. Immediately, magic circles appeared densely behind her, like trap spells. He had already prepared the magic in the room beforehand. The magic circles seemed preset, rapidly attacking forward, targeting Luna. As it approached her side, transformed into divine energy threads, tightly binding both of Luna's arms. Seeing Luna restrained, Riggins took slow, spiritual steps forward. Soon, even the memory of your regret will vanish. She is now no different from a spider caught in a web. Are you planning to kill her? Hearing the question from his granddaughter, he said little, raised his hand, a ring of spiritual energy flowing along his arm. I cannot kill the future of the council. Luna saw the symbols on the arm and immediately recognized them as Nerissa's statue. Was he planning to use destructive magic on her? Regan slowly raised his right arm in front of him and said, I will erase your useless memories. With a scheming look, he rushed straight at her. Resistance was useless. Both of Regan's palms were radiating spiritual energy. He was about to erase Luna's memories and make her the granddaughter he once loved again. Back in another room, someone's hand placed on the door, as if searching for something. But there was no trace at all. After so long sitting in the carriage, he finally arrived at the destination, and those who accompanied Sen had already left. Sien's dormitory. Acho looked down with a scrutinizing gaze, trying to trace his tracks, but not a single clue was found, as if someone had wiped everything clean. Memories inevitably resurface, causing her to frown and grit her teeth in resentment. This is where the person who once mocked her lived, and she is determined to avenge that humiliation. The aftermath of Hakbu. Seeing the unsettled expression of the traveler, he hurriedly spoke up. I was going to ask a few things, but it seems that would be pointless now. After listening for a while, she understood the problem, looked annoyed, turned her head to the side in resentment. Do not underestimate me, rude one, even though you look fierce. I apologize. Finding no clues, the two had to leave. As they walked, he said, we sent the royal soldiers ahead, so now we can only wait for news. But the nomad beside him thought differently. I do not trust humans. I will go find him myself. The hare, that one, leaving Sien's dormitory. Elsewhere, papers full of writing were hastily placed on the table. Kundal, with a mind full of chaos, looked at the stack of papers, sweating profusely. It was indeed a complicated development. Suddenly, as he turned his head, someone burst in through the door, asking if he was still well. No one else but the reckless grandson Luginal himself. The grandfather, who entered Kundal's room without permission. His unexpected presence made the grandfather suspicious about his purpose here. Luginal gently placed her hand on her chest. Her eyes filled with discomfort as she looked ahead, wondering why he was looking at her that way. Was he really that displeased with her? A simple yet annoying question left Kundal stunned. Why would you say that? Your Highness. Seeing the innocence from his grandfather, he exploded, screaming madly. Do not pretend to be innocent with me. Not only did you cut off aid to the Quizu family, but did not you also secretly talk to your grandfather about it? No. Luginel, I just want to prevent people from dirtying the throne. One of his words made the entire Luginel unable to control their emotions. Gripping tightly with thick spring waves, he spoke as if it was nothing serious. Just like his grandfather, he could no longer control himself. A series of faces appeared in Luginel's mind, calling out Violet, Fabian, Nerobian, and even that girl Erin. He was filled with intense resentment, slapping his chest hard, thinking they would not dare engrave the gold immediately, that they would use every dirty trick to seize it at all costs. Quando saw his nephew was thoughtless, explaining while glancing sideways. Idiot. Are you really afraid of losing something you have never had? The image of the crown being handed to the worthy, as told by the old man, appears only when the person leaves a legacy and is mature enough to lead others. Only then does the world grant the title of emperor. which cannot be taken by force from another. As he finished speaking, Kwanda turned and left, repeatedly reminding Louis Nell that this was the peace his father had worked hard to achieve, and not to destroy it. He seemed unable to swallow his anger, clenched his teeth, frowned deeply, and said, "Peace. I do not think the person who raised the most brutal tyrant of the era would have the right to talk about peace." Right. Louis Nell raised his head, opened his mouth, and loudly called Scene's name, startling the teacher to turn around. "Where is his student?" Scene Wirtz, not stopping there, with a face full of resentment, he pointed directly at Kwando, implying that he could not possibly be covering for that bastard. Right. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by a third person. A girl named Irene appeared at the door, surprised to see someone she knew, while Louis Nell was inside. And Irene, full of emotions, looked in and wondered why he was here when she came to ask about Scene, but Louis Nell's tiger-like voice shattered the silence. "We are still talking. Go away." Irene saw his madness. Kwando behind gave the order. "The person who can leave now." Prince Louis Nell, seeing the respected elder chasing him away, Louis Nell angrily placed his hand on the cage. "What is he saying? I arrived here first, and Princess Irene had arranged a meeting before you came." He was so resentful that he pointed at himself, veins bulging on his neck, saying, "You are the crown prince. How dare you put that lowly second prince before me?" Kwando remained unyielding, lowering his tone, his eyes commanding one last time. "An appointment is an appointment. Why can't you behave properly, worthy of the crown prince's status?" Louis Nell was completely helpless now, standing in front of Irene and shouting, begging him, "Grandpa." Outside the door, a voice rang out. An announcement appeared that made all three of them itchy. Scene Wirtz's dormitory was completely empty. A pair of long strides entered the room. He was a major figure threatening the Empire's peace. None other than Archer. "If you know where he is, I hope for your cooperation." His sudden appearance startled Louis Nell. Archer. Hearing how Archer was describing him, Irene immediately spoke up, saying Scene was threatening the peace of the Empire. What did he mean by that? With a very calm expression, he looked at her down the barrel and continued, "It is a pity to have to say this, Princess Irene." Archer raised his head proudly, fluently recounting the actions he took. Scene had been exposed as the mastermind behind the blood banquet and the destruction at Exilium, with many witnesses and testimonies confirming it. To make sure what he said was true, he turned to look at Kundal opposite him. The headmaster. Surely he had also received the letter from the royal palace. Right. The man immediately nodded. Yes. Such shocking news made Irene unable to control her emotions, her eyes welling up, hand covering her mouth. No way. Scene could not have done that. Archer saw her expression and quickly continued. The order has been issued throughout the Empire. Princess Irene, you should be careful too. Irene seemed overwhelmed by pain, tears streaming down, not caring about his words. It was unbelievable, definitely a lie. Scene would never do such a thing. In the capital right now, a crowd is gathering on the street, gossiping about Scene Wirt. Are they talking about the youngest son of the Wirt family? One man in the crowd loudly recounts Scene's actions, saying that after causing a massacre, he was not satisfied and turned all of Exilium into a living hell. So, in front of all of them right now is a wanted poster for Scene. If he is the youngest son of the Wirt family, then he is the kid who survived after the demon tribes attacked. Right. I heard he used to be a student at Lowen Academy. He has no reason to come near our town. Right. As the crowd gradually dispersed, a hand slowly moved towards the paper and tore it down. A young man wearing a black shirt outside was the one who bravely took down the wanted poster. This photo looked even more realistic than the real one. Was he satisfied? Just a little. No one else but the anonymous figure behind that bare shirt is seen, who gently touches his chin with a fascinated expression. Now Astro will find me himself to claim the Empire's most prestigious prize. The cold plains of Brunia, a place full of snow and ice, are covering the entire forest. Suddenly from afar, a noise rang out, someone's feet quickly running forward. Cecilia dashed like a squirrel, her face full of panic, breathing heavily and foolishly. She quickly ran towards the icy cliff where a girl was standing looking into the distance. Miss Alice. Hearing the familiar voice, Alice turned around in an instant. Surprised. Cecilia, why are you so panicked? Without hesitation, Cecilia pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket and held it tightly. Quickly looking over it, she quickly took it, opened the contents inside, and smiled for a few seconds. Cyan is the ruthless killer behind the bloody massacre and the event at Exilium. There is no way Cyan would never do that, gasping for breath from running too much. She stammered, while patrolling the outskirts. I saw it. What should we do now? Alice sighed deeply, lowered her head with a sad look, remembering the warning Cyan once gave. Surely this is why she told us to leave Brandu. She knew this would happen, but in an instant, her expression changed immediately, from sadness to determination. But now we should focus on the training session. Cecilia standing beside could not help but be surprised. Is not the death book worried? Alice did not hesitate, glanced back lightly, and continued to explain to her, Yes, but I believe Cyan can handle everything on their own, while we need to become stronger than ever. As she finished speaking, Alice looked ahead with determination. knowing that was the only way we could truly help Cyan, suddenly from underground, with a pale face. Marianne appeared. I truly admire your determined eyes. Elise, to avoid wasting time unnecessarily, she ordered Alice with bright eyes. Come on. Let us continue our training. Elise, her whole body covered in droplets of divine water, nodded in acceptance to Marianne. Yes. Madame Marianne. Returning to the room where Regans was using his spiritual energy to painfully erase Lunav's memories, he was channeling his energy and was quite surprised by the endurance of his little granddaughter. I was quite impressed that she could hold on for so long, but this only made her more miserable. Regan's arms were always placed next to Luna's injection site to perform the next act. She is now in pain, tears streaming down, the last memory of Scene resurfacing. Do not let Senior Scene leave your mind. No matter how strong Lunav's vaccine is, the more he uses all his power. As you declared, resistance is not little either. I will erase everything related to that kid from your memory. Suddenly, something big happened. The bag emitted bright red gas, and there was intense movement. In an instant, Regans was teleported into an undefined space. What is this? He stopped, looking ahead where a bright red orb shimmered. This is my domain. Suddenly, warning voice echoed in that space. Daring anyone to deceive in my territory. Regans widened his eyes, pupils shrinking without him realizing it. Realizing a problem with this magic, facing him now was none other than the demon Lemaharam, who interrogated Regans face to face, asking if humans were not afraid. He listened with a fearful expression but did not answer, though his mind kept racing. Thinking that Lunav was controlling the demon book, Lemaharam wasted no time, opened his sharp mouth wide, and lunged straight at Regans. The elegant soldier, he attacked while speaking to Tong Rongsham in a terrifying way, telling him to endure the pain from the truth he was chasing. In just a few seconds, Lemaharam's attack made him collapse, his mouth full of blood. Regans completely lost all power, the two demon knees hitting the ground without notice. But this opportunity was also when the magical source blinding Lunav's arm was disabled. She was freed from the blinding power all this time. Exhausted, screaming and collapsing to the ground, Lunav seemed to have a third sense, looking at her collapsing grandfather and asked loudly, "Did someone do this?" Suddenly, from behind Regan's head, a small hand raised in greeting. Stop pretending. None other than Lemmy Haram appeared as a tiny, adorable person. Do not pretend this was not planned. After hearing him point out the weakness, she immediately smiled softly, nodded her head gratefully, thanked Lemmy Haram, and said, "Let us quickly go find the senior to eat." Upon receiving the request from Lunav, Lemmy Haram immediately jumped up to stand on her head, both looking towards the tray door where the group of guards stood outside. The door slowly opened, and the group saw Lunav appear, immediately stopping for a few seconds. The death book Lunav, seeing the group's attitude towards her, he crossed his arms and frowned. "What are you all looking at?" Back at another place, inside the spacious compound, a wooden house was built, where the uncle hid in the outskirts of Lugan. The situation was very urgent. A hand slammed down an order for a food truck on the table in a hurry. After a while, Brian came back from outside, carrying that paper. He pointed angrily, looking at the spoiled rich kid, who still looked handsome even in the picture. "No. Look closely." Emily clasped her hands together, and after hearing the information about the paper, her face turned pale. Brian even updated them further. Special news outside the city. The royal soldiers are gathering densely on Brenuker Street. All of them are hunting the young master of the carriage. With his head held high and fists clenched, he confidently declares that he has been kidnapped, and Nana behind him agrees and shouts, "That is right. Kidnapped." Joy sat outside the building. The main door was being slammed repeatedly by someone. Brian instinctively grabbed the sword handle tightly, making Emily behind him confused. "What is he doing? Brian, why is he holding a sword?" Drawing the sword from its sheath, he pointed it at the door, emphasizing each word. "I swore to the young master of the carriage that I would use my life to protect you and Nana." Brian's determination fired up Nana, her whole body radiating spiritual energy. Striding alongside him, Nana was also ready to fight. As soon as the door opened, we would rush out to attack. Seeing the door opposite being slammed harder and harder, looking like it could not take it anymore, his mouth agape, Emily saw this and came over from afar, standing by the door and signaling to Brian. "All right, I will open the door now." She started to open the door, peeked out, and a familiar voice called from outside, "Why are you guys taking so long?" Emily looked closely and was startled when she saw Xian, following Sin's lead. He saw she was noisy, put his finger to his lips signaling, "Do not speak so loudly." Seeing the situation was not looking good, Xian had to hold Emily tightly, staying silent but unsuccessfully. "We worry about you a lot." Your reappearance now made the two facing each other cry uncontrollably. Brian and Nana could not hold back their emotions, running straight to hug Sin tightly. Luckily he was safe. "Welcome back, Dad." The sky had started to turn sunset colors. By the spacious wooden house the voice echoed. "Of course it was not me." Emily listened to the whole story Sin told, feeling furious. "I knew it. We never doubted you." For a moment, Brian sat opposite her, looking at him curiously. "So you will find a way to take care of yourself, right?" At this moment, Cian crossed his arms, while below Nana was still holding tightly. calmly responding, "Not exactly." His answer made him stiff. "What?" With a serious look, Cian glanced at his two friends and assured, "Anyway, as long as I am still wanted, this place won't be safe for long." The image of Archer holding the sword incarnation of Du Danda appeared in his subconscious. Archer already possessed the sword, and with its power, finding us was only a matter of time. Speaking of which, an idea immediately came to Cian's mind. He raised his hand containing the red ring and said, "Therefore, I want you all to stay in my space for a while, with my whole body surrounded by the red space." Cian gritted his teeth and spoke, "Soon, all the mirrors in the Empire will be directed towards me." As you finished speaking, Brian's sword was firmly plunged into the floor. "Brian Kendrick," he bowed slightly, uttering words full of respect for Cian. His master, from the first day he swore loyalty at the Academy. "I have never wavered. I will do my best to serve you, even if it means going to the heavens." You listened, fatigue showing on your face, constantly urging Brian. Then, "Hurry up." Emily was already standing in the expanded space. Sometimes I saw him being overly enthusiastic. Nana beside her kept urging Brian. "Hurry up, Brian." Soon he also stepped into the space, and the red space gradually shrank and then disappeared before Xian's eyes. Raram flew over, smiling smugly at him. "Now that group is all withdrawn, our burden has somewhat lightened." Seeing this, and immediately smirked and continued Raram's words. "Actually, I have a special mission for you." You emphasize every word, and I am sure she will be thrilled, making her listen with doubt. Huh. Back elsewhere, a strong hand is pounding the ground in extreme frustration. Damn it. Back in the building earlier, inside the room, Regan seemed to be collapsing, bowing his head to the ground, with a sweaty face. He was in disbelief about the truth unfolding. All this time, we thought the demon book was with Cian Salvage, but it turns out it was with Luna. Hearing a loud noise from Regan's room, Soon immediately ran in, and Principal Regan's Rain River asked if he was okay. Seeing him alone and collapsing to the ground, wondering why he was alone and where the others were, Suden did not hide, telling about the condition of his comrades lying on their backs outside the corridor. Apologizing, all of them had been defeated by Miss Luna. Regans listened to his subordinate recount the story, lowering his head to the ground. That girl had truly outsmarted him. Seeing his current state, he panicked and asked, "What should we do now?" "Principal." Regans took a deep breath, his sharp eyes lowered as he ordered, "Luna's holding the demon book. Find Saiyan to retrieve it and at the same time find that girl back outside the capital city." Now evening, royal soldiers are resting and gathering at a resting place. Suddenly, a figure appears atop the large central tower, drawing everyone's attention up there. A familiar voice stood with hands on hips, full of provocation towards the royal soldiers, saying they were hunting me. The group, stunned, looked up and stammered guesses. Could it be, just as they thought, no one else but Ram disguised as Saiyan is challenging now? "Come up here and catch me if you can." "You fools." But night is falling. Outside the Lewin Academy building, the academy is now very quiet. Inside a classroom right now, next to the neatly arranged desk and chair where my friend used to sit, I am crying out of loneliness. Seik sits relaxed on the floor, his long legs stretched out with a face full of disappointment, wondering if Saiyan will never come back, feeling very bored. I remember the time when I used to study with Saiyan in the past and feel sad. After everything we have been through together, how could he leave me like this? The more Seik thinks, the sadder he becomes, his body turning to stone without realizing it. Should I just quit school? I am so bored. Not far from there, a pair of hurried legs ran over. Both looked at each other in surprise. Seik, Luna, no one else but Luna, who just escaped from Regan's henchmen along with Lemmy Haram, appeared. "I found him. I found Saiyan. Come with me." Hearing this from her mouth, Seik was very surprised, his eyes filled with astonishment. She had located Saiyan, and more importantly, what is that cute creature on her head? Seeing him curious about his own background, Lemmy Haram immediately raised his hand and waved lightly. "If you can hear her, then come with us, successor of Satan." Seik suddenly heard the end of his words, both cheeks blushing pink, looking very adorable. Without saying much, he instinctively rushed forward and hugged Luna's petite body close to his chest. Seik now is like a sprinter, rushing forward. "That is right, thinking is a luxury. I will show you a shortcut." "The shortcut you mentioned is nowhere else but to break straight through the wall." Then all three of them fell straight down from the height of the building. Lemmy Haram suggested, "Let me lead the way from here." In a few short moments, he transformed from a small figure into a beast to ride. Like a giant wave, Lemmy Haram carried the two of them on his shoulders. Dong spread his wings and flew quickly forward. Not far, holding on tight, cut to another room where the wooden sword is training with straw enemies. Arena's practicing diligently while asking the person opposite. Saiyan is in exilium. Right. Lemel appeared out of nowhere, holding a letter written by Lunav herself, asking me to deliver it. "Yes. Miss Lunav wanted me to give this message to you before she was taken away by Mir." Regan, after skimming the news, she hurriedly left the training session and ran towards the door. "For now, I will seek help from Director Kundal. Later, Lamela stood behind the farewell. Leaving, so I will take my leave first. Seeing the confused look, Lamela tried to explain carefully. I still have other things to worry about. Luckily Irene understood. Alright, after Lamela left, Arko came to Kundal's room to report the false story created by Sayan. While the entire Luan Academy building was engulfed in a blood-red atmosphere with the wind softly blowing, Irene was like a lost soul, dazed after hearing the news that he was the one behind the party, the news that Sayan was the mastermind behind the blood party. Alongside that, there was also an image of an ancient dragon attacking wildly, and it was also the one who destroyed Exilium. Finally, a shocking news. Beneath the mask, Sayan followed a type of dark magic, and he was a member of Mist, an organization of souls who follow dark deeds. Back in reality, standing alone with a frown, Irene bowed her head in thought, realizing she knew nothing about him all this time. Like a fool, Rizima sitting by the observation chair hurriedly asked, "Are not you going with them?" He stood opposite the dummy. Sadly replied, "What is the point of going?" Irene tightly gripped the sword until the veins on his arm showed. "I have been training all this time just to be able to stand next to Sayan." The next words spoken by him left him completely stunned. But it was all meaningless. The image of Sayan appeared. The distance between him and Irene in the smoky village was too far. Sayan was still out of his reach, more than I ever thought. Maybe somewhere dark and lonely, a place someone like me could never reach. As Irene spoke, her emotions became clearer, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Even more pitiful because I could not do anything for her. I am a princess, so why am I this useless? Suddenly from behind both of them, a voice accompanied by slow footsteps approached. How much of it did she believe? It was none other than Principal Kundal, who came worried about her situation. Did she really think Sayan was the culprit behind the blood party and the incident at Exilium? A surprising question made Irene slightly bow her head, hesitant but still expressing her thoughts. No, Sayan would never do such a thing. The image of him risking himself, standing in front to protect V. Until now, I have only received from him. He has always supported me a lot. Whenever Irene made tough decisions, Sayan was always there to encourage and support her, and I knew he was not the type to do such things. Back in reality, listening to her thoughts, Kundal opened his palm and said, "Then hurry up," with a very serious expression and emphasizing each word. He said, "If we want to help her, we do not have much time left." Kundal's attitude at this moment surprised Irene greatly, her face drenched in sweat and deep in thought. Back there, the royal soldiers were gathered in large numbers. Looking up, below, one of them was stumped on the face by her transformed Saiyan form as she descended. That name was stamped with a black shoe mark on the face, then collapsed to the ground. Without hesitation, Raram stared at the others behind and challenged them to come at him all at once. Just like that, another guy was defeated by her, lying sprawled on the ground in just a few seconds. Raram seemed to enjoy playing with these royal soldiers. She flew up and stomped hard on a soldier's hat. Raram just stood on that guy's head, his voice full of nonsense, his movements too predictable. Is there no one stronger? Suddenly, from afar, a cold, wide tone like ice rang out, attracting her gaze this way. A guy leading a royal troop, with a giant body standing with crossed arms, declared strongly that the person who had escaped from us for days now has no way out. Redback, with an extremely arrogant look, raised his head proudly, boasting his achievements to Raram opposite him. Top physical strength grade A+, mana grade A+. I am the top student. Redback is here. As he finished speaking, she pretended to be drunk and rushed forward, delivering a sweeping kick to silence his arrogant mouth immediately. Seeing the move he unleashed, the royal soldiers behind him lit up with excitement. It was the ultimate technique of Lord Redback, and this chase was finally over. Wherever Redback's flames went, everything around them was swallowed, instantly melting away, vanishing in the sea of fire. Raram stood still, expressionless, watching the familiar soldiers running wildly. Run quickly, all of you, or you will get caught in the attack. Not wanting to waste time, she used her inner power, a stream of crimson spiritual energy rushing forward. The guy was stunned for a few seconds by the scene before him, gasping in disbelief. What? The beam of light gradually rushed forward, throwing Redback far away, to the astonishment of the soldiers. Redback, in just a few short seconds, as the smoke cleared, the image of the man with not a single piece of bamboo left, clinging tightly to the wall, was scattered everywhere. Redback's subordinates could not believe their eyes. Watching him in disbelief, could he really be defeated so easily? No way. Looking down at the ground, the soldiers and Commander Redback were lying on their backs. She softly criticized, "That guy was the strongest among you." Raram finished off a troublesome one, stood among the soldiers and guessed, "Then I guess there is nothing left to see." Now then, she, in the form of a car, gently bowed her head, her sharp teeth smiling as she declared, "I will open the gates of hell." As Raram finished speaking, the soldiers' expressions changed, tears streaming down their faces. Back in the air, where Lemmy Haram was carrying two people on his back, Luna spotted an explosion on the other side. Following her guidance, he quickly moved in that direction. I knew it. I could feel it, just hugging Lemmy Haram's neck to move quickly forward. Luna's eyes showed extreme determination. "Wait for me, CN. I won't let you fight alone. The explosion site is now clearing. The injured soldiers are retreating in groups, sending reinforcements to Bima Square. At this moment, hiding behind a wall, I observed from afar that the security vehicle was not satisfied with Harem. They were all running around in chaos, and Harem was doing a great job distracting them. My eyes kept watching her as she dealt with a royal soldier very swiftly. I should try to take advantage of her in this way to get through more effectively. Taking advantage of that precious time, the car quickly left, rushing up the machines. I should hurry back to base while she is still distracting. He must have arrived by now. As I moved, I slightly bowed my head, recalling the name I had to face. Astrovert, that terrible hypocrite. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred as a purple spiritual energy appeared from nowhere. Attacking the spot wherein was standing, he swiftly dodged backward with agility. A very familiar face. The person who used internal energy to attack the armored vehicle. Quite a reflex. He was still a bit confused. Stopped, clenched his teeth, and searched his memory for the identity of the opponent. He was, but I know very well about you, no one else. The person smiling confidently Xen right now is Luna's grandfather, Cianva. I am Regan Shrey River, the head of the Garam Association. Knowing the attacker's background, you stand up and look towards Regan's. What did he come to this U-ship empire for? What does he want? Seeing the attitude of the security vehicle, he immediately became interested. You are really straightforward. I like that. The boy on this side still kept his head high, his face a little uncomfortable, when he heard the threatening voice from Regan's. Just like a detective in that regard. All right, I will get straight to the point. Without beating around the bush, he crossed his arms and said loudly, "Marry my granddaughter Lunaf, Cianva." You were standing under the roof, feeling itchy for a few seconds. Very strange. What is this? Old man. The image of a man's face appeared in the eerie box, full of pain. From managing our academy to the image of the giant dragon clan standing before us, to the relationship with the dragon tribe, Regan spoke with a serious expression, piecing together the events and affirming, and also about our sacred artifact being stolen. Are you the one behind it all? He stood on the roof not far from Sheen, made his final guess, and clearly my granddaughter had fallen deeply in love. He was disturbed by this delusion and quickly demanded, "Hey, stop it." Not stopping there, Regan's confidently spread his arms wide and demanded, "Join me, Sheen. Use your talents for Garam Academy." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed. His sharp eyes emphasized each word. And this proposal was not for the prisoner to choose freely, but it seems Regan's overestimated sin. He was not very interested and shook his head to refuse. "I refuse." "What?" Cien, with a clearly amused expression, smirked and muttered, "Why should I join an organization with an old, confused wizard like you? You even use your middle finger to show your excitement." "Spare me, even though I do not know if you intend to use me or Lunar, but we are not here to play your games." Regan's also guessed the attitudes and would show, immediately raised his hand. A magic circle was activated. Very good. Within seconds, a group of his henchmen in white tank tops appeared all over the houses if the person refused to cooperate with me. Regan's, with a challenging tone and surrounded by a large number of henchmen who never left his side, declared that I must ensure the person belongs to no one. Not far away. Now midnight, inside a building, someone's voice echoed, "The domain of Lord Brynju. Do you think I will accept this result?" Lunel could not hide his anger, grabbing the collar of the person opposite. He is just a kid. How could he defeat so many royal guards? Why? Lu was terrified by his appearance. Stammering, "Your Highness, please calm down. I have not finished reporting yet." He hurriedly recounted the chaos in the capital earlier. The group in white shirts appeared, along with royal soldiers. People from Garam Academy suddenly appeared and fought with our knights. Lunel listened to the information provided, feeling as if he lost a few seconds. The Garam Academy. Why? The god did not know. "Your Highness." A sinister smile spread across his lips. "Well, that is even better." Gripping the edge of his shirt tightly, the king immediately released and threw him backward. Luckily the soldiers caught him in time. Their heads bumped. Lunel covered one eye with an arm and pointed forward with the other, proudly declaring this is an open challenge from the kingdom of Garam. To protect, we will use the army always ready to face any threat to the empire. The Holy Light Knights. The order he requested made Ru on this side jump up, standing in confusion. "Your Majesty, the Holy Light Knights are currently below in the demon realm. How can they be here?" Seeing his worried expression, Lunel immediately reassured him. "You fool, I anticipated this, so to be safe, I already brought them back. They are probably on their way here now." Outside the capital city, a group of soldiers and Holy Light Knights were heading straight into the palace. Ru disagreed with his approach and immediately stood up to explain deeply. "But Your Highness, this matter is simply to provoke war." Just as he finished speaking, the door outside opened, and Kundal and Erin entered together. "Prince, you are doing exactly what I feared." Her untimely presence made Lunel extremely uncomfortable, but he did not say it out loud. What is that girl doing here?" Using the status of a crown prince to retort, he angrily said, Do you dare to defy me? Arin, anticipating Lunel's stubbornness, immediately took out a paper and read aloud the regulations, which were royal orders. The content was read aloud, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration. Luen Academy will participate in the search for my fiancé. Arin Severus. Lunel could not contain his emotions, pointing at Arin and emphasizing each word. Who dares? Who can prove this paper is real? At that moment, Kundal stepped forward to protect her. I can confirm its authenticity. He bowed his head slightly, recalling past images, and responded to Lunel that His Majesty is suffering from a strange illness and cannot move, so he has entrusted me to assist the princess. The next words were spoken by Kundal, who stood still, gritting his teeth in silence. But interestingly, he did not mention the person, Prince Lunel. Putting that issue aside, with eyes full of discomfort, he asked further, I want to know clearly why you gathered so many soldiers and started a war with the Garam kingdom. Lunel listened to the question but could not find a proper reason to answer, only knowing to sigh. Quickly, an idea flashed in his mind. Lunel pointed at the two and ordered the soldiers to restrain them, as they might be enemies. Following the command of the reckless prince, the group attacked with weapons, but Kundal intercepted and formed a barrier. One by one, the soldiers fell to the ground before his eyes. Useless fools. After dealing with those troublesome soldiers, he removed the barrier and faced Lunel, giving a final warning. Enough. Lunel, with eyes full of red sparks and a clearly angry expression, Kundal lowered his tone broadly. Do you really think you can overpower a great mage like me with strength? Why? He was furious because of the reckless plan he himself created, clapping his hands on the cage and screaming wildly. Even though the stars keep hurting and blocking my way, just as I am about to reach a turning point, I am his favorite grandson. Kundal listened silently, said nothing, but already had the answer in his heart, because he did not want to see his grandson destroy himself like that anymore. Seeing both use magic to leave. Once again, Lunel pointed to the soldiers to let them go, blocking them as they were disrupting my plan. Finally, both safely left that arrogant prince's room. Seeing that no one dared to step forward this time, Lunel was frustrated, and Vu standing beside him also shook his head in refusal, apologizing that they could not confront him. He heard this and could only grit his teeth, swallowing his anger. Sending. Terrible. A moment later outside the capital, Kundal's magic circle appeared there. Both slowly revealed themselves. He firmly stated, now we are on the outskirts of Brandu. They can't chase us this far. Arin seemed to sense something and spoke up. This is really unlike you. Headmaster. She took out the paper from earlier. The Kundal test. This is fake. Right. He was stunned by Arin's unexpected question, froze for a few seconds, then pretended to be cool. I do not understand what you are saying. Princess, do not waste time. Kundal turned and left, urging her who was still standing behind. Let us go. Arin, with sad eyes as if something was unresolved, hesitated before asking. But master, why are you helping me? He paused at the question, then turned and smiled softly. That is a good question. Probably because I am curious. Not far from there, Raram, using Sayan's name, was fiercely attacking the royal soldiers. What will happen to the kid who constantly tests the patience of a great sorcerer like me? Back at the chaos earlier, Redback was shattered by her power, his clothes torn and his body stuck to the wall. After such a long time flying high, the three of them finally landed safely. The scenery before them made both of them uneasy. What was going on? Seeing Raram's figure in the distance and mistaking her for Cyan, Seth immediately spread his arms wide and approached. Truly a good brother of mine. Surprised to be called by name by a stranger, she grabbed the collar of the motionless royal soldier, turned her head back. Wearing the bag at this moment, Lunav immediately sensed something was wrong. Wait, that was not Cyan. Seeing him approaching the old man pretending to be her uncle, she hurriedly spoke up. Senior Seth. Wait, Lunav, with eyes full of anger, stared straight at Raram, relentlessly interrogating who he was if not the senior Cyan, and where the real Cyan was, her identity exposed. She threw the soldier to the ground and laughed bitterly. Oh, Senzeta can't fool the owner of the demon book. Raram turned around, stood straight facing both of them. You may not know me, but I know you very well. In an instant, she removed the mask under the guise of a boy, returning to her female form. I am the demon Raram. Nice to meet you. Seeing the unpredictable transformation from Raram, Seth was startled. Sayan had turned into a girl. She continued, you all arrived just in time. Suddenly, from behind Raram, on the house machine, spiritual energy explosion occurred. Our plan just encountered a slight setback. Lunav and Seth were a bit startled when witnessing that immense power. What a terrifying strength. This is the magic of the old man. Seeing that, the bag she was carrying immediately moved. Lemmy Harem inside spoke. He arrived faster than I thought. He is probably fighting Saiyan now. I will lead you to him. In an instant, he transformed into a giant dragon, standing among the three of them. Come on, girl. Seeing Lemmy Harem's incredibly swift transformation, Raram smiled with amusement. Not bad. Little black girl. Her sudden emotion left him speechless, only able to breathe heavily. Not far away on the road, the royal soldiers were also affected by the explosion. which came from a different direction. Those guys, with faces full of fear, looked at each other, wondering if our teammates were there. Who knows, just go to the attack spot first. Suddenly, the ground where they stood shook violently. The whole group of soldiers was once again thrown into confusion, looking into the distance, wondering what was happening. Was it an earthquake? That tremor was none other than the movement of Lemmy Haram creating that monster. The man on the horse followed closely. Luna and Haram ran forward like the wind. The whole group replaced each other and fled together. Joking around, Achu looked towards the distance. A building was being struck down by a purple spiritual energy in an instant and immediately stopped boasting, his eyes serious as he concluded that the person on the platform was Sejin Voth, his younger brother and the traitor to the Empire. With a resolute attitude, Hatong looked at the soldiers before him and said, "Never forget your oath to wipe out evil from the world." Not stopping there, his hand tightly grasped the sword, the incarnation of Dujin Dark. Never leaving. Honorable knights, follow the light. Achu, with a face full of cunning, raised his head and declared loudly, "The Sejin Voth tournament begins now." The entire group of soldiers was more motivated than ever by his spirit. Yes. With concern, they all simultaneously looked forward, shouting continuously, following Acho's orders, "We will follow the light." Dujin Dark escaped from the sword incarnation and appeared, hovering in the air. Kasim beside him gently reminded, "It is best not to ruin this, saving the world." Not stopping there, when mentioning Sejim, Dujin Dark's expression darkened, teeth clenched in anger. "Gaining the power that the bastard stole from me is the only hope for people to choose their own lifespan." Not far away, standing among the ranks of soldiers, Kan wondered aloud, "Can you imagine mobilizing the Empire's knights to kill your own younger brother? The clan really is different." Caught off guard by his sudden question, Ken Rang immediately reminded him to be careful in case someone overheard, but Ken did not seem to care much, letting it go since the rumor had already spread everywhere. His poetic words made him even more confused than ever, wondering what rumor it was, that this battle would not end at Brinu. Please listen to Kan's strong declaration, his face drenched in sweat, not stopping at Brinu. What does he mean? He hesitated not at all, his face filled with fear, and when recounting the reason, it was said that we might head straight to the Imperial Palace. Not understanding what the prince was thinking by doing so, he listened to the information and was shocked and incredulous. Doing so would completely overturn the empire. Kan beside him immediately added, "But there must be some truth to it. Otherwise why would they come with us?" Behind both of them now appeared two masked men radiating red spiritual energy. Since marching here, they have not spoken a word, and I have a very bad feeling about them. Back in the capital, one of Regan's subordinates is pressed face first against the wall. No one else. The attacker named Cian, a person with fierce power and a curse. Facing him were the remaining injured subordinates lying unconscious on the ground. He seemed tireless, not even sure if he was human. They were terrified by that power. He was like a demon. You seem not to have been fully relieved. Then he turned around and issued a challenge. "Anyone still able to fight? Come up, I have no time." Cian's attitude made one of them visibly uncomfortable, but he did not know how to handle it. That jerk was provoking us. Suddenly, from afar, a cold voice echoed down the hallway. I have to admit, that voice was aimed straight at Cian, who stood silently listening. Why does Lunav love those people so much? It was none other than Regan's, who flew high with a magic circle behind him, so I absolutely cannot let him survive. As soon as he finished speaking, Regan's rushed forward, his hands channeling internal energy continuously. Meteor-like, seeing the power he was about to unleash, the nearby subordinates quickly fled in an instant. Beautiful destructive magic meteor shower. Regan's is getting closer. The spiritual energy in his hand has turned into a blazing red meteorite. Can anyone dodge it? Sin is not like those weak subordinates. He stands still, watching how Regan's acts. Will he really kill his own teammates with this move? What a madman. In an instant, the power from the meteor struck, attacking and destroying an entire house. Regan's subordinates had to hold hands tightly to avoid being thrown away by the force. With this speed and damage, we will all die. Everyone hide behind the building. Just escape danger by a hair's breadth. Pair of legs appeared before those guys. Is our friend there? No one else. After moving for a while, he was also present, crossing his arms and speaking. I am starting to get fed up with these guys. Set Kalhakan. One guy became scared when he saw his appearance. What is wrong? Without hesitation, with eyes sharp as bullets, Hatong widened his order. Disappear. On the ground where his subordinates lay sprawled, violent tremors shook as wild golden spiritual energy surged forward. In just a few seconds, those guys were caught in the whirlwind created by him. That is right. Lunov saw Set still hesitated. Standing behind he urged, "We have to hurry." Senior Saiyan, Lunov, Raram, and Lemaharam were all present, gathered in one place. Looking into the distance, Senior Saiyan was right ahead. Also in that area, at Regan's position, he looked down at the lava pool he created, finally getting some peace. But no. Regan smiled, clearly pleased, saying I am sure it is not over yet, but it seems he did not anticipate what was about to happen. Below, the lava began to shift strangely. From within it, a long water streak ran across the ground, the crack deepening. No one else. Saiyan was still alive, holding a sword charging straight at Regan's, who was standing there, in the void. Silent. Not stopping there, he still used light internal power, causing a series of void spheres to appear and scatter. The spheres absorbed by Saiyan grew larger and larger, becoming several times the size of his body. The next scene unfolded unexpectedly for Saiyan, his eyes wide with astonishment. What was that? In just a moment, the void spheres he created were destroyed by the beads on Regan's hand. Saiyan was suddenly attacked, immediately retracting his body and leaping back, leaving a clear water stain on the ground between him and the attacker. Regan's tightly gripped his weapon, shattering the void spheres in his hands with satisfaction. The essence contained in that Caligona seed renders even a person's void bridge useless, though their void attribute is quite strong. The following words he uttered made him more cautious than ever. I studied you carefully before coming here. Such a rare artifact is not easy to obtain. Only the Ren Rivers family can possess it. Regan's did not stop there, tightly clutching that seed in his hand. But that was not the effect of this pearl. In an instant, the spirit energy surged. A reanimated death god summoned by him appeared. Reanimated death god, now you are paying attention to me. From afar, a voice emerged, freezing both of them for a few seconds. That was enough. That voice, with a curious mindset. They quickly turned their heads to look into the distance, wondering if my demon book was what he wanted. No one else. Lunav had come here to chase and help Scene, so why did not he fight us and just leave Senior Scene alone? Sensing something, there was a movement on Scene's arm. Raram spoke up. It seems like a troublemaker has followed us here. Raram, she held tightly onto his arm, urging him constantly. And I could feel he was near, so let us go. Scene took a deep breath. He could also feel the hidden presence around. A slight smile appeared. Finally, he has arrived. Yes, he is very close now. Hurry up, the boss here is not slow, tearing the shirt he was wearing with his hands. I put everything on the way here. My friend, you can't be held back here. With a body full of bulging muscles and a strong, commanding voice, he declared, leave everything here to me. Just go. Hearing that someone was stepping up to help, Scene quickly took off, saying, yeah, thank you all. You walked while looking back, saying goodbye to Lunav, promising to meet again. She could not hide her anger, glancing at the sharp-eyed examiner, making him confused. What did I do? Lemmy Harem sighed deeply, his face full of frustration as he explained that he was the heir to the god of singing, completely different from what he had thought. Regan stood there, seeing Scene leave, immediately clenching the seed tightly in his hand. Thinking, will I just stand by and watch him leave? He calmly ordered the Grim Reaper holding the scythe to capture you, making it hard to escape. Lunaf realized the problem and, to prevent Regan's from succeeding, spread his palm and stomped hard, casting a prison-like spell. In just a few seconds, a red thorny circle appeared on his head. What? Regan's, with the circle stuck tightly on his head, became extremely painful, clutching his head and screaming, let the pact be fulfilled. The deep seed in his hand just now quickly fell straight to the ground, meaning the Grim Reaper chasing Sun until now had completely vanished beneath the scythe. Regan's is now in great distress, clutching his head and kneeling on the ground, wondering how someone could have planted that in his mind. Lunaf, with eyes full of hatred, recalls when he tightly gripped her body, trying to erase her memories, but she escaped that painful feeling from when he tortured her before. Luna's whole body was radiating a strong purple spiritual energy, which is why no one should mess with me. Standing opposite Regan's with his hands on his head and kneeling on the ground, Lunaf's face was full of pain, his hands on his head muttering continuously that this thing would be useless if he destroyed it and the price for betrayal would be very high. Lemmy Harem on this side, gradually disappearing in the rustling winds. He thinks I came here unprepared. He is fake, suddenly wishing you had turned into a mask, worn straight on the face. In her hand she holds the incarnation of Hispria. Right now, witness the truth that you are seeking. Not far away, on the road leading to the capital, a pair of feet ran with great haste. It was none other than a scout soldier running towards them, his face filled with fear. Wasn't he from the scout team? Why had he arrived here already? From behind that man came the swift appearance of the rescue vehicle. Without many words, he decisively swung the sword in his hand in a long slash aimed at the scout. Sword and mist rising. The arrival of the security vehicle caused everyone to panic in fear. It was the rescue vehicle. Take out your weapons and line up. Has the scout team been defeated already? By a 13-year-old, he did not care much about their numbers, decisively charging straight ahead, maintaining his stance. Observing Cian's actions, the group realized the main weapon was a demon blade, a transformed razor, held in his hand. He indeed had a demon blade, but with the previous at true command. The group did not hesitate and advanced. Fight with honor. Light Knight Brigade. Advance. With the sword in hand, the car swiftly passed through each enemy with sweet slashes. Swordsmanship. Chaotic mist, and attacking chains. Above his head appeared a yellow magic circle. Now he could not take another step. From inside the magic circle, a fist and a giant hand appeared, the arm of Lumen Den. That hand held immense power. slamming down on the ground, shattering the surrounding rocks to pieces. A man with both eyes blindfolded laughed loudly and declared, but unaware of your appearance from behind, you caught him. In just a few seconds, Cian had taken down one man, as if having a third sense. The other man sensed from afar. This guy, to save his friend from the danger he posed, Hindu raised his staff high, a beam of light shooting straight ahead like thunder. But before he could attack, Cian rushed beside him and grabbed his face tightly. Not only were you uninjured, but you also wore a sly smile on your lips. Just like that, after a few seconds, another guy was knocked out by you, lying flat on the ground. Suddenly from above, a golden beam shot straight down at the machine where he was standing. Like a third sense, Cian raised his head, sensing the presence of his evil brother. I will lead you to the path of salvation. Cian, here he is. Just as he finished speaking, Archer's shadow appeared from above, diving down like an arrow, the power of the sun god. Sun Chariot. Holding the sword incarnation of Dujandak, he struck a spirit-filled blow to start his heavy artillery attack on him, a seemingly ordinary slash, but with immense power that destroyed numerous houses. An unprecedented event occurred, as the two brothers fought each other fiercely. Although Inskar looks very tough on the outside, inside it constantly worries about Raram, and I can feel all of Raram's pain. Maybe I should not have tried to directly stop the sword because of the immense power from Dujandak's sword. The demon seemed unable to hold it and dropped it from his hand. Unable to bear it any longer, Raram transformed back to his original form, his mouth spitting out red blood. She fell into helplessness, then curled up on the ground, looking very painful. From above, like an angelic figure, Dujandak flew down to the ground. My eyes have deceived me. She looked at Raram, who was injured, with a stitched-up expression and folded arms. Not like herself at all. Do not tell me you have been tamed. Suddenly, Dujandak's expression changed. Strangely sad. Why have not you taken over your master's body as you should? Looking at her strange demeanor, she could not help but laugh. Look at you, do not laugh at me. This is all your master's fault. Unable to accept Raram's humiliating attitude towards herself, Dujandak grabbed her shirt and demanded, tell me what he did with my power. She said with an angry face, I told you to stop laughing, but it seems she still won't cooperate and keeps laughing, and now you are grabbing my collar. How cute. Raram, with a bloodied face, stopped and said something that made Dujandak frown. Tame her? Yeah, I guess you could say that too. Not stopping there, she looked at her with a bloodied face. But seeing you like this, I think it is worth it. Dujandak was shocked by the information, clenching his teeth tightly. How did he do it? How did he know where I was? She found that she could not get any information from Raram, so she let go. Is that really important right now? Just sit back and enjoy this. What do you mean? Not stopping there, with a face full of wounds and eyes wide open, she challenged. Who do you think will be destroyed first, me or your hair? Back to the battle between the two. Cian's expression changed strangely, revealing the demon blade. Acho was also surprised, suddenly being pushed away, as something in the air had just changed. From his side, a slash of red spiritual energy from the demon blade fiercely struck directly at him. That source of power not only affected the two of them but also spread throughout the capital. Terrified by that mighty power, Acho quickly withdrew with the holy sword behind. He has pierced through the power of the holy sword. Has he released the full power of the demon blade? Officially, Cian has transformed into a completely different person. The sword strike, the bloodthirsty desire, the first awakening, the beginning of atonement. Trying to calm himself, his expression was a bit bitter. It did not matter. After all, the god of Hakvu was still just a rejected being. He could not surpass the power of the highest level god. Cian, in a very grotesque form, with power multiplied many times, rested the demon blade on his shoulder and spoke. Surprisingly, the power of the demon blade could also contend with the holy sword, which seemed to surprise him. Your voice echoed throughout the space. But is it really surprising that the holy sword has some flaws? Achu listened in great surprise to that. Not stopping there, from his pocket, Cian took out a round box which is a part of the holy sword. Yes, this is the remaining part of his precious holy sword. Take it from me if you can. The holy sword in his hand seemed to sense a piece of itself and began to move. Dujiandak pointed straight at Cian, her voice ringing out, hand it over here. Little demon, faced with the relentless urging, he smiled slightly and declared, do you really think I would hand it over for free? Dujiandak in the yellow smoke revealed her true form, a girl gritting her teeth demanding, this is an insult. I will destroy you along with this city. Yeodao, knowing her hidden power, warned Ixin. Come on. Come on. Be careful. She might be stronger than you think. In an instant, his emotional restraint reached its peak. Dujiandak was furious. Golden spiritual energy appeared, manifesting the holy sword. The light blinded him, forcing him to cover his face with his hand. It was an incredibly powerful holy force. Clear the way. Achi seemed to be empowered by her, his eyes turning fierce yellow. The strength of the god of light. The horizon. Without hesitation, Achi spread his 2 white wings and unleashed a slash of spiritual energy. The slash aimed straight at Xin not far away. Luckily he dodged in time. Not stopping there, the spiritual slashes came in a continuous barrage, destroying the rocks all over the city. Xian quickly used his resilient body to step back and crouch on the ground. In front of him were streams of golden spiritual energy, spreading throughout the city. A chief, with the power of the holy sword, straightens up and moves forward. So this is the power of the holy sword. You have only tasted half of it. Kid, you can use my power as much as you want. The treacherous part is a source of his inner strength, with an angry and demanding expression. Just bring me half of it. Achi immediately agreed, as she wished. That was the order. At this moment, Xian, regardless of his expression, still stood firm on the ground. Then, from afar, Achi charged like a tiger, swinging spiritual energy slashes that he skillfully dodged. He was unwilling, raising his palm high as magic circles appeared and spun rapidly. Xian was no pushover either, wielding a weapon and directly using the next skill, Violent Spirit Strike. Both sides rushed to attack each other fiercely, neither backing down at all. Not stopping there, in a fit of rage, Achu tightly gripped the holy sword and swung deadly strikes. Finally, because of the overwhelming power, your demon pain is now appearing beneath the cracks. Xian is worried. It is starting to break apart. But it is okay. I can still fight. In a moment of despair, she transformed into a human form, lying on the ground with a bloodied face. If this is my fate, then I will drag that bastard down to hell with me. Xian immediately pulled back the painful demand. It was a good idea, but she did not have that chance. You seem to read the inner monologue, recalling the image of Ram Gyaha with the Demon King at the end. I knew that because she said the same in her final words. It was the day she confronted the Demon King. Thus, she left Xian, fell into that man's arms, and promised to take that bastard down to hell with her. Goodbye, master. At that moment, Xian looked utterly helpless. Kneeling on the ground, watching the regretful drumbeat return to reality, he clenched his hand tightly around the pain, transformed from Ram's body. The day he lost Ram, Xian, with pain close by, looked straight at the approaching spiritual slash of a chi, determined not to let it happen again. He won't allow himself to lose Ram again, so he drinks and dodges, needing to find an opening while avoiding as many of his attacks as possible. He watched Xian's love pain falling apart more and more with a smug smile, as if her love pain was in the worst state. Cho wanted to finish him quickly, so he leapt high with his sword, considering that she could no longer defend against his attacks. From the village of golden spiritual smoke, the smug face of Du Dan Dak appeared. What did you just say? Raram, who do you think will break first? Now let us see the answer to your question. Not far away, the scouts from earlier hid to the side, watching the battle. Kan and Sin looked at each other, their faces showing clear fear. This battle was beyond human capability, and we cannot intervene. He looked worried and curious at the 2 masked men behind him, asking if they intended to intervene. Both of them listened silently to Kan's question, not responding even a word. The attitude of both of them once again made him feel hesitant. They looked so scary, not saying a word. Truly terrifying. Without hesitation, both of them started rushing forward, and the scout soldiers saw this and also ran after them. On this side, during the battle, Astro raised the holy sword high, attacking Xian who was kneeling on the ground. He was using all his strength, along with Raram, to block Han's vicious attack. Not stopping there, Soon still used internal power. A series of void spheres appeared before his eyes. Void spheres rift. He rotated his palm, trying to create as many void spheres as possible. They were dummies like Kill and So. Seemed Boris was extremely busy today. Huan looked towards the soldiers, Astro's loyal subordinates rushing in. Truly a troublesome mess. On this side, taking advantage of the distraction, Astro slash Nokshin flying backward. He looked at his younger brother like that, smiling without stopping. Why do not you give up, Xian? You do not have any other chance. At this moment, he looked very calm, carrying the pain on his shoulder. No chance. Huh. Do not you see that I am completely fine? Brother, it seems like you have been completely arrogant. From the sky, a series of magic circles appeared, revealing sharp spikes inside. Astro stood surrounded by the circles, firmly declaring, "You are the one like that, Xian." His eyes were full of rage, gripping the holy sword tightly. It was time for him to reclaim the power she had stolen from him. As he finished speaking, barrage of sharp spears and scouts rushed towards Shan. Lu's holy spear, standing inside the royal window, Luinal silently observed. From behind, seeing Astro's power unleashed, he praised without hesitation, never expecting that he could fight that monster for so long. Young Master Astro is truly a formidable warrior. He listened and gradually spoke up, but that was still not enough. We will need to use the holy punishment beam. He stood behind, confused. Your Majesty, but it is a magical item used for raids. Luinal gritted his teeth, his face showing deep hatred in his eyes. Might also put Lord Astro in danger. Do not make me say it twice. Do it. Not far away, in the dark basement corridor, the way down the stairs. Yes. Your Majesty. A white cloth was thrown up, surrounding a glowing sphere. Someone's hand, holding the history transformation book emitting red spiritual energy. Declared, "Why do not we stop this here?" No one else, Luna wearing the mask from Lemmy Harem's transformation, said that fighting any longer is pointless. She looked angrily at Regan's lying on the ground, clearly defeated grandfather. He was like a soulless blade, lying silently there, bleeding profusely. From afar, after dealing with the troublemakers and hitting one, Sat announced that my side was done too. He looked back at Lunav in panic, hands on hips receiving the attack. They were just a bunch of pathetic weaklings. She heard that and smiled shyly, holding the transformation book tightly. It is not that they are weak, but because he has a god inside him. Sat did not forget to point at a person in a white shirt behind. Of course, she had also helped a lot. Who would have known we would meet her here? Both stood looking at that person for a long time. Lunav laughed and thanked her. So she had been hiding among the members of the Mafakaram Academy. No one else, the one who helped them, was the person who was always there to protect her at the right moment. Lamemla, please forgive me. I should have come to help earlier. Your Highness, as Lunav spoke and smiled, recalling how she disguised herself to provide timely support. No, she arrived just in time, and we were able to defeat them all thanks to her. Suddenly, a beam of light caught both their eyes in the sky above. Above, a series of magical circles stacked on top of each other looked very original. They had activated the magical device. Lunav, carrying confusion, looked up. But why? That device was usually only used in wars. Lemmy Harm sat on the shoulders, arms crossed explaining. They would not be able to stop it on its way to shoot it to the safe car. Not far away, a group of monks in black robes surrounded the device, hands charged with magic. The one directing them from behind was none other than the arrogant Prince Luisnel, and this was the perfect opportunity to wipe them all out. With a face full of smug satisfaction, he threw his head back and smiled brightly at those who had thought him a fool. On this side, seeing the golden rays above his head, Astro immediately recognized Prince Luisnel. I can't stand him anymore either. Quickly, Astro, still using internal power, rushed straight towards the circle. Scene was stunned for a few seconds by the scene before him. Magical device. Using it right now. At this moment, he was getting closer to the eerie circle, the golden spiritual energy radiating intensely. Astro suppressed all his anger, now raising his arm with an open palm to perform the divine technique. In the story, a massive explosion occurred, shattering the surrounding rocks and earth, with smoke obscuring all paths. It was not just one spot. The entire building where Luisnel was located was engulfed in flames. He covered his face with his hand, his gaze shifting to do. What? Did he destroy the magical device? The building is collapsing. The monks from earlier, now seeing the scene, ran away scared. Hey, where are you going? Luisnel, holding his anger, covered his face to protect against the explosion. The one who should have protected Hong. At the same time, Arin quickly shouted loudly, as the 5th princess of the Wuzif Empire, I order you to withdraw your sword. Astro stood before the order, somewhat unwilling, his face lowered to hide his dissatisfaction. At the same time, a soldier's arm was quickly thrown towards Astro, startling him as Arin sneered. These puppets look too familiar. Astro. Kundal raised his voice and shouted loudly, saying that today you have spoken very clearly. While beating those liars, he condemned and accused that you and Luisnel might have been involved in the blood party. Immediately after, Astro reached out his hand towards the principal Kundal hesitantly, as if he was a bit angry, and clenched his fist tightly, daring to defy the will of the star god. Immediately after, those chains were broken into small pieces by Astro's inner strength. Kundal was now a bit surprised and secretly terrified, as he was overwhelmed by his magic. At the same time, Kundal aimed an attack at Luisnel with a divine spear. Arin was startled and could not help but shout loudly. Principal, what are you doing here? Princess, breathing heavily, you suddenly command broadly. Are you trying to end yourself? Leave this place. You will only exhaust others. Arin was startled. Are you joking with me? Look at yourself. Then she quickly interrupted. You are my fiancé. Who else will protect you but me? Saiyan replied calmly. But I have never agreed to the marriage proposal. Suddenly being rejected made her face flush fiercely. That was the Emperor's order. And how dare you argue with me? You scoundrel, Astro quickly said. I understand you have been seduced by my devilish younger brother, so perhaps I have no choice but to save you both. And immediately after, Astro channeled his inner power, harnessing the strength of the Supreme God, the divine aura. On the other side, Saiyan was silently calculating. This is it. Lumendel's ultimate attack is said to be able to kill even a god. Then he began to piece together the events. The powerful attack that killed him in his previous life. At the same time, Arin quickly stood in front of Saiyan, shouting loudly, stop right there, Astro. But he was unwilling to accept it, and immediately after, he used his inner strength. But no one can defy the will of the gods. Arin still refused to give up. She stood firm and endured rather than abandon Saiyan. But at the same time, Saiyan immediately lunged over and pushed Arin aside, leaving her momentarily stunned. Pausing for a moment, Saiyan unleashed a 3 demon light. The moment I had been waiting for. The moment he used that power. At the same time, Right after looking at his younger brother's face, Astro was surprised. Why was he smiling? Wait a minute. Now Saiyan immediately took out a weapon in his hand and threw it at him. Now Astro does not give up either. He immediately punches strongly towards Saiyan. At the same time, powerful aura quickly rushes down below. With a loud explosion, Astro charged straight at Saiyan without mercy. As Saiyan was still gathering strength, Dudandak was so scared she cried. Holding her face and screaming, the scene shifts to the man with the club, who is frantically fighting off the deceitful men. One by one they fall, but he is sweating and unable to kill them all. Looking at that group, he was annoyed. Their immortality was really troublesome. The best thing he could do was buy time. Now quickly glancing behind his back, he muttered to himself, I can feel the chaotic magic here. Inside here, Lunel felt puzzled. Really strange. What on earth was happening there? Saiyan was beaten to the point his soul seemed to want to fly away. He could not bear it and immediately screamed out in pain. Now you have started to tense up and gather your inner strength. Ako was very surprised to see this. What is going on? At the same time, the treacherous rope appeared. Idiot, he has already destroyed my power. And now he is trying to take it. Stopping for a moment, Ako quickly guessed. But it was like trying to light a fire in a storm. He was attempting the impossible. Meanwhile, Ako prepared to attack, and she said, be grateful he has neither holy skills nor demon scrolls, no divine contract, he will die soon. Hearing this, he still gathered his inner strength and shouted loudly, then I will finish him off before anything else interferes. The traitor was delighted. Good idea. Hurry up, but now Rin was still standing there. I won't let that happen. Ako gritted his teeth. Does she still want to block my way? Right after that, Ako awkwardly said, Princess Arin, but now she is ready. I will not let you pass. Arin gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, I must not back down. If I do not bite him back, this could be the end of a chow. On this side, a hairy foot with sharp claws is slowly approaching. Everyone here seems to have turned into ghosts, which also surprised Luaznel greatly. Looking at the girl, he was startled. Lunavlane River. As soon as she arrived at Lunavlane Head, the principal, Senior, please help me get to him. Kundal is still gaining strength. There is probably no time left to ask, and now he uses a counterattack. Immediately, the surrounding earth and rocks explode with noise, and Luaznel hurriedly flies backward in surprise. But now, those demonic heads simultaneously turn towards Kundal to attack, while Luna V and the other two rode on the back of a beast, running swiftly forward. The deceivers of course did not let up. They continuously chased the Luna V group at any cost. But immediately after, a shocking explosion erupted, startling the deceivers. One of them had not even had time to react before a powerful hand punched through him. With just one strike from Seth, he successfully wiped out more than half of the enemies. Luna V quickly startled. She turned her head and shouted, Senior Seth. Lamela. Now Seth and Lamela immediately stayed. He said, we will deal with those lies, Lamela said coldly with concern. Hurry to Saiyan's place. My lady. Seth just finished and went to the crowd while leaving a message. You would better take care of my best friend. Luna V had no choice but to grit her teeth and run forward quickly. Lem, I can feel Senior Saiyan's energy weakening. Now Luna V quickly reached the place where Saiyan was fighting. She was worried. He was right ahead. As soon as she arrived, the scene before Luna was terrifying. Arin's face was covered in blood, her eyes vacant, and Luna could not help but cry out. Princess Arin, looking over at Senior Saiyan. He was gritting his teeth and trying to withstand the attacks from Archer. At the same time, the voice of Dudandak rang out. Stopping her, Archer wondered why. Then he looked at her, silently asking himself, what is Luna V doing here? Luna V sat on Lemmiharm's back, her heart burning like fire, regretting that she could not run any faster. As soon as Luna V passed by, she was struck so hard that she gently flew up to the stitches. Glancing at Arin, Luna V dove into his arms and simultaneously grew up. Senior Saiyan. Luna V. Scared. Hugged Saiyan tighter. Please. At this rate we will lose that image. Haram was startled and kept wondering why things had come to this point, as if he was trying to end his own life. For a moment, Haram wondered if maybe he did it knowing this would happen. Looking at Luna V, who was sweating profusely, she guessed he knew Luna V and she would come later. And now looking at Archer, Haram reluctantly used the ancient god's contract ability, as there was no time left to think. Immediately, a massive surge of power quickly flowed into Saiyan, and his eyes began to change color. His entire body then radiated a strong internal energy. And Archer, standing nearby, was momentarily startled, raising his hand to shield himself. Looking towards Saiyan, he could not help but be surprised and gape in astonishment. What is that? Over here, that light thing keeps emitting. Vinegar rebellion going boom. Because the energy was too strong, Archer flew far away, startled and quickly retreated to defend himself. At the same time, the holy sword angrily said aloud, Curse. What is Lemmiharm doing here? Archer fell silent, staring up at the sky. This is it. No one here can interfere. At the same time, Saiyan coldly said, the space plan is unfolding. We end this here. And as soon as he finished speaking, he quickly used the mist to cover the light. The holy sword warns. Be careful. the Heir of Light. He will be much stronger than before. Archer quickly responds. No matter what he is, a thief has taken his power. Then Saiyan quickly puts Lunaf down, and at the same time Lemmy Harem asks him, what do you plan to do now? In response to that question, you naturally answered that you would kill your own brother. Lemmy Harem said, is revenge so important that you would absorb my curse to achieve it? I do not think you fully understand your current situation. Stop for a moment. I will tell Saiyan. But the symbol on your chest means you will have to pay a price greater than death. On this side, the demon pain is radiating intense killing intent. Foolish master. Is this what you have been preparing all this time? Remembering the past, you asked if we create enough commotion. Lunaf will appear eventually. Harem quickly added. Lunaf, you mean the girl who owns the demon book? At that time, Saiyan was walking and speaking. That is right. So if you meet her, bring her to me and do not cause suspicion while pretending to be me. Someone will notice immediately. Stopping for a moment, she could not help but wonder. But how can you be so sure? What if she does not come? Turning to look at Harem with a sly smile. Saiyan assured, she will come. She really is a stalker. Back to reality. Saiyan said to Lemmy Harem, I entrust Lunaf and the princess to you. Demon book. It quickly agreed. You can count on me. Then, he just kept walking forward. This path of Saiyan's was extremely rugged and difficult. Lemmy Harem's eyes were serious and he broke into a triumphant smile. The prophecy had finally come true. Meanwhile, Saiyan and Astro finally faced each other. Today was the day of their life or death battle. Watching the two fight, it seemed like love and pain were immensely enjoyable, dancing with the fragments of the gods. Finally, the battle unfolded with immense power and inner strength clashing against each other. Saiyan could not help but smirk, suddenly looking very different. Dear brother. At the same time, Saiyan's hand quickly moved across Astro's forehead, making him suddenly startled for no reason. Your face pressed close to Astro. Even with the power of the Supreme God, it won't save you now. Meanwhile, the battle rages on, everywhere filled with fragments of sparks and faint auras. In the midst of the fierce battle, suddenly that army halted. Surprising Lamela. According to her observation, they suddenly lost their skill. Grab the head of a bad guy and then say, what is going on? I am looking forward to a battle. Lamela guessed. It seemed like they suddenly got disconnected. At the same time, a deep voice sounded. Maybe because their source of power had disappeared. From the void, Kundal appears. I am glad you are all safe. Set pretends to be cool and says, it is nothing. Principal. Kundal looks at him and can't help but praise. You did very well. Prince Set. I commend you for rushing to help your friend during exam season. Some of his next sentences seemed to freeze you. You were sentenced to 2 months. Set was bewildered. Teacher. Kundal advised. You should choose a more diligent friend, and you have never attended classes. Immediately after, he looked towards the large circle. It seemed like this space was the cause of the sudden change. They could not do anything else in life here. At the same time, suddenly something inside the sphere moved, causing it to shake. Kundal's face quickly turned pale, and he could not help but break out in a sweat. At the same time, 2 familiar figures suddenly appeared, leaving Kundal bewildered, Princess Erin and Luna. Meanwhile, Lamela hurried over, asking if they were okay. Kundal quickly checked and then said, fortunately, they did not suffer any critical injuries. Immediately, he quickly used his power to reincarnate. Kundal looked at them and fell into deep thought. They were deliberately taken out of the subspace. Now Kundal guessed, it must be the Saiyan's doing. What is happening inside there? Saiyan. Back inside, Arin was injured, clutching his body, muttering to himself that it could not be true. He was unwilling to accept that he was bleeding, while Dujandak was furious and Nianjang warned. I told you to be careful, kid. Dujandak then loudly warned that now he was the light switch, and you will die if you are reckless. The Saiyan said coldly. What do you think? Raram asked in surprise. What do I think? Are you kidding me? She gathered her strength and then smiled slyly. So much power was surging within me that I needed to destroy something immediately. The Saiyan now wore a sly smile. Well, today I will give you full control to decide. At the same time, he simultaneously gathered his inner strength and sang the blood dance melody. And now it seemed like everything around was dancing to the rhythm of his sword. Not stopping there, this immense power also carried a dazzling aura. Now it seems Astro is no longer a match for Saiyan. Every time he resists it is very difficult. Meanwhile, Saiyan continues to channel his inner strength into his weapon and strikes. The sword bone. The watermark opens illusion. Immediately, the sky lit up brightly, and the ground below could not withstand this immense energy, cracking and scattering everywhere. The Saiyan's eyes were extremely cold as he mercilessly struck Astro with a harsh blow. Right now, Astro is frantically possessed and shouts loudly, darkness can never defeat light. It is over. At that moment, the beam of light from the sword in Astro's hand also unleashes a tremendous power. Right now, Saiyan suddenly broke into a strange smile. Now he is the embodiment of the demon Peach. Then, Ruri went crazy. I bet no one expected this. Astro was surprised. Really, but right now she just happened to launch her move. Bone Sword. Moonlight. Astro immediately could not control the pain and screamed loudly. Ruru laughed happily. She did not hesitate to tease the opponent. All thanks to your power. Thank you. Traitor. At that moment, she was slashed painfully, tears streaming down her face, but Dujin Dak still held back the pain to avoid screaming. Meanwhile, the Saiyan coldly watched his brother writhing on the ground in agony. Just a bit. Saiyan praised. I must say, it suits you. Meanwhile, you continue to gather your inner strength and say coldly, finally, Astro, I can break the shining chains that bind our fate. As soon as he withdrew his words, he immediately struck a powerful blow at him with his sword technique, the bone sword, the bone chain rising. Facing this attack, it felt like Astro could be killed. He could not struggle and could only grit his teeth and endure. Now, Astro feels like his soul is about to leave his body. He is unwilling because he always thinks he is destined to save the world. That is what his mother told him. She said she received a divine revelation when she was pregnant, and that is why Astro was given so much talent. But because of that, she was killed for being a witch, witnessed by him, and Astro still can't forget that day to this hour. It did not stop there. Everyone involved was arrested and executed. Those painful memories resurfaced. It was the first and only time he saw Tra so angry, and he even had to execute them himself. Astro's eyes became lifeless. But that was not enough. Such demons must be eradicated from the root. According to Astro's beliefs, the poor and those born into lowly status easily fall into the path of evil. In the end, they will threaten those richer than themselves. Just like how they took his mother's life. That was all Astro had ever thought. Back to reality. Astro's eyes wandered. He told himself, but now he has witnessed the truth. In front of Astro, San and Ryu were wielding weapons, striking him with fierce blows, and at that moment Astro realized that he was the inferior one. Looking at those two faces full of mesmerizing energy, two words echoed in Astro's mind. True God. Immediately after this thought, another beam of light rose up, causing a resounding sound everywhere. The sword carried 10 times the power, and it attacked Astro directly. In the void, his screams echoed louder, the pain cutting through his flesh making him scream like that. This explosion truly took Astro's life. Just as Cian said, today he was determined to take his brother's life. Now, as I lie sprawled on the ground, Astro looks at you with his dying breath, and I am curious about something. Somehow. Astro hesitates. You seem to have known everything beforehand. You found the love pain and the holy sword first, and you interfered with my plan like a bloody feast before it happened. Now, lying here dying on the ground, Astro is unwilling. Perhaps you were just very lucky. But I will never understand the hatred you have for me. Where does that feeling come from? He said this while silently pondering for a long time. But even until his death, he still did not know why. Now, Cian's body slowly returned to human form as he spoke. So you have felt it. You will not understand the current situation. After all, how could a worthless guy like me stop your plan? Now, Astro blames himself. Why did not I realize it sooner? Was it because I thought he was just an incompetent son of a lover? I should have paid more attention to him. After a moment, Cian said again. I should have put it out right from the start when there was still a chance. That is probably what you are thinking right now. And from what I can remember, I have always hated the way you think like that. As soon as he heard this sentence, Astro did not respond but gave a helpless smile. According to what you remember, are we that close? Now feeling nostalgic, Cian said to himself, that is right. In the previous life, those who turned everything into a scam, it is you, Astro. Over here. Astro's color has flared up, Cian said to himself, and finally it has come to an end. At the same time, Raram now tells him, I do not think it is over yet. At that moment, Duzin Dag quickly flew up and said, Cian, I am impressed by the way you used the demon book to absorb my power. Pausing for a moment, she revealed her true form and said, but you have made a serious mistake. You will be pursued by a torment worse than hell. Right now, Cian narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Duzin Dag. The scene shifts to the god of Hak Song, who is now holding a spear while thinking. So the fog has finally swallowed the light. The good people here kept shouting, no, Nana. She gritted her teeth. But her father was in danger. The god of Hak Song was silently sad. They had just missed an important line. They were just like their master. Right after that, Nana pointed towards Han's side. Look, a scary weirdo. The god of Hak Song silently groaned, and kept sending his people to me without asking a word. And I am the god of Hak Song. At the same time, Nana kept striking Brian while shouting loudly, Brian. You bastard. I told you Dad was in danger. The god of Hak Song now silently evaluated. But I was very impressed to see that the night guard could withstand the fury of that dragon, and definitely has potential. Over here. She screamed, Nana has to go. Nana has to help Dad. You bastard. Then Brian said, but who told us to come here because he cares about us? Let us wait a little longer. Okay. At the same time, Surika quickly stepped forward and seriously reminded Nana to sit down. And finally, right after Surika's words, she quickly sat down, which surprised Brian greatly. Stop for a moment. She could not help but question, did not the kid hear what he said? Hak Song swallowed the light, and Nana's behavior was completely spoiled. When the god of Haksong heard her say that, he was also deeply moved. Someone was listening to him. Stop for a moment, Surika said firmly. Nana and I will take Xian home. Then she added, the rest of you stay here. Nana is growling nonstop over here. Switching to the side of the cliff, the sword keeps glowing. At this moment, it can't help but release its inner power and fly into the sky. Xian could not help but sit down on the ground, and Raram immediately knew that the space had been broken. She clasped her hands tightly. Truly an extraordinary amount of holy power. I am about to return to my spirit form. Right now. Raram quickly flew over, sweat on her forehead immediately dripping down. Xian sat on the ground, still gathering his inner strength, returning to sword form towards Raram. This sign feels wrong. At that moment, from within the clouds, a stream of shimmering golden light quickly appeared, like flares shooting straight down to the ground. Xian quickly drew his weapon, stood up swiftly, and shouted loudly, "They are coming!" Immediately after, the beam of light fell to the ground and another shocking explosion occurred. These beams of light seemed to carry a hypnotic force, now drawing the believers towards them. Xian hugged himself, looked up at the sky, and marveled at the greatness. At the same time, a stranger appeared and he raised his light staff. The Nephilim stared intently at Xian, radiating a huge aura of power. Arin is now beginning to slowly wake up, her eyes still a bit blurry after fainting, and the scene before her astonishes her as Xian fights a group of Nephilim. Startling her, now finally Xian was tightly gripped by one of them. His heart silently cried out in pain. No! Arin's eyes began to blur but she could not help but worry. Her heart silently cried out, Xian. Her last memory of Xian was when he appeared as the Light Giants appeared, along with Prince Lunel and Marquis Atro, who led the pursuit. For the Knights of the Order of the Light who acted independently, they were suppressed by Yunkan and the senior knights, and thus the potential uprising was crushed. As she recalled, the once prosperous port city and commercial center Brenu had been turned into a pile of ruins all around, tragic sight like a dead city. At the same time, she finally opened her eyes, and the wounds on her face were quickly bandaged. At that moment, Razimus hurried in. Princess, you are awake, Arin said with difficulty. Razimus. As soon as she woke up, she asked where she was, and the princess was informed that Lady Lunel had also recovered. After a pause, Arin asked about Xian, who was missing along with Prince Lunel and Lord Atro. At the same time, Arin helplessly blamed himself. I could not protect him. Forgive me. Hearing her say this, Razimus immediately shed tears. I should have come too. Arin quickly calmed down. Do not blame yourself. Razimus, you were just following my orders. Are you anxious about anything? Upon hearing this, he quickly stopped crying and said, It is not good news. Princess, Bihao is not feeling well. Over here, her father still lies motionless on the bed, his body now covered with full spots. Feeling sorrowful, he humbly apologizes to the deity and Bihao, saying he should have come here sooner. V sat beside me, recounting the troubles he had faced. I had been too busy at the front lines, but I should have done better in raising my children. My eldest turned the Light Order into his own private army, and the youngest became a notorious assassin. Stop for a moment, his eyes now tense. If not for the duty sworn to the Empire, I would willingly give my life to atone. Un immediately said, Please do not say such words, sir. Vidaldan replied, You do not agree that I am a miserable and worried father. Vit painfully recounted that Akio's mother was killed by Roju and Cyan's mother died of illness when she was young. Pausing briefly, he continued with a heavy heart, and so, I decided to treat the children coldly so that the two could grow strong and independent, because my highest duty is to the Vit family, not my own children. Although unspoken, Vat deeply understands his two children. Kyo craves glory, while Cyan yearns for self-development, yet each chooses a different path even when placed in similar positions. He paused for a moment and added, And now we are suffering the consequences. Brandu is devastated and the Vat family is facing a similar fate. Then he turned to Unkin and asked, Have you found out about Alice's whereabouts? Unkin immediately repeated that Miss Alice was last seen at the northern border, and since then no one has seen her. Now he adds, and young Master Gran, his Taeyang acupoint. Feeling frustrated, tells Gran to go. Stop for a moment, he said. The boy has become involved with religion, and the last I heard, he became a monk. Unkin quickly replied, That is right. At the same time, the princess quickly came out. Well done. Formula Vat. Lord Unkin, the nation owes you both, Vat immediately said. Good afternoon. Princess Violet. Then she continued, I brought my father's medicine, and according to her, we are doing our best to help the person recover quickly, but it seems nothing is working. Stopping for a moment, he could not help but sigh and praise. Truly determined, Master Jane A. Vid spoke with all sincerity, always bringing medicine to His Majesty himself, then gave a gentle smile and said, I am simply fulfilling my duty as a child. Pause for a moment, Violet's thick voice. A few tears briefly flowed from those eyes. With everything falling into such chaos, I hope your Majesty will recover quickly and stabilize the empire. But even so, the king remained motionless on the bed, and his complexion showed little improvement. Ivit quickly stood up with Yun and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty will be very pleased to know of that person's relentless determination. Your Highness. Then now we asked permission to leave. As soon as the words were spoken, the two quickly left, the door closed, leaving only Violet and Diane alone. Just as planned, she quickly poured the potion into the Emperor's mouth. Violet's movements were very skillful, and in her heart she thought, there is nothing to worry about. Father. At this moment, her face showed a hint of malice. The Empire will be in good hands with me. You can rest in peace forever. Pausing for a moment, Violet thought about Lunel. She had sent him to the other world before anyone else. Recalling after the battle broke out, Lunel was buried under rocks, but fortunately, someone as evil as him actually died. Then, despite being severely injured, he tried to get out, driven by a strong will to live. Once completely out of danger, Lunel helplessly leaned against a rock and cursed those useless bastards. Lunel was so angry he clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his face, looking at what had happened to him when they could not kill a kid. Over here, Princess Violet's people finally arrived, continuing the search. Surely he must still be alive. Seeing the soldiers, he quickly shouted, "Hey!" Over here, from the crowd, Violet's sinister voice rang out. "Oh dear, you really are stubborn." Looking at his sister, Lunel asked coldly in surprise, "Violet, what are you doing here?" I could not help but mock. "Look at what I have done with our empire. Brother, it is only natural for me to stand up and clean it up. After all, that has always been my role. Do not you see?" Lunel still has not realized his sister's true intentions. He said, "I have heard enough of your nonsense. Now let me return to the domain immediately. I need treatment and rest. At this moment, you do not want to pretend anymore. I am afraid that is a bit difficult." Lunel was surprised. What? Violet then turned her back and left the final words. "You see, the exact thing I came to clean up today at Breno is your death blade." But Lunel still did not understand what was happening and he shouted, "What does this mean?" Her smile was like a venomous snake. Violet said, "But actually I have changed my mind. I will tell everyone that I have not even found your color yet." Finally, Lunel quickly realized his sister's true intention. He shouted, "Violet is still miserable," and immediately after, the soldiers began to strike Lunel, despite his frantic screams. That day, fresh blood soaked the ground. Prince Lunel died without finding peace. Going back to the past, Violet anxiously asked, "What do you think about the second princess's medicine?" Unneeded to quickly respond. "I find it quite suspicious," Violet asked in surprise. "Do you think so too?" Yun quickly expressed his thoughts. The bottle and the color of the liquid inside indicate that it is the blessing elixir of Marchen. After a moment, he continued speaking. "Yet I felt a kind of magic that I could only see in the kneeling world." Immediately after, Vat ordered the observers to follow the second princess. Vat's eyes showed worry. The front line is important, but do not forget to report things like this, especially matters related to Princess Erin's safety. After speaking, both quickly moved forward. Yin also quickly received the order. "Yes, sir." After Brenu suffered an unprecedented disaster, humanity rebuilt it bit by bit. Prince Lunel and Sir Archer were declared missing, despite many rumors and controversies. Most people still remember their names. Like Archer died in battle while trying to stop his brother, who was manipulated by evil forces. They said they witnessed the battle in detail. How Archer was given wings, struggling tiredly as they had to fight relentlessly, and the way Sihan, that demon, defeated him. But this caused the heavenly team, the celestial realm, and the great light to intervene, and Saiyan had to suffer the consequences. Someone had to bring order to the empire falling into chaos, but since His Majesty was bedridden, the second princess rose and began her reign. Because that person has built their reputation through many years of relentless effort, it is only natural for them to step forward. And although this is quite different from what Arin knows, she does not want to get involved in it at all, because now staying silent is the only way to protect him. As Saiyan rescued, Arin thought so, because she knows the man she loves is still alive. Arin hopes to hear news from him soon. Cut to the academy. A voice echoes, "Arin Severus, choose your path." This is the Lowen Academy grandstand. Prompted by her, Arin quickly says, "I have chosen the magic book." And then, among so many students, Surika said, "Lumendel's wisdom will always come to you and bless your future." Then she happily handed the certificate to Arin, who happily replied, "Thank you, Surika." Then she continued, "Now I am a graduate of Lowen Academy." Arin replied, "I will try to become the light that shines for the academy." The scene shifts to Kundal's office, and then this news was also reported to Kundal. "Princess Arin has chosen the magic star book." "That is interesting. I thought she would choose a sword or a wand." Surika replied, "Me too." Feeling sorry, now your face looks a bit pensive. It has been 3 years since that day. Your Highness is still searching for the Great Light. Surika was surprised. "Great Light? Do you mean the giants attacked Sion that day?" Kundal explained to her, "They are also called Nephilim. They are messengers of light sent from the high gods Lumendel." For a moment, Surika wondered, but that meant the gods had personally intervened in human affairs. So why? Kundal pondered. Her speculation was very similar to mine. There was no record showing Nephilim were gods of both. He told her. Princess Arin said she would stay at the academy to study more. Surika wondered why. Kundal asked coldly. Because of Cyan. I guess he is still healthy. Right. Cut to outside the main hall. The sound of footsteps rushing forward. At the same time, a familiar person appears, surprising Arin greatly. A voice calls out. Princess, Arin said frankly. Lunaf replied, I hope you are well. Congratulations on your graduation. Arin rambled again. It has been a long time since I saw her. Lunaf replied, Yes, I have been a bit busy managing the Garam Academy. And then the two sat down to talk. Is Principal Regent still sick? Lunaf replied, He has gotten much better, but the internal injuries are still there. Arin smiled faintly. You must be very worried about him, whether you want to or not. Lunaf replied, Of course not. Her eyes turned cold. He learned a costly lesson about what happens if he messes with the people I care about, so I am quite happy. Right after that, Lunaf asked how the search for Senior Saiyan was going. Arin is a bit helpless. I am still trying to do everything I can, but I can't find anything except that those giants are Nephilim. But I won't give up. Hearing this, Lunaf was surprised. Well, I hope your luck gets better, because if it keeps going like this, I will find him first. Stop for a moment. Arin was a bit panicked. She hesitated and said, No, I will find him first. At the same time, Lunaf raised her eyebrow and thought to herself, I do not think so. But Arin continued, That is right. Let us work hard together. Lunaf quickly replied, Of course, I would be happy to help you until we find Senior Saiyan. Over here. Far away, Kundal stood high and focused on observing the movements of the two people here. His face was cold, and on the other side, a twisted voice was heard. Saiyan, you have crossed the unimaginable boundary of a being. You do not deserve to live in a world that I alone exist for. Saiyan is not dead yet, but now he has to face the Nephilim. Who said, So take this. Saiyan's breathing became rapid as he stared at his opponent with a look of hatred. Now the Nephilim swiftly fly past them, saying, You will have to endure a pain that no human has ever experienced before.